Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 12/22/2024. It's 11:37 a.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? 9 blacks in the stream today. Oh, shit. That's a lot of blacks. We're in trouble. We are in big trouble. So yesterday, I forget who it was, but somebody sent me a video to watch about the Nick Fuentes stuff, and it was the Fresh and Fit video, and I forgot to get into that, so we'll plan on, or I didn't forget. I kind of forgot, but I was also in a hurry, and I had to skip over it because we had to get to the Tim Pool stuff that I had promised I'd cover beforehand, so I was kind of in a hurry to get that done. Tom ran from Keldoge. I didn't run, but if Keldoge is around, I'm happy to make sure that he can jump on first. What's up, Uncle Fatty? How's it going? And then yeah, yesterday I did tell those other little pussies that if they wanted to jump on and have a conversation about January 6th, the arrests, the insurrection, then I was happy to get into that with them. So, yeah, we'll take some time for them. Why did Botrix go back? Why did it go back? It was just over here. It was in the right chat. Why did it go back? Why, Botrix? Why? Did I cut out or something? Did stream cut off? Like, what happened? What the fudge happened? I don't understand. All right, hold on. I'm going to unlist the other stream for a minute, and then I will make it public again, so that hopefully we can get Botrix back over there in the right chat. All right, now it's public again. Oh, I forgot. I got to grab my Red Bull. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. How could you, Tom? Don't want you falling asleep. I'm not falling asleep, all right? I am here for a long stream today. So, or at least I'm prepared for a long stream. So yeah, we got a dono coming in, getting ready to start the first round of the target. That'll add 3 hours to stream, but yeah, I do have other things that I need to do, but if we're keeping up with the targets, then I am here to stream. Falling asleep is the audience's job. Yes, I am here to be a very mellow, boring streamer who once in a while yells at the chat, but outside of that, just supposed to be very, like, monotone, lots of throat fry, and who's that near the top right? Xanderhall. Yep, that's Xanderhall. So up at the so you got all the way on the left all the way on the left is Donald Trump, and then you got Nancy, or sorry, not Nancy Pelosi, AOC right there. Then you got JSTLK stomping on the presents over here. Then you got my red face right there as like one of the ornaments. You got Joe Rogan. There's Xander Hall, and then there's STV Philly. Then you got this like cool tomfoolery thing that's just kind of made up of a bunch of different, Christmas-y sort of things. With the T as a scarf, the O is a reef, the M is a reef. Very very cool. The E on the tomfoolery is an antler, like a reindeer antler. Then you got Hunter Biden sitting there with a gun in his hand. He's sitting naked with a gun and a laptop on the desk. And then you also have Econo Boy as another ornament on there. Then there's Mantis making a stink face. She's not happy with her. She's not happy with her presence. Then there's a cat right there who makes a lot of faces. He moves his eyes around. Then of course you got me. You have the raccoon and the snake. I asked. So I called Mantis and I showed this to her, and I was like, "You mind that I like put you on here?" She's like, "No, that's funny." I was like, "All right, I have an empty spot next to me on the couch though, and I need to put something there, and I'm trying to think of a good meme, something that I can put on the couch next to me." And she's like, "Put the snake and the raccoon." I was like, "Oh, you're so right. You're so right. Well done." So yeah, and then of course we have Matt Walsh and Adam and Sitch outside in the snow watching, and then there's a thing. I don't know what exactly that is, but it's an elf thing. So yeah. That's the thing. And I'll probably do like another one at some point with just with a bunch more streamers on it, but I made this one in like 20 minutes. It's got the Tomfoolery logo as well, like as a present. So it's got like it's like got wrapping paper on it with a bow on the top. So yeah, we got a bunch of stuff there. I want to know the lore of Katie. Like what? Why is the bow so small? Because it didn't really want to cover up the logo too much to where you couldn't tell what it was, but like even just putting the bow on there kind of made it a bit harder to tell what the logo was in the first place. So who stole Maddie Walsh's chin? I don't know. I didn't know somebody stole his chin. Yeah, there's actually another part as well. Oh yeah, I think it's this one. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. Huh. I guess it didn't make its way on there for some reason. Huh, weird. Well dang. I'm not sure. There was another one that had, what's his name? It had Santa Claus on it. And it had him like at the top. I don't know where it went. Let me see if maybe I have it saved here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Wait, that didn't make it on there. What the heck? Why wasn't this one of them? That's weird. Yeah, I don't think this was on there. So yeah, it's got Santa hiding in the background. It's got the elf on the shelf. It's got a penguin. It's got a reindeer. Got another elf over here. Snowman, a sleigh. Some more presents over here. Also, yeah, somebody reminded me yesterday. Dwight reminded me yesterday that we have to get ready for the awards. I totally forgot about the awards. We have to do the golden shirts. The golden shirts take such a long time. I'm not gonna lie. Like last year, it was so much work trying to like prep the golden shirts and get all the channels ready and everything. And so, yeah, it was a lot. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find one. Okay, I think this is the last one. Yeah, here it is. It's 8:50 p.m. Eastern time. Dude, it's got so much background noise. You can hear like a like in the background every time I talk. Took 5 minutes to get through the intro this time. That's a little odd. Real quick, want to thank members for re-upping. We got Onslaught at Fools 1 for the nominate the ones. So yeah, we took I think like a month to do the nominations. So like everybody was able to vote on like their favorite clips and everything in the Discord, and then we locked it all up and happens. Let's see how loud this thing is. There we go. All right. Welcome to 2023 Golden Shirt Awards, where we go over all the best moments of 2023 for your pleasure. And so yeah, we do a bunch of different awards. All right. I guess one with what two Smith won best new character votes, the Growling Arcanad with 7 votes, Roxy with 2 votes, Addy Pupils with 2 votes, Uru with 7 votes, Glitchin with 4 votes, Luray with 3 votes, Forever with 2 votes, Sass with 1 vote, Mantis with 9 votes, and Abaddon with 5 votes. Mantis coming away with the win. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It was just like a month after this, everybody was saying how much everybody hated Mantis and how they all thought that she was tearing apart the community and how they all, everybody was so sick of her. And but also, yeah, just a month before that, she won best chatter or top chatter. It was a little weird. A little weird that how the narratives took off on that one. It was a little bit in denial of reality, but presentism is a thing. A love-hate relationship, that's what it is, yeah. Yep. True that. But yeah, alright, so yeah, if Keldoge is around, I will pull them on. If not, I guess. Yeah, if not, then I'll maybe try to see if they can come on later, but I don't know if I'm going to be available later, so. But yeah, we went over some of the stuff with Nick Fuentes yesterday. I did see that there is a video of the attackers. So we watched we looked at a couple of screenshots of the shooter who went to his house and then left and apparently killed his dog next door. Or sorry, killed the neighbor's dog next door. This is I don't think. Yeah. Well, I guess I can keep the music on. On TikTok, you have to blur out guns. Was this kid like 12? Looks like a little kid. Do we know anything about this person? Oh, he was killed. Oh shit.
Classic children's literature.
Great.
Beloved classic stories. Get your
Investigators believe it began in downstate Muhammad, with 3 people shot dead inside this home around 9:30. Not long before midnight Wednesday, people who live along Home Avenue in west suburban Berwyn were awoken.
Started to see some bright lights being flashed into the houses.
Moments later, and just next door, another neighbor heard a commotion.
Started screaming, the police office, or somebody started screaming at him.
Berwyn police say they'd raced to Home Avenue for reports of a man with a gun. Right-wing commentator Nick Fuentes, who lives on the block, posted this photo on social media claiming a man approached his door with a pistol drawn and what he says appeared to be a crossbow and yelled his name while he says he tried to enter his home.
As soon as I heard that, I heard a little bit of like rustling in the yards, so I went right back inside.
Berwyn police say a man ran from them, firing repeatedly at officers.
When I heard the voice, the police, don't move, stay there.
That's when police say Berwyn officers shot back, killing the man near an alleyway. Before that, they say he'd broken
Yeah, the news doxed him. Yep.
into a nearby home, shooting and killing 2 dogs. That was the end of a night-long crime spree that the Cook County Medical Examiner said ended with John Lyons shot and killed by Berwyn police.
All right. Berwyn, Illinois, a man suspected in the killing of 3 people in Illinois was fatally shot by police in west suburban Chicago while the neighborhood of a far-right political influencer.
Twice a week after school, a group of
Nick Fuentes said on X that the man wearing a motorcycle helmet was outside of his home in Berwyn with a gun and another weapon, rang the doorbell and said, "Yo, Nick." Fuentes had video from a porch camera Wednesday night. The man shot at Berwyn police during a subsequent foot chase and was killed when officers returned fire. Chief Michael Simiglia said the man was identified as John Lyons, 24, of Westchester, a Chicago suburb. The man earlier parked in his car in front of my house and approached my door with his pistol drawn and what appears to be a crossbow. I was live streaming at the time, Fuentes said on X, where he was also posted on the porch video. Or where he also posted the porch video. Why did it just take me to his Twitter? Why didn't it send me to the tweet? And it didn't even like pull up an extra tab. It just moved the whole thing. Fuentes attorney Bob Raskia told the Associated Press that someone else in the home called police. Fuentes has had a reasonable belief that this guy was there to do him harm, Raskia said Friday, adding that Fuentes didn't know him. Illinois State Police are handling the investigation of Lyons' death. Spokesperson Melanie Arnold said investigators were aware of Fuentes' social media posts about an armed man at his door and in his backyard before the shooting. It is early in our investigation. Wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, yeah, of course they're aware of his social media posts. Like, we saw that in the video that we watched yesterday where the body cam footage came out of Nick Fuentes just randomly assaulting an old woman. It is early in our investigation. We will provide more information when possible, Arnold said. Fuentes, a Holocaust-denying white supremacist, is part of an emboldened fringe of right-wing manosphere influencers who have seized on Republican Donald Trump's presidential victory to amplify misogynistic derision and threats online. Fuentes was recently charged with a misdemeanor after a woman accused him of pepper spraying her outside of his home in November. His address was publicized following his Your Body, My Choice post on X. It was a twist on the My Body, My Choice abortion rights slogan. Meanwhile, police in Mahomet, Illinois, 120 miles south of Chicago, were investigating the fatal shooting of 3 members of the same family, which occurred earlier Wednesday. What? Lyons knew one of the victims, Police Chief Mike Metzler said. Based on the information we have now, one of the victims was targeted, Metzler told the News Gazette. This was not a random incident. Wait, is that it? Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on, wait, what? So, hold on, I'm so lost. So he killed 3 people earlier in the day before he went to Nick Fuentes' house? What the hell? And they're just not going to talk about that at all? They're just going to talk about him going to Nick Fuentes' house and then shooting a couple dogs, I think. They didn't even mention the dogs getting shot. Somebody else said that the guy shot dogs while he was out there. Let's see. The far-right American, 24-year-old John Lyons, who was also wanted earlier in an earlier triple homicide, was shot and killed by police in the Chicago suburb of Berwyn after Wednesday night foot chase, according to authorities. The pursuit started on the block where Fuentes, 26, lives. Lyons appears to have shown up to Fuentes' house with a pistol and a crossbow while the right-wing influencer was live streaming. According to social media posts Fuentes made Thursday. Neither one of those looked like a crossbow. I'm still so lost on that. Like, both of the videos, or I mean, sorry, both of the guns look like pistols. So like this right here is a pistol, right? So this is a pistol.
Classic children's literature. Beloved classic stories. Get your copy of classic children's literature.
Investigators believe it began in downstate Muhammad, with 3 people awoken.
Started to see some bright.
Or somebody started screaming at him.
Posted this photo on.
Okay, so this right here looks like a pistol with what's it called on it? We looked this up last night. It was an automatic crossbow? Huh. So yeah, so this looks like a pistol. This just looks like another. It's clearly a crossbow, is it? Yeah, it looks like another pistol with a like a bump stock on it. And this is like, we literally looked it up last night.
On social media.
Yeah, it just looked like one of these added to another pistol. So you're saying that's a crossbow?
Media claiming.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's it. Shit. Yeah, that right there. I thought that was a strap. Okay. So yeah, on this one, I thought that was a strap right there. But that's the actual bow. Okay, I see it now. Damn.
A man approached.
Limbless crossbows are better. I don't know why my TTS isn't working right now. It's kind of getting annoying, but the last couple of days my TTS just has not worked. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. Actually, let me test something real quick. Activity feed, alerts. Yeah, it's not doing it. What the hell? It's just not doing it. Like, I just refreshed it. And I have them right here. So when I hit refresh on this, it should run it again. And it's just not doing it. And even when I have this up, it should make it to where it like does it twice or something like that. Does anybody know how to fix that? Alerts. Sub count. Tomfoolery alert.
Arabella tipped $10.
Okay, so the tips work. What about super chats? Yeah, no. Wait. Get out the way. Move on. Go on. Let's try this again. Deleted widget? What the fuck? Ah ha ha! It is deleted. Maybe I did that a while ago where I was like trying to incentivize tipping. And so I was like, yeah, I'm just going to turn off TTS for super chats, and then it just didn't change. And so then after a while I was like, I just forgot about it. There we go. There we go. Thank
Freddie
you.
Drongo super chatted $3.18. Scammed. Knots.
Oh no, wait. I'm stupid. I don't do super chats through Stream Elements. I do it through Botrix. That's why. That's why I turned it off on there. Shit. Well, all right. I'll fuck with that in a little bit, but damn. Yeah, I just remembered I don't even I don't even do super chats through this, but now at least it's reading the TTS, so whatever. Alerts, members, raids, super chat.
This is a test message.
That's why I turned off super chats on there, is because tips could only be done through Stream Elements. Super chats were done through Botrix. Let's try.
This is a test message.
Yeah, see, it's on the screen, but it's not making a sound. Huh. I'm so lost. Okay, never mind. I'll get to this later. Weird. Made the money ching sound. That's right. That is what it did. I added a cash register sound. Cha-ching. That's right. That is the sound it made. Or wait, are you saying it just now did that? Or because if it just now did that, I didn't hear it. Yeah, I can't hear any of these. Yeah, I see it popping up now, but it's not. I'm not able to hear it. Fuck. I don't know what I did. Oh shit. I fucked something up. Okay, let me try that again. Oh shit. There we go. Alright, I got it.
This is a test message.
Yeah, I got it. I'm smart. It's okay. Alright, back to this. Wyatt appears to have shown up to Fuentes' house with a pistol and a crossbow, while the right-wing influencer was live streaming, according to social media posts Fuentes made Thursday. Bourbon police confirmed it had responded to a report around 11:40 p.m. of a man with a gun. Fuentes, a white supremacist who has praised Adolf Hitler, commented on the incident in a series of X posts, alleging that the armed individual made an attempt on my life. It's always so weird. I'm not gonna lie. Like, while I do think it makes sense to probably mention these things at some point, like it always feels weird the way that they mention it, where they're Fuentes, a white supremacist who has praised Adolf Hitler, commented on the incident in a series of X posts, alleging that the armed individual made an attempt on my life. Like, while you're talking about the fact that like somebody was trying to kill him and somebody was like gonna go and shoot him and you know, he was this close to being murdered, you're like, oh, he also said some nice things about Hitler. Like, I don't know, it just feels weird, dude. I don't like it. It's every single article we read about him, it just comes off so weird. I am grateful to God that I'm still alive today, he posted and shared a surveillance video appearing to show a man with the weapon. Okay, if we click on this one, does it take us to... yeah, okay, this one does. Although it also took us away from the article as well. There's Myron Gaines. I hope all the haters see this. They think macing a stupid feminist was unwarranted when in reality, you were just trying to protect yourself. These people are so dumb. These people are so dumb. They actually are. Like, I don't understand. These people, Myron Gaines was literally a fucking police officer, right? Wasn't he an actual, like, FBI agent or some shit like that? How the hell does he not know that this is not self-defense? This is not just protecting himself. That, like, while you might feel that way, under the law, that's just not how it works. The law does not allow you to just feel like things are dangerous without some sort of assessment, right? And this is why the last night when I was talking to other people and I kept asking them, okay, so what is the assessment that was made? Okay, let's just assume that he was being stalked. That still doesn't mean that you get to shoot somebody. So what is the assessment, right? Like, you can be stalked and there can be a danger. Both of those things can be true. You can both be stalked and you can be in danger. But just being stalked does not mean that you're allowed to just hurt somebody, right? So I talked about the other day that when I was doing auditing for Walmart, that I had a couple of kids who kept showing up where I was working and kept like taking pictures of me, like posting them on the internet. They kept posting what stores I was at and like the addresses of them over and over in like in my chats, in other people's chats, and I had to like go message people and ask them like, can you ban this person, please? They keep posting where I was at today. This is getting really annoying. And then, yeah, they kept creating like channels. They kept creating different accounts all over the place that were like pretending to be like tomfoolery fan accounts, or even some of them were pretending to be me. And they were like telling people like where I was, what address I was at. I'm sure some of you remember this. I'm sure some of you remember them coming and like fucking spamming, saying like, this is where Tom was today. And it was fucking annoying. But I saw them a couple of times, and I would tell Sassafras too. I would be like, dude, I saw them again today. I'm like positive now that this is who it is, because every time I see these kids, that's when all of a sudden they start popping off again. And that would be insane if I thought I could just like, because I saw them, they were taking pictures of me again, they're like following me around at my jobs and shit, that I can just go and attack them now. Like, I can't, even though they are stalking me. And I could call the police and I could deal with it that way. That doesn't mean that I can just go and attack them. Like, that's insane. If there's not an imminent threat to my life, I can't just go attack people. So, yeah, it's it's kind of insane. I don't know who the fuck would think that you're allowed to like what is Pennsylvania self-defense laws? Let's see if we can get like an AI summary. Pennsylvania self-defense laws include the following: stand your ground. Pennsylvania self-defense laws allow the use of force without a duty to retreat, also known as stand your ground laws. Castle Doctrine. The Castle Doctrine allows the use of deadly force in certain circumstances, such as when someone is unlawfully entering or removing you from your home, work, or vehicle. That doesn't apply here. Neither does the first one. Proportionality, which is one that Nick Fuentes definitely does not qualify for. This is not proportional whatsoever. Like, without her ever attacking him, without her ever showing any sort of imminent threat, like nothing like that. He just immediately pepper sprays her, hits her, and then steals her phone. Like, this is not, and this is the part that, like, if for anybody who's acting like all he was doing was defending himself, the problem is that if all he did was pepper spray her, I would start to believe it's possible that this was self-defense. I would start to think, okay, maybe it's possible that he thought he could use self-defense here and he was just wrong. But he didn't just pepper spray her. He pepper sprayed her, he pushed her down the stairs, and then he went and grabbed her phone and said something like, like something like, what do you call it? I forget. He said like "shut up, bitch" or "fuck you, bitch" or something like that. I forget what he said, but like, there's no that's not proportional to anything. So it just doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. He won't get any jail time. You don't think? I mean, he could just get probation, I suppose. I don't know if he'll get jail time, but I would imagine he's at least going to. I would imagine he's likely going to get some sort of conviction, but we'll see. Where's the proof he shoved her down the stairs? Wait, what? I don't know if there's proof. That's her claim, and she did drop the phone, and she dropped it at the bottom of the stairs. Is there evidence against that? Has he claimed that he didn't do it? Has he refuted that at all, or? Okay, so no proof, only that she dropped the phone. No, that's not what. Do you think that's what I said? Do you think I just said she just dropped the phone and therefore she got shoved down the stairs? Is that what you think I just said? Is that what you think just happened? Weren't there witnesses? Yes, there were witnesses, yeah. So what I said was, that's what she said, and she dropped her phone at the bottom of the stairs. That correlates with her story. But then, yes, there's also a witness who also said that he shoved her down the stairs. So there's not even a denial yet. That's what I'm saying. I haven't even. I don't know of him even denying this. I don't know why you're denying it. Nah, you said other things but didn't prove it. What do you consider proof? What do you consider proof? Like would I have to have video of it happening, or what is proof? Like when we say somebody is like proven to have done something beyond a reasonable doubt in court, what do you look up the word Google? I'm not looking it up. I'm asking you. So when we say something is proven beyond a reasonable doubt, I asked what you meant. I didn't ask what Google says it is. I asked what do you mean when you say it? I don't think you have any idea what you're saying. And so if I look it up on Google, you're just gonna look stupid. So I want you to pretend you know what you're talking about for a second and give me an answer. Tom, what did you audit at the Walmart? I'm curious. They had services. There was a number of things. The main thing was the name changed a couple of times. It went from like OGP to something else, but it's mainly the main thing was the service where they are like gathering items and delivering them out to customers. And a lot of this had to do with like keeping stuff at temperature, making sure that they're following like codes on how Walmart has it set up for how they're supposed to do this shit. But mainly everything in that sector. Wait, where did the guy go? We are not in court? Sure, I'm asking him what he means by proof. I didn't ask him. Oh, he's still commenting, and so he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he means when he says you haven't proven that yet, because he has no idea what he's talking about. So moving on. So yeah, anyways, the idea that him pepper spraying her and then shoving her and then grabbing her phone and throwing it inside, that this is somehow self-defense is not. Tom asked me for the definition of word proof. No, I didn't. I didn't ask you for the definition. You're actually fucking retarded. I asked you what you mean when you say proof. That's what I asked for. You told me to look up a definition. I said no, because I'm asking you what you mean. But you're still somehow confused, thinking I'm asking you for a definition. I don't know how you can be this confused when I've literally tried to speak to you like a fucking child, and you're still lost. I mean the word. Congratulations. You have no idea how language works, apparently, if you think you can just say, I just mean the word, dude. But yeah, you can't, like, it's not proportional in any way to her just knocking on the door or being, if she's like stalking him, he thinks pepper spraying her, shoving her downstairs, stealing her phone, that this is proportional in any way. It's not. The fact that he took her phone after doing this makes it look way more malicious. And especially the fact that, yes, he opened the door when she's standing there recording, right? There's no reason, if she's like holding her phone, nobody who's holding their phone like this is likely going to assault you. That person who's doing this, if you feel in danger from that person, you're a fucking idiot. Like, they're about to record their own fucking crime on you. What the hell? That would be dumb. Like, but fine, okay, so that person can still attack you. They can. But there's still no evidence that she was going to attack him. There's still no evidence that she was going to do anything to him. You have to have some sort of, and so this is why, last night I kept asking those people, what is the analysis that Nick went through to assess that there was imminent threat? How did he come to this determination? He felt uncomfortable. Yeah, he felt uncomfortable. Exactly. He felt uncomfortable. So he pepper sprayed her, shoved her downstairs, stole her phone. Yeah. But she was going to say very mean things to his face. Yeah. It's totally warranted now, dude. It's totally warranted. I've seen a couple of people act like she was stalking him, which you're saying, okay, I think she was at his house for a total of maybe 5 minutes, I think, from what we heard. That's stalking? You think showing up to somebody's house for 5 minutes one time, that's stalking to you? You think that qualifies as stalking? Pretty sure, let's see, Pennsylvania law on stalking. All right. Pennsylvania's stalking law defines the crime as repeated harassment that creates substantial emotional distress. Wow. Do you guys think this was repeated? Does anybody here think this was repeated? No, there was no repeated thing. There was nothing repeated here. A conviction of stalking is a misdemeanor of the first degree if the defendant has a prior conviction for stalking the same victim. It is considered to be a felony of the third degree. So yeah, so this is just not stalking. It's just not stalking. Why does Tom keep looking up PEN? Isn't oh, it is. You're right. I don't know why I keep looking up Pennsylvania. Thank you. You are correct. A7, a person commits stalking when he or she knowingly makes threats that are a part of a course of conduct and is aware of the threatening nature of his or her speech. Sentence. Stalking is a Class 4 felony. A second or subsequent conviction is a Class 3 felony. So yeah, so again, there's no way that you can use any sort of analysis to determine that she was stalking him when she didn't say anything to him that was threatening speech, and she didn't make any threats, especially, yes, if her course of conduct is going up to his door with a phone and knocking on it. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, now according to this analysis, every fucking mailman is stalking you. This is kind of insane. Mayonnaise Monster. No, I wasn't watching it. Wait. Me? Mantis, you're saying that you remember that happening? What? Oh, the stalking shit? I think I have stuff with in mod chat. Give me a second. Oh shit. I have to. How do I do, like, just in a specific in? There we go. In mod chat. Yeah, I don't know why. It's not popping up. But yeah, the old mods, like Thak and Uru, Sassafras, those people will all remember there were. I think this was last November. I would say it is almost exactly a year ago. I think. This is... Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. Yeah, I can't find it. I don't see it in the mod chat, but I would have to go look for... We were specifically posting that people just kept posting the fucking super weird... Wait, do you think I'm making this up? Wait, you think I'm making this up? Is that the thing? Is it... So I show this... Again, I debunk like another fucking thing that people act like I'm lying about for like the 100th time, and then what does that do? You guys just still act like I'm lying about shit that you keep lying about? Show what? Show that the people were stalking me and that we did have like a bunch of conversations about this. Show anything? I didn't say I showed something. Are you retarded? I just said. So if I show something, and then what? You just keep acting like I'm lying about things for no reason. There hasn't been a lie yet that y'all can actually come up with, and then the amount of shit that I've debunked, you guys still act like you guys just cope about it anyways. But yeah, here I can pull it up. Hold on. I got a bunch of DMs with sass about it that I know I can pull up. Okay, yeah, so here's one thing. This is a section of DMs from 6/22/2023. So this is, he posted my link in chat. She said, had a good chat with Dave. I said, nice. She said, Zach popped in and was like, do you see that Walmart guy? LOL. He asked me if it was true. I was like, I don't know. Shrug. LOL. She said, I don't know how convincing I was. I'm not the best liar. I said, LOL. I don't really have anything to cover tonight. So we're talking about the people who kept coming into chat, posting, Tom works at Walmart. Tom was, I thought you said it was November. I said, I think it was. What does the date matter? It doesn't. I don't know when it was. It doesn't matter. I said that this happened about a year ago, I think. Why do you care what date it was? Does that change things? Does that change things? What does it change? What does it change? Specifics, Tom, yeah. You gotta remember the fucking dates, bro. What does it change? What date it is? Why do you think that that's some fucking important detail? Oh, this never happened. Well, okay, well, here's me showing that, like, somebody was posting shit about me working at Walmart in chat. That was in November. What were those DMs supposed to show? That this was us talking about the fact that people were posting in chat that I was working at Walmart at the time, and they kept posting the addresses. As I said. Okay, yeah, Freddie's here. Freddie knows. Yes, okay, thank you, Freddie. They were posting the exact addresses of the Walmarts, yes. So they kept coming in, no matter what Walmart I was at that day, they kept coming in and posting different fucking addresses saying different cities. So sometimes it was Canton, sometimes it was Holly Springs, sometimes it was Walmart or Roswell, and they would put all these fucking addresses. And then I have screenshots somewhere of like all the pages that they were making, because I had to send them to corporate at the time. just letting them know that this was happening. But yeah, when you say, I don't remember this, yeah, you're not supposed to remember it. We didn't acknowledge it. We didn't talk about it. We didn't say anything about it. We just fucking ignored it, acted like it wasn't happening, just kept banning the people, and just moved on. Because, yeah, at the time, yeah, I've got people fucking posting where I am all the time. I'm not going to advertise that fucking shit. And you guys are, what? I don't remember that. I don't remember you telling us all about the fact that people kept posting your fucking addresses. That was weird. You would have made sure that we all paid attention to where you were all the time, right? You would have made sure to really put a lot of attention on the fucking places that you were, wouldn't you? Didn't remember it, so it probably didn't happen then. Illinois. Stalking is a criminal offense that involves following or watching someone on multiple occasions, causing the victim to feel unsafe or at risk. The law defines stalking as following or placing someone under surveillance on at least 2 separate occasions. So, okay, so this is, according to Illinois, it has to be at least 2 separate occasions. That's not the case here, as far as we know. It could turn out that she was there multiple times. In the body cam footage, talking to Nick, he didn't say anything about her being there multiple times. He said other people were there, but he never said her. And in her testimony, she never said that she was there before. So currently, we have no reason to believe that she was there a minimum of 2 separate times. Threatening bodily harm, sexual assault, confinement, or restraint, causing the victim to reasonably fear bodily harm, sexual assault, confinement, or restraint. Again, no reason for him to believe any of these things. No reason for him to believe that she was going to hurt him. There's no reason for him to believe that she was going to confine him. No reason for him to believe that she was going to sexually assault him. None of these things. There's just no reason for any of this. So not only does it not meet like some of, it doesn't meet one check mark, let alone like any of them. It doesn't meet any of these check marks at all. It's just not stalking. It's just not across the board, just not stalking. Doesn't come anywhere close. Tom, the only thing we trust about your words is that they are bald. Based. Stalking is considered more serious than harassment. The punishment for stalking depends on the circumstances. And so, yeah, like the guy yesterday was bringing up that other people were coming to his house. This makes sense to say that from Nick's point of view, he was getting to be like afraid for what could happen. That makes sense. That makes sense that from Nick's point of view, he could start to feel afraid. But that doesn't mean that he can now assume any single individual is some sort of evildoer, and then attack them. You can't do it. So like we can totally empathize with Nick. We can totally feel like, yeah, this could be scary. This could be fucking crazy if you're getting a bunch of people coming to your house over and over and knocking on the door over and over, then you're able to start to like I guess you're definitely going to start to feel some sort of fear and be afraid of what people could do, and it's going to be annoying as fuck too. Like he said that 20 people came to his house the day before. If that 20 people come, ring the doorbell, knock on it, like they're not leaving you alone. That's going to be a lot. Let's see. But yeah, so then on the self-defense part, this is Pennsylvania. I need to pull up Illinois. Illinois' law allows the use of reasonable force in self-defense when someone reasonably believes it's necessary to protect themselves or others from imminent unlawful force. The law's key standard is that the belief in the need for force is objectively reasonable, meaning a person in a similar situation would likely have the same belief. So yeah, this is not going to apply, and especially not when we put imminent danger on here. There is nothing imminent about his scenario. He opened the door. He opened the door himself. He made it to where he was now face to face with this person. Whereas, yeah, them just knocking on your door doesn't make it to where you should feel some sort of imminent threat. Here are some other things to know about self-defense laws in Illinois. Deadly force. The deadly force is appropriate for the accused if the accused is trying to prevent serious injury or death or to stop a forcible felony. Duty to retreat. In public spaces, there is a duty to retreat if it is safe to do so. However, there is no duty to retreat from a threat in one's home or dwelling. Legal weapons. Certain weapons are legal for self-defense, including firearms, concealed carry, pepper spray, stun guns, and tasers. Mutual combat. 2 adults in Illinois can willingly decide to fight. That's interesting. I think there's only like 3 or 4 states that allow mutual combat to where, yeah, if 2 people in a bar say, if one guy's like, meet me outside, I'm going to kick your ass. And the other person's like, all right, let's go. They can go outside and just fight it out. And if the cops show up and they're both like, yeah, no, we just wanted to fight. And they're all like bloody and fucked up. That's mutual combat. They decided. So it's all good. Whereas like in most states, you'll still get like some sort of reckless endangerment or, acting, I forget what they call it, but it's where you're acting kind of crazy out in public. What is this called? It's like reckless behavior, or that's the way it should be. Yeah, it makes sense to me. But I also think that like when it happens in public, I can understand people still feeling like you have to meet like a certain threshold of civility in order to be in public. So public disturbance, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't think that's right, but yeah, it's kind of like if you're walking around drunk, like falling all over the place, and you're kind of disorderly conduct. Thank you, Marty. Yeah, so disorderly conduct is, I think, normally what you'll get if you get into a fight with somebody and you both agreed to it, so there's no like battery charges or anything, then yeah, you'll still get disorderly conduct for getting into a fight in public. Civil liability, in addition to criminal charges, the person using unlawful self-defense may also be sued in civil court for damages. Self-defense against law enforcement. You cannot claim self-defense against a law enforcement officer who is legally performing their job. Under Illinois law, it is acceptable to use regular force to defend oneself against some type of attack or entry into a property. So yeah, it specifies or entry into a property. So without there being any sort of entry, if the accused is defending himself or another individual, wow, it says himself. This is fucking sexist. If the accused is defending himself or another individual, deadly force is appropriate if the accused is trying to prevent serious injury or death. So yeah, this is like that's just talking about proportionality again there. So yeah. Tom, don't speak about crime stuff, man. It's laughable. Yeah, I know. So yeah, he said, while heartbreaking, it could have been so unimaginably worse. The post continued, God have mercy. Doxing is not a game. Last year, Fuentes was expelled from the Conservative Political Action Conference over his history of openly promoting anti-Semitic and racist rhetoric. In 2022, he attended a dinner with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Trump later said that he didn't know Fuentes or his background. Following Wednesday's incident, Fuentes said he will now have to uproot my life and relocate. While I can handle whatever comes to my front door, it is irresponsible to expect my neighbors with young families to share that burden. Earlier this month, the commentator was charged with battery for allegedly pepper spraying a woman who showed up at his home. A judge ordered him and the woman, 57-year-old Marla Rose, to have no contact with each other. Lyons fled from officers on foot, according to police, and then forced his way into another home where he fatally shot 2 dogs. Police said Lyons disobeyed orders to stop and fired at officers. Officers then returned fire, killing Lyons. Police believe Lyons committed a triple homicide in a small village about 11 miles northwest of Champaign earlier on Wednesday and named Sarah Mason, 26, Janice Mason, 61, and Caleb Mason, 23, as victims. Damn, dude. Did he know these people, or do we know anything about that one? That's so fucking sad. And then he just kills those people and then says, you know what? My life is over. I'm fucked. I'm about to go to prison for life. Might as well try to take Nick Fuentes out first. Like, what the hell was the thought process? Okay. Alright, I think Keldo just hopping on. One second. I gotta grab my phone charger. It's about to die. And I gotta rehook this up. Now that I have to like change this every single time I use Discord, it's kind of annoying. Keldoge!
Hello. Okay, I was like, you were like, hop on. I was like, I think I'm in the channel. I don't know what I did wrong.
Sorry. I was reading an article, and then as soon as I finished it, I looked and saw you there.
Okay, let me just sound balance quickly. Because I have you at like 8 million.
Yeah, normally my audio is like really quiet, and I was just talking about this right before I pulled you in, is that I have this new program that I use that is like supposed to boost my volume into Discord, and it only does it into Discord. So I have to use like separate things, one's for OBS, one's for Discord, and then it causes it causes some problems. But that was one of the things, is I had to set that up while I was getting ready to pull you in to make sure that I was loud.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
You don't have to scream into your microphone anymore to get it to work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's much better. It's normally people did just turn me up to 200% and it was fine. Nobody ever had any issues. They could hear me perfectly fine once they turn me up to 200%. But then I came across somebody who was actually like so dumb that they literally didn't know how to just turn me up to 200%. I was like, oh man, I keep forgetting there's people that are this dumb on the internet. I forget his name. What's his name? Shit. I totally forget his name, but he's like the.
To be fair, why would you want to remember it?
Fair enough. Yeah, it's another streamer who is like, almost like a carbon copy of President Sunday, but.
Oh no, they're multiplying?
Yes. He's multiplying.
Sorry. President Sunday's got a very unique vibe, so it's like, oh, there's more. I didn't know. I just want to pull up your chat quick. Sorry guys, it's gonna echo on my end in 1 second. There we go. So I actually want to talk. So you guys were talking about that the shooter with the Fuentes thing, and you were asking about like why he might do that. This is like off the cuff, because I can answer that for you possibly.
Wait, I'm not sure. Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you guys were right before I hopped in. Before I hopped in, you guys were talking about like Fuentes and like the shooter that came to his house. That like, was that what you guys were talking about, or maybe I'm confused?
Yeah, you said I was wondering why he might do that though, and I'm asking who is he? Who might do what? The shooter, Nick Fuentes.
The shooter. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
because basically with like, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say we were talking a little bit about like Nick, also like getting in trouble for pushing the woman and like pepper spraying her and everything like that.
Right.
And then yeah, we were kind of like back and forth between like talking about him battering that woman and the laws that are around that, and I kept looking at Pennsylvania for some reason, but it's in Illinois, and so yeah, eventually we went back and looked up Illinois instead of Pennsylvania and got those laws instead, and just to show that like a lot of people don't like understand, I guess, the laws, or it's possible that they can like live in a state where their laws are drastically different from the rest of the United States or something like that. So pulling up the actual laws and kind of showing people like what qualifies, what doesn't qualify, and kind of how you assess these things is kind of what I was planning on going over next, but wanted to talk to you first.
Yeah, I just want to, because some people were like, and this is in other chats too, or other like content I've noticed, because with like, it's like a pattern for like spree shooters to basically just do whatever would get them the most attention. And so if people are wondering like what his motivation was, I'm gonna just make like a educated guess that it was probably that. Just because like, Nick Fuentes is a big name.
Say that
I don't
again?
know. That's it.
I'm sorry. So you're saying that he showed up to his house just because he...
Yeah, because like spree shooters have a pattern of wanting to like get as much attention as possible,
Mm-hmm.
Like, because like, yeah, another example is like,
well, no, I was saying,
in the Christchurch
I was saying
shooting,
with the first shooting, do we know if he knew those victims? So he shot the first 3 people, and I'm saying like, okay, so with those 3 people, did he know them? Was this like people that he had some sort of connection to? Or yes, was it just like a random act of violence, and then he just goes off and is like, now, since Nick Fuentes is doxxed, I can just go and shoot him too? Or was this like
ideologically motivated?
Moment? Yeah, well, so not even that. It could be like, it could have been like a random act of violence, and like for some reason, right? Any reason you want, he decided he had to kill these people, or he wanted to kill those people. And then after he killed them, he thought, well, I'm going to prison for the rest of my life. Might as well take Nick Fuentes out with me. There's a lot of people talking about him right now, so I might as well, go to his house. His address and everything is out there, so might as well go over there and find him and try to kill him before the police can come arrest me. And yeah, he like there's a lot of like possibilities for what could have happened here. And so I'm wondering what happened in the first shooting to where he ends up at Nick Fuentes' house afterwards. And then I would also like to know if it was ideologically motivated. I would want to know if he was on the left, if he's like some Marxist leftist or some shit, or if he's some sort of like some sort of like hardcore like feminist person who's mad that he said your body my choice, which is honestly, like, it's a great fucking troll, dude. It really is. It
is a good troll. Honestly, it is funny. Like, I don't agree with it, but it is funny.
Yeah, it's funny as fuck, dude. It's funny as fuck. Because, like, even just and it's also funny. So, like, while that is funny, and while doxing is always wrong, it's always bad. Don't dox people. But it also becomes a little funny that he ends up getting doxed in response to that like, because he was so brazen to go and say that sort of shit online, he's then getting doxed.
I almost wonder if it's like his like people like locally, like around him, that are just annoyed because like there's so much shit going on at his house apparently. Like Kino Casino was reporting on that, and they said that, like, I guess, like, the citizens of Chicago were using, like, his front lawn as, like, a party base, and, like, people were doing weird stuff there all the time. So, I kind of wonder if it's, like, people that live around him that have just had enough of the shenanigans. Which, I don't think that validates anything, or that justifies anything. But that's just my suspicion. Because it's, like, if you pepper spray, like, a grandma, and, like, kick her down on the ground and shit like that, like, that's pretty fucked up for most people.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, this is what I was saying before, and I think this is part of like what people like misunderstand about the like analysis that you have to go through in order to decide if you're in some sort of imminent danger, and in order for us to like consider this self-defense legally, right? So
yeah,
where lots of people,
I don't even think you can do that in Illinois. Illinois, I would feel like, would be a state that would be more punitive towards self-defense.
I was initially, when I looked up Pennsylvania, I was like, what the fuck? This is a stand your ground state? What? No shot, dude. And I was like so confused. And then I realized I was looking at Pennsylvania, not Illinois. And so, I was, I realized why I was so confused on this. But,
anyway, actually, so that's just off the cuff, but the real reason I called is because
I was gonna say real quick on the other thing, the thing that I think a lot of people miss on that one is, like, even you were bringing up the fact that he like had a bunch of other people in his yard, and that other people were like coming in and fucking with him. A lot of people take that information and then apply it to this lady and say that because of those other things, he can now take what those other people did, and now it makes sense that he's attacking this lady because other people were knocking on his door over and over, because other people were harassing him, because other people were in his yard over and over, because other people were sending him threats online, because other people, and they keep doing this where they think because other people are doing things, he can feel a threat from this specific woman now, and just assume, like, even the fact that, like, once you get threats online, you don't know who those people are. It could be a woman, it could be a man, it could be anybody. And then all of a sudden somebody's knocking on your door. Yes, it makes sense that you could have a reasonable feeling that she could be a threat. But there has to be some, like, process in this analysis to attach
it's not,
that feeling
it's not illegal to knock on somebody's door. Like, it's not illegal to knock on somebody's door. And like, I just feel so bad for her because the way she sounds in the video, like, she doesn't, she literally just sounds like she wants to have a conversation, and it just like fucking goes at her like full throttle.
Did you see the body cam footage?
I haven't seen the body cam. I've only seen her footage from her
Okay, so
phone.
that's why we were talking about this. Is yesterday we went over the body cam footage from when the cop responds to the call, and there's the first woman who told her to go over there. Remember, there's the first woman who says, like,
Yes, yes.
yeah, you should go up there, blah blah blah. She's there. Then we hear from the actual woman herself. Then we hear from Nick Fuentes himself, and the woman actually didn't seem like she even knew what she was gonna say once she got to the freaking door. Like, she said initially she went there, and I this is probably bullshit, but this is the reason she gave the cop. Is she said her followers on social media kept telling her that people were leaving piles of shit at Nick Fuentes' door. And so she went to record his front door to show that there were no piles of shit there. That's what she said. And then while she was recording, the other lady drove by and rolled down her window and said, "You should go knock on his door. Go knock on it." And so the cop asked her, he was like, "Why did you go knock on his door though? Like, why, what were you expecting to get out of that?" And I don't remember if she gave an answer. I just remember the stumbling and stammering that came before that, to where it didn't feel like there was like a real plan there, or she even knew. In chat, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I remember, I don't even think she knew like what it was that she was going to do when he answered the door. And so, yeah, like, she probably just, like, she had her phone out, she was recording. She probably just would have been like, "Do you think it's funny to say your body, my choice? Do you think that's funny?" Or like, "Do you think that's smart?" Or some shit like that. That's probably
Yeah, like, to me, it just feels like a local dispute, you know? Like, if you had a neighbor that was, like, partying a lot or whatever the fuck, and just,
Allie
like,
said
bugging
that
you,
she said she
and
can't say no to a dare. That's what Allie said. She said she can't say no to a
That's
dare or
weird.
something. Damn, I don't remember that. That's it. I remember she gave really bad answers though. I remember, like, while we were reviewing it yesterday, I kept saying, I was like, "These are the fucking worst answers, dude. Like, do not say this, guys. If you got a cop asking you about why you did something like this, like, do not give these answers. This is horrible."
My advice, well, not that I have any legal advice I can give because I'm not a legal expert, but I just don't talk to cops, period.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of Nick initially. He was like, "Well, I'm not talking. I don't talk." But then he kept talking, and he kept giving, like, information that kind of defended himself, but that was all he would give. And so he would say things like, "Well, I've been getting a lot of harassment. I got doxxed. People put my address out on the internet, and I've been getting death threats all the time. And so, like, I'm obviously, like, afraid for my life." And they'd be like, "Oh, okay. So, like, did you pepper spray her?" And he's like, "I don't talk to cops." And they're like, "What?"
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
why would
But
he
then,
do that?
so I don't
That's...
know. And then they'd say, like, "We need your cooperation. Like, she's fully cooperating. You're not. Like, this is obviously going to look bad on you." Now, just FYI, guys, chat, everybody, that is just a cop using a tactic to try to get you to incriminate yourself and to give information. That's it. That's all they're doing.
Yep.
So Nick is smart by not giving that information and only giving information that would defend himself. He is being smart by doing this. And when the cop is, like, trying to make it sound like she's cooperating, so she's the only one who's given us any information, so we only have her story to go off of, which means that, like, we can't, we're gonna have to make a decision here just off of her testimony. If you're not gonna give us anything to defend yourself, like, they are trying to get you to incriminate yourself, while in the moment it might mean that they're not going to take you to jail right then and there. It could mean that. It could mean that they're going to say, "Okay, well, you know what? We're going to have to do an investigation on this, and we'll have to come back later and figure it out."
They are using that read technique where they're trying to get anything to just get in to talk to you. And then once you get in that conversation, they try to inch you further and further into admitting to whatever they think you did.
Yep, which is why the cop kept repeating, like, I'm not political. I don't care about one side or the other. I'm just a cop here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. I don't care. I just want to know what your side is. I care about what you think happened and what your side is, because I just want to know. I just want to understand. And yeah, he's just trying to get him to talk. But yes, even though it could mean that they end up taking you to jail right then and there, right? Because if they only have her story, it could turn out to where they're like, okay, well, yeah, if you don't have any like information that would make this sound defensible at all, and we just have her story and the witness's story that you just battered her, then yeah, we're just gonna have to take you to jail then. That could be the case a lot of times. But if you're waiting for a lawyer, if you're not talking because you don't have a lawyer, yes, you want to wait for the fucking lawyer to meet you at jail. Don't freak out when they start putting the cuffs on and be like, okay, I'll talk, I'll tell you. Like, no, because most of the time you're just going to get yourself in deeper. Just wait for your fucking lawyer at the jail. Do not say shit.
The best way I think to say it is to just be like, nothing personal, but I want my lawyer, like, and then just don't say anything.
Yeah.
Just remain calm. They use your emotions to manipulate you. So if you ever,
it's hard to remain calm. It's hard. That's like an impossible task.
Had a lot of legal issues. I'll just say
it's almost impossible to remain calm. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize that, like, just cops showing up, it immediately feels like, even if there's not, it immediately feels like there's a lot at stake. Like, immediately, just cops showing up immediately feels like this is serious now. There's a lot at stake. And even if you don't think you're going to get in trouble or you're going to get arrested, you now start thinking about, like, that person being in jail, that person being locked up, that person having to go to court, you having to go to court and, like, testify in front of them and in front of their fans, and, like, the harassment that could come with this. And, like, there's just, even if for small little things, when cops show up, people start fucking shaking. Like, it's just it's a normal thing, and you want to always know that when cops show up, you're gonna fucking start shaking and freaking out, because yeah, you're if you're not prepared for that at all, and you think you're gonna be able to just be calm and chill, it's not very likely. So
yeah, I'm lucky. I've never, despite all of my life shenanigans, I've never been arrested. But I've had a couple of friends that, like, have gone to jail, so. But
I
anyway,
think I've been arrested a total of like 5 times, maybe 6 times. And I've been to jail. I've been arrested and, like, fingerprinted and stuff and crap like that a couple of times. But I think I've actually gone to jail, or done done some actual time. I think 3 times, where I think one time I did a week, one time I did 6 months, and then the other time I did over a year. But I can't remember. I could be totally wrong on that.
You were doing some fooling around, huh?
Oh, yeah. Doing some tomfoolery.
No, I got a buddy that actually, he got arrested for armed robbery. He was in federal prison for a long time. He just got out. It's crazy how that changes people, though. Like, he's a totally different person now. But that's what meth does. Don't do meth, kids.
A different person in what kind of way? Because, like, for me, it was beneficial. I was on tons of drugs. I was robbing everybody. I was selling drugs. I was doing all sorts of shit. But the last time, I ended up getting clean and, like, getting much better because of it. Whereas, yeah, other people,
because
he
went to the Fed pen. Like, he wasn't like the kind of guy that, like, he wasn't like a very big guy. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think he got bullied a lot. And not, granted, it's Minnesota, so Minnesota does not have, like, the toughest prisons in the world. But,
well,
like,
the pen is always hard, though. Like, penitentiaries are always much harder than prison, because this is a explanation that I've had to explain to people 1,000 times who don't know, like, the differences between, like, jails, prisons, penitentiaries. Like the penitentiaries are almost always rough. I think the roughest one, from what I remember, is in Alaska, and it's I like there were one of the places I was at, I met a guy who was with, I forget the name of the gang, but there was like a major like popular gang that had they had crowns. They had tattoos of crowns on them.
Latin Kings.
Latin Kings, yes. He was part of the Latin Kings, and this guy, what, like, everybody was fucking terrified of this dude. He would just like slap people around, and he was there at just like temporarily, just for like some sort of court hearing or something. And it was he was a fucking terrifying, like he looks like what you would expect a Latin king to look like shaved head, long goatee, fucking ripped. He was doing like, I could be totally like exaggerating this, but from what I remember, I believe he said he did like 1,000 push-ups a day, like every single day, not like taking days off or anything. Every single day he would do like a couple hundred, now a couple hundred a little bit later, a couple hundred more, a couple hundred more. And this guy was just like this massive Mexican, but he wasn't like, I was taller than him and I was like bigger than him, but he's
Did
like
you fight him?
Jacked.
Did
No,
you
no,
engage in
no, not him. No, actually, he was really nice to me for some reason. I don't know what it was. All of the other guys who were like my age that were Mexican or like Latino, he like would fuck them up, and they would all have to like pay him shit. They would have to like give him like ramen noodle soups and like honey buns and like all sorts of shit. They would give it to him. But one time I remember him like smacking the fuck out of this guy, this kid. And the kid just kind of like falls over and then takes out of his shirt this like ramen noodle soup, and he hands it to him. And he walks out. Yeah, he walks out, and because that's currency in county. That's that is currency. So yeah, so he hands him the ramen noodle pack of ramen noodles, and he walks out and is like, hey, I think they called me Slow-Mo at the time or something like that. And he's like, hey, Slow-Mo, here you go, man, and just throws it to me. And I was like, thanks so much, man. And I didn't have like money on my books. I didn't have like, I had to hustle for everything that I got while I was locked up. And so
that's too bad.
It felt really weird. Like I had to take it because I needed it. I was fucking hungry as fuck. But he throws this to me and I'm thinking, he just smacked the fuck out of that guy for this and then just handed this to me. Like I'm wondering, like, does this look like I sent him to go do this now? What the fuck? I don't want to be standing this. I don't want to be standing here holding this. Yes, like, yeah, like, what's the catch, dude? What am I supposed to? And I remember, like always kind of being afraid that, like, he was going to come ask me to do some shit and I wasn't going to want to do it. But no, he never did. Never asked anything of me, but he gave me shit tons of times. And yeah, was just always just really nice. I don't know what it was, but yeah, he was always super chill.
I feel like if you're chill with everybody, I mean, like the closest thing I've gone to that is like the mental health ward, which is, I feel like in the U.S., a sort of prison. Okay, they take away your phone and stuff, and that kind of sounds like some shit. One time I had this girl bunk with me, and I just like came to our room, and she was literally like destroying like. And there's nothing really in this room, right? It's just like 2 beds and like a fucking like a side table with like a drawer that you could open. And it was just, I feel like they always put me with the crazy people because I have a more calm personality. And it's
nice.
But yeah.
Yeah, there was a kid who was like super autistic who was in there with another guy who was staying over from the pen, but he was there for a long time and he was bunking with this kid who was like hyper autistic, like hardcore. And same thing, this kid would fit, like, so we had these big bins, right? Like, you know, the big like purple and blue bins that you get,
right?
So like that's what you kept like your clothes in, like all of your like, you know, court filings in. That's what you kept all of your food and everything in. And so every day when you would get your your what they call a store. You would take your bin down there, and then they would, like, whatever you bought, they would put it all into your bin, and you would walk back up. But when he would walk back up to his cell, the other guy would take it from him and then just start, like, picking stuff up out of it and putting it into his bin. And I remember me and my bunkmates looking at it all the time, being like, "What the hell is going on there, dude?" And they were like, "Is this is starting to look like a little suspicious."
That
And
I
then
feel like that's
another
like
day,
a
another day,
dominance
one of
thing.
them, another day, one of them grabbed me and they were like, "Bro, look." And I look out and the two of them are coming out of the shower at the same time. It's like, oh, fuck. Poor kid. And at one day, the kid right in front of the fucking cops walked up and just fucking punched, like, the biggest guy there. Just walked up and punched him. Just right in front of the cops. And the cops grabbed him and put him in fucking cuffs and took him to the hole.
Why? Just because he was mad?
No, I think he wanted
like
to go
he
to the
just
hole. I think he was trying to get out.
Oh,
I think
he was trying to get in the hole. Okay.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get out. And the same guy, so this guy's name was Playboy. And he was a fucking, like, piece of shit, dude. Like, he was massive. Like, fucking huge, right? Like, 300 pounds, probably, like, 6'6" or 6'5", somewhere around there. He was huge.
That is huge.
And
Holy
he had,
shit.
like, meth mouth, and he was super country. He had these, like, tattoos of the Playboy bunny on his shoulder and on the back of his neck, but tons of other, like, tattoos that are very misplaced and all over the place. And one day I just said something about him, like, ruining the movie that we were watching. We were watching The Green Mile, and he kept, like, kind of saying what was going to happen. And I was just like, bro, like, my buddy hasn't seen this yet. Like, why are you doing that? He, like, starts, like, bucking on me. Like, what? I didn't say anything. You're lying. I didn't say anything. You're lying? And I was like, no, you did. You just said, bro. You just said that they was going to have flies come out of his mouth and shit. Like, this kid doesn't even know that it's fucking... that he's gonna be magic or anything, and you're kind of ruining it right now. And he's like, no, you're lying, bro. You're lying about me right now. And I just, like, kept, like, walking backwards, but I'm so dumb that, like, in my experiences, I could always just keep talking shit to people who would buck up because they just would never do anything about it. And so I would always just look like I would just always kind of call their bluff. This guy, no shot. Guy fucking headbutt me right in my fucking nose. And my nose was bleeding all over the place. And it was just blood fucking all over the place. And
did he break it?
Yeah, he broke it. The cops kept asking me what happened because I had raccoon eyes for like a week, and I kept saying I was playing basketball and somebody accidentally caught me with a bow, and they're like, "Who was it?" I was like, "I don't remember. There's a lot of people out there. It was a mess. I don't remember what happened." But he broke my nose, and and he went to the bathroom and is like calling me out from the bathroom, like takes his shirt off. It's like, "Let's go," and I've got like tears like dripping down my fucking eyes. And I remember thinking, fuck, I'm about to fucking die, but I have to do this now. I have to go. And I'm like stumbling like over there, like all dizzy and like can't really keep my balance. These two other guys come over. They're like, "Bro, you're not going anywhere. Sit your fucking ass down, dude. What are you doing? You're not going anywhere."
I'm glad you had backup there, because that would be fucking scary.
I would so get you, dude. If it wasn't for them, I would so I would so be in that bathroom, but they're not letting me go. It's not really what I did. I was totally out of it. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
I gotta read this chat. Naomi, did he say, "You got a pretty mouth, bald boy"?
Yeah.
Does anybody actually say that?
That's
probably not.
It's from a movie from back in the.
Which movie?
It's from an old movie of these like
Shawshank
old guys.
Redemption, is it?
No, it's these old guys that are in Atlanta, and they're like grabbing young boys and like raping them out in the woods, and they're like these very country like fucking guys who are like just like raping kids. It's an old movie. I don't remember what it was called, but Deliverance. Yeah, I think that's it. Deliverance.
Okay, I know about Deliverance. because I live under my autism rock, I rarely watch movies, but I do know about Deliverance, which is weird.
Yeah. But yeah, the
No,
Playboy guy,
always...
after that happened, I like stayed far away from him all the time because he was just a loose fucking cannon. And at one point, out of nowhere, he came in to my room with his fucking shit and like put his stuff down on a bunk and told the guy to move up to the top bunk, and he did. He just got up and grabbed his stuff and moved up there. And I was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I don't know, man. You guys always look like you're having fun in here." So I asked the guard to move me in here, and he said, "Yeah." And so now I'm over here with you guys. I was like, "Oh fuck, dude. I hate this guy." But he like acted like we were like best buds, and like none of that ever happened. And in my head, I'm like fucking terrified of this guy all the time. Like I'm always thinking like his head just moves a little bit. I'm like, oh fuck, this guy's gonna fucking kill me, dude. He just kept acting like, yeah, like it never happened and we were best buds and actual crackhead behavior. Yes, he was an actual crackhead. He was actually like literally smoked crack all the time, smoked wet all the time. Like he was just unhinged, like totally unpredictable, out of nowhere. I hated this guy. Like he like wrecked my fucking nerves for the rest of the time we were in a pod together because I was not having it with this guy. I was like I was like 18, like heroin addict, like very thin and like small, and he was just this fucking like massive jack dude who was just willing to throw his weight around.
Candleless rice. That is a very disturbing comment. We don't need to do that.
Tom bent over again.
That's
if I had done that, maybe I would have felt a bit more comfortable. You know, I would have felt that I at least had something worth holding over his head at that point. You know,
that's true.
Get some of my power back. Yeah.
Putting the power in power bottom.
Yeah, I got that good booty hole, bro. If you're not nice, you gotta. You're you're in the doghouse.
Wait, no, that's my house though. Uh-oh.
Okay, so what were you calling in about?
So I wanted to ask
this horrific shit.
Yes. Now that we've procrastinated for like 35 minutes, which is fine. I actually wanted to call in because I saw you tweet out. This it was a while ago. That you wanted or that you thought that the Democrats like should move right, and so I just wanted to get like what your different positions are on things. It's not like in a debate way, but just like I personally like I live in Canada
one way or
now,
the other.
So I don't. Yeah, so I don't have any like. Well, I have some emotional investment, but I feel like I'm in a good neutral place there where it's like the outcome, it's not going to get me worked up or whatever. So I'm curious to which like issues. So I listed different categories. But I just want like your general take. Like what do you mean when you say you want the Democrats to move right?
I don't know if that's what I would have to read the tweet. From what I remember, it was the idea that I was coming. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it may have been in response to a specific issue, and I just don't remember, because I have a shit memory, so.
Yeah, so I just know that, like, after the election, I was, or I'm sorry, hold on one second.
His name was Sheila. Dude, that would be scary if you were in prison and got beat up by somebody named Sheila.
Yeah, that would be
Don't fuck with Sheila.
Yeah. There were people there at the time, but I didn't know, like, there was somebody there that we called Sister who was like insanely flamboyant, and I thought that they were just gay, but we all called them Sister. But they actually, like, I remember like explaining this, like at the time they actually just seemed like a woman. Like they really did. They just seemed like a freaking woman. Everything about them. But they had a shave. It was like a black guy, super skinny, shaved head, and um, yeah. When we were in county together, we all called him Sister, and that was just, I don't know why. That's just the name that everybody called him when I got there. But then later,
Mantis wants us to get to focus.
yeah, later when we were in prison together, he fucking said, like, "Oh, if you see me out in the streets, I'm hot as fuck." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's cool." And he was like, "Yeah, I got long hair, I got a nice dress on, I'll have all my makeup done." And I was like, "Oh, wait, what is that?" And he's like, "Yeah, I don't remember what he said, but it was like a bunch of gibberish to me at the time. Now I think back to it, and I think he was telling me he was trans. I think he was.
He probably was. Like
I
back
think he
in
was
the,
a she, but yeah.
Before like the 2000s, there was this kind of like ambiguous, especially for like feminine like men or feminine like males. There's kind of like an ambiguous category, I think. And now that we have like labels, it's easier to actually communicate about it. But
Yeah.
he probably was.
Oh, dude, I remember
trans, or
when
she,
the whole
excuse
thing
me.
happened with Caitlyn Jenner initially. This was I'd never heard of anything like this before. That was brand
such
new
a
to me.
bad
I had
PR
never
thing.
heard of anything like this before, that like they're just saying that they are a woman and that they're just going to dress like this all the time now. I thought that that was a cross-dresser and that they were just always cross-dressing now or something like that. I'd never heard of this. So yes, it wasn't until like literally like I think it's been like 17 years since I was locked up, and it was like, yes, way later when I finally thought back to that that is to Sister and thought, oh, maybe he was a she like the whole time, and like you have no way of knowing. You're locked up, like, so you have it's not like he could have like put fucking makeup on in prison or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, there's actually an old study. It's a study it's on partial transsexualism, and it actually looks at an inmate in I forget which federal prison that they detransitioned, but they like had transitioned enough to where they like were basically in this like ambiguous androgynous category. I don't have the study on me, but if you guys, it's an interesting one to look up if I don't know, people in chat are curious about stuff like that. And it talked a lot about how like the struggle of having a non-congruent gender if you're in prison. I also like the term partial transsexualism. I think that's funny. I apply it to myself.
I would imagine the main thing that I keep thinking of though is that like now that we know like a lot about like transgenderism and being trans and things like that, I just think of like, you know, how like hard that would be to be locked up and to be
especially if you're,
but especially back then, like not even just back then, not even just back then, but back then in Georgia, it like where you can't begin to like explain this sort of stuff. And I remember them like they most of the time they were this very flamboyant, like open, like life of the party, just always like laughing and just like kind of like dicking on people and just making fun of folks and just kind of being crazy. But then yeah, there were other times where they were like just down in the dumps, like crying, super depressed for periods of time. And it was like, yeah, there's just so many things that like what later when I thought back to all of this that I thought, yeah, maybe that was something that was like, maybe that's what was going on there. But it could be that they were just like gay and a cross-dresser as well. I have no fucking idea. It's just,
well, if you go far back enough, there's so much conflation that you can't really, it's hard to separate the two, especially like because these people are not alive anymore, so we can't ask them, you know. We have to speculate. But there's also like the historical like occurrences of, do you guys know about the universal friend?
No.
There was like a woman in like the 1800s who created this like universal, she like said that her gender was like universal friend or something. Let me look it up quick.
Well, I
funny.
also wonder a lot of times how much of like my memory is actually even correct on these things, because your memory is so
I found
malleable
it.
that it changes so much. And so I also wonder like if learning about like trans people and how all this happened has like even warped the way that I remember that person, and it may be that I just like end up putting them in a trans category that they're not actually in or something like that. And so yeah, it's kind of weird.
I'll send you the link to the universal friend thing. It's really interesting. The
What
public
is
universal
wrong with you,
friend.
mayonnaise monster? You,
Wait,
I don't
hold
know.
on, let me see what he's saying.
Did I break up with you or something? Like, if did I cheat on you or some shit? Like, what the fuck, dude? What is you are
Tom
actually
did it
like
again?
worse than a fucking like scorned ex-lover, dude. You are so what is your fucking problem, dude? Yeah, Peter got fucking scorned, dude. Something happened to this motherfucker. You're literally nowhere. The last time you're here, you're acting like it was like acceptable for Aiko to release my DMs because of something that you were wrong about. So then you just disappear and then show back up as though you're just like, no like taking back any of the retarded shit that you said last time. Still just kind of coming back with some fucking attitude as though you have anything to have an attitude about. Just super big mad, dude. What is your fucking deal? Like that, I don't know what was the wrong thing? You said that it made sense for Aiko to leak my DMs because I kept saying that I wasn't a linguist and that I never said that. And I said, no, there's hundreds of clips of me saying I am a linguist.
Oh, no.
I don't say it online. I don't call myself that in public, is what I said. I said it over and over, said it in the debate with President Sunday, said it in the things where I went over all the evidence. I said this stuff thousands of times that I don't say this in public, but I do in private. I said over and over, if I'm at dinner, if I'm talking to my friends, if I'm talking to my family, yes, I will say that I'm a linguist. But then I feel like you might have said something different than that, so it makes sense that she fucking leaked your shit now. It's like, okay, you feel that way. That's not reality though. And then yes, even now you come in and you act like I'm lying about the shit about fucking getting harassed and everything. And then yes, other people remember. I don't remember this. Why the fuck would you? Okay, so you don't remember, so I'm lying now? But now, yes, other people remember, and you're still sitting there acting like no matter what I say, that you have to have some sort of issue with it. What the fuck? What is your deal?
Oh, Peter. Do we need to have like couples therapy time?
You said because she's your friend, you can say that? That's wild. No, because it's in private. Yes, I said this to my friends, but I say this in private. I say this to people offline. Yes, that is, again, the whole argument was over whether or not I was presenting myself as an expert, as an authority. That's the whole fucking thing, is whether or not I'm presenting myself as an authority. And I kept saying, well, I'm not. I don't even use that label in public. I don't even call myself that. I'm very clear to just say that I worked in linguistics, and I leave it at that. That's very simple. Like,
should we cycle back to the politics? I just I don't want to accidentally cause like a.
I didn't say you lied. I said I didn't remember that happening. Okay. Yeah, you're a dishonest fuck. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to state that I'm Switzerland in this scenario. Okay, I don't know a lot of the lore.
Okay, so the thing is, like, at the time, it was right after Kamala had lost, and one of the things that I had said is I had a debate with Econo Boy about this, and maybe some other people, but the like main thing was that I felt like people were kind of acting like I felt like Kamala was a little bit too progressive, and even with like some of her more progressive stuff, I don't think she led this like far left campaign. I don't think she did that. And I think that like, lots of people like, Brianna Wu and like all these others who were coming out acting like she was just too far left, and she was all about the trans people, and she wouldn't stop with the trans people. And that's why she lost. Like, that's ridiculous. But I do feel like the image of her from 2020, where she was like much more progressive and much farther left, and just kind of you know, acting like acting like the Democrats were going to vote for somebody that was that far out there. I think that stain was on her. I think that was stuck with her, and I think she didn't do a good job at denouncing those sorts of things. So that was my main gripe. But then everybody else, like all of the progressives and all the, farther left people, were saying she lost because she was too far right, and that she was practically a Republican, and that she was out there. I felt like she didn't do anything to really appease, the center and the moderates, and that she didn't do much to try to get our votes. I was voting for her either way, so I didn't really care, but I felt like strategically it wasn't a good idea to just kind of forget about the moderates and not really try to appease them at all. But then people kept bringing up the fact that she was she had Republicans on stage with her and crap like that.
I didn't like Kamala either. I think she's very not likable.
Well, I mean, that was just my main issue, is that the people were acting like her having Republicans campaign with her, or having Republicans say that they were voting for her. They kept acting like that was her being a Republican. And they kept saying, she's trying to appease Republicans. And I kept saying, that's not her trying to appease Republicans. They don't agree on anything. They agree on literally nothing. That's her saying, these people are lifelong Republicans, and yet they're still willing to endorse her over Donald Trump because that's how bad Donald Trump is. That's not her saying, we agree, we're all best buds, we all have the same policies. That's not her saying any of that shit. That's her just saying, Donald Trump's that fucking bad that they're willing to endorse me. That's all it was. But yes, they kept using this as an idea to say, she's far right, or she's a Republican now, or she's trying to appease right-wingers, and that when I complain about the fact that she didn't do anything to appease the moderates, that I'm wrong because she had Liz Cheney on stage with her one time. And so that was that was their whole argument, is she kept waving around this list of 200 Republicans that endorsed her. Yeah, and so that was really all I was doing in that tweet, is I was kind of saying, if you guys thought that she was too far right, well, I think she was too far left. So if anything, I think she needs to become more moderate. If anything, I think she needed to talk more about what they did with immigration under Biden, how good he did with immigration, how well he did with inflation, how well he did with just all of those things. The borders are shit. There were so many things that I think she could have addressed and done a good job, and that would really have brought in the moderates, and she just kind of didn't answer any of those things, and it was bullshit. And that was the main thing that I was kind of doing, is just kind of trying to bait all of the motherfuckers who were out there saying that she was a Republican.
Why do I have so many output devices? Sorry, I just had an ADHD moment. I accidentally right-clicked, and I was like, I didn't know I had 6 microphones. My chat is saying, Will says, I mean, she's more likable than Biden, at least. I actually disagree. I think that Walz and her should have been switched. Walz is pretty progressive, but he's very good at compromising, and he's very good at that optical component, where it's he's not going to offend anybody, because it's really hard to be like, that's the woke mob, pointing at some old white guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I personally think they should have been switched, but the Dems keep doing the it's her turn thing, and it wasn't an option. There wasn't an option. Trust me. There was I promise you, there was no fucking option. They even though Kamala was not a good candidate, she did not do great. I think this was as good as it could be. I think this was as good as it could be. So think about That's a fair claim, I think, though.
Normally, when like somebody wins presidency, normally as the incumbent, they normally win again, right? They're able to stay in presidency. We have, as far back as I can remember, we got the first Bush with 2 terms, then we have Clinton with 2 terms, then we have the second Bush with 2 terms, then we have Obama with 2 terms, then we have Trump with 1 term. But the reason he had 1 term was because of COVID. Because when something big happens, when something crazy happens, and everybody feels bad about it, they don't like how things are going, regardless of whether or not it's your fault, they're going to blame you. And so everybody that
that's
year was
an international thing.
Yes,
if you look at all
everywhere.
the governments, like Canada's a really good example. Like my province of Manitoba, we switched from a conservative government to an NDP, which is like like social democrat government, because of COVID, which was nice for us. Because we had the conservatives here had been going for like 5 terms because there isn't term limits with like our system, so that ended up being good for us. But I feel like basically everywhere the government switched unless it was like a authoritarian regime or if they actually handled COVID well, like New Zealand did. But
yeah, no,
I want to know.
My point is that the Trump he only lost in 2020 because he had COVID. And so at that time, the person who won was Biden. The reason he won was because he was, out of everybody who was on that stage, out of everybody who was there, he was the one person who everybody knew. He was a familiar face, a familiar name. Everybody had seen him 1,000 times on stage with Obama, laughing, having a good time,
and
goofing off, all of the shit. They all knew him, right? Name recognition, face recognition. These are insanely important things when it comes to campaigns. And so when Kamala ran, she was the same person. She was Joe Biden in 2020. She was the person who everybody knew. She's the person who they knew her name, they knew her face, they'd seen her 1,000 times, they felt comfortable with her. And so when she comes out as the candidate, they said that they could have a primary, that other people could run against her if they wanted to, but nobody did. Nobody came out against her. The reason nobody did is for a couple of reasons. 1, she already got Joe Biden's endorsement. 2, she already got Joe Biden's campaign money, so she was already just way ahead of everybody else.
I've already got your money, she says.
Yes, well, and then 3, they have no she has all of the name recognition. And so with those 3 components, right off the rip, with what was it, 3 weeks, 4 weeks for them to try to run a pseudo primary?
Yeah, it was pretty.
There was no chance.
It was pretty short.
Yes, no chance. And so when Joe Biden dropped out, from that point, that it was Kamala. It was Kamala. It was going to be Kamala. It couldn't have been anybody else. And so as poorly as she did, I think she did as good as she could have possibly done. She only lost by 250,000 votes in Electoral College. She only lost by 3 million in the popular vote. She is the second most voted Democrat of all time, behind Joe Biden, who had mail-in ballots at the time. She did extremely well, all things considered. And so yeah, I think that she was by far the best candidate, and she was the only option. She was the only person who could have done what she did.
I think that's a fair claim. I think I personally just wish that they would fix, just all of these optics problems. I don't know. It's difficult to summarize, but what I want to ask, because I want to round back to my questions here, is what did you think she was too left-wing on?
I don't think she was actually too left-wing. So I think that she didn't appease.
Do you mean she was optically too left-wing?
Yes. It's hard to say with her. So with her candidacy in 2020, her campaign was very left. It was it was very left. I will say that that obviously followed her into this campaign, and people kept bringing up her old policies, things like banning fracking, banning assault weapons, doing mandatory buybacks, like just all sorts of shit that I think she even had comments about like about letting everybody in the fucking border, like just dumb shit. She said a bunch of dumb shit in 2020. And so she should.
They shouldn't have gone back to 2016 or no, in 2020. You're right. No, you're right. My bad. I think I just mixed her up with Foolery in my head.
She should have denounced those things. She should have like been very clear that she didn't believe those things anymore. But instead, what she would do is like they would ask her like, "Hey, in 2020, you said that you wanted to ban fracking," and she would be like, "I haven't said that this campaign. I've never said that. I never said that I wanted to do that this campaign." And they're like, "Well, but you did say it then." She's like, "I am not running on banning fracking. I don't know why people are acting like I've said this during this campaign. I haven't said this during this campaign. I am not running on that." And it's like, you realize like how fucking retarded you look right now, right? Like you need to condemn that fucking thing. Condemn it. Say, "I don't agree with that anymore. I've changed my mind. Here's why I've changed my mind. Here are the things that I realized I was wrong on when it comes to this." And then they like, I think it was CNN who finally like pinned her down. It was like, are you going to ban fracking? Do you have any plans of doing this whatsoever? And she's like, "No, I don't." It's like, finally, dude. Okay, so now you said you don't, but you still haven't like convinced people that this is a thing that you disagree with. And so it's not the fact that even if we believe that you don't plan on banning fracking, it's the thought process that got you to banning fracking in the first place that's still in our heads. Why the fuck did you ever think that that was a good idea? What is wrong with you? And so we need you to give us a thought process that got you out of that. We need to see that you actually see the light and that you didn't just say, "Oh, I'm not saying that anymore because I got too much heat for it last time." But instead, no, I realized that actually this is the best process, and that when it comes to going green and having better, cleaner energy, this is the only thing that's actually pragmatic right now. Like, that's what we need to hear, and that's not what we got. We didn't get it on that. We didn't get it on immigration. We didn't get it on, trans people, like illegal aliens in prison transitioning. Like, we didn't get it on a lot of these things to where she did give some, like, good answers on a lot of them. It just wasn't what people needed.
Yeah, Will in my chat says, "Yeah, honestly, I think that's the major thing. Depressing as fuck, but I think that influences a lot of people's votes. Easier to vote for a senile old white guy than a woman." Yeah, I am going to be very brutally honest here. I do think that the gender thing is a major issue. It's really sad, though. I don't know how to fix it.
I think that without her 2020 campaign, she would have won. I think that without the inflation issues, she would have won. I think that with both of those things and her condemning like the past remarks and the dumb things that she said back then, I think that she would have won. And so, yeah, I think that there were a number of things that she could have done to do better. Also, just rhetorically, her like interviews were pure shit. And when you go over the polling, you can see she drops off, especially in swing states. She was up.
Yeah, I feel like if you looked at her independent numbers in 2022, like it was just, I feel like the real data point that people don't look at a lot is like that independent favorability. I feel like she just didn't get it. You can continue talking. That's all I had.
Well, I was just gonna say. I was reading somebody said I don't think she would have won without the 2016 stuff, to be honest. But I'm not sure if they meant 2020 or if there was something else. But,
no, I meant 2020.
Somebody else said this. Yeah. No. Somebody else said this, not you.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, but yes, I think that like again, she only lost by 250,000 votes. That's it. That's all she lost by. It was a very slim margin. And so she she only needed small differences to make up that margin. And yeah, I think that, yeah, I think that she could have won, but I think that like all of the odds were against her, because when we're talking about the incumbent being she was a representative of Joe Biden. She was a representation of the incumbent in this election. Even though she's not the incumbent, that's the way it was anyway. She was the representation of the incumbent. And when we had all of this inflation that had just happened, it was just like Donald Trump in 2020, where he had everybody locked down the whole year. And so everybody was upset with him. They were all mad that, like, businesses were going under, and like there were all of these like problems with COVID, and everything was just wacky and weird and strange. And so they all just blamed him, and they voted for Joe Biden. In this election, that thing was inflation because of COVID. And even though, yes, we had the quickest recovery, we had one of the smallest ranks of inflation compared to the economy, we had like really good outcomes on the other side, with hourly wages outpacing inflation, or real wages outpacing inflation. Like those things didn't matter. All that mattered, it didn't matter how good we did with it. All that mattered was that people were kind of feeling uneasy and upset about the state of things, regardless of whether or not it was his fault or her fault. And so they were more likely to vote for Donald Trump. And I think that, yeah, that made it to where she already came in with a handicap, and that she, yes, with small differences would have dramatically changed that. But also, when you look at the polling drops off a cliff when she starts doing her interviews. So at first, she has her debate, and she skyrockets. She jumps up all over the place. She's doing really, really well. And
super chatted
thank you for the tip, MW.
The Australian $2 the bet. What the fuck? Some of you guys are crazy. What?
That's not crazy. That's normal.
Oh, you wanna know why? I read that as bend over and not bend over.
That's
is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Well, at least they didn't get me with the N-word this time.
Yeah, no,
that's happened in my chat once.
But yeah, it's at first she wasn't doing interviews. So at first she did the debate. She fucking creamed Donald Trump. Literally everybody agreed across the board, like Fox News, literally everybody agreed. She won that fucking debate, and she skyrocketed in polling. And then lots of at least the right wingers coming into my chat kept complaining about the fact that she hadn't done any interviews, and nobody knew what she believed in, what her policies were, blah, blah, blah. She was just kind of under the radar, just kind of out doing rallies and crap like that, and not really doing interviews. And then she started doing interviews, and almost each and every single one of them, she did really poorly. She looked really bad, and she was not giving the answers that people wanted most. And the ones that were most important, she fucked those up the most. And so that's when you see her polling just tank. It's at the
Peter, it wasn't Mantis. It's a troll that sometimes my Kick followers will do to me, because with my eyes, I will just read off things, but it takes me like a slightly longer time to process it. So yes, they have gotten me, and they have trolled me. It is true, but it was not Mantis. I just want to clarify that, okay?
Peter's like a 12-year-old kid. Don't pay attention to him.
I'm reading both chats. So
I'm not reading either. So
it was Naomi. Oh my god. Okay. One of my chatters wants to know.
It was Mantis.
Gluttonous. Well, to be fair, Mantis did say that she did that in what argument was that recently?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That's true.
I have no idea.
Gluttonous Machina wants to know if you support fracking.
Fracking? Yeah, in a sense, yeah. Like it's currently, I believe, like the best practice we have.
See, I have this issue with like the government, or at least like trying to create policies where like it becomes too specific. I feel like we should leave that up to experts in the field. And like I think we can limit like emissions, or we can you
Yeah,
know,
we
do
have
like
to
a
we
carbon
have to
tax.
transition. Yeah, we have to transition to other things, but like if you say like obviously I understand fracking isn't like it has like negative consequences to it, but it's also like it's insanely unpragmatic to just say, "Oh, we're just going to ban fracking," right? And so when you say,
I
"Are
will
you in favor
say,
of it?"
and
It's like,
I
am I in favor of like allowing people to do it instead of just banning it to where we just have no way of getting oil? Like, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm in that case, I'm in favor of it. Yeah.
I do want to point out, just because I used to, a long time ago when I was younger, I used to work in plastic injection molding. We actually need, we can't create a lot of these plastics or a lot of these products without like a type of oil or some kind of fossil fuel. So we essentially we have to withdraw ourselves from fossil fuels, but we can't do it cold turkey. It's got to be like a transitional process, and fracking is a part of that transitional process. But obviously, I personally think that we should make sure that, you know, we're not doing something really fucked up like causing earthquakes, for example. That was a concern a while ago. I don't really know where that went, but we have to use all the tools in our toolbox, right? Because some things we just can't, we haven't figured out how to produce that type of plastic without using fossil fuels.
Yeah.
So it's kind of shitty, because it's like no, you don't, I don't want it. Like if we lived in a perfect world, yes, we would have you know, wind, solar, hydroelectric dam, like all of that stuff, and we wouldn't have to frack, or we wouldn't have to like get oil, but we just don't know, like we just have some products where that's the only thing where we know how to make it. So it's
Yeah.
just it's shitty.
Yeah. So that's, I think that like that's, I don't know much about fracking, so I'm not going to act like I know a whole lot about this. And I can't remember the last time I did research on it. But I think, like, yeah, last I looked into it, and it was probably in the 2020 election, that the whole thing was that it's like the only thing we can do right now, and that like there are there just aren't like really better options currently, and so this is like as good as it gets, and people who talk about banning it are just have like no pragmatism to their policies whatsoever.
I know a decent amount about it because in 2016, when I still lived in the States, I was doing like a lot of not like, you know, high up political organizing or anything, but I just did like stuff for the, you know, like knocking on doors and stuff for Bernie. But you know, there were concerns like in the Midwest and Oklahoma about it possibly like causing earthquakes due to how like they inject a bunch of water into the ground basically, and it moves. We don't know exactly why, but it seems to have some correlation with tectonic activity. So
No, it
it's
does.
like,
Yeah, it does make earthquakes more likely for sure.
So it's one of those things where it's like we just have to be really careful. I think we could obviously invest in more though. Like I hate this didn't Trump put that tariff back on like why can't I think of it, solar panels? Like the production of solar panels?
I don't remember.
Or us purchasing solar panels from China?
I don't remember if it was solar panels exactly, or if it was something else that just affected solar panels.
Maybe it was electric cars?
I don't know. So solar panels definitely are affected. It's just whatever. So I know that like currently solar panel companies, MW saying yes he did. But yeah, solar panel companies I know currently are like calling for more tariffs on whatever it is. And so I guess it is solar. And so yeah, they're currently like screeching about this, saying that like even though they got huge benefits from the last tariff, the last group of tariffs that he implemented, they're apparently like making a huge deal about the fact that they need more tariffs to continue to even the playing field for them. So
I just want to vibe for a second. Okay, Do you also guys feel this? I really am so fucking annoyed at conservatives complaining or wanting tariffs. Like, because I have taken like some college level econ classes, and it's like no, like tariffs under they don't work. They're not good like in global capitalism. They just
so
go
the
down to
problem
the
is
consumer.
the
It just goes
problem
down
is
to the
right
consumer.
now is that Biden was like super anti-tariffs during the 2020 campaign against Trump, and then he kept the tariffs. And it wasn't like at first I kept hearing people saying like, oh no, he only kept the tariffs because he put tariffs on China, and China then was this was like part of the trade war, and so China tariffed us back. But then afterwards, Biden was like, hey, I'll get rid of the tariffs and you guys get rid of them too. And China was like, nah, we're good. We're going to keep them. You can get rid of yours, but we're not going to get rid of ours. But then I heard that is not the case, and that he actually just decided that he liked tariffs. And so now he's kept tariffs and implemented more. And so now it's not really a right-wing thing, even though Trump is running around talking about tariffing everyone and everything across the board. Biden did keep the tariffs. And so it's hard for us to like play this like, oh, right-wingers, they do this thing. While I will say, like, it is lefties who are more anti-tariffs currently. Biden kept the fucking tariffs, and I believe implemented more tariffs and has become pro-tariff. So it's complicated.
I just disagree with that. Like, maybe if it's implemented in a very specific way, I don't like, to be fair, I don't want to go over an 8,000 word document right now, but I just like that and inflation. I just want to ask you about inflation. Do you know about how inflation is affected by the USD being like the world reserve currency?
In like, when you say how it's affected, you mean just the fact that it like affects the value of it?
So
or just
so the USD being the world reserve currency, basically what gives it a lot of value is the fact that that is the currency that is happening in international trade.
Right.
Like, so basically we can run a pretty big deficit.
Right. This is what I was explaining last night, where
Yeah.
people were complaining about the deficits. And I was like, guys, the deficit is fucking bullshit. Like, you don't have to, like, it'll get to a point where it's bad enough to where, like, we have to worry about it. But currently, like, even with our debt, like, the rest of the world is fucking, like, eating off our debt. Like, they're trading our debt. And
when you have the world reserve currency, it's really interesting because it becomes like a there are some downsides to it, but no, it basically allows the government. So obviously we have to separate personal debt from the national debt, which I think conservatives conflate a lot. Because Americans do have high personal debt, but that's not the same thing as the national debt. But actually running the deficit like increases the value of the dollar in some cases, because like other countries are so dependent on trading in our currency or in Americans' currency. I live in Canada now, where the currency sucks.
Yeah,
So,
last night we were going over this because China is defaulted on $800 billion in debt that they owe us for treasuries, and so they have defaulted on their payments. And
what are they gonna? Well, I'm curious. What are they gonna do about it?
Well, that's the thing.
I've
is
been
that
stuck
like
in
nobody?
drama land.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that they like we really can do anything about it. Even though we've been good on our payments, those treasury, like when they pay for their treasury bonds, obviously that money goes to Americans. Like that money goes to the people who are buying the bonds and investing in the United States. And so like a lot of people are kind of pissed off that they have defaulted on their debt when it's going to be Americans who get that money. So
I feel like I've just been ranting about both like inflation and like the world reserve currency just like constantly. Like sometimes I'll try to go like your vertical chat. I'm fucking scared of those people. Okay,
yeah, you should be.
They're I don't know how you talk to them. Last night we were watching them and they're like, whew. I want to know where they come from. Like, is there like a factory producing them somewhere? Like,
it's like a couple hundred Peter Pans off all in one chat.
I want to know, I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase this question. What is like the one issue that you think that the Democrats need to move right on? Like,
I don't know that there's like actual issues that they need to move right on. Like, there's things that I would say I disagree with them on, but I kind of like the balance between the two. So like, I'm pro-life, and I think that some of the ways that Democrats talk about abortion is like really fucked up. Like when they like currently, like one of the topics has been about that a lot of people have talked about is the fact that that there's late-term abortions that are still legal, right?
Well, yeah, because you have to medically, because like there's some, unfortunately,
yes, but
like,
hold on,
the fetus
it doesn't.
dies.
That's not. So this is where literally where I'm going is that this is like one of
I
think this is a bad faith like way of responding to this, because there's already exceptions for abortions. So to say, oh, we're gonna leave that open for abortions, but like even the states that have limits on abortions still have exceptions for those, no matter where they happen, like no matter what point they happen, there's still exceptions. So yeah, but everybody will always respond with something like that, where they're like, yeah, but there's medical issues. It's like, yeah, even the states that have like a first trimester ban, anything after the first trimester is banned abortion wise. They're not stopping you from getting an abortion for medical reasons. They're for, as like prescribed by a doctor or anything. And so I think that it is kind of ridiculous, and a lot of people I think the my body my choice argument does lead to that, where
I think that those slogans have that as a huge downside, by the way. Like, I think ACAB has that same thing where it's like, it makes the issue very black and white when it's not. And it's funny because I wouldn't consider myself pro-life, but I actually agree with you. I think that there should be like a limit, but it shouldn't be like what they have in the South, for example, where it's like, you can't, they want you to know if you're pregnant before we can even medically know that you're pregnant. So it's like, I feel like there's a window where it is acceptable, but after that, it's medical only, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, so like heartbeat bills currently only have a 6-week window. That's
ridiculous.
That's a little ridiculous. So like I personally, I've advocated for exactly what I just said. Like a first trimester abortions make sense to me, and then anything after the first trimester is like medical necessity only. And the like if you actually did like a real heartbeat bill, meaning that they actually have a heartbeat and like a cardiovascular system and all of these things, that's not at 6 weeks. That's at like 12 weeks.
I think
14 weeks. And so like what they have is there is a pulse, and I don't actually know how the fuck this works. It doesn't make sense to me. But from what I understand, there is a pulse at 6 weeks, but there's not a heartbeat. I don't know. I always thought the pulse was the heartbeat, but apparently there is a cardiovascular system that is working and pumping blood, but there's not a heart pumping it. I have no fucking idea how that makes sense.
There might be some kind of effect from like as like a fetus develops, it probably has some kind of side effect where it might mimic a heartbeat or something like that. Like, because that would make sense if when the cardiovascular system is forming, that could mimic a heartbeat.
Yeah, so
But I
that is
don't.
the point, is that
Yeah.
it does mimic a heartbeat. And so like at around 6 weeks, you can hear what sounds like a heartbeat, but it's not a heartbeat. And so the heartbeat bill is taking advantage of this idea that you can do a sonogram at 6 weeks and you hear what sounds like a heartbeat, but it's not a heartbeat. Everybody knows it's not a heartbeat. Like, this is like scientifically, like, well known, and is not up for debate or anything. Nobody like questions this. It's just very clear it is not a heartbeat, but they keep making these heartbeat bills, banning abortion at 6 weeks because they think there's a heartbeat. To me, I would say yes, if there's a heartbeat and if there's brain function, that's kind of the point where, like, it's cut off for me. And I know that other people like Destiny will draw it at consciousness, but while
Well, how do you know when that's kind of that's a
Yes,
really blurry
correct.
line, because you
Exactly.
could argue that
Exactly.
you could argue that a child that's like 3 years old doesn't truly have consciousness because they haven't fully developed like the ability to perceive certain things. For example,
Exactly.
like kids under 5 can't differentiate themselves from other people. Like, so if we're gonna use that,
to be clear,
then
all words are subjective to some
the
extent.
Bible
So I don't
rules.
want
It's Bible
yes.
rules.
Right. Well, so all words are subjective to some extent. So I don't want to sound like I'm like doing this thing that's going to apply to everything. It's true. MW, thank you for the other
MW super
$2.
chatted
$7870.
$1.27.
Ooh, let me check.
What does that mean? Are you squawking at me, MW? I do a lot of plane stuff, and the squawking
yes.
numbers usually start with 7. He's squawking at me.
7870. Also, MW, last time I told you, if you get the same colors as me, and you're around me, just do like a figure 8 so I know you're there, and then we can go and fuck people up together. But I never. Well, yesterday you said that you were coming, and I never saw anybody do a figure 8. So yeah, if you guys want to play Slither with me, I'm in server 7870. You guys can hop on and just get similar colors to me. That's just blue and pink or blue and purple or something like that. Just the 2 over and over, and then yeah, if you get close to me, just do a figure 8, and we'll go and fuck shit up. But yeah, also we're at 4 out of 5 on the first target, guys. We're almost at 3 hours. We got about 18 minutes left. For every time we meet the target, we add 3 hours to the stream. So first, we're on the first round right now. We only need 5 donos of $2 minimum in order to hit the target. That'll make it to where the stream will at least be 6 hours. But then once we meet the first target, then we'll start another target to add another, for more time, which will be 5 donos of minimum $5 each. Yeah. So it's, so yeah, we're pretty close. MW is he's pretty much filling up these targets every day by himself. He wants to make sure that we stay streaming.
MW loves Tom. He loves Tom.
You guys got to make sure that you guys all get to enjoy the content because MW pays for it every day. So just make sure everybody's pitching in because.
Do you mind if I? Do you mind if I show quick?
Yeah, do your thing.
So if you guys, I would love if you guys, especially if you want to like have little debates or conversations. I love having calmer conversations. I think that a lot of the yelling stuff is just dysfunctional and not healthy. Come over and give me a subscription. I just reached 300 subscribers the other day.
Let's
go. I really need to get to 500 subscribers because YouTube is showing ads on my videos and I don't get paid for it. So that's not cool. So come and subscribe so that I can finally get super chats and goals and stuff. I also am on Kick. I am on Twitch, even though Twitch hates me and kills me in their algorithm because I'm too edgy. I'm also on X. Come on over and party with us at Keldoge. We talk. We do everything. I'm a big variety streamer. So yeah, I love hanging out here. By the way, this is fun.
But yeah, so my thing has always been that if there's a heartbeat and brain function, that at that point, yes, I would say that like that's where we should draw the line, which is why I do draw the line around 14 to 15 weeks, the end of the first trimester, saying that like, yes, once we get into the second trimester, Trib with 5 gifted memberships. Let's freaking
Trib
go.
with the 5
Trib.
gifted memberships.
Trib in the freaking house.
Based.
Let's get some cheers in
Trib
chat
making it
for
rain.
Trib. Unfortunately, those don't apply to the target, but they are way more money. So I super
Hell yeah,
appreciate it,
Trib.
Trib. You fucking rock, homie.
Thank you, Zach, bud. Yeah, but it's.
But yeah, so I'm
been
saying
fun.
that yeah, for me, like my thought process is generally we consider somebody dead when they no longer have heartbeat or brain function. Like we'll say like that person's dead now, and that they no longer just have like rights, like they're not they don't have autonomy, they can't like choose where to go or what they're doing or anything like that. Trib, he said, what happened to the portal and the Set Theory fund?
To the portal and Set Theory fund?
I don't know.
I'm not
man.
familiar with this.
Well,
what is this?
Oh man. Set Theory was just something. Set Theory one day was just something that like I was trying to like learn about, and so then after I like spent like a whole day just like trying to understand Set Theory, I got on stream and just started like explaining it, asking people like, is this right? Does this make sense? Is that what this is? Is this, because it was having, I forget what it was, but there was some book that I was reading that was talking about Set Theory. I think it was like a biography of like
mathematics.
Yeah,
sorry,
it is mathematics, but it was like a linguist, I believe, that came up with it, and I was reading his biography, and once it said that like a linguist came up with this because it also applied to the way that we use. Are you thinking
of George Cantor?
It might have been.
That's what Wikipedia says. It was named by Richard. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce this. Richard Dedekind and George Cantor in the 1870s in particular.
Okay, it wasn't Cantor's biography. I know that much. I can't remember whose biography it was, but it definitely was not his. I
have dyscalculia, which is like dyslexia for math, so
yeah,
I'm afraid of math. Numbers scare me. Unless they're money. That doesn't scare me.
But all right, thank you, Trib. We filled up the goal, first round goal. So as soon as I finish this Slither match, I will go.
So they're just paying you to stream eternally. That's kind of cool.
Kind of, yeah. So it's not on like a kid not kin level where I'm gonna go days or months. I think he went like 4 months in a row just streaming the entire time.
I don't know how they. I could not sleep on cam. Like I would. I feel like it'd be freaky. Like I don't like. What happens if someone comes in your chat and just like fucking shits up your channel and you're like sleeping? Like I.
Oh, I don't
know.
I think his wife actually took over while he was asleep, and so she would come and like. I don't remember what it was, but I think she would like read books sometimes, or she would just play video games, or she would. She would just do like little things to where like she was able to just do that the whole time, and it wasn't gonna be like like difficult or stressful or anything. But yeah. So anyways, the goals are set up to where like at the beginning of every stream they all start at the same spot where you do 5 $2 tips. That meets the goal. I add 3 hours to stream. Then the second goal is again for 3 hours, but it's minimum of $5 donos or minimum of $5 super chats that will
you just need to mod some no lifers. Says give me your liver, Tom. Says Why do you want Tom's liver, dog?
But yeah, anyway, so it just makes it to where like, yeah, time is money, like staying on here doing these things instead of doing other things that would make money. Like this is over time I started to kind of like spend more time doing this stuff without making any money off of it, and it made it to where it was kind of like losing time and
This
money.
month,
So this is a way to where I can make sure that I'm not fucking myself over and able to get my streaming time in as well.
Yeah, well, I feel you on the grind. This is actually, guys, this month I feel, not to be a little bit narcissistic, but I feel really proud of myself because I actually made over 1K donos this month.
Nice.
Dude. I made more than Xandor Hall this month. I'm not even officially monetized yet.
Shit, dude. I don't know how the fuck that guy got so fucked. Like
I don't know why. Okay, look. Like, I'm not saying he's a horrible person, all right? Like, I always tell people,
I don't know why anybody watches him.
If he's bad or good, but he's so fucking boring. Like, how do you watch him?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Like, I don't.
Okay, but
I will say that
that my chat's gonna fucking kill me on the ADHD today.
With autism. I'm sorry, chat.
Yeah, it's all right. We normally I need somebody to keep me on track. Okay, so the wife, like, normally somebody's dead. That means that they don't have a heartbeat or brain function. Normally, that's when they like no longer really have rights. Like, they don't have autonomy. They can't like make their own decisions. We kind of just decide we're going to put them in a box and get rid of them. And so they no longer have personal, right? So they're
sorry the way you said that. We put them in a box and we get rid. It was just very like
we've been waiting finally. And so I'm saying we get to choose what they do and don't do. Like, we get to choose for them. They no longer get to choose. And so at that point, yes, you don't have personhood anymore. And so I would kind of reverse that to say, like, when you do have personhood, when laws do apply to you now, when rights do apply to you now, that it would be the opposite of that. And so, I would say that, like, once you have a heartbeat and brain function, that would make sense to the point where we would consider you alive. And generally, yes, we just give personhood to any human that is considered alive. So I would say, yes, these are humans who are alive once they have heartbeat and brain function, and that is around, like 15 weeks, end of the first trimester. And so that's kind of my legal limit for it. I would say, like morally, I think that once there's like something growing there, it is a potential human, and therefore I think morals almost always can count like potentiality for things. So I would definitely do so in this case as well.
Yeah, I don't know where I would draw the line necessarily. But I feel like it's something that would be, I don't know. I feel like anything past like first trimester does also make me pretty uncomfortable, but I don't know enough about all the different medical conditions. Says it's not fair that fetuses are the only ones allowed to steal organs.
I don't know.
I wonder, they had a thing that they wanted to continue. When a fetus uses someone's organs without consent, it's pro-life, but when I do it, it's a crime.
Yeah, I think that like,
I don't understand the argument.
When it comes to some of the more extreme arguments for abortion, I don't like those. When it comes to like,
maybe I'm retarded, but I don't get it.
I think that the extreme arguments have become a norm within the Democratic Party for abortion. I think the extreme arguments have become a norm for like guns as well, like getting rid of like assault weapons and crap like that. Like, I think that there's been like kind of these would be extreme compared to where we are now, or where the like federal law is now, and that they are not extreme considering the fact that it is just like a normal thing for somebody like Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris to say that like they want to ban assault weapons or assault rifles, and that's that just seems a little wild.
I'm fairly pro gun, not so much for self-protection, more of like in a libertarian sense. Like, I feel like a forced buyback, for example, I saw someone mention that in chat, would be like, it would just go down very poorly.
Yeah.
And I think there are other countries too, like even Canada. We have quite a few guns in Canada, and the course that you have to go through is not super difficult. It's very basic. It's called your PAL safety course, and I think that those limitations are just fine. I feel like a lot of the gun violence in the U.S. is it's both an issue of like just tons of guns being around with a lot of bad mental health. Like, I just feel like those two things do not go well together.
Yeah.
Plus, like, poverty.
Yeah,
like,
which is why,
just
like,
a
I
mixture
do
for...
think that some, like, red flag laws, like, I'm not so against those to some extent, depending on how they're done. Yeah, I do think that, like, those are things that could be, like, helpful. But, yeah, there's just things like that. I think that a lot of times, like, when Democrats hear somebody saying, like, oh, we should, like, like, I see a lot of times right-wingers will say, like, we have open borders. We don't have open borders. We don't have them.
No,
like, that's fucking
absolutely
stupid.
not.
But then Democrats, lots of times, like, libs will turn around and be like, so what? They're humans too. What do you mean? They need jobs. Like, they're going to do the jobs that you don't want to do. Like, wait, we're not going to do them, so they need to do, like, shit like that. And it's like, y'all shut the fuck up. Like, that is not the response. Like, the response is we don't have open borders. We're not in favor of open borders. Like, say that. Stop, like, justifying.
Yeah, well,
stop, like,
I
trying
don't know why they don't
it.
just say... I don't know why they don't just say, we just want to make an efficient and more convenient or accessible process. Because I feel like right now, a lot of the processes for immigration in the United States, I don't know a ton because I only know a lot about immigration in Canada because that's my experience. But the system is so old, and we could use modern tech to make it much more efficient. For example, the Canadian government has, like, for their immigration stuff, you can submit everything online. So you don't even need to be in Canada. They have directions if you want to submit like a student visa, because I've done it. It's not, as long as you've got all the paperwork and you submit it and it's like correct, like, it's very convenient. And then they communicate through email mostly, and then it's like, I think when I applied for my student visa, I think I got it back in 7 days or something like that. And the United States could have a system like that. We could, and I don't know why people or the Democrats aren't focusing on the efficiency argument of making the system more efficient.
Yes.
So that we can process people and figure out, like, in the the most efficient amount of time, okay, do you have a legitimate asylum claim? Do you have a legitimate whatever? You know what I mean? I would love to live in a world without borders, but, like, I think that we have to focus on the now, and I don't get why they do that.
Yeah,
that confuses the fuck out of me.
There's also there's also a lot of complications there, because, like, while I'm okay with some level of amnesty as well, I also don't like the idea that, like, yes, if people came over the border illegally and then just stayed here and were able to do enough illegal things to fly under the radar and, like, work illegally and whatever else, like, somehow get credit illegally and buy things illegally. Like, I don't feel like amnesty for everyone is, like, a good answer to that. And I feel like until the process is fixed, there's no reason to give amnesty. Like, if you're able to fix the process and make it to where it doesn't take so long and that it's not as big of a deal, then sure, like, now it makes sense to say, like, okay, now we're going to do some amnesty. Now we're going to give people amnesty because hold on, I'm just going to say.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because ADHD. From now on, we have a process to where we're not going to blame the process for why, like, it makes sense that, we would give amnesty or why there were illegals or something like that, right? So currently that is, like, something that people will say is like, oh, well, the process is so hard right now that, like, most of the people who should be getting in aren't getting in. And then they don't really have any other options. And it's like, okay, but, like, until that process is fixed, you can't just start giving fucking amnesty. If we say, okay, we fixed all the inefficiencies, we fixed all those problems, it's all done. We have enough judges, we have enough border agents, we have enough, we have things that'll make it to where this is, an expedited process or expedited process, then yeah, now, sure. Now it makes sense to give some amnesty and say, okay, now we're doing a one-time amnesty thing that is the end of it because we won't ever have to do this in the future because the process is fixed now and we won't ever have to feel like if illegal aliens are here, it's because of the process. Like, yeah.
I do want to ask, how do you feel about like the DACA situation? Because I think that in that situation, amnesty does make sense. Like for the DACA people that were like brought over as like children, like small children. Would you agree with for amnesty for DACA?
It's again, these things are difficult. I'm not sure. It's
my justification is that like because like they were brought over like as children, like there's no way that there was like no consent there technically. So it's like you're kind of screwing them by saying, well, you don't have citizenship here. They don't have citizenship anywhere else. So you're making like a stateless population. It's like,
yeah,
I feel like that's fucked up.
I would definitely lean towards saying yes. But I feel like giving any sort of like loopholes to make it to where it could incentivize any sort of like illegal.
No, this would be like what I would want to be would be the people that are specifically now. So people that
I'm
have
talking about
like,
how like we're talking like because if we're talking about what DACA was, then yeah, it could be that like somebody does just come over because they want a better life for their kids. They expect that they'll get caught eventually, but their kids will at least like be able to stay somewhere and be able to live in America after that. And I currently, when Trump is saying like, oh, I'm going to deport all the illegal aliens. And then Democrats are like, how dare you? I'm like, fuck, shut the fuck up. Like this is something we should be in favor of. Like, come on, like getting rid of like illegal aliens and people who are here that shouldn't be here, like, or that don't have citizenship. These are things that we should be happy about. Like, stop complaining about this, please.
I do think that people, or at least people on the left, should acknowledge more about like there is like a crime element there that is like genuinely there. I think that Trump portrays it in a way that is very like it's inaccurate and like is very exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a crime element there, and there is like an issue, a big issue, especially now with like human trafficking, and so. Even though I'm a big lefty, like I still want those, some protections there.
Yeah. Well, and I think that a lot of times people look at Trump doing it, and I think they think of him as like this big racist and, he hates immigrants and blah, blah, blah. And so they think that like being in favor of deporting illegal aliens is racist, but like Obama was the fucking deporter in chief. Like Biden in his time in the Senate was a massive like deportation guy. Hillary Clinton, massive deportation person in the Senate. There's just it is kind of like annoying when people look at things like this just because of the optics around it from Trump doing it, because they think, well, Trump did it, so now it looks really racist. So if I'm in favor of this, then I would have to be racist too. But it's like, no, that's not, you don't like, this isn't racist. This is just,
that's very
every
dumb.
fucking country has fucking laws like this. They all
that
deport
goes back to the
aliens.
example
Like, give me a break.
that we all fucking know, where like, come on, like Hitler was a vegetarian. Does that mean that you're a Nazi if you're a vegetarian? Like, I feel like it's such a...
Okay,
why won't
Pierce
they stop?
talking points, Tom? What does that mean? What is the disagreement
Pierce
with
talking
anything that I
points?
just said?
Did you just accuse me of being Pierce, Ellie?
No, I think she's accusing me of using Piers talking points. Deporter in chief.
Sometimes.
Wait, that's not a Piers Morgan talking point. That's literally what they called him when he was president. They literally called him the deporter in chief. He was that was the
he also
nickname that he
did
was
deport
given.
a shit ton of people. He did deport a lot of fucking people.
Yes,
like
he
way
has the
more than
records.
George W. Bush.
No, yes, no, he literally has the record for deportations. Like this is this isn't like a he
Oh,
says
I'm
it on
sorry,
every show.
Allie. I
Oh, I've
tismed
never
at you. My bad.
I don't think I've ever heard him I've never heard him say it before, but it like just because Pierce says it doesn't like mean it's wrong. It's just that he is wrong almost all the time. But yeah, that doesn't mean that just because like Piers Morgan owns a dog, now it's bad to own a dog. Like it's anyways, yeah, like there's things like that. It's like mostly a lot of it is like on optical points, because when it comes to like taking care of like deportations and the border and immigration, I think that the Democrat leaders do this. I think that Joe Biden did a good job with the border. I think that he was good about that, but I don't know. But yeah, and I don't think that Democrats have implemented a whole lot of laws that actually restrict guns over the last couple decades. I don't think that. I think Trump, from what I understand, Trump is like the only president to put into place any sort of like gun regulations as president through executive order, and that was overturned by the Supreme Court. So I think that like in a pragmatic sense, I don't think that they have done a lot of the things that I would have issues with them on. So when it comes to how they actually legislate, I think that they've been great. I think that they've done a great job, and I think that they're fine. But yeah,
guys,
I do
leave
think that
Allie alone. Come on, I tismed at her. Leave Allie alone.
I think that the arguments that are made by a lot of Democrats, the things that they think are like, the things that we would think of as like the key Democrat talking points and shit like that, I think a lot of them are dumb.
Okay,
I think they
hold on. No, hold the phone. Okay, Catmere, you need a med check, bro. Wow, we can kill everyone unconscious now? What the fuck are you talking about?
You're just talking about
like
Destiny's
the abortion thing?
argument about
because being
unconsciousness. Being unconscious is not the same as not having consciousness. Those are different things.
No, they're totally different things, bro. Like I've been reading you this whole time, and you're just like you're going, man. Why are you so mad? It's just game. Well, actually, it's not just game, but
yeah. Anyway, so those are like the main things that I have issues with when it comes to Democrats, and then even things on like Medicare for all has kind of become like a bit of a norm when that was a insane fucking policy.
You think Medicare for all was insane?
Yeah,
that could be thinking of something we could actually have a discussion on. So, or like a more debatey discussion. Well, like, why do you give me your argument?
So at the time when Bernie Sanders was first running and he was saying this sort of stuff, the argument was that like all other first world nations have these sorts of things, and so it's ridiculous that we don't. As the richest country in the world, we should be able to at least keep up with everybody else. But then, because while that's true, we are also like more of a free market than most of the world as well, and we are like the biggest economy because of that. And so while I'm willing to say, okay, like yes, sure, some sort of like measure to make to meet them in the middle between like free market and like having some sort of like government subsidy for healthcare, I'm cool with that, like still being the bastion of free markets while adding helping people with healthcare. I'm cool with all that. But the Medicare for all being a single payer plan is something that I don't think any country has. No, nobody has that. This was like the most extreme fucking plan in the world. And now we're not doing this thing where we're like meeting them in the middle and like, getting to a point where we're able to subsidize people's healthcare or help them, help people who can't pay for it, and still being the bastion of free markets. But instead we're making it to where any private healthcare companies have to completely close down, and because it's single payer. Like I would want at least I would want a multi-payer option at minimum.
What if I told you that a universal system like Canada's could also be a huge assistance in ensuring that there isn't illegal aliens entering the country?
Wait, what?
Because so here in Canada, we're assigned something that's called a social insurance number. They're very like difficult to like. It's like your social security number, but because it's tied to the healthcare system, you tie it to all the other systems.
Wait,
like
I didn't
voting.
say anything about illegal immigrants when talking about healthcare. I didn't say anything.
Oh no, I'm saying that like I'm trying to get you to think about it in a different way.
Wait, but sure, but
Like,
but if
in
these
terms
are
of the
my
cost.
issues, sure, but if these are my issues with it, and then you bring up something that that's not even like an issue for me, and say, but we can fix this thing that's not an issue for you. Like, okay, cool, but I still have my issues. Like, I'm glad there's things that we can fix that I don't have problems with.
Hold on. What do you have anything like specific? I've just
As
done
I
a
said,
lot
the
of
single
like
payer plan.
research on healthcare. So do you just how do you feel about like a German style system?
So I don't mind multi-payer at all. Like if you have like private options that still exist, but then you have the public option that makes it to where one, they're still in some sort of like competition with private markets. They have their prices, their what they offer, like all of these things are still having to be held in check by private markets. And then you have the public market that is going to offer all of the same things, just hopefully cheaper, subsidized, more access, less rejections, things like that. Then this not only makes it to where the private market has to improve and start offering more things, making it to where they're less likely to reject certain types of care. But also that, yes, then when it comes to prices as well, prices are going to have to come down from private insurance companies. And so I don't like the single payer aspect of Medicare for all.
To be fair, like Canada isn't single payer, but I think that encompassing that and then combining that with like a multi-payer system, so like having like that basic care for everybody and then having like a mandatory like system that, you know, you can pay different amounts to for like better care. You sound retarded. That's not very nice. But I just like that system. It seems to work a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's again the biggest issue that I have with it is the single payer. Like that seems ridiculous. And that's why I'm saying that, like, when we're talking about like getting closer to what we're saying the rest of the world is doing, that's a good argument. Yes, if we are the richest nation in the world and we're not even offering this thing, even with being, this bastion of free markets and blah blah blah, yes, it makes sense that we still ought to have some sort of public option for people to where they're able to get their healthcare subsidized in some way. 100% totally agree with that. That makes total sense to me. But then when that becomes, okay, so now we're getting rid of all private healthcare, and now all of these massive businesses have to go out of business, and now we're just doing this through the government, that's where you lose me. And that's where I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fucking insane. So like like
I
an
don't
ACA
think any
plan
country truly has that, but
right. Well, and
I
that's what
think
I'm saying is that, yes, you're going to like an extreme. Like, we're not just saying like, oh, we're getting closer to where the rest of the world is. No, we are lapping them. We're fucking, we pass them and then pass them again. Like we lapped everybody else in just one fucking, flip of the wrist while signing a fucking paper, putting this into legislation. Like, all of these private healthcare businesses are just gone.
I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm high right now, so I'm just making sure I'm trying to word this correctly. I will say though, okay, so the only thing that I think is interesting is that I wonder if we could like implement it on a state level. Like, what if it was like done like state by state? So like it was universal healthcare, but it was funded by like the local state.
That's like an idea, but the problem with that is that states do not have nearly the revenue that the federal government does. Like, not anywhere close. Like California, everybody complains about the taxes in California, but California is like, I believe, the only state with like a full public option, and they're the richest fucking state from what I can remember. It could be New York, but
so Minnesota has something called Minnesota Care, which
California is the richest state. So yeah, they're the only ones who can afford it, and currently, from what I understand, they're barely affording it. Like, they're struggling, from what I understand. So I'm if states doing it by themselves, would be a massive overhaul of the way that we currently tax people in states.
You know what? This has been super fun. But I am too stoned to make sense right now.
Okay.
So I am going to go play Fortnite. But I want to talk to you about healthcare again, okay? Because one thing that... Okay. I want to know, before I go, what do you think about universal car insurance?
Never really heard much of it.
Because we have that in Manitoba. We have universal car insurance. It makes the car insurance a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I've never heard of it, but
I would never move. Well, like, I can't drive anymore, but I don't know why anyone would move because of that. So I feel like there's a lot of this this exaggeration of these costs when the benefits eventually outset them. Since you have the biggest pool, right? Because you have the biggest insurance pool, then you have all the resources become cheaper because you have more people in the insurance pool. So if more, I don't know. Maybe that's crazy. Maybe I'm insane, but that's all right.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm happy to get into it sometime.
Well, I know one person, before I leave, he never heard of universal car insurance. Well, a lot of people haven't heard of universal car insurance, Ryan. Like, I didn't know what it was until I moved here. We also have public electricity utility, and that's super cheap as well. I only pay $20 a month for power. 20 Canadian dollars, which is not even $20. That's only 15 real dollars.
Yeah, hit me up tomorrow, and we'll.
Yeah. I have maybe I can find my. I wrote a big paper on it for class, but yeah. Hope you guys have a good night. Okay. This was super fun.
Yeah, appreciate you jumping.
Thank you.
Later.
Also, get the likes up.
Yeah, true. I was just about to say that. We got 14 in every chat right now. We gotta get them likes up. So, everybody take a second, hit those thumbs upsies. We hit the first target. So let me reset that while I'm not playing while I'm not playing the freaking Slither game. And then, shit, I hate it when I do this. And then, yeah, we're gonna move on to the, what do you call it? The fresh and fit stuff. So, let's see. So yesterday, the last couple of days when we've done this, when you meet the first round of goals, that adds 3 hours to stream. So normally I'll plan on streaming 3 hours. You add 3 hours, so now it's at 6 hours. And then the last one, I just said I'll go over the 6 hour mark. This time we will add a full 3 hours. I think I ended up streaming a full 3 hours the first time, and not the second time. So yeah, this time I will end up doing a full 9 hours if we meet the second goal. So all right, the second goal, did it get added? I feel like I have to click it like 10 times every time, and I don't ever see it. It takes forever to update. What's his name? Who's the, I forget his name, like Gonzalez or something like that. There was a guy in chat who's been like who was whining and crying about the Fuentes stuff earlier, kept saying like I didn't know what I was talking about with like laws about like a assault, or laws about like battering or crap like that. And I don't know. Dog, you doing that for $5 donos? You making less than minimum? You gotta up that goal or something? Well, we get a bunch of other things as well. Like there's been, yesterday we had, I think, what was it, 17 memberships donated. Then I made 120 in donos and tips, I think. Let me see. Yeah, 107 in super chats and memberships. So yeah, it's still, there's still other things. It's not starting the goal. I don't know why. It's not starting. What the fuck? Oh shit, I just exited that. Fuck. That was not on purpose. I don't know why it won't let me reset the fucking goal. And the goals are annoying across the board, because like, yeah, I want to do it in tips. I would rather people just donate in tips, and then I don't have to, because I make a lot more money off the tips. YouTube takes 30% out of super chats, and so I lose that 30% every time. But if we just do it in tips instead, then I don't have to lose that 30%, and I don't have to wait like 2 months to get the money. But if you don't fill up the goal, it doesn't let you cancel the goal. It doesn't let you just start a new one. It doesn't let you just move on to another one. And so yeah, it's kind of annoying. I just had a good ass night's sleep, and Tom is still here. Wait, were you here when I started? I don't remember you being here. I don't remember that. All right. Yeah. There. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay. Now it started to go over finally. Fuck. All right. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. I can't find the... Yeah. Damn. I don't even have that background anymore. I haven't had that background in a long time. I kind of forgot about it. As soon as I saw that black like mesh map there, I was like, what is that? I remember that. What was that? The black mesh background. It was the wallpaper for my computer. I'm trying to turn off these fucking likes, and I don't know. The thumbs up won't stop. It's fucking getting out of hand here. I don't know where it is. I gotta find it to turn it off. Every time I try to turn it on, I can't find it. And so I end up just giving up. This time I can't. I turned it on, and now I can't find it to turn it off. Okay, there we go. Sheesh. Tom, why don't you do a goal? $bar in the stream somewhere, and you can add it regardless of the source. I was talking about this the other day because I think we tried that, and it doesn't work the same for some reason. It's like having dono goals on stream. Also, we did try it a couple of times, and every time for some reason the bar just didn't move. Every program I used, everything that I tried it with, the bar never moved for some reason. Super chats, I don't know why, but they always seem to struggle with like stream elements and botrix and stuff like that. Adding to it, it does really well with like Kick and Twitch tips and bits and stuff like that. But I don't know why. But yeah, YouTube's super chat system just doesn't. You can reset it, no? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can reset the bars, but they just wouldn't move. Like they wouldn't go up. They just never registered or anything. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I have one on the screen somewhere that I can pull up, and yeah, here it is. Oh, wait, this one actually has money on it all of a sudden. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. I typed that in. I typed that in because it just didn't, it never moved. So I had to like write everything in myself. I had to edit all of it myself every single time because it just never registered for some reason. So yeah, eventually I just took it off the screen. But then yeah, even when we did goals like that on screen, it just didn't it didn't come up. Why are you on my feed again? You were blocked. I'm sorry, Carrie. I will ban you so that hopefully that doesn't happen again. Lo siento, amigos. 07's in chat for Carrie, everyone. All right. What was the... Oh, yeah. The freshest and the fittest. Who sent that to me yesterday? I forget. Somebody told me to go over that video. Oh, there we go. Gotcha.
We did our job. And I think this is very similar to that. Yes, it's not a black person, a police officer, but you got a white male who has conservative viewpoints with a feminist woman who's also one of them, right? So, not surprised.
My question is, what force did she apply to him directly? What force?
She came right up to his front door.
But what did she do? Forcefully. Because imagine this, right? So someone walks up to you.
It's fucking wild, dude. This is actually crazy. Everybody always thought that Myron was the smart one. Like, everybody always thought Myron's the smart one here. Fresh is just he's kind of slow. He's kind of dull. He seems like he's just out of it all the time. Just kind of there, just kind of enjoying the scenery, just looking around. Doesn't really know what the fuck's going on. Like, that's always been Fresh. He's just there. Whatever, dude. And Myron was always the one who, even though he's a fucking retard, and even though he's a bit of an eccentric, he still like seemed like the one with the business acumen, the one who was kind of organizing everything, the one who was kind of taking the lead all the time, who was making sure that like whatever topics they had to get into, he was the one who was gonna take the lead. And I think, I forget who it was, but I think somebody said that Walter was like the smart one. I forget who it was. Oh, that's right. It was the girl who called out Myron for like trying to like trick her into going back to his hotel, and then he kept trying to sleep with her and she refused, and then he like kicked her out of his apartment, and then was like being a baby about it afterwards. And so I think she was the one who told us that, like, yeah, no, Fresh is like not only like the money behind everything, but also the brains behind everything. Like he's the one who's like done pretty much everything for this. Because this was Myron's channel at first. Myron just did workout videos. He just did workout videos, just fitness videos. He would have other like fitness instructors on the show, and they would come on and tell people how to do workouts, how to do different stretches, how to do different types of things in fitness. And that was all his channel was. And then over time, people in his audience started asking like, well, how do I get girls? How do I do this? Like, now that I'm fit, I don't know how to get laid. And like, he was like, oh yeah, like we can talk about that. And then he started inviting Fresh on to talk about that sometimes. So they would do really well when he talked about how to pick up chicks, how to handle them and everything. And so, yeah, then he started inviting his friend Fresh on, who at the time went by Fresh Prince CEO. So that's why he's called Fresh now, is that he went by Fresh Prince CEO. And this was a fitness channel, so that's why his name is Fit. So they're fresh and fit. And over time, their dating advice just kept gaining more and more traction to where they just went full-time into that. And then it was both of their channels. And I believe, yeah, Fresh was the one who like really kind of put a lot into this and made it take off. And so I keep hearing that he's the brains behind everything, and it's always surprising when he does actually come out looking smart and looking like he knows what he's talking about. But in this case, even if he was the smart one, even if he was the brains here, Fresh, or sorry, Myron was actually in law enforcement. This guy was literally in law enforcement, right? Like, I don't remember what he did. I said earlier, I think he was in the FBI. He probably wasn't in the FBI. I think he was like a Coast Guard or something like that. But he was a Fed. I know that's what he always says. I was a Fed. I was a federal officer. Like, he says that all the time. So that normally you hear that, you think of a FBI agent, but he was something. Wait, Tom, is you just do it with the bar? What? You would just tell people do dono via stream elements instead of super chat. Yes, I don't know how far behind you are, Raslin. I'm responding to something I said 5 minutes ago, but yeah, I'm saying that when I do that, it doesn't work the same. Like, the donations don't come in the same because people aren't paying as much attention to the bar on the screen as they are to the fucking thing that's right there on chat. Like, it's just a bit more noticeable. DHS Tom, some anti-trafficking thing. Dude, short stack, I almost DM'd you today. I was looking for you in the Discord earlier because I was thinking, I haven't seen short stack in a little while. Where's he been? I haven't seen him. And I was gonna hit you up. Yeah, just to see if you were okay. Probably some flavor of border enforcement. Yeah, I think it was something like that. Because I believe he said something about like human trafficking or some shit. Might be. I just randomly had the thought. Yeah, that's what I was responding to earlier. I thought that's what you were saying when you asked about putting the bar on the screen before. As I was saying, yeah, they're plus, like, yeah, people don't send tips nearly as much as they send super chats because super chats are just easier and it has like a level of anonymity, whereas people, if they do stream elements, they have to use their PayPal, and they feel like that if it has their like personal name on it or something, they're afraid that it'll give me their information or that it'll give somebody else their information. And so yeah, a lot of people just don't like the thought of having to use that stuff. So super chats just tend to be more accessible and easier for people.
They didn't do nothing.
But yeah, I wouldn't expect Fresh to be the one to understand the differences in self-defense here. This is actually mind-blowing that Fresh would be the one to understand this. And the title of this video is, so somebody else sent this to me. If we could actually get the actual part of this video, I would rather watch it on their channel than whatever this clip is, because the audio on this sucks. But it says, Fresh doesn't like Nick Fuentes. Debates Myron.
Sure. But what did she do? Forcefully. Because imagine this, right? So someone walks up to you.
She doesn't have to use force, Fresh. He can just feel like she's stalking him, and then he can hit her.
And do nothing. You hit them. Who's in trouble? You, right?
Well, she did make a threat right before on YouTube saying, not on YouTube, on Facebook saying like, I'm gonna go confront him, whatever.
And do what?
We don't know, and he didn't know.
But
wait, but he didn't. I thought he didn't know who she was, and he didn't know that she said that at the time. So it doesn't. But that's not saying she's gonna go confront him is not a threat either. These things are just none of this makes sense. This is so dumb.
But if someone's talking to you and you hit them and they didn't touch you, well, is that self-defense?
Well, why wait and find out?
But okay, isn't self-defense you defend yourself when they attack you?
Yeah, she went to his house.
But she didn't attack him.
Doesn't matter, went to his house. You don't know what she's going to do. I wouldn't chance it either. Someone shows up at your front door that you don't know on some weirdo shit, like, yeah, first thing.
Yeah, so this is what I said yesterday. I said, if you want to use this sort of logic, that's fine. That makes, like, you can say that, like, this is how I felt, and I just didn't want to chance it, and that's that. That's their mics. That's why I said I want to try to find the original version, is because I don't know if that's their mics or if it's just the person who recorded it. So I'd like to find the original version. If anybody can find it and send it to me, that would be great, because yeah, I'll even look for it off to the side. But yeah, the the thing is that, yeah, if you just want to say like, hey, pragmatically, I just don't feel like I want to chance it. And so I'd rather just go ahead and be, better safe than sorry. And so I'm just going to go ahead and just, fuck a bitch up. Just open the door, pepper spray her. And that's it. But again, he pepper sprayed her, from what I understand, allegedly, pepper sprayed her, shoved her, and then stole her phone. I'm sorry, that is not self-defense. That is him being the aggressor across the board. As soon as he opened the door, like, yes, he didn't give her a chance to say anything. She's literally just standing there with a phone in her hand. Like, there's no recourse here. There's no thought process to apply any sort of force that would make sense. This is just dumb across the board.
Thing you did was crazy.
But yeah, you just say pragmatically, I just didn't want to chance it, so I was willing to break the law to make sure that I'm good. Okay, cool, fine, makes sense. I've said before, yeah, there's people that I would go punch. Like if they get a little too like disrespectful or say like too much shit, yeah, I'll go punch them in the face, 100%. You know that's illegal? Yeah, it's probably illegal. Yeah, I'll probably get fucked up for that. Yeah, I'll probably get arrested, most definitely. But it's the people acting like this isn't illegal. That's where this is getting dumb. No, she was there with ill intent. Trespassing is a thing. Okay, so how do you know that she was there with ill intent? And there's no evidence that he trespassed her. He never told her to get off of his property that we've seen. There's no evidence of this. So
distance right away.
But okay, hold on.
Pushed her off the thing.
Someone comes to my door, I don't know. I'm not opening the door. Period.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna do that, like, listen, I'm not saying that what he did wasn't justified because of his actual threats and all that stuff. I'm just saying,
right?
She didn't attack him directly.
Exactly. So it's illegal.
So they can argue and say, listen, she didn't even touch him. He pushed her and maced her.
Good.
And in the court,
I think she's lucky that he only did that.
And in the court, they're gonna argue, oh, it's an old lady that's one of them. Oh, you're cooked. That's
nah. I think if he has a halfway competent lawyer, he'll be able to. Because, bro, you've been getting death threats. Someone shows up at your house. Are you going to sit there and chance it like, oh, yeah, let me open the door and see what she's going to do? No, then it gave her.
Yes, but again, you're just giving an argument for why people would empathize with him, but that doesn't mean that this makes it legal. That doesn't make it legal at all. So this is like saying if somebody went to war, okay, they went to war and they had really bad PTSD afterwards. And it was rough, dude. They were having a hard time. And then when they got back, they were just walking through the streets and the flashbacks started. And they just went off on somebody and just fucking punched them in the face because they just felt like they were under attack all of a sudden. And that makes total sense. That makes total sense. Like, yeah. That's got to be like a scary situation. I understand why you punched that person in the face. That is so valid. Like, I get it. It's still not legal. Yeah, I was just saying, if you have PTSD and you punch somebody in the face, it makes sense why you punched them. It makes sense why you would do that. It makes sense pragmatically. I can empathize with you. I can get it. That's all they're doing when they're giving these examples of other people doing things to make him feel in danger. Yes, you're saying, yeah, I get it. I get why he had this feeling of a threat. But there has to be, again, an assessment of a threat level from her as an individual. From her as an individual. How much that mic cost, or is the cord fucking up? Neither. It's a separate thing with like other mics plugged into it. How about that guy who choked out and actually died? Yes, that's a great example. In that scenario, fuck, why did that just cut off? In that example, they had to assess the threat level from that guy. That homeless person had done things to make them feel like their lives were in danger. And so they were able to do something to him, to subdue him, where there was no like a malicious actions there to make anybody think that he was attempting to kill the guy. There's nothing there to make anybody look at that scenario and say he was trying to kill him, right? No, you look at it and you say, oh yeah, it looks like he was just trying to stop him from hurting anybody and from trying to cause any other harm. But that's not what happened here, right? Here, like, he didn't try to stop her from doing anything because she wasn't doing anything. He didn't do something to like to keep her from hurting him because she hadn't done anything to make him think that she was going to hurt him. He hadn't and again, like, Penny's actions were like proportional because they're all trapped on a subway and this guy's been ranting and raving for a while, getting in people's faces with like body language that's threatening. So they, like, him taking him down and putting him in a headlock makes sense because there's nowhere else that they can go. They can't just fucking run off the fucking so death. Well, he didn't, again, Joe, he didn't try to kill him. That's what I just said this. He didn't try to kill him. There's no evidence that he was trying to kill him. So you just saying, well, he died. Yeah, he died, but they weren't trying to kill him. So that's not the same thing. Like, yeah, you can't just look at the outcome and then say that's the thing. Like, the outcome matters, but it's not all that matters, right? So with Nick, he didn't do anything in a defensive frame. He went to her, right? He didn't have to face her. He didn't have to be anywhere near her. He could have just stayed in his house, stayed upstairs, didn't have to deal with her at all. He literally, when he shut the door, you can see he locked like 5 different locks on his fucking door. She wasn't breaking through that fucking door, but he opens the door, pepper sprays her. After pepper spraying her, then pushes her. She falls down the fucking stairs, drops her phone. He goes and steals her phone. This is offensive the whole way through. He is the aggressor from beginning to end. He is the aggressor. She didn't do anything aggressive to him. And you can't just say, oh, well, other people did things aggressive, so therefore he can attack her now defensively. It's like, what? Other people doing something aggressive does not make it to where he can attack her aggressively unless he thinks she's them. But I haven't heard any arguments for that. Castle doctrine does not apply here in any way. There's no aspect where castle doctrine applies here. Plus, again, I don't think castle doctrine is used in Illinois. Yeah, castle doctrine isn't in Illinois. So I don't know why you're just saying random shit. You're just like saying anything that you can think of. You already brought something up earlier that I asked you for evidence of it, and you just move on without ever giving any evidence. Like, you're just saying anything that comes to your fucking mind. Where did the video go? But yeah, anyways, my point is, I can empathize with him. I can understand, like, if you want to say, hey, I just wanted to fuck somebody up so that other people didn't come to my house too. I get that. I get that. Makes sense. Makes total sense. But you have to pay the consequences when you do something like that. Hang on, where the hell does he live? Illinois. Oh, wait, maybe it does. Yes, Illinois has a limited version of castle doctrine, which is a legal principle that allows the use of force to defend your home. When it applies, you can use the castle doctrine when someone attempts to unlawfully and violently enter your home, or if there is an offer of personal violence to you or someone in your home. What force can you use? You can use reasonable force to protect yourself. And in certain circumstances, you can use deadly force. Deadly force is only justified if the intruder is committing a forcible felony such as a murder, aggravated assault, or sexual assault. You reasonably believe that the force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to yourself or another. So yeah, so I mean this again, when this is talking about imminent death or great bodily harm, this is like this none of this fucking counts. None of this is possible. Reasonable being pepper spray. Again, if he had, I think the pepper spray is still disproportionate, but I think that he would have a much better case if all he did was pepper spray. If that was it, I think he would have a chance. I think he would have a chance here, and I think that we would be looking at this totally differently. But when he pepper sprays her, shoves her downstairs, and then steals her phone, it looks now like he's not only pepper spraying her to where we could say maybe the pepper spray was a defensive thing, but then shoving her and then taking her phone makes all of it look offensive now. It all looks as though he is the aggressor. So
for the fucking Spartan kick, bro. You know, like
This is Sparta!
Like, bitch, I'm not gonna even give you the chance to do some shit.
Because if I'm smart, he played into their hands directly. Because now they got him dead to rights.
Because and also keep in mind, people were mailing his shit to his house. So
why open up the door?
He don't know what she was doing.
Again, yeah.
Like, hey, don't drop shit off at my front door.
If I see somebody that I don't know or trust, nigga, I'm not opening no damn door. Like, bro, you might kind of shoot me. So if that's the case, like, okay, listen, I'm thinking logically here. If I'm in danger from threats and people saying they can do shit to me, why open up the door? Cool.
Yeah.
You open the door. What do you want? Push and mace.
But remember, people were mailing him a bunch of like poop boxes and shit like that.
Myron is not responding to anything that Fresh is doing. And nothing that Fresh is saying. Myron is just ignoring all of it. This is so obnoxious. It's like he's debating Trevor King or some shit. Like, this just like you say something, the other person responds, and then instead of responding back to it, you just bring up another point. Like, why are you just bringing up another point? Okay, fine. All right. Well, that's also invalid because of X, Y, and Z. Well, let me try this one then. Like, instead of actually like making an argument and giving your thoughts on it for why you think this is okay, instead you just throw shit out and just to see what'll stick over and over and over. But I understand that, Trevor, but you brought up earlier. Shit, I don't even remember what you brought up earlier. But you brought something up earlier, and so I asked you if there was any evidence of that. But then, yeah, you've done this a couple of times where, like, as you bring it up, I'm like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Or where do you get that from? Or where is there evidence of this? And then, yeah, it's just moving on to the next one. Common debate tactic. You use it too, Tom. When have I used that? When have I used that? Condoleezza Rice. When have I done that? That is not a common debate tactic. Nobody does that. Only people who are like kind of dumb. Those are the only people who do that. In my, like, as far as I can think of, I can't think of people, yes, just throwing out random arguments on something that they're holding a staunch position on. So if somebody says, yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel about this. Like, what about this? Well, okay, so what about that? Yeah, so what if this happened? Like, sure, in that case, it totally makes sense. And yes, they're just kind of like testing the boundaries and they're trying to like feel their way around. That makes sense. But in a debate, no, nobody does that.
He probably didn't even want her to drop it off there. Like, people were mailing him shit. Like, I'd be pissed too. Like, yo, I don't want you fucking coming on my front door and leaving shit here. I don't know you. Like, clearly this bitch don't got a UPS uniform on. So, I don't know. Like I said, I think he was 100% justified and it was like, I think 1,000%.
Wait, I disagree that noting a general trend of harassment occurring is shifting the topic. it's literally a different argument. He didn't respond to the one that Fresh made.
Let me open the door and see what she's gonna do. No, that nigga gave her.
So Fresh was already making the argument that he felt like there was some danger because of the harassment. Fresh says, or sorry, Myron said that. Then Fresh says, yeah, if that's the case, if you feel like you're in danger, you don't open the door. But instead, he opened it and shoved her, and pepper sprayed her. And then Myron said, he's been getting death threats and people have been putting dog shit on his door. Like, that's not... He did not explain why he should open the door there. He did not try to make an argument for opening the door. He just moved on to a new thing. The general pattern of harassment and threats are not him explaining why you would open the door, so he should just hide. Regardless, it doesn't matter. That doesn't change whether or not this is on topic. I don't know. You realize that you're doing the thing that I just said. You were saying that's on topic. I just explained why it's not on topic, and now instead of responding to why it is on topic, you just moved to, oh, so you should just hide? While the cops ignore his calls and people harass him for weeks. Yeah, again, I can empathize with his position. I can empathize with it. You don't have to get me to empathize with it. I'm happy to say that, yeah, that's a rough situation to be in, but it still legally does not justify what he did. You're just pretending it's not seamless because your argument is irrational. If my argument was irrational, you wouldn't move to a different topic. You would argue against it. You understand that, right? You just argued why he should feel in danger instead of arguing why it's on topic. That you understand that? Yes, please, for the love of fucking God. Before you have to be a different breed of some sapien if you're not understanding this. You said it's on topic. I gave you an argument for why it is on topic, or for why it's off topic. You did not respond having anything to do with whether or not it is on topic or not. You just replied, oh, so he should go hide then? You're now arguing what it is that Nick should do instead of arguing whether or not it's on topic. I'm not doing something because my argument is irrational. I'm giving you an argument. You're not engaging with it. You're arguing whether or not Nick should be allowed to engage in self-defense. And then, yeah, and so now you said, he opened the door to defend his property. It's not stated because it's common sense. Most people don't need the explanation. Yeah, again, that's illegal, though. And that argument, again, isn't about whether or not it's on topic. So I'm going to move on.
For the fucking Sparta kick, bro.
This is Sparta!
Bitch, I'm not gonna even give you the chance to do some shit.
Because if I'm smart,
yeah, I've gone over the laws. This is, sorry, that's castle doctrine. So yeah, castle doctrine doesn't apply here because he has not seen any threats from that person. They have that specific person, right? Not anybody. That person has not threatened him, and he has not. And he hasn't, and there is no imminent danger because the door is closed. If the door was open, then he could feel some imminent danger. And now there's a lot of things that would make sense now. But from this one, nothing that you guys are giving us, why do you just ignore that fact? Wait, what? She caused all the threats. You're saying she's the person who doxed him? I have not seen any evidence of that. Can you show that to me? I have not seen that anywhere. Where did you get that from? That she's the person who doxed him? You're the first person to have this information. Where did that come from? You're saying I'm ignoring a fact that you're the only person who has that fact. I'm not ignoring it. This is the first time I've ever heard it. I would like to hear that too, Tom. Yeah, I was about to say, literally everybody who's been defending him, nobody has mentioned that. I mean, I guess I could try to find it, but maybe you should do more research yourself. Or maybe you're wrong and I have done more research myself and you're just making it up. And then I could do all the research in the world and I would never find it. So instead, I would just expect you to send it to me because I don't think it exists.
He played into their hands directly because now they got him that direct.
And also keep in mind, people were mailing his shit to his house. So
why open up the door?
He don't know what she was doing. Like, hey, don't drop shit off at my front door.
If I see somebody that I don't know or trust, nigga, I'm not opening no damn door. Like, bro, you might kind of shoot me.
No damn door.
So if that's the case, like, okay, listen, I'm thinking logically here. If I'm in danger,
yeah, he's saying if you're opening the door, you're not engaging in self-defense. You're putting yourself in more danger. That's what you're doing. You are not going and doing something that is lowering the threat level, nor are you de-escalating the threat level. You're not like making it to where there's less of a reason, or there's less possibility of an altercation. You are just causing an altercation, right? You are engaging in violent action for no reason.
Threats and people saying they can do shit to me. Why open up the door? Cool. He opened the door. What do you want? Push and mace.
But remember, people were mailing him a bunch of like poop boxes and shit like that. He probably didn't even want her to drop it off there. Like, people were mailing him shit. Like, I'd be pissed too. Like, yo, I don't want you fucking coming on my front door and leaving shit here. I don't know you. Like, clearly this bitch don't got a UPS uniform on. So I don't know. Like I said, I think he was 100% justified and it was like, I think 1000% justified, given the nature of what happened. Someone that's been in his shoes before with this type of shit happening before. I 1000% think that she's lucky.
Nick Fuentes confronted at his home after "Your Body, My Choice" refrain goes viral. Okay. Marla Rose, 57, said in a now deleted Facebook post that she was about to ring Fuentes' door when he opened the door. Sprayed her with a liquid, took her phone, pushed her down the steps. So again, for people who are saying he didn't push her down the steps, like, this is the current claim, and he has not refuted that claim from what I've seen. But pushed her down the steps and went back inside. Rose did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Rose shared a video of the altercation Tuesday on Facebook. In the video, Fuentes opened the door and points to what appears to be a spraying device toward the camera. The person holding the camera says, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" And the camera seems to be knocked over as Fuentes says, "Get the fuck out of here." Fuentes then grabs the phone, takes it inside the house, and appears to lock the door, and the video ends. The Berwyn Police Department confirmed that it got a call Sunday involving Fuentes and Rose. Deputy Chief Michael Oshner Jr. said that at this time, neither party is willing to cooperate with the investigation, so we are unable to take it any further until there is a change to that status. Damn. When was this written? Okay. It was on the 11th. Wait, no shot. This took place on the 11th, I thought. Or on the 10th. Oh no, there's a picture from November 11th, 2020. Okay. This is written on the 14th. November 14th. Okay. Weird. On Monday, Fuentes hinted at the incident by reposting an ex-post by Tristan Tate, alt-right influencer Andrew Tate's brother, that read, "If a man turned up at a pro-choice woman's house to confront her about her views, she could literally shoot him dead and nobody would care." This is so fucking insane. The fucking Tates are retarded, dude. The Tates are retarded. This is so dumb. He also reposted an ex-post by far-right commentator Candace Owens, who wrote about the incident. She is lucky she wasn't in a stand-your-ground state, or she could have been shot. Fuentes did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Like part of the problem here is that, like, even with this thought process, okay, the part of the thing that happens when you're engaging in self-defense or you're engaging in any sort of like physical altercation is it matters if you're bigger than the other person. Now, you might think, well, that's unfair. Maybe, but it does matter. It is taken into consideration if you're bigger and stronger. So like if a woman who's like 4'5", like 80 pounds, hits me as hard as she can, and then in response, I hit her as hard as I can, that will not be considered like a proportional response. That is not within proportionality. I might still be able to get away with it as far as like self-defense goes, but that is something that is taken into consideration, is the proportionality of the response. Tom boxing with a female midget. Yeah. I wish. That would be fucking dope. So yeah, like that's also part of like whether or not you feel a threat as well, is like, yes, if somebody like twice your size comes and like gets in your face and is looking down at you, yes, it could make sense that, yes, if they get right up close to you looking down at you, that you could feel some sort of danger and react in a defensive way. Whereas if it's a very, very small person who comes over and looks up at you, and you react in a defensive manner in the same way you would with the big guy, yes, if like with the big guy you immediately fucking like swing as hard as you can at the face, that could make sense in some scenarios based on like the body language, the the temperament, the way that everything's going in the room. But yes, for the small person, there's like, even with the same scenarios, it's unlikely that you'll get the same thought process when they don't pose the same threat to you. So like, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Tom isn't in a bubble. Half of his subscribers paid memberships and Republicans. Yeah, I was about to say, we literally, like, most of the chat, I've literally just recently moved from Republican to like centrist, like, and just voted Democrat for the first time, like, and now I'm so brainwashed. I'm in an echo chamber. I don't know what it's like to be anywhere else. Like, I've literally, all my friends, my family, I have tons of people who are Republicans and shit like that. So yeah. Tom just ran from the conversation when I showed that she doxed him. Wait, did you? Somebody else sent this to me and said that they think it might have said it in here. So this is why I pulled it up. I didn't change the conversation. I'm reading what it is that they said. What do you mean you showed me? She disclosed it. Yeah, like, I see other people saying he's reading it now. And even after they've told you numerous times I'm reading it now, you're still saying that that I just switched topics after they told you numerous times that I was reading it now. But yeah, I don't see. Tom, Google who doxed Nick Fuentes, and then good, who did Nick Fuentes pepper spray. Okay, so her name is Rose something. What was it? Marla Rose. Okay. Who doxed Nick Fuentes? So this is the article that we're reading right now. Meet Marla Rose, woman who doxed Nick Fuentes after being pepper sprayed at his house. Well, this is, yeah, but this happened after the initial dox. So they're saying she doxed him again, but this was after the initial dox. She said she knew where he was and that other women were driving past his house. What do you mean before? It says right here, meet Marla Rose, woman who doxed Nick Fuentes after being pepper sprayed at his house. This is the only thing that says that she doxed him. I think other things say that she shared his dox before she went to his house. That, yeah, she like retweeted it or like, yeah, that she shared it, but she was not the person who doxed him. Anyways, we'll just finish reading this because I'm pretty sure that's what this says. But let's see. He also reposted an X post by far-right commentator Candace Owens, who wrote about the incident. She is lucky she wasn't in a stand-your-ground state, or she could have been shot. Fuentes did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Fuentes has faced a wave of backlash for a post on X on November 5th when he wrote, "Your body, my choice, forever," referring to abortion policies. The phrase has become a meme in some right-wing circles. Afterwards, many users on X began spreading Fuentes' personal information online, including his home address and pictures of his house, writing, "Your house, our choice." The hilarious thing about Nick Fuentes getting doxxed is he paid Google to blur his house, but everyone will know it's his, as it's the only blurred house on the street. I feel zero sympathy for a psycho white supremacist who thinks he owns women. Your house, our choice, bitch. Damn. You know that people like him have guns and will execute anyone who tries to break into his home. Please attempt to do so. Ah, that's not what I expected that last line to say. Ah, shit. That's funny. I'm English, you fanny. This shite is going global. Well, it doesn't matter if it goes global. Y'all aren't even in the same fucking country. Shut the fuck up. Since then, Google Maps has blurred its picture of Fuentes' house. In her original deleted post, in which she discloses Fuentes' home address multiple times, she wrote that she found Fuentes' information after a friend messaged her his address, saying that they lived in the same town. Rose wrote a story that was inspired to pop over there, given Fuentes' history of anti-Semitic and white supremacist statements. Yeah, so when she showed up to his house, other people were already there. She's saying that she got it from a friend. So the friend already, yeah, it sounds like he was already doxxed at this point because other people already had it. And what's his name here? Rage Pro? Is Rage Pro here? Coping? What do you mean? You can't just say she doxed him, therefore she's the one who doxed him. Again, if you have evidence of that, you told me to just Google it. This is the first thing that comes up, and this doesn't say what you said it said. I don't know why you're making this claim when currently, yeah, there's no There's no evidence of it. Bro, you just read that shot and are pretending to be correct. Wait, hold on. Do you understand what I just said? Can you repeat back to me, Fideris? Repeat back to me what I just said. Because I just said what the article said. What you said is not what the article said. So can you please repeat back to me what I just said? Yeah, Tom, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, just to be clear, this says, in her original deleted post in which she disclosed Fuentes' home address multiple times, Rose wrote that she found Fuentes' information after a friend messaged her his address, seeing that they lived in the same town. Seeing that they lived in the same town. So this person saw Nick Fuentes' address and said, hey, I have a friend that lives there, and then messaged it to her. So this says that, yes, she posted his address. I said earlier, I'm pretty sure this is going to say that she like shared his address or something like that, but not that she was the original poster. I got to go to sleep. Yeah, you do. You got to go to sleep. You got to get some sleep. Rose wrote that she was inspired to pop over there given Fuentes' history of anti-Semitic and white supremacist statements. In an interview with Vice magazine, Rose said that she showed up at Fuentes' door to ask him, why do you feel comfortable saying the things that you say? And that part of my curiosity about him was being a Jewish person living in a town with an actual proud Nazi. Rose also told Vice that her address has started to circulate online. Rose had written in her deleted Facebook post that she was prompted to ring the doorbell after another woman who was in her car outside Fuentes' house told her, you should ring his doorbell and see what he has to say for himself. Yeah, if anybody else has evidence that she's the one who doxed him, I'd be happy to pull it up, but yeah, currently, this just says that she shared his address, not that she's the one who doxed him. Rose had written in her deleted Facebook post that she was prompted to ring the doorbell after another woman who was in her car outside Fuentes' house told her, you should ring his doorbell and see what he has to say for himself. She said the woman was called. She said the same woman called the police after the incident to file a police report. Rose wrote that a police officer called an ambulance to check her eyes, but that she did not sustain any major injuries besides a sore on her right side, where she said she had fallen. The Berwyn Police Department said it did take a report on the incident, but that it has not released it to the public yet. Rose and her husband, I was just about to say this. I would totally understand why she wouldn't like continue with the and you somehow didn't know any of this beforehand. Hold on. Knowing that she posted his address somewhere and knowing that she's the one who doxed him. Like, bro, the fact that she actively doxed him and encouraged people to threaten him and posted his house, and you're somehow still deflecting and pretending it's irrelevant, LMAO, like, what the fuck? Hold on, we haven't even talked about any of that. I don't know why the fuck, your claim was that she is the one who doxed him. That's what you said. You said, she's the one who doxed him, okay? I said, wait, so she's the person who found his doxer, like, put it out there for everybody? You're like, yeah, it's her, she's the one who started all this. Okay, well, that's not what this says. Now you're deflecting and moving on to something else that's totally irrelevant as to whether or not she's the one who doxed him. I don't know why you're deflecting literally in the statement where you're accusing me of deflecting, but That's what deflecting is. If you were unaware,
Todd Bempere
that's it.
super chatted $4.99. Go get them, Tom. Have a good day.
Appreciate it, Tom Pemper. Have a good one, buddy. Appreciate your support. We got a $4.99 super chat. Oh no, Pemper, you were 1 cent off from making it onto the fucking goal. Even if I'm wrong, I'm probably not. It still totally dismantles your original argument that she's somehow a victim. Okay, so I'm happy to engage in that. If you're saying that you don't know if that's true now, but you'll check and you'll send it to me if you find it. That's fine. Before you were saying I just read it and it's proven and now I'm coping. But now, okay, so fair enough. So yes, if you're saying, hey, she posted his docs, that's true. And does that make her a threat? Yes, that makes her a threat. If he knows that. If he knows that she posted his docs, that would make her some type of threat. But not a physical threat, even if she shows up to his door. It still would not make it to where you made it on the goal. Wait, did it? Oh, I could be wrong. Maybe I was wrong. I thought there was already one. Maybe I'm wrong. My bad. Yeah, I was wrong. My bad. Yeah, Todd Pemper made it. Damn, $4.99 makes it. Sweet. Yes, that still does not make it to where they're considered a physical threat. So yeah, like while I agree that is a threat to him, that is a physical threat to him, that is not what we would call a imminent physical threat, right? So she's making it to where he's more likely to get attacked, where he's more likely to have physical attacks. She is making that more likely, for sure. But that doesn't mean that, yes, that him hitting her then is not the imminent threat. That's not it. So, like, you guys keep doing this over and over, where you keep making arguments that he should have felt a threat. I agree. It makes sense that he would feel a threat. It's just not an imminent threat from her. The reasonable threat exists. This is reasonable. It makes sense. I get it. Totally makes sense. It's just not a reasonable physical threat. Depress Express.
Ugh. Well, hello.
Well, hello. How are you doing?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Somebody there?
Wait. Do I have to reset my mic? Yeah.
Is this Tom?
Sorry, I had to reset my mic real quick. Sorry about that. What's up?
Oh, you're good, man. How's it going, bud?
Going well. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. You know, having a couple beers, listening to your live stream.
Always the best time
you're
to call into a live stream.
Oh yeah, having a couple beers, enjoying the night. You know, just having a good time. How about you? You doing good tonight?
I'm doing great, dude. What can I do for you?
Well, I don't know if you can do anything for me. I just wanted to pick your brain about a couple of things.
Well,
I
I'm
was
here to
Trevor
serve.
King in the
I
was Trevor King in the live stream.
All right.
So I got a couple of questions for you.
All right.
Especially when
let's
it
go.
comes to this whole Nick Fuentes thing. Like I
Yes.
honestly when it comes to that guy, I could care less about that dude.
Yeah.
I understand
the feeling, because I understand, like, while it can be annoying how, like, the left can attack him, and they'll all, like, especially partisan hacks will make up any reason to be upset with him and attack him for some shit, to where, like, I've many times started to feel, like, defensive of him just because of, like, all the straw men and shit that come towards him. But then, so yeah, I get it.
Like for instance, like I was the one that mentioned castle doctrine. Yeah, Illinois does have a very restrictive castle doctrine. Yeah, protocol. Somebody shows up at your house, they're making threats, they're being aggressive. You absolutely have the right to defend yourself. But that lady that showed up, honestly, I don't even know why the fuck he opened the door. I don't think he should have.
Yeah.
I'm not on the side of, oh fuck yeah, pepper spray that bitch. No, whoa, hold on, time out. hindsight is 2020. Maybe there was something else that we don't know about. I don't know
Well,
if there
but just to
is
be
or if there
clear,
isn't. I'm not.
even castle doctrine in and of itself, from what I understand, still requires like some sort of threat on the property or for them to be in your house uninvited. Like it's got to be like one of those two things. And even if they had a full castle doctrine that wasn't all that limited, it still would not. What he did still would not fall under that category.
Yeah, no, what he did, honestly, I could see if she was like banging on his door, like trying to damage his property. I could see that, but from the videos that I've seen, it just seemed like she knocked, and he showed up and had pepper spray.
Yeah.
Now, if he was under threat, like maybe he got a message. Like I said, there might be some information we don't know about. I'm not the kind of guy that's going to jump to conclusions. Hindsight's always 2020. Like, oh, he should have done this. He should have done that. Of course, yeah, you have the luxury of hindsight. But at the time when that was happening, that might have been somebody who had been fucking with him for weeks, and maybe he just got that Ring camera put in. There's a bunch of shit that honestly, like the way that
Were
he
you
reacted,
here yesterday when
like
we went over the? Were you here yesterday when we went over the body cam footage?
the body cam footage of Nick Fuentes? No.
Yes.
No.
Okay. So that would be really
No.
important. I think for anybody who's here, who has like they think that like maybe things the way that I'm saying it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You need to go to my stream from yesterday. There's actually a bunch of them, but the last stream from yesterday, and watch the body cam footage, because that's what really has like enlightened my thought process on this.
Is that the police that were there that responded to it, or?
Yeah, so the police officer responds.
Okay.
First, he talks to the eyewitness that was there watching. So the lady who told her to go up and knock on the door, she's there, and she says what happens first. Then he goes and talks to the lady, and the lady says the same thing as the eyewitness and says everything that happened. Then he goes and talks to Nick. Nick does not admit to pepper spraying her. He does not admit to shoving her. He does not admit to grabbing her phone, even though he hands the cop her phone when the cop first shows up. First thing he does is hand the cop her phone. But he does not admit to any of those things, but he does say a lot of things to attempt to defend himself. So he says things like, I've been harassed a lot. I've been under a lot of stress. People all day yesterday were ringing my doorbell. I've called you guys before and you didn't show up. Like, he says a lot of things to try to help his side. And so where people are bringing up these things where they're saying there's possibilities that could have been true that we don't know about yet, I totally agree. There's a lot of possibilities there. But the fact that he did attempt to defend himself and didn't name any of these other possibilities makes me go ahead, and while I'm making these arguments, I'm willing to assume that they are not true until there's some evidence that shows otherwise.
Right. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to sit here and I'm going to be like, hey, dude, no, Nick Fuentes was in the right.
Yeah.
No, I won't do that. That's not me. There were 100 options that he could have done, and he chose to do the one that was the most aggressive. He shouldn't have answered the door. In all honesty, he should have contacted the police, as he did. I'm sure that he did, or she did, or somebody, or the neighbors.
He says in the body cam footage at the time, he says, they said you should have called the police, and he says, I did. And then they're like, well, we just got on the, what did they say? They said, we just clocked in, so we didn't know that. And he says, I called you guys an hour ago. So now it's not clear if an hour ago pertained to this issue or if it was pertaining to somebody else being at his door. And I think he says that he called them days before as well at another point. So it's not clear if he ever called them about this issue. Apparently people have said, there's been like Reupers in my chat saying that he called the cops and that they told him that they weren't going to do anything about it. And I'm assuming at those points, he's calling about the people standing out like on the sidewalk, staring at his house all day. That like technically that's like, that's free speech, that's freedom of association. Like, there's nothing they can do about that. And so I'm assuming if they're saying there's nothing we can do about this, it's probably all the people standing outside just kind of being up.
Well, it also can be considered harassment, especially if they were standing out there all day. Even if you're engaging in free speech, which I 100%. You have the right to speak whatever is on your mind. But if you're outside somebody's house and you're saying things, especially towards that person, making threats, even if it's a veiled threat, like, you're a piece of shit, I hope you fucking... It doesn't even have to be I hope.
Yeah.
It's, you're a piece of shit, fuck you, you're an asshole, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Okay, fine. That's great. There are time and place restrictions on freedom of speech. There are.
Yep.
And as much as I would love freedom of speech just to be wherever the hell you go, there are things like fighting words. There are things, veiled threats. There are, you can't yell fucking fire in a crowded theater. That's a crime. You're not supposed to do that. And now, I don't know anything about the people that were standing outside of his house or what they were doing, but if you're standing outside of somebody's house, you can only assume ill intent, especially if there's a crowd of people and they've been there all fucking day. Now, if they're there and they're like, hey, we're having a cookie sale.
I think
all
that
right,
those
cool.
things are probably... Those things are yeah, so it depends on how long they're standing out there for. It would, honestly, it would take a long time. It would take a really long time for them to consider
what is their intent?
Harassment. Well, so hold on. The
but what is their intent? That's the question.
The problem is that
they're there.
Well, so exactly. So there's a point where if there's no sort of like demonstration, right, and they're just going there over and over, now if there's some sort of like reason to suspect ill intent, now it could eventually become either if they're yelling a lot and chanting a lot, there's possibilities of like disturbing the peace because you're in a residential area, and then there's also the issue of like where it could be considered stalking at some point. The part where it's considered I forget what you brought up.
Hold on. Can I respond to Raceland real fast? You can absolutely yell fire in a crowded theater. Yeah, if you want to get arrested, go ahead. Go try it.
No, it's not actually illegal to yell fire in a crowded theater. It's the idea when it was brought up is to say that if you say something that where you could reasonably know that you're going to cause others to panic and then a stampede causes bodily harm, then you would be responsible for the bodily harm.
Yes.
Right. But so you can go into a theater, you can yell fire, but if there is no like stampede of people and nobody ends up getting hurt, then there's nothing for you to get in trouble.
No harm, no foul.
It's incitement.
No harm, no foul. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, my point is that yes, that it could be considered stalking after a while. The problem with this though is that there were scenarios like when Tucker Carlson got doxxed. He got doxxed, and then hundreds and hundreds of people showed up outside of his door and protested all night, like ringing bells, blasting.
But they didn't threaten him. They didn't threaten him.
Right, they didn't threaten him. And so that's the thing, is that other people were threatening him, and that was some of the arguments that Tucker was making to try to get the police to clear it out, is he's like, hey, people online are like making threats towards me and threatening my life, and now all of these, now I got hundreds of people standing outside my door, like this is dangerous, like we need to get rid of them. And they're like, we can't stop people from protesting, dude, like I'm sorry, like we can tell them to keep it down because it is a residential area, and we can make it to where they have to be quieter at certain times of the day, but outside of that, like it's not really there's nothing that we can really do about it. And so in this case, yes, if people are out there just standing there, even if they're yelling, even if they're saying "fuck you," "you're a piece of shit," like that, it's without there being anything extra for them to actually consider, like to make it a
fuck.
I forget what it's called. But just one second. There's a specific word I gotta find here real quick. It's where there's a threat that actually could be executed. It's a it's a something
where a threat could be executed.
It's shit.
Intention of harm.
No, it's just to say that like no, not imminent. It's where it's probable. No, it's Fuck.
No.
There's like an actual phrase.
I know
that, like,
I
is
know what you're
illegal.
talking about. I know what you're talking about. I really do. I can't, and for the life of me, it's on the tip of my tongue. And as soon as I stop thinking about it, that's when it's gonna hit me in the fucking
Yeah,
forehead
it
like a
might. It
damn
might.
brick.
Maybe we can call it a reasonable threat is fine. But like, yeah, it's pretty much saying that like
Yeah.
there's a credible threat. That's what it is. A credible threat. Haha, I beat all you motherfuckers. There's a credible
there
threat.
it is. Yeah, credible threat.
And so yes, if there's a credible threat, now we can kind of like take this in a different direction, but without a credible
Law
threat. So
enforcement
even
can
somebody
get
just
involved.
saying like, I'd fuck you up online, like this isn't like normally nobody's ever going to get in trouble for that because it's just not really a credible threat. Like it's just
Yeah,
shit
no,
talking.
it's not. It's fighting words, but it's not credible because they're 5,000 miles away. So it's not a credible threat. It is a threat, but it's not credible. Now, when it comes to Nick Fuentes, I'm not really knowledgeable on Nick Fuentes. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I love everything that he says, or I hate everything that he says. I don't even know the fucking guy, okay? All I know is what I've seen, and what I saw was he opened the door, pepper sprayed her, shoved her down. Now, I agree with two of the things that he did. I don't agree with him taking her phone. That he never should have done. That's her property. That's theft. He should have been charged with that. He should have been taken to fucking jail. You don't steal somebody's fucking phone. That's not okay.
Which going and grabbing
you
her
also-
phone makes it seem as though he didn't actually think that there was a threat. Like that almost like excludes any fear that he had of her when he goes outside now and takes her phone off the pavement and goes back inside. This kind of makes it to where it's like, okay, that there's no shot he was actually had any fear of a threat from this woman whatsoever because he literally went outside
hold on.
and stole her shit.
Now hold on. Time out. Now, if I'm in a confrontation and I'm actually looking to do somebody harm, or I'm actually looking to defend myself, if I were to, like, if somebody showed up at my house, I'm not saying I'm Nick Fuentes, but if somebody showed up at my house and they had a phone in their hand and I confronted them and I pepper sprayed them and they went down and their phone was in their hand, I would grab it, look at it, to see if they were in contact with either the police or one of their buddies, because I don't want somebody else showing up to my house. But I also wouldn't take the phone back into my house. I'd just put it back down where I found it. I'd be like, okay,
I'm sorry,
he's not
I don't
in
even
any sort of
I'm
communication.
sorry. Hold on. I don't even understand that part.
Go ahead.
Why would you not want them to be in contact with the police? Why would you be afraid that
No, I would want them to be in contact. I would want them to be in contact with the police, but I wouldn't want them in contact with, say, one of their friends or multiple friends that are going to show up at my house and also try to cause harm to me. But I wouldn't
but
take
in
the
this
phone
case,
back
though,
inside. That don't make sense to me.
Sure. So in this case, though, and I get what you're saying, but the problem is in this case, she's holding her phone like she's recording because she was recording. We've all seen the recording. And
Yeah,
so
she's got it in front of her.
Phone,
Yep.
Yes, she's holding her phone in front of her, pointed at him to where he probably, yes, there's not really much of a reason for him to be afraid that she's like on the phone with somebody unless they're like video chatting or something like that. But even if they were, like, yes, at that point, it wouldn't really matter and there's nothing that he could do about it. Like even if she was live streaming him to like, 10,000 people, at the point that he has pepper sprayed her, pushed her down the stairs, that point that yes, there's literally nothing you can do about it. And it does still just kind of disqualify the thought that he felt afraid and felt like there was a threat to his personhood. And so
I wouldn't say it disqualifies him, but it does make it seem a little odd. It does.
Well,
I wouldn't say disqualify, but I would say it is odd. Why the hell would you take her phone from her? That doesn't make any sense to me. Now,
even the phone, taking the phone only is different. I'm saying at the point that you step outside the door to even pick up the phone, that disqualifies the threat. And then picking up the phone and taking it back inside just adds to the level of malice that was there within this engagement. That like if all he did is just pepper spray her, maybe we could say that there's a possibility that he that he was afraid and just maybe overreacted a little bit. But then he didn't just pepper spray her, he also pushed her down the stairs. So now we have this extra added level of proportionality, and then, which makes it seem a little bit more malicious, and then he goes and takes the phone and walks inside with it. And now it makes it just way over the line in malice. And that this is, yes, the fact that he just even went outside at all, that kind of excludes the fact that he thought he was in danger.
That's the one place I will agree with you, that the taking of the phone was absolutely unwarranted. He shouldn't have done that. I will agree with you on that 100%. I'm not going to sit here and try to argue. I'm trying to understand why he would do that. And if I'm trying to understand it, and I'm trying to understand where he was at that point in time, pepper spraying somebody, your adrenaline's going to go up. Pushing somebody, your adrenaline's going to be up. Especially somebody's at your house, you're trying to protect yourself, you're trying to protect your family, you're trying to protect your belongings, all that good fun stuff. Your adrenaline's going to be high. Now, pushing, I can see that. I can almost justify it. I can justify the pepper spraying by, she shouldn't have been there in the first place, and she shouldn't have. If she had any legitimate reason, if I were, like, for instance, Tom, I don't know you, you don't know me, but if I showed up at your house and I was like, yo, dude, we need to talk, you'd be like, I don't fucking know you. Who the hell are you? Why the fuck are you at my house? I'm gonna defend myself. I'm gonna answer the door, and I'm gonna have, in my hometown, I live in a small town, I live in Indiana. If you showed up at my house and knocking on my door like that, I would answer the door, but I would have a pistol behind my back. And I would be like, what's up, dude? If you made any advancement towards me, I'm sorry, but you're getting shot. I'm not going to even take the chance with you. Now, pepper spraying is a defensive tactic.
Right, but that's what I said as well.
Is that
I with what you just said, that's what I said, is that if he opened up the door, pointed the pepper spray at her, and said, get off my property, and she refused, now we have like a bit more of like a room for him to pepper spray her, because people keep saying, oh, well, she was she was on his property, so of course he's allowed to do this. That's not true. You have to tell them to get off the property. Just because somebody is on your property does not give you the warrant to go out and harm them. That's not okay. I don't agree with that at all. I agree with you that he probably shouldn't have pepper sprayed her. This idiot is why guns should be banned. Okay, Joe Romero, could you? Yeah, I think he is too. It's okay. It's okay. Sorry, wrecked my whole train of thought. But when pepper spray is a very defensive maneuver, but he shouldn't have just opened up with it. He shouldn't have just walked out and been like, "Get off my property." No, it's get off my property. Show them the pepper spray, and if they don't, then hit them with it. But he didn't even give her the chance. He just walked out, boom, hit her. Okay, now, was she one of the protesters outside of his house for hours on end, and then she finally decided to walk up? That's a whole other conversation that we can have, where, these people have been out here all day, pissed off, and then finally one of them decides to walk up. All right, new set of circumstances. Let's go down that road. If I'm sitting in my house and I've got a bunch of protesters over across the way and they're yelling all sorts of obscenities at me and they're not being violent towards me, but they're chanting, ranting and raving, and one of them finally decides to come up to my house door, and I notice it. I'm going to be defensive because I don't know what you're coming up to my door. Why are you here? Why are you on my property? You can gladly stand across the way and yell all the things you want. Go ahead. But the moment you step on my property, you step in my door, you step in my premise, I'm going to be defensive. I'm not going to be defensive the way that most people would be. I'm going to be offensive because you've pinned me into a corner. Literally, you've pinned me in my house. I can't leave. I can't go anywhere.
Now I have to be offensive. I have to show you that if you fuck with me, you're gonna get hurt. And
Yes, but again,
honestly,
that is
the way
about the
that
notice. Like even with your example, it's about the notice. Like you have to give somebody notice on these things that there is like a threat to them so that they are able to remove themselves. And without without them ever getting a warning, they're like, yes, they have to, there has to be some like some sort of warning, some sort of notice there before you're able to take like a action in that way.
And an offensive stance, a defensive stance.
It's
No,
like it's
like I
considered
said,
an offensive action, but it's an offensive action like that's considered like precautionary. That's like kind of what like castle doctrine is like somebody comes in your house.
Right.
The idea is that even if they're not attacking you, you're still able to take a precautionary offensive action because there's a possibility of what they could do, and once they're inside your house, there's no time to like wait and find out.
Right. No, I'm not gonna. Like Illinois law versus Indiana law. Right, I said this earlier. In Indiana, if somebody shows up to my property and they're not supposed to be there, they're trespassing. If they're armed and I tell them get the fuck off my property and they don't do that, in Indiana, I can shoot them legally, and I won't be held. I'll be held accountable, but it's going to be a self-defense case, and it's probably going to get dismissed because that's Indiana. We're nuts in Indiana. But would I shoot the person? Probably not. I'd be like, dude, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing on my property? Go. Just get. And they go, fuck you. I'll do what the fuck I want. Okay, now you got two options. Either get off my property or get dead. Your choice. And they go, well, I choose get dead. Well, I guess I'll oblige you. Maybe don't do that. But when it comes to this Nick Fuentes thing, I don't know why he did. But did you see what happened like days after that? The second attempt on his life. Not the second. I won't say attempt on his life. That lady was armed with a phone. But the actual assassination attempt of Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, we just went over.
Did you see that?
We just went over that a little bit ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fucking nuts. Dude had a crossbow and he had a gun. He went to a neighbor's house and killed their dogs.
Super chatted $5.
That dude was
Hi, Tom.
obviously dangerous
If you
and
wanna
obviously a
stop by and
violent
say
individual,
hi.
and I honestly
Merry
think
Christmas
that
and have a happy New
you know
Year's.
that
Take
kind
care
of
and
Thanks,
keep on
Cyrax.
hustling.
political violence.
Smiley
Merry
face
Christmas.
with hearts.
It's not okay.
Christmas tree present.
Merry Christmas. But I don't think that kind of political violence is okay, and I think that should be condemned 100% by both right and left, up or down. It doesn't matter. I think that should be condemned. I would love for you to be like, yeah, that should be condemned. I think that we can agree on that. That, showing up to somebody's house and threatening them with violence and then actually committing violence against their neighbor's dog. Who the hell shoots a dog? What is wrong with you?
Yep.
That's not okay.
Yeah, that guy, from what I understand, he murdered 3 people before he went there. So he
holy shit.
That is the understanding currently, is that in like a couple towns over, he murdered 3 people in a family, and then or that at least he is the suspected murderer, where there is a triple homicide. So it is possible that he was on a killing spree, that he ended up in the neighbor's house and killed their dogs next to Nick Fuentes. He killed both of their dogs while running from the cops and shooting at the cops. And so there's that guy was on a whole other level of insane.
Yeah, that's not okay. And in all honesty, I think that guy did die, didn't he? The cops got him. The cops killed him.
Yes, cops killed him.
Okay, yeah. So I think it's kind of sad to say that, but I think that guy got what was coming to him.
It probably would have been nice to make sure that they took him to court first, or at least like were able to get some information on the triple homicide, because now that he's dead, now they're not sure if they killed the murderer or if they still need to be on the lookout for somebody else. But yeah, as of right now, that's the understanding. All right, I do have to get back to the video, but
No, you're good.
Yesterday, there we had a lot of
Okay.
shit talking between the. I'm not upset about it or anything, but if you wanted to come back and talk about January 6th, I would be happy to get
Oh,
into
dude,
that another
I'm
time.
I'm
So
more than happy to talk about it. Let's do it. Let's
okay.
get into it.
So
I'm
yeah,
not gonna
because
shy
yeah,
away
I
from it.
think
I'm
I'm
more than
almost
happy.
positive you and I were getting into it last night about this, right? And I was saying I want you all
Yeah.
to fucking jump on tomorrow. So okay, so yeah, if you're around in a couple hours when we move on from this topic, I think I might have like one or two other things to get into, but this is supposed to be a pretty long stream.
I
So if you haven't passed out
I
drunk at
don't
that
I
point,
don't I don't know what your time zone is or what your time frame is,
Eastern
but
time, I'm at 6 a.m. 6:22 a.m.
actually MW actually said something really good right there. January 6th anniversary stream. I would
That's every
love to
stream.
talk about January 6th on January 6th. That would be
Ooh,
great. That
hey,
would be awesome.
yeah. Actually, I should.
That-
I thought I've thought about like trying to like set up because this is something that like other content creators do. I'm just not like nearly big enough to do it, but I would love to like set up like a Twitter like a Twitter room or a Twitter call in to where people can
yeah.
jump on and just like
Yeah.
take lines of people who want to talk about January 6th. And so, yeah, I might try that on that day. But yeah, anyways, yeah, if you're around a little bit later when I get moved on, then yeah, I'll mention it. And if you're around, jump back in the waiting room and we can get into it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. This has been a very pleasurable conversation. I know that you might be a little bit more centrist, a little bit more left than I am, but I love having conversations with people that I can disagree, but we can also agree on things, and it's a very good conversation.
Oh yeah.
I honestly, dude, if we were in a bar sitting shooting the shit, I'd buy you a beer. I'd be more than
Base,
happy to buy you a beer.
I would drink your beer.
Hell yeah, I'd appreciate that, bub. Well, I hope you have a good night, and I hope to have a conversation with you again. If we can do a January 6th thing on January 6th, that'd be fucking awesome. I wouldn't shy away from that. That'd be fucking great.
I think
All
I
right,
think
man.
most likely, honestly, most likely what I'll end up doing on January 6th is probably doing like a full breakdown of everything that happened that I think that most people don't understand and like getting into all of the
Yeah.
events, going over the fucking like documentaries on this shit. And so that I may end up like taking debates later on it, but I think for the most part I'll probably end up just going over everything that I think happened. So we'll see. But yeah, if
Dude,
you're
and
around today or tomorrow,
yeah.
you know, those would be better days to get into it.
Oh, I'll probably be on tomorrow night, and to be honest with you, man, the whole the debate idea, we didn't have a debate this entire time. We were just talking about your idea, my idea, and then if we agree, disagree, it was a good conversation. It
Yeah.
wasn't, oh, I hate you, you hate me. No, it was okay, I agree with what you just said, and you agree with what I just said, and now how do we get to where we can both agree with about the core premise of the problem? And
Yeah,
it
sure.
was a good conversation, man. You put a smile on my face. I put a smile on your face. Well, at
Base.
least I hope I did, but
Yeah, dude. It was a good combo. I appreciate you calling in.
yeah, no problem, man. Anytime. If you're gonna be on here tomorrow, I'll talk to you then. But you said you
All
got
right,
to
cool.
go, so I'm gonna let you go, and I'll talk at you later.
Awesome, man. Later.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up Nick Fuentes has also done this. I don't think I saw this back when it happened, but I did see this about 6 months ago, and I just remembered it, so I thought I'd pull it up real quick.
Whoa! I did. Do you know what that is?
So yeah, I think another example of Nick. What is this? What is this called? A assault? I think this isn't battery. This is assault, right? It looks like Sneeko, I believe, is the one who's like live streaming this or some shit. I don't know why he did that. I don't know what the
It
fuck
is Nick Fuentes. He pretended that it wasn't him, but it's really him. What the fuck? Fuck Nick Fuentes.
Somebody else.
You racist? It is Nick Fuentes. He pretended that it wasn't him, but it's really him. Racist.
Before this goes viral, I know this is going to look bad on Nick Fuentes. You could see him throwing a Sprite in the In-N-Out. But if you look at the ceiling right here, you see there's ketchup all over. That's because some lady and her husband came up to us, flipped us off, and then threw the ketchup all over me and Nick, mostly Nick. I just wiped it out of my hoodie. And he retaliated with the Sprite. That's actually what happened. We were attacked first, and we told them to go away. They went away and threw ketchup at us. He should not have thrown a Sprite, but that's the truth. And it's all over my favorite hoodie, man.
I was wondering why those guys were being so chill about that. I was wondering why those guys are like, both of them are twice his size. And I'm wondering, I'm like, why are they being so chill about that? But I honestly, because even after they're like, oh, you got some stuff on your on your suit jacket there. That's a little, but yeah, I think that he's just pissed off. And after he throws it, he's like, these people just fucking threw food at me. And they're like, oh. Okay, so like you're just throwing shit, not really at us. You're just throwing shit. Okay, well, fuck. I mean, we didn't do it, but whatever. Like, makes sense that you're kind of pissed off, but chill out, dude. We didn't do that shit.
An argument by a couple who quickly got into a row with the known supremacist, a witness said. It is unclear what the group was fighting over, but the couple, who are not seen in the clip, reportedly got so angry they threw ketchup cups at Fuentes and his friends. Fuentes has been at the forefront of American media for the past few weeks after he was seen walking through a Miami airport with Kanye West and going to Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago
Kanye West.
estate. However, on Saturday, Fuentes reportedly denied being himself, according to a woman who filmed the Holocaust denier. It is Nick Fuentes, the woman said as she filmed the white nationalist who was wearing a suit. He pretended that it wasn't him, but it's really him. Fuentes and his group appeared to be leaving the restaurant when the woman said, what the F, Nick Fuentes, you racist. In another video, Fuentes can be seen standing at his table calmly before out of the blue, he threw his drink toward across the restaurant, the liquid spraying everyone nearby. The drink reportedly did not hit the couple who he was aiming at as they were leaving the establishment. Fuentes left 5 minutes later, and the police were not called. Since dining at Mar-a-Lago, Trump said he didn't know who Fuentes was when he dined with him, and West in Florida, and that Fuentes' extreme views were not discussed at the table. I had no idea what his views were, and they weren't expressed at the table in our very quick dinner, or it wouldn't have been after the meeting 24, and that the ex weeks ago was basically screaming.
Okay. All right. Moving on.
She only got Mason kicked. Be honest with you. Now, granted, I think the issue here is that he lives in Illinois.
Wow, you doxed him!
He would have been fine.
My problem is she didn't forcefully attack him, or in any case, incite violence to him, and he attacked her first. So
she stepped on his property.
Doesn't matter. She didn't physically attack him.
Doesn't matter. She shouldn't be there.
Oh my goodness. I swear Myron is a fucking retard, dude. This guy is gonna... I cannot stand these people. You're saying, yes, she shouldn't be there. So listen, this is literally the dumb argument that people kept making with Rittenhouse, right? Where they kept saying, what? Rittenhouse was a murderer. And it's like, wait, everybody attacked him though. Each person who he shot, they attacked him first. And they go, yeah, but he shouldn't have even been there in the first place. It's like, okay, you're bringing that up. Fine. He shouldn't have been there in the first place. Fine. Fair enough. And then, like, so that means that these people are allowed to attack him now? They're allowed to assault him? What, does he stand there and let them kill him? Like, what does he do? Is he allowed to do that now? Like, yeah, it doesn't matter whether or not she should have been there in the first place. That doesn't mean that he just gets to assault her. It doesn't mean he gets to batter her. It doesn't mean that he gets to steal her phone. Like, none of these things are legal now. But it sounds like, from this article, it sounds like, I would assume she's afraid. I haven't read this last paragraph yet, so that's why I'm saying this. Because I would assume, but I think that's what it's going to say, is that she's afraid And so that's why she's not pressing charges, is that she's like she's already probably been doxxed. She's probably already got people after her. She's probably got tons of people harassing her. Groypers are a fucking... They can be obnoxious, okay? They can they can cause you some fucking problems. And she even said something about her followers. I posted this to my followers, or I told my followers, or my followers said that he had this, that, and the other. Tom, the TSA is technically part of the DHS, right? Imagine if Myron was airport security and has been calling himself a DHS agent all this time. That's pretty normal, dude. I think that's normal. That's fine. I was a Pizza Hut delivery driver who had to say words in order to communicate with people, and I called myself a linguist. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think it makes sense. Rose and her husband, John Besky, have said they have faced harassment since the incident. Besky wrote Tuesday on Facebook that they were swatted, a form of harassment in which police are called to a residence without cause. Yes, if they're getting fucking swatted, I'm not gonna lie, I probably would not press charges either. But yeah, she said she had a following. So if she has a following, that is probably done with. That's probably done with. That it is probably 90% of her following now is probably Groypers. Regardless of how big it is. I don't care how big it is. 90% of her following is probably Groypers. So that's that. He calls himself a special agent, so he couldn't have been TSA's. Funny as that would have been. Yeah, I don't think he was TSA. Bro, what is a lawyer saying though? What is a groyper? So a groyper, that's what I hear Tom say that, but I don't understand. So groypers are followers of Nick Fuentes. So his following is called the Groypers. His movement is called America First. I think his show is called America First. And then because that's how he got famous and popular was from live streaming. And he was like a little kid when he first started. I think he was like 15, 16 when he first started streaming and was gaining like a lot of notoriety, a lot of fame, a lot of popularity. But his channel, his show was called America First. That's why, like, I think he has a pack that's called AFPAC, and he does his own like conferences and stuff that's had like tons of major political figures there, and has had a bunch of like congressmen and people like Marjorie Taylor Greene went and then pretended like she didn't know who he was afterwards. But yeah, the Groypers are followers of Nick Fuentes. That's who they are. So yeah, if you're unaware, Groypers are Nick Fuentes fans. I'm a little offended that you didn't know that. I'm gonna be honest. So I'm just gonna tell you guys, okay? So that you don't offend me in the future. If you go to my channel, I have a documentary on here. You've probably heard me mention it once or twice before. This right here says Candace Owens' Path to Anti-Semitism, featuring Ben Shapiro. And it's a full-fledged documentary. All right? In here, it kind of explains like the growth of Nick Fuentes, him like coming up through the alt-right, what the alt-right is. It explains like anti-Semitism. It explains all of this shit. Minds that would take up the mantle and continue the fight. Their reliance on platforms like YouTube and Twitter made them lose their ability to communicate with anyone as they died out. All except one, Nick Fuentes. Probably the youngest of all the alt-right leaders, he built his own platform, Cozy TV, where he and his generals could stream speeches to their live audiences and keep the movement alive.
What people
if Jews say I'm not allowed to be mad about it, I'm mad about it all of a sudden.
They were able to continue recruiting high school and college and the rest of the alt missiles on the inside to know the truth. Ask a question, creating.
So yeah, they've done like Groyper Wars, like causing problems for people like Ben Shapiro, and even like a Charlie Kirk, and then this is where the term Groyper came from, was from the Groyper Wars.
The America Firsters started following around every major conservative pundit, yelling at them and saying they weren't real Christians. This was deemed the Groyper Wars. Clippable moments of kids trolling the fake conservative.
Alt-right doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anymore. As I said, like I just explained that they disappeared, but it did exist. It was a thing.
Conservatives helping grow the movement. From then on, Nick Fuentes' followers were called Groypers. They continued to gather in large groups to combat mainstream conservatives, BLM, and Antifa. Nick even ended up following Ben Shapiro and his family while out in public and taunting them.
They're both about the same size, so it'd be a fair fight. But anyways, yeah, the Groypers, technically, Groyper was initially supposed to only apply to people who were at the Groyper Wars. It was like a term that you weren't supposed to use unless you were actually there. And now everybody calls all of his followers Groypers, and lots of his like generals and like the big guys feel like it's like a stolen valor that they're called Groypers when they weren't at the Groyper Wars. But yeah, anyways. Whoa, that alt-right conservative was wearing Patagonia. I work for Patagonia and we hate right-wing cunts. Damn. I am the alt-right. I am only right for the collapse of the right based. What's the Groyper Wars? Groyper Wars was where they all show up. I thought you watched the documentary, Short Stack Goblin. Now you're hurting my feelings. Groyper Wars was where they all showed up to the Daily Wire conferences to kind of troll them.
Everyone on the inside to know the truth.
Mainly to say Nick Fuentes' name. All of the Daily Wire people refused to talk to Nick Fuentes and refused to engage with him, refused to say his name, and so they would all show up and kind of troll, or mainly just to mention.
Ben Shapiro and his group of Daily Wire podcast hosts were going around the country giving speeches at colleges. At the end of every speech, they would give the audience a chance to come up to a mic and ask a question, creating viral Ben Destroys clips.
I'm saying that the Boy Scouts have a standard. You must be a biological boy to be a Boy Scout. You have to be a boy to be a Boy Scout. In the name Boy Scouts.
Nick was very outspokenly against Ben and the Daily Wire, so he encouraged his followers to go to college campuses and ask hosts why they don't support real Christian policies, like outlawing gay marriage, or why they allow immigration if they are America first.
Recently you gave a speech at Stanford about Nick Fuentes, who you called an alt-right lead influencer. My question is this: it seems like conservatives like you, like Charlie Kirk, like Dan Crenshaw, feel threatened by America First conservatives and America First ideas. Is this why you're smearing them as alt-right, racist, homophobic, and all these other things, instead of actually addressing their ideas and debating them?
So first of all, I'm happy to address any ideas. I'm not happy to debate somebody who has joked about murdering me. That's Fuentes. As far as some of the other.
The America Firsters started following around every major conservative pundit, yelling at them and saying they weren't real Christians. This was deemed the Groyper Wars. Clippable moments of kids trolling the fake conservatives helping grow the movement. From then on, Nick Fuentes' followers were called Groypers. They continued to gather in.
So yeah, that's the Groyper Wars. Yeah, the alt-right was like a it was kind of like a movement called, like, the idea is that it's the alternative right, that the current Republican administration is like a boomer administration for old people. Young people have like more conservative ideals. They don't care about cussing. They're not like, they don't have to be Christians. They don't have to be totally religiously motivated. It can be more about the fact that they just like appreciate, American ideals, American tradition, and that they want white Americans to be because white Americans are the tradition. That is like the thing that has made us great, and so that's the thing that we need to hold on to. And so there was tons of organizations that would label themselves alt-right under this idea of what it meant to be alt-right. So, Richard Spencer was considered the leader of the alt-right when he wasn't the leader of any of those organizations. He was just kind of the person who was organizing alt-right like gatherings. And so then when you think of things like Charlottesville, where Trump, said there were very fine people on both sides, that's where the alt-right gathered for a couple of days, marched with tiki torches, said the Jews will not replace us, ran over and killed a woman, injuring dozens of other people. And so, yeah, there's like, that was kind of the idea of the alt-right. But once that happened at Charlottesville, they were all labeled like terrorists and in a terrorist group, and were getting banned everywhere, and weren't able to like maintain a following for very long. And so, yeah, most of the groups, most of them either started losing favor Richard Spencer started losing favor with a lot of these groups, and then also a lot of those groups started to fade away. And Nick Fuentes, who was the youngest of all of the alt-right leaders, is now the prominent person left as the white nationalist leader today.
Saying don't trespass? No. So listen, I get it. Imagine this was a mailman that came to his door.
Oh, nigga, that's different.
Hold on.
A mailman.
Follow me here. Imagine somebody's there. He may not know why they're there, and he's triggered because of his death threats and attacks them. Isn't that the same thing?
No, not at all, because the mailman...
Wait, what? Wait, what did he just say? Wait, what did he just say?
Came to his door.
Oh, nigga, that's different.
Hold on. Listen, she didn't forcefully attack him, or in any case, incite violence to him, and he attacked her first. So
she stepped on his property.
Doesn't matter. She didn't physically attack him.
Doesn't matter. She shouldn't be there.
Is there a sign saying don't trespass? No. So listen, I get it. Imagine this was...
Bro, fucking fresh is based as fuck here, dude. What the hell? All of a sudden, he's a genie.
It's a mailman that came to his door.
Oh, nigga, that's different.
Hold on.
Okay, so I said mailman earlier. I thought maybe he said PTSD. I thought maybe he said somebody with PTSD. I was like, wait, is he using my fucking argument?
Hold on.
A mailman.
Follow me here. Imagine somebody's there. He may not know why they're there, and he's triggered because of his death threats and attacks them. Isn't that the same thing?
No, not at all, because the mailman has a duty to be there. He has a right to be there. He's supposed to be there. He's fulfilling a obligation to his job.
So what if she's a content creator? She had an argument with her followers over whether or not there was poop on his doorstep. She went and filmed his doorstep to make sure that there wasn't any poop on his doorstep. And then she thought maybe he could have cleaned it up. So then she went to his door to ask him if there was poop on his doorstep before that. And she wanted to make sure that she was covering all of her bases, that this was her journalistic duty to make sure that she covered all of her bases, and that she asked him if he had any dookie on his doorstep. That means that it is now her duty to be there as well. But he just assaulted her and battered her and robbed her. So Nick Fuentes is kind of like the black people that he talks about all the time. Low impulse control, overly violent, unnecessarily violent, seems to have issues integrating with normal society, as you can see with like the way that he talks, the way that he says things, the way that he like his politics all seem to be like, yes, very anti liberal society and liberal country. And so yeah, he's whoa. I said the way that he talks about black people. Hold on. I didn't say I talk about black people this way. I said he is the way that he talks about black people. So he says that black people have low impulse control. He says that black people are an issue within society because they have trouble integrating with white values in white countries. That's his argument. So I'm saying that he is like the way that he argues that black people are. That's him. He is that person.
The known supremacist, a witness said. It is unclear what the group was fighting over, but the couple who are not seen in the...
Oh, sorry, wrong video. You and the rest of the Groypers? Wait, me? Wait, what? Me what?
Wearing a uniform, he's clearly a distinguished member of society that this is his job. Like, this is some random bitch showing up to his house.
What if it's a surveyor? See, I'm just saying.
Come on, nigga.
Hold on.
No, you can't say, come on, man. No, Fresh is 100% right here on everything that he's saying. He did not do anything to assess a threat level here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Anybody who disagrees with this, you are just objectively wrong, and I'm sorry, but you are. There has to be a threat assessment here to determine whether or not there is a threat. She could have been a fucking Mormon coming to preach the gospel to him and save his soul. He has no idea who she is, and he just assumed she's part of the harassment and then attacked her. It could turn out that she's actually part of the harassment. It could turn out that that's true. That doesn't change his actions whatsoever. It doesn't change his actions. It's the same fucking actions. It's still wrong. So like, this is like if somebody walks in. So like, where like Phaedrus is acting like oh well, she doxed him and blah blah blah. Okay, if you can show that he knew that at all, then that wouldn't say that there's an imminent threat, but it would definitely add something there. I would say that there's a little bit more plausible deniability at this point to where there could be other messages now that she shared that makes him feel like she's threatening him. And then she shows up to his house. Now there's there's a lot more that she live streamed it. No, she didn't. She just recorded it. According to the reports, she recorded it. Did she live stream it? Are you sure? I'm not even saying he did. I'm asking why you assume he did. Wait, are you talking to me or? Why do you think he didn't know her though? I'm not assuming he knew her. I'm saying there's no evidence that he knew her. Again, if you didn't see the body cam footage from the cop, if you didn't see the body cam footage, bro, you weren't there. Okay, she live streamed it. Okay, where did she live stream it, Justin? I watched the body cam footage of her giving her testimony to the police. I watched the body cam footage of Nick Fuentes giving his testimony to the police. I watched the body cam footage of the eyewitness giving their testimony to the police. None of the things that you're mentioning were in there. You're saying, well, why don't we just assume he knew who she was? Because that would be insane. We have to go based on evidence. If there's evidence for that, then we'll go based on that. But you're like, this is like if I said, how do you know he didn't call her and tell her to come to his door? How do you know he didn't call her and tell her to come to his door? How do you know that? How do you know he didn't do that? How do you know maybe he did know her. Maybe they're best friends. And he called her and told her to come to his house and record it. And then when she did, where's your evidence he had no idea who she was? Where's your evidence that he didn't call her and tell her to come to his house? Where's your evidence? How do you know that he didn't call her and tell her to come to his house? You're reporting on something you don't know. Justin, if you cannot provide anything that says that she live streamed it, because I've read maybe 4 articles on this now and watched numerous videos. So yes, you're the first person to mention this. If you have evidence for this, you can provide that. And yeah, I'll retract and say, okay, I didn't know this. But yes, if you can't provide anything that says that, again, we can only go based on evidence that we have. And currently you're mentioning evidence that nobody else has. So sorry. Dude, he didn't even know she doxed him. I had to tell him. Oh my goodness. You realize you're giving irrelevant information. Answer the question. Phaedrius, answer the question. How do you know Nick Fuentes did not call her and say, come to the house? Tom, does her live streaming change anything? Like, who cares? No, it literally changes nothing. It changes absolutely nothing. But it would make it to where we may have more information of what she said on the video. Because in our video, the video starts at the point that she knocks on the door. So it could be that, yes, there's more information if she was live streaming it. But Sari is the primary suspect and definitely the biggest person to spread the dox. I'm not answering your stupid bait hypothetical. It's not a hypothetical. I'm asking you a question. How do you know he didn't call her? It does change it. How does it change it? What does it change? How do you know he didn't call her and tell her to come to the house? If you're just going to make up information and then say, how do you know this isn't true? I don't know. I've said, I just don't have evidence for it. I'm not going to assume things that I don't have evidence for. But if you're willing to assume things that you don't have evidence for, then I'm asking you. If you're willing to do that, I didn't make up information. Oh my goodness. You asked me. You said, I don't know that he doesn't know her. And I said, yeah, of course. I don't have evidence that he knows her either. And then you said, so you're just going to assume that he doesn't know her. And so if that's your line of, if you think that's a good question, if you think that's a good line of logic there, then yes, I'm responding with your logic applied now. Are you just assuming he didn't call her and tell her to come? You don't have evidence that people didn't send him her post about him either. Okay, do you have evidence? I think waiting for evidence is good, yes. I do too. I've said over and over, it's possible that there's other things. I've said this over and over. I am willing to have more evidence. I've said this the whole time. I am just going based on the evidence that we have available. That's it. I've said this over and over and over. So I can't keep saying anything. You're just assuming he did. Wait, I'm assuming he did what? She is live streaming his location and putting out her intentions prior to showing up to his house. Yes, I know all of that. That's it. But you said, hold on, you made it sound like she was live streaming at the house when he pepper sprayed her. Are you not saying that's not what you were saying? If that's not what you were saying, then I think me and literally everybody else misunderstood. Now you're saying this happened your way. I didn't say this happened. I didn't say, oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Justin, I don't know if you're trolling, but I'm just going to have to ban you if like this continues any longer, okay? I have to be able to rationalize with people. And if somebody's engaging that can't rationalize, I'm just going to have to get rid of them. So I'm trying my best to explain here. I promise, I'm not saying that he called her. I'm not saying that he called her and told her to come to the door, okay? I'm saying that if you're saying you don't have evidence that X didn't happen, right? If you're going to say that, okay? That's an illogical thought process, okay? So you can't say you don't have evidence that this didn't happen, right? Because as soon as you say that, I'm gonna come up with something else that could have happened as well. So that's what I'm doing. I'm coming up with something else that could have happened. It could have been, you just said we can't prove that he didn't like you can. No, I didn't. Okay. I think you might have just missed part of the conversation, Justin. I just think you just missed part of the conversation, okay? I wasn't saying that I'm trying to explain it to you here, and instead of listening, you're still arguing with me. So I'm going to explain it one more time. That person was making the argument that we don't know that X didn't happen. So I'm just explaining that if you say, but you have no evidence, correct. I'm not saying that he called her. Correct. I'm trying to explain, Justin. If you'll just chill for a second, I'm trying my best to level with you. But if you're not going to level, I'm going to go ahead and jump to something. You might be way behind. Better ban me. Okay, you might be way behind. So I'll just explain this real quick. They were saying, you can't say that X didn't happen. So I was just responding that I can make up other things that you can't prove didn't happen as well. Right? So I can say, yeah, so what if he called her? He could have called her and said, come to my house with your phone out. And then I'm going to pepper spray you and push you. Or he could have called her and told her to come over and didn't say, I'm going to pepper spray you and push you. And he ambushed her. He was trying to get her to come to his door and trying to get her to show up so he could pepper spray her and push her. Right? And so I'm just saying, he did this I'm saying that I don't think that happened. I'm saying that if you're going to say that you don't have evidence that something didn't happen, then that means I get to make up things that you don't have evidence that didn't happen either, right? That's all I'm saying. It's just it's a hypothetical question. That's all. But anyways, yeah, technically, so just to explain this, that's called like proving a negative. So anytime that you ask somebody to prove something didn't happen, you're asking them to prove something that there isn't, that like you can't prove something didn't happen. I can't prove something didn't happen. You can't do it. It's called, yeah, so it's called that's not a real logical rule. It's not a rule across the board. It is a rule that applies. It's just not a rule all the time. So there are times that you can do that. But generally, what you're going to do instead, there's nobody in the waiting room. Totems is in AFK. Oh, they're moving around. But yes, there is a... technically, when you ask somebody to prove something didn't happen, technically, what they're supposed to do is take the evidence that is supposed to show that somebody did happen, right? But we have no evidence of that, and we have no evidence of the contrary. Exactly. So we can only go with the evidence that we do have. That's it. That's all I'm saying. He called her to come there. Okay, never mind. Anyways, so yeah, so if you tell me to prove something didn't happen, technically, what I'm supposed to do is you're supposed to already give evidence that something happened, and then I am supposed to argue against that evidence, right? But if instead of you ever giving me evidence that something happened, instead you just tell me to prove that it didn't happen, that's almost impossible, right? So whereas in this case, let's say that somebody actually says, prove that Nick Fuentes didn't call her and tell her to come there. Okay? Well, I can't prove that. I can't prove that. There's no way for me to prove this. All I can do is point to the lack of evidence. That's it. That's all I can do, right? I cannot give evidence that didn't happen. I can just point to the fact that there isn't evidence that it did happen. That's it, right? So if I tell you, I say, prove that my mom isn't in the room with me right now. Prove it. Prove that she's not in this room with me right now. You can't give me proof that she's not in the room. All you can say is, well, do you see her in the room? No. Okay, well then we don't have any evidence that she's in the room. Therefore, we're just going to assume she's not in the room. That's how evidence works, is that you have to provide a positive first. in order for a person to take a negative. But you can't ask them to generally prove a negative. There are some cases where they can, but for the most part, what you do is you push back against positive evidence, not really provide negative evidence, because, yeah. Okay, but we could have evidence that Nick knew who she was and knew that she doesn't, and knew that she doxed him. That evidence is possible. Yes, as I've said this entire time, I'm going based on the evidence that I have available to me, right? That's it. I've said this 1,000 times. I'm only going based on the evidence that I have available to me. Then you're arguing nothing because you have zero evidence yourself. I don't have zero evidence myself. I have the evidence for the things that I'm claiming. I am not claiming that he called her there. I'm not claiming that. So, Totem's gone. All right. I don't know. Totems, if you're planning on coming back, I'll try to keep an eye out, or just at me in chat. Let me know in chat if you go back, but yeah.
Come on, Fresh.
Hold on.
Come on, man.
I know you like him, but I'm putting logic here. If someone comes to your door that you don't know, and you open it and attack them, it doesn't matter if you're getting threats or not. It just matters that you hit them first.
Nah.
And then
self-defense, man. Again, this is Illinois.
He's in.
So that's why we're even having this discussion. In Florida, he would have been good. He could have like kicked that bitch, like, get the fuck out of here.
That's not true either. That's not true either. Currently, I don't believe there's a single state where what he did would be considered legal. It's the only difference is whether or not she wants to press charges is all, like, that's it. Whether or not somebody gets charged with something doesn't change whether or not they broke the law, right? So yeah, lots of people, you can point to the fact that he's not arrested. And normally, I would agree. So in this case, normally, people would say, well, there's not a case against them, and currently there's no charges. So you're wrong. Normally, I would say, you're right. You know what? You're right. If they're not pressing charges, then I guess I was wrong. And what he did was completely legal, and I was totally wrong. But in this case, they asked her if she wanted to press charges, and she said no. So, although I guess that changed. Because they did eventually press charges. Totems.
Who is this? Is this the fucking cunt I'm talking to in chat?
I guess.
Oh no.
Maybe. Wait.
Excuse me, dude. No, I didn't even. Your voice sounded completely different. I apologize.
Wait, are you waiting on somebody else? Were you trying to talk to Fandrius?
Yeah, I'm talking to Fartrius. Yeah.
Fartrius got him. Damn! Fucking smoke, bitch. Let's go, Fartrius. Shit. So you didn't have anything to say to me? That's
I'm sorry.
Totems?
No, I guess I'm sorry. I'm experiencing an intense lag here. Sorry for the.
You might still have my stream pulled up.
Okay.
You might want to get rid of that.
I'm gonna mute myself now. Trying to understand what Fartrius was saying. I do not know. I think he was saying that she doxed him, and that was why Nick pepper sprayed her. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, now he's laughing so hard.
Yes, that's one of the things that they were saying was supposed to like show some sort of like imminent threat. Whereas I said earlier, I was like, even if she doxed him, that would not show imminent threat. It would show a threat. That is a threat.
Yeah.
100%. That is a threat. It's just not an imminent physical threat. That's not what that is. That is a very general, any kind of threat. It's not even physical necessarily. It's just a general threat. But anyway.
No, absolutely. And then I just I want to emphasize that, I mean, Myron, that fucking idiot, dude, I can't stand that guy. Why would you open the door? He doesn't answer that. Why would you open a fucking door to a threat that you perceive? I don't understand. And that's about all I had. That's about all I had to say.
All right, appreciate
Fartree
it, Totems.
is a fucking coward.
I will move you
Yeah,
into the
thank
community VC, and hopefully
I know, I'm
Fartrius
good.
will meet you there. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, do that.
Fucking Fartrius got him. What a fucking G. So yeah, like Justin is saying, like, well, she's on his property. You still can't. You can't attack somebody who's on your property uninvited. That's not allowed. That is illegal. Was threatened with bans twice for disagreeing. Justin, you're trolling at this point. Never mind. I know you're trolling at this point. Nobody's that fucking retarded. Just to be clear, well, just to for anybody who thinks they're fucking that any of the dumb dog shit that they're saying in chat. Yes, I mean dog shit, big dog. Anybody who thinks the fucking dog shit that they're saying is true. 31% of my community's conservative, 33 is liberal. So this is not a like where you guys are at. You said that you'll get banned for saying that that this country is socialist. That never happened. That is, nobody has ever been banned for saying that the fucking country is socialist. This is a debate channel, okay, guys? This is a debate channel. We want people to come on and debate, okay? I'm even happy to argue with people in chat. I need people to disagree with me in order to fucking have this channel. I have to do it. I have to have people who disagree. A fucking genius Justin J over here thinks that I threatened to ban him just for disagreeing, but that's not true. Actually, I was very specific when I said, if you're incapable of understanding, then I'm going to have to ban you, because I can't spend all day like focusing on one person who's either trolling or actually retarded. So, or you could be drunk as well. I'll give you that. It's possible that you're actually insanely drunk and don't understand, but no, it's not. Trespassing is against the law in Washington, and you have the right to remove them. Okay. Let's go through this. I'm almost positive. So there isn't a state in the United States. I don't believe there is a single state in the United States where you're allowed to shoot someone just for coming on your property without any warning whatsoever. Just for them stepping foot on your property. That's it. There's no warning. All they did was step on your property, and you get to like shoot them or hit them or pepper spray them, push them, anything. I don't believe there's a single state that allows this, but I'm happy to look it up. So I will look into Washington. Not shooting, but you can remove them. You can't even remove them until you have given them notice. You legally have to give them notice. Like that is like first in every state is before you can touch anyone, whether to remove them, whether to shoot them, whether to do anything. Before you can lay hands on a person, you must give them notice, meaning there has to be a sign that says no trespassing. There has to be or there can, a sign that says private property, or a fence. A fence is good as well. A fence is assumed that you're not allowed to cross. And so a fence also makes it to where they're not allowed to go onto your property. And if they do, now you have more of like a plausible reason. But it depends which state. Again, I'm giving the minimums here. There's lots of states where even with a warning and a with a warning and a fence, you're still not allowed to use any sort of physical removal. There's some states where you can't. There's some states where you can. I'm talking about the bare minimum across the board in the United States. Tom, I think they are thinking of the castle doctrine laws, which allows self-defense in a home against an intruder. Correct. Which is what we keep going over. Is people keep bringing up castle doctrine, but that's inside of your house. That's not just on your yard or at your front door. It is literally inside your house. You just said there's 0 states. Correct. That is what I'm saying. There's 0 states where you can do this without any warning, like first thing right off the rip. There's 0 states where you can just do it with no warning whatsoever. Dude contradicts himself every 30 seconds. What contradiction do you think I gave? At what point did I? And if this is not an actual contradiction, this is going to have to be he's trolling? Do you think? Is he? You think? I don't know. I think he might be drunk. It's hard for me to believe somebody's this dumb, but he's looking for a dumb argument to have. Tom, you don't always need to give warning. I'm saying, hold on. You heard what I just said, yes? Warning, fence, sign, like these things are all warnings. All of those things are warnings. All of those things are considered to be yeah, it's considered to be like fair warning, or it's considered to be but yeah, if you're saying there isn't a state, there's a state where that's not required, give me a state and I'll look it up. Because yeah, as far as I'm giving the minimum, like for the most like loose state that'll allow you to just fucking blast off the soonest. I'm talking about the states that'll allow you to blast off the soonest. In those states, if somebody's on your property, they still have to have a warning of some sort. There has to be some notice. You don't need any of that if they have a gun, for example. It's assumed they are a threat. Hold on. Wrestling, are you trolling me now too? Are you also trolling me? Did you guys all get together and plan this today? Did you guys all get together and plan this fucking shit? My head's gonna explode, dude. My head is about to fucking explode. Okay. I started the statement off by saying, just for being on your property. Once you start adding other things that they're doing where they're a threat and they have guns and blah, that's not just being on the property anymore. That's not just being on their land. So this is, Tom, what if they're black? Then they're already gone. Take whatever I say and do 3/4 of it, or what is it? What is it? 3/14, whatever. It should be common sense not to show up to other people's properties. Yeah, I think so. I think it should be. But it's still not the same as being allowed to attack them for it. Like, it should be common sense that that there's a difference between giving a hypothetical and making a claim. Yet you still didn't get that one. So
MW super chatted $3.18. Nick definitely prematurely ejected his spray on that woman's face.
Prematurely ejected onto her face, dude. All in her eyes, too. I heard that burns, bro. It's got to be rough. It's got to be freaking rough, dude. Thank you, MW, for another dono on the night. We've got 3 out of 5 donos to go over the 6-hour mark. And we're currently at 5:43. Wait, so that are we about to get to? Are we about to get? Okay, so yeah, I think there might only be like 15 minutes left on that. It's probably a little bit more because I took a while to switch it over. So her body, his choice based. All right, so yeah, Florida self-defense laws, also known as the Stand Your Ground law, allow a person to use force to protect themselves or others if they reasonably believe it's necessary. So this is why I'm saying that Myron is incorrect. Where Myron says if they were in Florida, this would have been fine. Game over. And that's why I'm saying when I'm talking about what the minimum is required in the whole country, I'm saying I don't care if you're Florida, I don't care if you're Texas, I don't care if you're fucking Georgia, Alabama, I don't care where you are, these things are still required. At minimum.
Seagonk super chatted $5. This is for Lily Phillips.
Aw. Thank you. Thank you. I got one more in my Lily Phillips trip fund. So everybody, if you want to see me be one of the 1,000 men that get to fuck Lily Phillips in one day, send me those donos and let's go, dude. I will live stream it to Pornhub or OnlyFans or some shit like that. Not here, but oh no, Kick will let me do it. Never mind. Florida self-defense laws, also known as the Stand Your Ground law, allow a person to use force to protect themselves or others if they reasonably believe it is necessary. Non-deadly force. A person can use non-deadly force if they reasonably believe it is necessary to defend themselves or others from the imminent use of unlawful force. Deadly force. A person can use deadly force if they reasonably believe it is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to themselves or others to prevent the imminent commission of a forcible felony. No duty to retreat. A person is not required to retreat before using force, even deadly force. Burden of proof. The state must prove that self-defense was not reasonable beyond a reasonable doubt. Circumstances. There are some circumstances when a jury may deny a claim of self-defense, such as if the defendant initially provoked violence or attempted to commit or escape after a felony. The Stand Your Ground law applies anywhere in Florida that a person has a right to be, including public places. It's sometimes referred to as the castle doctrine because it allows a person to protect their home or castle. However, Florida's law extends the castle doctrine outside of a person's home. Ooh, okay, actually. So this is actually sounding like he could possibly be true, or he could possibly be right. All right, so let's see. Under Florida law, defense of property is an affirmative defense that justifies the use of non-deadly force to protect a person's land, home, vehicle, or other personal property. Florida does not recognize a right to use deadly force in the protection of a property interests alone. All right, let's see. The law codified Chapter 776 of the Florida statutes allows a homeowner to use deadly force if he or she is in fear of his or her life or the lives of the members of the household. Okay.
Twisted super chatted $6.31.
Twisted.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go, baby. 5 out of 5, bitches. We got another 3 hours on the fucking books. We going to 9 hours. We going. Blasting off. Let's fucking go. Can you use force to remove someone from your property in Florida? Thank you, Twisted, for another dono. I don't know. What do you guys say? Do we add another one for 12 hours? We'll have to up it a good bit. We'll have to go up to like... What do you say, 10 out of 10? We got a long time. We're only like halfway done with stream. Like if that's the case, we got a ways to go. If we go to 12, you can rest, Mr. Tom. $148. Wait, what's 148? regarding what happens to her was... Oh, wait. How are you saying regardless what happened to her was wrong? If you're... I thought you were saying that he had the right, and now you're saying that it's the wrong. A person is justified using or threatening to use force, except deadly force. Wait, what? A person is justified in using or threatening to use force, except deadly force, against another when and to the extent that the person reasonably believes that such conduct is necessary to prevent or terminate the other's trespass on or other torturous or criminal interference with either real property. Okay. Where's my glasses? Showing up unannounced to someone's house, yelling things outside their door, and then approaching their door. You are going to get pepper sprayed. I haven't seen any evidence that she yelled things outside of his door, and he didn't say that she did that. But if you have something that says that, I'm happy to look at it if you want to send it to me. The 2024 Florida statute. So yeah, this says a person is justified in using or threatening to use force, except deadly force, against another when and to the extent that the person reasonably believes that such conduct is necessary to prevent or terminate the other trespass on or others torturous or criminal interference with either real property other than a dwelling or personal property, lawfully in his or her possession or in the possession of another who is a member of his or her immediate family or household or of see, they said his or her, but they didn't say their or fey or thans. Tell them it's going to depend on how Florida courts define what constitutes reasonable. That's what you need to look up. I don't think they normally do define reasonable. I haven't seen states define reasonable before. They normally do define it, but it's not normally different from one state to another. Normally, all states saying reasonable is what most people would do in that scenario, or that we would consider it. That's normally yes. What we believe most people would do in that scenario, or that most people would find consider the same in that scenario. I think that this would be based on the definition of trespass, but we'll see when we get there. Person whose property he or she has a legal duty to protect. A person who uses or threatens to use force in accordance with this subsection does not have a duty to retreat before using, threatening to use such force. 2. A person is justified in using, threatening to use deadly force only if he or she reasonably believes that such conduct is necessary to prevent the imminent commission of a forcible felony. A person who uses or threatens to use deadly force in accordance with this subsection does not have a duty to retreat and has the right to stand his or her ground if the person is using or threatening to use the deadly force is not engaged in a criminal activity and is in a place where he or she has a right to be. Okay, this isn't really answering our questions. Let's see. Tom, reasonable in Florida court comes down to what a typical person in the same situation believed force was necessary. You realize you just sent me what I just said. Pretty much every state defines as reasonable. But I don't think that people would think it's reasonable to just answer your door and assault the person without any evidence that that person was actually a threat. Regardless of you having evidence that other people were threats, you don't have any evidence that this person was a threat. I don't believe that. Yeah, it wasn't Justin. It wasn't a tweet. I believe it was a Facebook post from what we read. And that yeah, she did delete it. Oh crap. This is Georgia. We want Florida. In Florida, you can use force against someone on private property when you reasonably believe it is necessary to defend yourself or others from imminent harm. See, this is saying that there has to be imminent harm even in Florida, particularly when someone is unlawfully entering your dwelling or vehicle, which is often referred to as the castle doctrine under the stand your ground law. In such situations, you are generally not required to retreat before using force, including deadly force, if justified. Key points about using force on private property in Florida. Stand your ground law. This law allows individuals to use force to defend themselves without a duty to retreat if they reasonably believe they are facing an immediate threat, even in public spaces. Castle doctrine. This aspect of stand your ground law specifically applies to your home or occupied vehicle, where you have a presumption of reasonable fear if someone is unlawfully entering. Proportionality of force. While you can use force to protect yourself, the level of force used must be proportional to the threat posed. No duty to retreat in certain situations. When someone is unlawfully entering your home or vehicle, you are generally not required to try to escape before using force. So like when you think of like the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, again, I like using this as an example because it's one of like the clearest cut self-defense cases where he did everything right across the board. He executed this perfectly. One of the things that he did that he didn't even have to do is retreat. Both times that he was being attacked, he ran away from them first. And when they continued to pursue him, then he stopped, told them to stop, says stop. And when they didn't and got up to him, then he shot them. This is a fucking perfect case of self-defense where, yes, he's retreating, he's giving fair warning, and then he's shooting. He didn't have to run away. Yeah, that's what I said. Important considerations. Reasonable belief. So yeah, in lots of places, in lots of states, like they'll have what's called a duty to retreat, where if you're being attacked, they expect you to retreat. They want you to try to get out of the situation first. They think that you ought to attempt to remove yourself if possible, and then if you can't, then you're allowed to do something. But lots of states, that's why there's a difference between stand your ground states and duty to retreat states, is that stand your ground says, nah, you get to stand where you're at. They don't get to just chase you off. They don't get to just tell you that you have to leave now just because they're trying to attack you. That is not the way things work. There's a free fucking country. You get to stand where you want to stand, and if they're trying to push you off your spot, you fucking use force to stop them. Whereas duty to retreat says, before we have any injury to somebody, before somebody could possibly get seriously hurt or even die, you should first remove yourself from the scenario. That person, you call the cops, that person will get in trouble. You'll be fine. Everybody's still alive at the end of the day. That person does their time, hopefully doesn't do it again. And so, yes, these are the two like steelmans of the different thought processes here. Reasonable belief. The key factor is whether a reasonable person would believe the use of force was necessary to prevent imminent harm. Legal consultation. If you are ever in a situation where you need to use force, it is crucial to consult with a lawyer to understand your legal rights, potential consequences. If a person is justified, it is the same thing we already read. Can I use force to protect my property in Florida? Under Florida law, defense of property is an affirmative defense that justifies the use of non-deadly force to protect a person's land, home, vehicle, or other personal property. Florida does not recognize the use, does not recognize a right to use deadly force in the protection of property interests alone. So yeah, like a lot of these things where they say like to defend property or something like that, like just stepping foot on someone's property, you're not really defending property at that point. And yeah, I normally don't trust AI overviews as like a good answer, but I also don't want to have to read through like a full thing to see if he's right about Florida. But according to this, it says, like all of these things do keep saying that there has to be a threat of harm in order for you to use force. And so yeah, it does seem as though unless they're inside of your house, but it could be, these could be like these could also mean that they could just be on your property and that be that. All right.
Here, if someone comes to your door that you don't know, and you open it and attack them, it doesn't matter if you're getting threats or not. It just matters that you hit them first.
Nah.
And then
self-defense, man. Again, this is Illinois.
He's in.
So that's why we're even having this discussion. In Florida, he would have been good.
But
he could have like kicked that bitch, like get the fuck out of here, and been fine.
But that's not Florida.
It's Illinois. But again, I think, because here's the thing, what it's going to come down to is, did he act reasonably? I think 100% he acted reasonably. When they actually established all the facts of what was going on, and this is again on Nick's team, defense team, to show, when he shows all the death threats, all the people showing up at his door.
There's no way he thinks that this is... There's no way he thinks this is relevant. There's no fucking way, dude. He was in police enforcement. There's no way he thinks this is relevant information. I cannot believe this, dude. I cannot believe this shit. There's no way he thinks that bringing up what other people did now excuses what he did to this woman. There's no freaking way, dude. There's no way. He cannot act like because other people threatened Nick, now he can attack this woman. Nobody's going to agree with this.
All the people that mailed him shit, etc., it's justifiable because people are mailing shit to his door. Like literally, like there's a service out there that they can mail like shit to someone's house. See, like a poop box.
Here's the issue.
He's probably like, bro, I don't want this shit on my front door, and open the door, bitch, get out of here, boom.
Here's the issue. We could have our opinion all day that is justified. In the court system,
Brandon
Cavallaro super chatted $3.18. Sometimes I think I'm dumb, but then I remember Myron exists.
True. Yep. Anytime you're feeling down about yourself, just go watch Myron talk about anything. Literally anything. Just go watch Myron speak about literally anything. Tom needs to write Myron a strongly worded letter. Yeah. Yeah, I had a debate with him a while ago where it wasn't like a scheduled debate. I just went and called into one of his live streams. Kind of. I called in the first time, and as soon as I got onto the call, the guy who was moderating was being like a douchebag, and they're like, hold on, we got a streamer who wants to come on and talk for a little bit. We're gonna bring him up. And so I was messaging people behind the scenes. I can't remember if I messaged them first or they messaged me to come on. But anyways, they were saying like, hey, we're going to get you up here. Come on up and talk to Myron. So I was like, all right. So I get in there, and then I waited for maybe like 5 minutes. And then I was like, guys, I'm doing a show. I can't just sit here like listening to this shit. I got to go. And they're like, all right, hold on. We're going to get you on. So then they pulled me up, and and yeah, the guy who was hosting, they were like, all right, you know, Tom Foolery, what you got? And I said, I was like, yeah, I mean, Myron just left, so I was gonna. Do you have proof of this? Yes, I do have proof of this. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I was just gonna talk to Myron about this. He kept saying that he was getting offended by the fact that like people called him racist, and then he was like that and misogynist, and he kept saying like how wrong all these people were, and that they were straw manning him, that they were taking him out of context, that like, you know, all these people were liars and crap like that. But here, he's literally saying that he's a misogynist and a racist. He's said it numerous times. I've heard him like 3 or 4 different times. So I just wanted to ask him, like, what is the plan here? Like, what's the idea going on here? And then somebody else was like, yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for Myron, so I mean, we'll let you ask the question again when he gets back. But I think his thought process is he's just saying, fuck the haters. Like, if they're going to keep saying this shit about him anyways, then might as well go ahead and do it. And then the guy who answered, he was like, yeah, but I think, I mean, was that what you were asking? And I was like, yeah, kind of. And he's like, well, hold on, let me see, Brother James or something like that. He's like, hey, Brother James, can you answer the question? And the guy's like, what was the question? And he's like, I think he was saying like, why would Myron like why would he call himself a racist and misogynist? And he's like, is that correct? And I was like, yeah, kind of. So actually, the broader question is more so about, and then they fucking kicked me from the call. And the guy who's hosting it was like, guys, stop speaking out of turn. We need to have some order in here. It's like, wait, they just asked me to repeat my question. They're like, all right, Brother James, go ahead and answer the question. And I'm like, wait, so he's answering my question, but it's not my question. They asked me to repeat my question and then kicked me for it. And then Brother James was sitting there like, yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what the question was, but I guess with the little bit of context that I have, and then like answer the question. So I was like, all right, I'm out of here, dude, whatever. Myron comes back. They message me again. They're like, bro, he's back. He wants to talk to you. Come back. So I was like, all right. So I go back. They pull me up again. And then they're like, all right, Tom Foolery's here. Go ahead. And so then I was able to ask my question. I talked to him for a little bit, and he was talking for like very long periods of time every time I asked something, to where I was able to gauge it pretty quickly. And I was like, all right, I'm not going to get like a real debate here. This is getting annoying. Other people were like yelling over me from other people. And so I was like, all right, I just said, I was like, yeah, okay, weird, fresh. You know, you said those other people were wrong for calling you racist, but I guess now you're just buying into it. So based. But yeah, he kept calling people the N-word with the hard R. He kept like using like all of these like racial slurs and shit, and then yeah, like every time I would ask him a question about it, he wouldn't really answer the question. He would just kind of like justify something very different that was not nearly as bad. So I would consider that my strongly worded letter.
He hit her first. Now, granted, who's in the court system? People that don't like him. So it's gonna.
He felt threatened. She got sprayed and cried after. Bottom line. So again, you can't just feel threatened. Again, you cannot just feel threatened. It's about reasonable feeling of threat. And you can't just feel threatened in general. You have to feel threatened by that person. Not just, I can't feel threatened by Myron and then go punch fresh. Can't do it. I got to feel a reasonable threat from that person. When Nick Fuentes is locked up behind doors with like 5 fucking bolt locks on them inside of his house, she never tried to open the door. She never tried to break down the door. She never showed a weapon. She never showed any threat. She never showed anything that was that would make him believe that she was going to hurt him, nor that she was going to break down the door. So, one, if he felt threatened, he should just, stay inside of his house, because it doesn't make sense to open the door in that case if you actually felt threatened. The fact that you open the door makes it seem as though you don't actually feel threatened. 2, once you do open the door, she still didn't show any sign of threat. Still, her being there is the threat after her social media post. Okay, again, you can't bring up things that you have no reason to believe he has no information on. Earlier, you were saying, "Oh, you don't have evidence of that. You don't have evidence of that. You don't have evidence of that." Okay, do you have evidence that he saw her social media posts? Do you have any evidence of that? This is literally what we were talking about earlier. For some reason, you misunderstood it, and you have now committed the exact sin that we were talking about before. So, do you have evidence that he knew about her social media posts? We don't have the evidence because she deleted it. That's not what I asked. Do you have evidence that he knew about her social media posts? If you're saying he couldn't have known about it, then you're just admitting that you just brought up an irrelevant fact. Bro, don't go to people's houses. I agree. She shouldn't have been there. Again, that doesn't mean that he gets to attack her. Like, these are different questions. I agree. Kyle Rittenhouse should not have been at that protest. That doesn't mean that people got to attack him. Do you have evidence he called her over? No, I don't believe that he called her over. Do you have evidence that he knew that she posted that stuff on social media? Then why say it? I've already explained it to you like 10 times.
Happen is, it's just my point of view.
Is this they can mail like shit to someone's house?
See,
like a poop box.
Here's the issue.
It's probably like, bro, I don't want this shit on my front door, and open the door. Bitch, get out of here. Boom.
Here's the issue. We could have our opinion all day that is justified. In the court system, he hit her first. Now, granted,
Tom, he saw protesters outside. Then someone trespassed on his property, which would be enough to argue he felt he was in imminent danger. The use of nonviolent lethal force was a low bar. First off, the protest was not happening at that time. He said that there were a bunch of people outside of his house the day before, not that day. You can't extend this to a totally irrelevant period of time. That's him having 20 people at his house the day before does not extend to the next day when there's nobody else in front of his house, and that he's just like, you just get to act like the fear from the protest the day before now has something to do with this thing.
who's in the court system? People that don't like him. So what's gonna happen is, it's just my point of view, you play it into their hands, because now what's happening now is that you are now in the process of their discretion. And now that you're in their discretion, I can just say, because I don't like the guy, you know what? He had an old lady that is of this descent, and he's been saying this shit online about.
You can't act like he wasn't reasonable. Yeah, he wasn't. It is again under Justin. I've explained this 1,000 times. You're not engaging. You are just ignoring everything that I'm saying. So I'm going to say this one more time, and then I'm literally just going to have to disengage with you. That wasn't my understanding. I thought they were there the day of, but also I don't keep up with this stuff. Again, if you guys didn't see the video yesterday, yesterday we went over the body cam footage of the cop who showed up and got their testimonies from both the lady who witnessed the attack. She was the one who told the woman to go up to the door. So she witnessed it. She watched it. So we heard her testimony. We heard the woman who was pepper sprayed. We heard her testimony. And we heard Nick Fuentes' testimony. We have all of this information. If we watch the video, you have all of that there. Say what one more time? He never finished. Okay, I'm going to say this one more time. You cannot apply reasonable threat from one person to another. You can't transfer reasonable threat from different people. So if I'm in a room with Myron and Fresh, and Myron is like, I'm going to fucking kick your ass if you don't shut the fuck up, And then I'm like, we'll see about that. I'm like, oh, I just said something else. We're going to see what he does. And then Fresh comes over and stands next to me. I don't get to use self-defense against Fresh. Fresh did not say he was going to kick my ass. He didn't say that. So I cannot attack Fresh. That's your opinion? No, it's not my opinion. I'm telling you that there is no like precedent for transference of threat. So I can't use self-defense against someone who didn't threaten me. That's y'all's argument, is that this woman posed no threat, didn't threaten. There's no reasonable threat from her, but there's a reasonable threat from other people. And because he feels a reasonable threat from other people, he can now attack her. And I'm saying he cannot transfer this reasonable threat from other people to her. It's your opinion he wasn't threatened. No, that's not my opinion. I've said over and over, there wasn't evidence of that. If you have evidence of it, you can give this, but we don't have that evidence.
These people got your ass now. That's what I'm gonna say, because I'm thinking 10 steps ahead. He played into their hands, man. 100%.
No, halfway decent lawyer will be able to fight this.
His opinion was he was threatened. I don't think he said that he was threatened by her. He said that other people threatened him, and that gave him a reasonable fear of threat, as you were saying. He's also making the argument that he can transfer the fear of threat. Are you talking about Nick Fuentes' situation when he got arrested? Technically, he didn't get arrested that day, but it is the same scenario, yes. He was in fear, he sprayed her. That doesn't mean he was in fear. You're saying just because he sprayed her, he was in fear? That doesn't mean he was in fear. And again, it's not just about whether or not he was in fear. It's about reasonable fear. You can't keep pivoting over and over and over. You can't keep doing this. Okay? Like, fucking one thing at a time, dude. One thing at a time.
Halfway decent lawyer will be able to fight
But they don't play fair, bro.
And again, remember, this is a misdemeanor bullshit charge, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I think this was more done from a political angle to save face for the district attorney's office. This is probably going to get dismissed.
You can't say that without being... Again, I'm not trying... I didn't make a claim as to whether or not he felt fear. We're talking about reasonable fear. And you can make a claim as to intent. You just can, okay? That's part of what they do in court, is they try to figure out what someone's intent is. And in this scenario, when he pepper sprays her, then pushes her down the stairs, and then goes and steals her phone, we can look at that and say, well, the fact that he opened up the door in the first place, if he was afraid, he would have left the door closed. Then, if the fact that he pepper sprays her, then pushes her, then steals her phone, we can look at this and say that there was not really, he is not acting as though he was somebody who is in fear whatsoever, and that he had intent to harm somebody because he felt like they were an enemy, they were a bad guy, they're somebody who's bugging him, they're there to troll him, they're there to bother him. That's... this is how these things go. He didn't go down the stairs to steal her phone. He didn't go down the stairs to steal her phone. So her phone is in the grass. You did not watch the video?
Hi. Oh my God! What are you doing?
Whoa, what is that? Is that mud and grass? Are you saying that there's mud and grass on the top? I didn't see mud and grass on his stairs. I didn't see that there. You're saying it was there. Yeah? I can go pull up his front doorstep again if you'd like to see it again. Is that the video? Yeah, this is the video of him. And then he comes over here, picks it up. Oh, Wow. Well, and then, oh, he's walking upstairs right now. What is happening? Oh, man. How many, what was that, 3 steps he just took? And then watch this. Watch this. This is the crazy part. Watch this. He shuts the door. He goes, 1 lock. Oh, maybe it was just 1 lock. I can't tell. Initially, we thought that there was like 3 or 4 locks that he turned, but it could have just been him just trying to adjust the 1 lock. So yeah, I'm not sure now. But yeah, that's it. It doesn't look like he felt threatened. Correct. Correct. It does not look like he felt threatened. This is her ringing the doorbell.
Hi. Oh my God.
He was waiting for her. He was waiting for her. As soon as she rang the fucking doorbell, he fucking swung that thing open, already unlocked, ready to go, chain undone, everything. As soon as she rings that doorbell, he swings that door open, pepper sprays her right in the face.
What are you doing?
Then shoves her. She falls down the stairs into the grass. And then he walks down there, grabs it, and yeah, you could see the stairs behind him. Right there. There he is. Yeah, there's the stairs going up, and there's Nick way over here, all the way over here, away from the stairs. Going up the stairs right there. So yeah. You thought it fell inside of his house. It does kind of, like, once he throws it in, he does throw it into his house. So like, yeah, as soon as he comes in, he kind of throws it on the ground. Yeah, see, he just throws it in there and then he kicks it out of the way so he can shut the door. And then, yeah, I guess maybe it was just a 1 lock. Yeah, I'm not sure now. That might have just been 1 lock. Because, yeah, before we thought he was doing, like, numerous locks. But it could have just been 1 lock. So, yeah, that's that one. And then this one here.
What's the story? Apparently.
Is the...
Well, what I'm getting is this guy over here has made a bad joke online. And now people are targeting his house. This lady has...
Oh, they only have the Nick interview.
Are you acting like this is not helping, man? I got 2 sides, 2 stories, and I'm trying to just kind of find the middle ground.
Well, let me take your card, because I'm not doing an interview.
Huh?
What I'm going to tell you is this.
Well, I heard they're targeting your house.
Yes. I've been
about
harassed
social
for the past
media.
4 days.
Okay, and what is that about?
I posted a joke on the internet. I'm a live streamer.
You're like a YouTube channel? Or something?
Yeah.
You're saying you're white supremacist?
I'm not white supremacist. I'm actually pronounced like Fuentes.
I know, I saw the okay. But, I mean, you know, it's only 24 now. You make one bad joke and this happens. Especially right now at the Trump one.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, but
it's a very political thing to say.
Well, we also live in a free country where you can speak without people showing up and trying to hurt you.
I came by here because I live in Berwyn. I live on the south side.
Okay.
And I came to do a little video because my friends keep saying, you know, he lives in your town.
Yeah.
So I went outside and did a little video. Ring and a friend, what's that?
In front of his house?
Yeah.
Like, his house?
On the sidewalk. Yeah.
Okay.
And
what was the reason for that? For videotaping his
because
house?
I wanted to show people that there was no, there were no, people are making claims that they're going to send deliveries to him of like dog poo and stuff. And I was showing there is no.
Yeah, so she said that they were saying that they were going to send him dog poo and stuff. And so she said she was there to show that there was no dog poo. I don't believe her. I don't believe her. I think she just wanted to go there and show her fans that there was that she was over by his house and just be like, look at this, guys. Look at where I am. Look at me. I'm at Nick Fuentes' house. And then another woman drove by and said, go knock on his door. I'll watch. Go knock on his door. And so then they, and so yeah, then she went up and knocked on the, just rang the doorbell. And as soon as she rang the doorbell, they got fucking sprayed. And so, yep, she is the protagonist here. Again, you're doing the thing. You're doing the fucking Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Do you think Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty just because he shouldn't have been there? Just because he was wrong for going and taking a gun underage to a protest in the first place? Like, do you think it's probably true that yes, a bunch of people standing around with guns is probably like heightening tensions. It's even worse that yes, he is underage at a protest. Like if he was just standing on the property that he was supposed to be protecting, that would even be better, but still probably shouldn't have been there. But shouldn't have been there. Then left the property, was running around doing a bunch of other things off the property, not where he was supposed to be protecting. And so, yeah, like I think that we can all look at the situation with Kyle Rittenhouse and say he wasn't supposed to be there. But, well, exactly, ABC. That's what I said. I was saying, I was like, if I was her, I would have just said, yeah, I was here to do a story. I was here to ask him. She said that she was there filming whether or not there was poo on the door. And then later, they said, so why did you go up to the door? And she says, well, I just wanted to ask him some questions. She should have said, she was going to ask him why he thinks it's okay to say the things that he says or something like that. Something dumb like that, right? She should have said, I was going to ask him if he's had poo on his door. I wanted to ask him. I'm here to do a story about this. And all I did was just walk up to ask him if he has had poo on his door and if he's been getting a lot of poo, and he immediately battered me.
There are no boxes of that there. Okay. And so a woman driving by said, ring his doorbell and say hello. So yeah,
a woman driving by says ring the doorbell, say hello.
There are no signs on there saying anything about no solicitors, okay?
There's no signs saying no solicitors, nothing about private property. And the cops even tell him that. The cops even told him, they said, if you want to stop this, you would have to get a fucking sign that says no trespassing or something. But you can't just trespass someone in order to trespass someone, you have to give them the warning that we've been talking about. That is like when they have been trespassed is when you tell them to get off the property. Now they have been trespassed. And so now, and so, yes, that would have to take place first, but yeah.
So I rang the doorbell, immediately opened the door, sprayed me with pepper spray, and pushed me down the steps.
You sprayed you with pepper spray?
Yes, he did.
And you got in your eyes?
Yes. On my face.
Okay, before we go any further, I'm going to call an ambulance to make sure you're... No, but I want you to get checked out.
Whatever it is.
That's why I was wondering what she posted on her socials. So it does turn out that she did share his docs on her socials and that she was talking a lot of shit about him. The problem is that unless Nick knows that at the time, unless he's seen her, he knows who she is, he's keeping up with what she's saying, unless he knows that, we can't apply this, even though that would make us, after the fact, retroactively say, yeah, that would seem kind of threatening if the person who's doxing me and posting shit about me is showing up at my house, that it still wouldn't be enough for what he did, but it would kind of change circumstances a little bit. Whereas in this case, we would have to have evidence that he knew about this in order for that to apply. What if he has publicly stated, didn't come to my house prior to said event? Well, it wouldn't matter. Even if we could say, well, what if she didn't see it? But even if she did see it, it still wouldn't matter. Technically, you have to have a sign in your yard somewhere visibly to where people can't miss it that will say, no trespassing, private property, do not enter, that sort of stuff.
All I'm going to say is I'm going to take your card, and my defense attorney didn't touch the deal.
This is a report.
I'm not going to talk. All I'm going to say is I'm a high-profile person. I want someone stationed here. 20 people came by last night. I had paid security. They documented all of it. I called. They're coming tonight at 7 o'clock. I can't afford to have it 24 hours. I called earlier because somebody else was in front taking pictures of my house. Cops drove by, saw the car that I reported with the license plate, make, and model, and they didn't even stop. Okay. And the lady stood there filming my house, pointing at my house, gesturing to it. This has been going on for the past 3 days. I've been calling the police. Clearly no one's taking it seriously. No, I'm okay.
Yeah, thank you. Look, man, to be honest, I'm trying to talk to you, get your side of the story for the whole thing. You're not
here to help me.
Well, I'm not here to help you?
No.
I just got you. How do you know I'm here
to help you? You're not here to
help me. I'm not trying to
me.
fight with you, but I'm also not going to be telling you. I want your card.
You mind if I just say something right quick? First of all, I'm going to have to get your information. Sure. You have to provide this notice of crime for me.
Yes.
All right? So, second of all, from what I get, I don't care, really, I don't care what you said online. I really don't care. Whether it was left-leaning, right-leaning, in the middle, I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't
matter. To me, no. Now, I would hate if I was living here whether I made a bad joke intentionally, whether I meant it or not, and somebody would show up to my house, that's kind of like wrong, right? Can we agree on that? I'm actually agreeing with you that people shouldn't show up to your house, but now you don't want to cooperate with me. You don't want to ask. Now I'm trying to get whether she actually did anything to prevent you pepper spray and push down the stairs. Those are bad allegations. So I'm trying to get your side of the story. To me, if you don't tell me anything, I'm saying you want to cooperate. If they don't want to answer questions.
Here's my side story. I'm here for my life. People have been posting my address online for the past 3 days, telling me they're coming to kill me, they're coming to rape me. I have all screenshots, posting pictures, showing how it's going to get to my house, and I have people showing up all day, and that's my side of the story.
So yeah, so you see, okay? So where you guys are saying, how do you know that he didn't know who she was? How do you know that he didn't see her post? How do you know blah blah blah? Oh, I don't know that. And if there wasn't this video, I would be willing to believe that that's a possibility. But because we do have this video where he does present evidence and does present an argument to try to explain why he did have some sort of fear. He's explained himself. That was not part of it. So now we can look at this and say, well, we would expect that we would have that information if that was true. We would expect to have that information. We don't have it, so we're going to move on. Assuming that this is the case. And just real quick, we also had this video as well. So this is the full body camera. This is the same video, just with more information. This includes the eyewitness testimony as well.
Hello. It doesn't matter. You can stay outside.
Okay.
Were you the one that got pushed?
No, this woman standing out there. I'm sorry, I'm shaking so hard. She was right in front of his house.
Oh, you weren't involved?
I saw the whole thing, and I would be more than happy to explain to you exactly what happened. And I tried to film it.
So she's up there right now?
Yeah, she is.
How does she look?
She's probably like my age. I think she has curly brown with gray hair. She's got some
Hispanic,
gloves. She's white, I guess. Yeah, she's just right out there. I tried to get her to come with me.
Just so I could get information real quick before.
What made an eyewitness come out and watch it? Again, this is the woman who said, go ring his doorbell. She's the woman who said, go knock on his door and say hello. And supposedly other people have said that she said in like articles or like interviews with people that she said, I'm never going to turn down a dare or something like that. She's fucking retarded for saying this shit, but this is the eyewitness who drove by and said, go knock on his door. And so, yeah, again, like none of this gives any credence to Nick's innocence whatsoever. None of this is helpful to him. Even if she did dox him, even if she did do all these other things, one, without any evidence that he knows about it, we can't even include that as like anything pertaining to this issue. Two, even if he did know that, it still would not be enough for him to react the way that he did. That still would not be enough for this scenario.
Before I leave, so what happened?
So I was told, I'll just be completely honest with you. He's the white supremacist that coined the phrase, your body, my choice. So he is evil against women. And so as I pulled up, going past,
how do you know him?
It's all over the internet, and I'm just...
Oh.
I drove by because I'm ridiculous.
It's a post that he made?
No.
I just came here because I'm ridiculous. Correct, Tom. If Nick knew who she was, he probably would have said it to the cops right then. You can't just attack random strangers who show up to your house and are not threatening you. Correct. Again, like everybody keeps bringing up the fact that other people were protesting at his house. He's evil against women. Yes, he's evil against women. This lady's fucking wild, dude. She's fucking wild. But you would assume she'd have to be to show up to the Nick's house and just sit outside there, double dog daring other people to go up to the fucking door and ring it. But yeah, today is now. I agree. Like, yes, he would have said it, and even if he did say it, it's still not enough for him to react the way that he did, because there was no imminent threat. And the word imminent there is very important. There has to be an imminent threat. You cannot, transfer threats from one day to another, from one moment to another, from one person to another. You can't do these things. So while I think we will all hear that Nick had death threats, he had harassment, he had people outside of his house, he had all sorts of shit going on. I think we all believe that he had a reasonable fear for his life at that point. I think we all believe this. Everybody gets that. Everybody understands it. It's just that you can't take a general reasonable fear from people, random people on the internet, and then transfer that to this individual person that you did not get that from, or that you at least have no evidence that you got that from. You have no reasonable suspicion that you got it from her and that she could have just been anybody at that point. It could totally turn out that she was there to live stream his house and tell everybody exactly how long it takes him to open the door, how many locks she heard before he opened the door. She was there to provide intel on like whether or not he had a sign that said private property and no trespassing. She was there to get all the fucking details and put it up. It still wouldn't matter. It still would not matter, and it still would not change the way that he acted. And it could turn out that she was there to hurt him. If you didn't know that, again, it still really wouldn't matter. Like, it could, if somebody's walking into a bank and I shoot them, the black guy walking into a bank and I shoot them, and then when the cops come later, they're like, yo, why'd you shoot that guy? And I was like, you look dangerous. They're like, what looked dangerous about him? And I was like, black while in public? I mean, shit, dude. That's fucking terrifying. I was scared. All right. While many reasonable people are going to be terrified of black people, okay, it could turn out that there was a gun under this guy's jacket the whole time, and he was getting ready to go into that bank and just fucking murder everybody. They find a fucking manifesto in there. They find all of his plans. They find everything he was getting ready to do, and they know that because I shot him, because I shot this person, I just stopped a bunch of other people from being murdered. I will still get in trouble for murder. Anyways, because the information that we got that said that he was actually a threat is post hoc. When I shot him, I didn't have that information. I didn't have any of that info. So I could not have made that assessment from my vantage point with the information that I had. I did not have any information that he was actually a threat, and I shot him. I turned out to be right. But it doesn't matter. So where you guys are bringing up post hoc information about the fact that, well, now we know that she did dox him. Now we know that she hated him. Now we know that she did that. Doesn't matter. That's all post hoc. He has to have that information at the time as part of his assessment. Tom, since she's part of the group that's doxing, she would be a part of the group that's assumed to have reasonable threat. All he has to do is say he knew she was part of that group. That's what I've said, is that yes, if we have any evidence that he's part of that group, or if we have any evidence that he knows who she is or what she's put out, that would change things to an extent. It would make things a little bit more gray. But it's still hard to imagine that him opening the door and pepper spraying her, shoving her down the stairs and stealing her phone, that would now be justified, that would now be a proportional response. It still wouldn't be, because her doxing him is not an imminent threat. There's not an imminent danger. And that is important in this scenario. There has to be some imminent threat there in order for him to react the way that he did and use force the way that he did. And again, based on his actions, opening the door, pepper spraying her, shoving her down the stairs, and then walking outside, down the stairs, out into the yard, grabbing the phone, and then walking back up inside That shows that he just was not actually afraid. He was not that afraid because he wouldn't have opened the door in the first place. Maybe we could give him the pass for opening the door in the first place if all he did is pepper spray her and close it, but he didn't do that. He acted as somebody who did not seem afraid of anything at all. He did the smart thing and remained vague speaking to the police. He wants his attorney present. Correct. Correct. Like, he did the smart thing in only giving a defense and not giving and not talking about what happened. So he defended himself for what he did. He defended his actions, but he didn't admit to the actions. He did the right thing. He did the smart thing. It would be better if he didn't even do that much and just waited for the lawyer, but it's also likely that they would have just arrested him right there. But she towards the end of the video, they ask her if she wants to press charges, and she says, I don't know, do I have to decide right now? And they're like, I mean, you don't have to. She's like, yeah, I'd like to consult other people first before deciding.
Like us and don't come here.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't want to engage with that subject.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So again, you were videotaping this house. You went, rang the doorbell. As soon as you opened the door, he sprayed you with a stick.
Sprayed me, pushed me,
grabbed
took
your
my
phone,
phone,
went inside, and then came back out. And then when I came.
Shortly after you arrived.
With both hands? How do you push with both hands?
I believe so. Yeah. It was kind
And
of
you were right in front of the door?
Yeah, I just rang the doorbell.
Yeah. So you were right by where the doorbell is in the door.
Yeah.
And then what happened? You.
I fell backwards.
To where?
In front of that ADT sign, sidewalk.
Okay, on the floor.
Yes.
And then you got back up.
Yeah. And he had taken my phone. Yeah.
All right, kind of got your story. Please, just do me a favor, just stand over here.
I'm
gonna get inside, and then I'll give you a report number as soon as the ambulance is gonna pull up now.
Okay.
You can hear them. They're gonna check your eyes. You can sign a medical refusal, and then you don't have to go with them. But I do want them to check your eyes out. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. So I'm.
Gonk, you gotta chill, bro. Okay, chill. Bring it down. Calm down. Okay, I know you and Katmere have y'all's history. Okay, but y'all gotta chill. All right, calm down. He said that he wants to just watch the show. Just chill out. Okay, can't keep calling him a cunt and telling him that he's got to jump in. All right, just fucking bring it down. Not you, Katmere. I said him.
Store, I mean, if I was Nick, I'd fight all the way. I'd get a lawyer. I'd go to trial on this shit. I'm not letting y'all fucking convict me of battery, even though it's a misdemeanor, and try to paint me as like some dude that just like attacked a random woman. Like, no, this bitch.
This is gonna be sexist of me, but if a male did this, would the cops care? Well, again, it changes the scenario because like based on like how big the person is, how big, how strong, like that changes the level of threat that you can feel from that person. And it also changes the level of force that you can use on them. Because if you're supposed to use some sort of force that's considered to be proportional in this case, well, the smaller, the weaker, the less threatening the other person is, the less proportional it's going to be. So all of these things come into play, and it'll kind of change the scenario a little bit to some extent, but I don't think that's sexist. It's not sexist.
She went to my front door looking for trouble. She posted on Facebook about it first. She clearly was there to antagonize me.
Chances are murder never shows up if she doesn't dox him first. She was not the first person to dox him. There's no evidence that she was the first person to dox him. You said if she didn't dox him first. She got the dox from other people. The dox was already out there. The dox was out. It was all over the internet. She is not the initial doxer. She even said other people sent it to her saying, you live in the same neighborhood as him. So she was not the doxer of him. She shared the dox. She made it popular. I don't even know who she is. Marla Rose. She's like a Facebook person. She has 646 followers on Twitter, bro. Give me a fucking break. She made it popular. Give me a break. She made it popular. Her video, that video didn't even come out with like the arrest and everything until later. This is not, that your arguments here just don't really make sense. The docs was popular by the time she went there. The docs was already all over the place. I talked about the fact that it was everywhere. I was seeing this thing all over the place.
Like, I mean, if I was Nick, I'd fight all the way. I'd get a lawyer. I'd go to trial on this shit. I'm not letting y'all fucking convict me of battery, even though it's a misdemeanor, and try to paint me as like some dude that just like attacked a random woman. Like, no, this bitch.
We aren't even talking about the murder, though. We're talking about her the whole time. Yeah. Why do you think that is, Justin? It's not because she made it popular. We haven't seen her address here. None of us have seen his address. None of us are looking at his address this whole time. We've covered it this whole time. We've talked about her this whole time. Nothing in this scenario has made us look at his address. So you saying this as though people talking about this now know his address. That's just not the case. She brought eyes to the docs. Okay, even if you feel that way, that's your feelings, okay? Just you feel that way, but there's no evidence to that. And his docs was already all over the place by the time this happened. He even said the day before she showed up there were 20 people who came to his house. He already said this, okay? He said there were 20 people who came to his house before she came. She said that she went because there were already people saying that there were piles of dog crap on his door. Like, this is already happening for a while.
She went to my front door looking for trouble.
No,
she posted
didn't.
on Facebook about it
already
first.
viral.
She clearly was there to antagonize me. She went on my property that I own and tried to start an issue. I had been getting death threats, etc. Any person given, how would a reasonable person behave? Any reasonable person would have responded to that degree responded in that way to some degree.
So what I think he got trolled. I think that she knew that it was going to bother him that some random who got his docs was going up to his door. She knew that was going to bother him. She knew that was going to bug him to some extent. If this went to court, that would be the argument. Me, as a lawyer, I would make that argument. Even though technically it doesn't really change it legally, it can change it as far as like a jury is concerned. Is that like, yes, if they feel like the other person provoked you in a way to make you so mad that what you did in return was reasonable in some way, even though legally it wouldn't matter, I think that a jury might excuse that. But across the board, like, this is just obviously illegal. But yeah, my argument would be that she knew she was provoking him. She knew that like his house had been doxxed, that if she showed up and as like a random person was going up there and talking to him, that this would provoke him. And I think that is what happened. He got provoked. He got pissed off. He was mad that this was happening. And so he wanted to fuck with them back. Tom Foolery, I think Nick's defense team will probably mention her hair coloring and style of dress as conditions for Nick, assuming she was a threat. Wait, what? It's weak, but I think it will be one component. Oh, that's right. I forgot she is pressing charges. Okay, that's right. This article that we read said that she wasn't pressing charges, that police have said that she's not cooperating, and neither is Nick. It says Rose and her husband, John Besky, have said they have faced harassment since the incident. Besky wrote Tuesday on Facebook that they were swatted, a form of harassment in which police are called to a residence without cause. So yeah, so she got swatted after this, but this also says that, yeah, like there's not, that currently they weren't pressing charges, but this was on November 14th. We're on December 22nd now. And so when this video came out of the initial pepper spray,
Hi. Oh my God, what are you doing?
Let's see, when was this? November 14th. Yep. Okay. So yeah, so this is a little bit later, but then he was, but then yeah, he got fingerprinted. And so yeah, because he got fingerprinted, it seems obvious that yeah, Nick Fuentes facing battery charges after Your Body, My Choice confrontation at his Illinois home. So yeah, it seems obvious that yeah, she's pressing charges now. Marla Rose, 57, told police that she went to record Fuentes' home on November 10th after she saw his controversial social media post, and that he pepper sprayed her, pushed her onto the concrete, and broke her phone outside his Chicago area home in Berwyn, Illinois, according to a police report which filed November 11th. The woman did not have any visible physical injuries, but her eyes were watery. It is fucking rough. I talked about this for about 10 minutes yesterday. It's fucking rough getting pepper sprayed. It is. Like, that shit hurts, and it hurts for a while. So when the cop showed up, he didn't seem to be able to tell that she was pepper sprayed, and he was kind of surprised when she said she was pepper sprayed. So either he kind of missed her and just didn't get her very well, or the police took long enough to show up to where she was a bit better. But yeah, Fuentes was arrested late last month and released the same day. He is set to appear in court on December 19th. Fuentes did not respond to requests for comment on Friday. So yeah, anyways, the reason, like, whereas Justin earlier was talking about the fact that, like, we're talking about this one and not the other thing where somebody tried to kill him, we did talk about somebody trying to kill him. The reason that we're not having a long conversation about that one is because there's not retarded people on the other side saying that it's legal for someone to come and try and kill you and then kill the dogs next door and then to murder 3 people the next town over. Like, nobody's defending that guy. Nobody's acting as though that's okay. Nobody's acting as though this is justified. There's no controversy there. The controversy is where there's a bunch of people who have no idea what the law says, running around arguing that everything he did there is legal and that this is a reasonable threat and that this is that this makes total sense that he would act this way. Like, that is the reason that this is being talked about, which means that now it's your fault that his dox is getting spread around. That's your fault, because if you guys weren't arguing against this, nobody would even care. Nobody would even be talking about it.
And she's lucky she only got kicked and a mace.
I would have came out recording, not pepper spraying.
But you don't know if she got a weapon or whatever, bro. That's why the first thing you did was create distance.
This is what
I'm just saying she brought eyes to his dox. No one. Okay. I'm going to say this again. Yes, sure. She may have made it to where it was more likely, because of this story, there was more likely that people were going to go and look up because they heard that a woman found his dox and then went to his house, that now more people are going to be like, oh, his dox is out there. Where's that? And they're going to go try to find it. That is true. The problem with your rationale here, where you're blaming it on her, is that if she had just walked up and rang the doorbell and then he just didn't answer, nothing would have happened. Her actions could have been exactly the same, and nobody ever would have been more likely to go find his dox. Because of Nick Fuentes' actions, because of the way that he responded, now it's more likely that people are going to find his dox. Therefore, it is on him, if that's the rationale that you want to use. I wouldn't say either one of those things, but if that's the reasoning you want to use, you would have to blame him, because she could have done all the same actions, and there's no reason to believe that of her 600 followers, anybody would have cared that she walked up to his door and absolutely nothing happened. Nobody would have watched that video. That would not have been all over the news. That wouldn't have been spread all over the internet. Nobody would have given a fuck. But because of the way that he acted, she was the one live streaming it. Again, Justin, can you give me any evidence that she was live streaming it? No article, no post, no Twitter post, not Nick Fuentes, not her, not the witness. Literally nobody has mentioned that she's live streaming it. Not even another chatter. You're literally the only chatter who has said that she was live streaming it. You're the only one. So you got to show some evidence that that's the case, because you apparently are the only one with this information.
Why I would open up the door.
I think once you're on someone's property, bro, like you're basically you're cooked. Like you have no.
No, I agree. She shouldn't have been there. Period.
Mhm.
But then your next step is to then attack. I don't know, bro. Cause that, bro.
Nigga said call the police. Do you guys know what the response time is? Like for the cops in Chicago, you stupid fucks.
It's late.
It doesn't matter, dude. Myron is so dumb. Myron is so dumb. I'm like questioning everything he's ever said about being a fucking Fed. Myron gains federal agent. Cause yeah, he has I think another channel called Fed Reacts. Okay, he was a Homeland Security agent, apparently. Gaines left his job 6 years as a special agent with the Department of Homeland Security on December 5th, 2020, to work full-time on the podcast. Lisa Segura, author of The Incel Rebellion, The Rise of the Manosphere, and The Virtual War Against Women, has suggested that the hosts of The Fresh and Fit, along with the Manosphere figures such as Andrew Tate, are compelling to viewers because they are seen as anti-mainstream. Ooh, that sounds bad. Okay.
Very late.
Nigga, they're not gonna.
Yeah, where he's saying that, like, based on the response time, that changes whether or not you should call the cops.
I have no.
No, I agree. She shouldn't have been there. Period. But then your next step is to then attack. I don't know, bro. Cause that, bro.
Nigga said call the police. Do you guys know what the response time is? Like for the cops in Chicago, you stupid fucks.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And people saying like, oh, it's just an insult. It's not just an insult. He's denying whether or not that's relevant. He's denying whether or not it's like he's saying, oh, when you say that they should have called the cops, that's a dumb response. It's not just an insult. He's saying that that's a dumb response, regardless of response time. Like, it doesn't matter. It is still true that yes, instead of battering this woman, he ought to have just called the cops and waited. But instead, yeah, he went in and battered her for no reason. Like, it was ridiculous.
It's late. Very late.
Nigga, they're not gonna show. You call the cops, bro. They're not showing up. Are you fucking serious? Someone said call the cops. Yeah, you can call the cops. He probably did. To be honest with y'all, he probably did. But I'll tell you guys this right now: Chicago PD ain't showing up, bro. Like in a reasonable hour, in a reasonable amount of time, especially for someone at your front door. Niggas got murders going on. Anyone that lives in a major city fucking knows this shit. You call the cops for something like that, response time is slow.
He's not in Chicago, was he? I don't think he was in Chicago. I don't think he was.
Oh, bro. Super slow. Anyone that lives in New York City, Chicago, any of these crime-ridden fucking blue cities, bro, cops ain't showing up for a minute, man. But, fuck you, Anonymous. Dude said, murder, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you bitch-ass nigga. Like, you don't know shit. I love when dude talking shit from an anonymous account.
Yeah, isn't it funny? People are fighting about our opinions.
Yeah, man. Fuck out of here, man.
Oh, man. Listen, bro, we can agree to disagree on certain things, man. And either way, bro, we wish him the best.
I cannot find a good response time for Berwyn. That's right. It's Berwyn. That's right. So he's just saying this. Yeah, that's right. It's in Berwyn. Okay, Google. How far away is Berwyn, Illinois from Chicago?
It is 10.1 miles to get to Berwyn from Chicago by car.
Okay, yeah, I guess we would call that Chicago. It's not Chicago PD, but that's still Chicago. Okay. Yeah, we would still consider that like, yeah, Metro Chicago.
Best, you know?
Yeah, I would fight if I were him. He's in the right, bro.
I think she shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Yeah, fuck that
but
bitch.
His response to it was not the best response. Just to be fair, I think, because violence without violence back to you is kind of like a L, because now you're the one that started violence, and it's a woman, bro, and she's of that descent. Oh man, see, the problem is, bro, is they're gonna frame it. I know they're gonna frame it as she's like this, she's old. You pushed her and you maced her. Oh hell no.
Yup.
And we know how they think, so you just played it right into their hands. Like, oh, we got you now. But I mean, it is a misdemeanor, so
Gotcha, bitch.
maybe not that bad, but
Yeah, I think men. I think you have a right to defend your home.
Also,
So-
I don't like hitting women, period. So that's my stance on that. I will never hit a woman. Now, if she's gonna attack me, that's different. But if she's not attacking me, then record. What do you want? I'm recording you right now. What do you want? Cool. Nothing. Goodbye. Or just keep the door closed.
Yeah, we can actually call Nick Fuentes a woman batterer now. Nick Fuentes batters women. He literally has he literally got charged for it.
It's self-defense, nigga. How did she hit him? Hold on.
People are gonna have their views, bro. It's fine. They're saying L. Myron in the chat too, which is fine. Niggas are gonna have their views. It's fine.
Tell me logically, dumbass. If someone's not attacking you, how's that self-defense? Please, Google what it means as self-defense, and then you tell me if someone's just standing there not attacking you, is that self-defense? It's not, because now you're the aggressor. You attacked her first, so what are you, the aggressor?
Fresh, fucking turn that heat to your left, bro, or to your right, or whatever. Turn that heat over to him, dumbass.
Sure. Like they could, like, are you retarded? Like, what the fuck? No, I'm just saying though, bro. Like, anyhow, we'll see what happens in the future. But I think he played into their hands, honestly. So,
All right. We got the don't we got a phone call?
The title of this video was "Fresh Doesn't Like Nick Fuentes Debates Myron." There's no reason to take from this that he doesn't like Nick. I didn't hear that. Maybe I missed it. It's possible that I missed it and that I have, and that I'm totally wrong and that he said something about like not liking him or something, but I didn't hear him. I didn't hear it. Okay. Well, now that we took 7 hours to get through that one story, let's make it longer. Hello.
Hello. We just got done discussing essentially what we had to discuss. I don't know if you want us to go over it or
All
not.
right. See you later. Moving on.
Hey everyone. One of the most popular political commentary channels of 2024 on YouTube was Piers Morgan Uncensored. Although that title might make you think it's the most disturbing OnlyFans page on the planet, it's actually a show that is ostensibly about interesting figures debating important political issues. At the time of me writing this, it's sitting at a little over 3.5 million subscribers.
Okay. I'm still working on my video essay on Piers Morgan, but I searched for other video essays, and I searched forever. And there currently are only two. Now, at this point, the fact that there's only two, and both of them are like one, I think one's 18 minutes and the other one's like 4 minutes or something like that. this makes me think this is time for another documentary. That's what I think. I think this might be time for another documentary instead of doing just like a 20-30 minute video essay. But I think that might be what I do. We'll see. But I've got a couple other video essays that I got to finish first. I've got one in the works. And then yeah, I've got to see how those go first, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, this is a new one that just came out from Jose. The channel name used to be something else. It wasn't Jose before. I forget what it was, but yeah, this is his that he just came out with. I like some of his videos. He's a little bit progressive for me, a little too progressive, but he's had some really good videos in the past. And excuse me, sorry guys. Sorry you had to hear that. Yeah, I especially liked some of his Tim Pool stuff that he did a long time ago. He used to do totally different content, and I forget what it was. I think it was like, I think he literally like reviewed like old TV shows or something like that. This is confusing because here's a lot of political stuff here. Political. Steven Crowder, Lauren Southern, Tucker Carlson, Paul Joseph Watson, and then Roseanne of the Connors, a leftist reading of the first 9 seasons. Roseanne of the Connors, Part 2, From Revival to Reboot. Why Secret Empire Was Great. Then Warren Chen, Warren Southern again. Whatever Happened to Murphy Brown. Reviewing Ben Shapiro's garbage novel. Reviewing Ben Shapiro's garbage short story collection. Building a Better Man with Home Improvement. Like, this is all kind of in different directions. How Al Bundy Became an Icon, a Married with Children retrospective. Like, it's kind of in some different directions, but I guess it all is political to some extent, so I didn't realize that before. And then, damn, dude, I could have sworn he had something on Tim Pool a long time ago. Oh, Dinosaurs, the sitcom before time. Oh, shit. Dude, I've thought so much about that show since I've been an adult. Like, thinking back to when I used to watch that show. I watched that show all the time when I was a kid. That was one of my favorite shows. I'm the Baby, Gotta Love Me. Damn, dude. That was such a fucking good show, bro. And they, like, even going back and like looking at it, I'm blown away at like how good the movements were, the costumes, the mouth movements. They were able to like literally make like all of the mouth shapes. It didn't just do this like some of the shit does today, or like a Muppet does, or anything like that. Like, no, they were able to. It was wild, dude. Not the Mama, yeah. Dude, I kind of want to watch this now.
Puppets!
Bro,
Today we're talking about dinosaurs.
Hey, Freddy, you gotta see this puppet show. It's terrific.
Earl, that's for kids.
Yeah, you'd think that because they're puppets. So the show seems to have a children's aesthetic. Yet the dialogue is unquestionably sharp-edged.
Look at his mouth movements. This is so fucking high tech, bro. This is like mid-90s. Debuting back in 1991. This sitcom used full body puppets to create a show that used a kid-friendly aesthetic. Bro, I kind of just want to dump everything that I was getting ready to watch about fucking Piers Morgan. The thing is that I've thought about this show so much, but I never ever see it referenced. I never see anybody show anything about it. I never see people like wearing shirts, like trying to do the cool thing where they're wearing old like shirts from their childhood and shit like that. Nobody like references them or talks about them or shows them or anything. Just looking at this, I'm getting like, I'm fucking in love right now.
Witty and thematically skewed to adults.
They look like puppets. I'm not watching.
But at least I get to talk about it.
Can't look like puppets.
Set 60 million years in the past, though only premiering in 1991, Dinosaurs takes us back to a time when dinosaurs ruled the world. And it looks a lot like how we humans rule the world. Working a dead-end job, managing a household, and going to school in this thing we like to call a society.
Didn't they live in the swamp?
Most notably for its striking use of full-body puppets, this series was a hit when it arrived and then vanished quickly, lasting a scant 4 seasons. The look of these puppets should be familiar to anyone at all aware of the work of Jim Henson, famed puppeteer who created the Muppets and the Residents of Sesame Street. The show was created by his studio, Jim Henson Productions, and was one of the last projects Henson would provide creative input on. The idea for Dinosaurs traces back to a conversation between Jim Henson and Kirk Thatcher in the 1980s.
He had the idea of a family of dinosaurs and that they live very irresponsibly and bigger than life and everything's reckless.
A clumsy dinosaur lumbering through the world is thought to be an evolution of an idea Jim Henson had back in the 1960s, the LeChoy dragon, designed for a series of commercials for chow mein. Although dinosaurs would be a bit more evolved than this ad spot.
I'm the LeChoy Dragon!
Sadly, before the show could begin production in earnest, Jim Henson passed away. Jim Henson Productions was placed under the care of Jim's son, Brian. The duty of creating the series fell to Michael Jacobs and Bob Young. It would be these 3 men who would bring the show Dinosaurs to life. Dinosaurs would be one of the most ambitious projects taken on by Jim Henson Productions, a weekly sitcom using detailed puppets and animatronics, far more costly than the standard human fountains you would find on television sitcoms. Much of the technology for the puppets was taken from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, which similarly used animatronic heads on top of people wearing suits. While that was a feature film, a TV sitcom didn't quite have the same budget for effects. Even a pilot technically would have been too costly. The only reason this show got off the ground is because ABC initially ordered 13 episodes. One of the recurring comments I noticed in a lot of people involved in the production was general amazement that they were able to pull this off. The concept for the show would be as ambitious as the puppetry. Brian Henson described it saying, "We could tell these powerful, dark stories with heavy thematic undertones, but do it in..."
Okay. Another time. Damn. I want to watch this so bad.
Subscribers and uploads new videos each weekday, each one regularly garnering over 1 million views. So it's doing pretty good. And I wanted to take a look at what this channel was like. Piers Morgan is a British broadcaster who started his career in 1988 working at the British tabloid The Sun. From there, he's been seeing him.
Okay, so this is the thing. In the 20-minute video essay, it was like 18 minutes. In the 18-minute video essay that I watched about Piers Morgan, it's pretty much the first 20 minutes of my video essay so far. Like, his 20-minute video essay is practically just the entire first 20 minutes of my video essay, just talking about the early points of Piers Morgan coming up in the tabloid world, getting into like news, working for shit. I'm blanking on the name, but the guy who owns like Fox News and the Aussie guy, he owns a bunch of like right-wing newspapers and Murdoch, yeah. Yeah, so talking about him coming up in the tabloid scene, because most of like the narrative is that he is just a provocateur. he's very skilled at it, and that he came up in tabloids where provoking people is the skill. That is the thing. Let's get a spicy headline. Let's get a spicy picture that's out of context. Let's get a story that's able to kind of, make a lot of assumptions and guess about a lot of things. And yeah, it's definitely it's going to be interesting because of the way that like his career goes. But that's all that like the other video essay covered. That's it. It just covered the beginning of his careers in like tabloids and crap like that, and a lot of the controversies, a lot of the illegality of the crap that he got into. Whereas mine is going to go like from the tabloid stuff to the, America's Got Talent, to CNN, to some of the other failing shows that he did as well. He's the Trump show, The Apprentice, and then eventually to this, and then this will be like the majority of it. So yeah, halfway through it, like we should get like all of the background out of the way, and then yeah, about halfway through, we should get to like Piers Morgan uncensored, and then really go into him just kind of being a full-on hack on this show. So yeah.
Himself worked for a number of different outlets, such as the Daily Mirror and the Daily Mail. Here's a taste of what young Piers Morgan was like back when he appeared on a TV show in the mid-90s.
Is the answer jam?
Not in so many words.
Because last week Eddie Izzard said everybody roared with laughter. It was hilarious. I just thought I'd say.
But people like him.
There's a long list of scummy stuff he has allegedly done in the UK.
I friggin' swear. If this is going to show my clip, dude. This is going to show my clip. I have a clip from this show. This is going to show my clip where he kisses the guy. I'm going to be devastated.
Okay, that really can't fit in this one video, but I've linked a few articles if you want to read more about how terrible he was there. Morgan started marketing himself in the United States instead, and he appeared on television programs America's Got Talent and The Apprentice, the latter of which he won. He notably was given Larry King's old time slot at CNN to launch his own show, Piers Morgan Live, but the show only lasted a few years before it was cancelled due to poor ratings. In 2015, he started co-hosting Good Morning Britain on ITV, until he got a little too much heat after accusing Meghan Markle of lying in her interview with Oprah Winfrey, and he left the program. From there, he would go to the newly launched Talk TV channel to start Piers Morgan Uncensored, which began airing in April of 2022. At first, its format was very similar.
That lighting was so pretty, dude. I saw this in the other video, too. This is great lighting, a great camera. This is so pretty. I love this setup. It probably has some sort of, what do you call it, like a LUTs on it to change the shadows on it, but this is really, really pretty. I love this.
Which began airing in April of 2022. At first, its format was very similar to other cable news shows, opening with editorials by Piers Morgan and interviews.
Piers has a studio? Yeah, but look at this lighting in this studio compared to this one.
Which began.
These are very different, and even this one says talk behind it. So this was on the show in Britain, I believe, that he got kicked off of, or they got fired from, called like Talk Network or something like that. So I don't think this is his studio. Talk TV. That's what it was called. Talk TV. So yeah, That's, I believe, yeah, that's got to be what that is the, in the background. That probably says TV right there in the corner. So I think this is a Talk TV logo. Yeah. Yep, that's what that is.
Began airing in April of 2022. At first, its format was very similar to other cable news shows, opening with editorials by Piers Morgan and interviews with several guests. Very early on, it would start emphasizing its interviews, and gradually it would start bringing in...
Yeah, he was one of the contestants on Donald Trump's... what do you call it? I can't remember the name of it, but all right. I gotta run to the potty, to the little boys' room real quick, so I'll let this play, and I'll be right back.
High-profile guests such as YouTube commentators. It also had a healthy dose of goofy stunts, with videos that had titles like Piers Morgan eats yogurt in front of vegan in heated debate over hypocritical advert. In February of 2024, Morgan moved the program entirely to YouTube, taking it off Talk TV entirely. Instead of posting brief clips, entire episodes would now be featured on the online platform. The long and short-form interviews would continue, but a greater emphasis started to be placed on panel discussions, and the show started gaining a reputation for shouting matches and interruptions.
When you all talk over each other, nobody can hear you.
I'm talking.
Sorry, can I just please have a moment of quiet?
I'm mostly focusing on what was uploaded on this channel in November of 2024, because those are the most recent videos that are available, and I thought it would be a fair way of looking at what this channel is like in the current moment. The first thing you'll see after clicking on any of these videos is a teaser of the spiciest moments of the program.
The whiny liberal woman turned away so many would-be Democrat voters.
That's me playing the world's smallest violin for all these crying Democrats.
You deserve a tall glass of shut up juice.
I don't think Sarah McBride is looking to shower next to Nancy Mason.
If I found you lurking next to me in a men's restroom, I'd feel fearful.
Some of that doesn't really seem like thoughtful debate. Anyone familiar with YouTube will probably recognize this technique, though. It's usually done on channels where
Piers Morgan and thoughtful debate, those two things do not go together. Yes, the Piers Morgan is definitely never engaging in thoughtful debate. This guy is, as I said, a provocateur. That is his thing. That's what he does. That's he just wants to bring up spicy topics and kind of heat things up. And I've talked about this, like, especially when I was running a lot of panels. I had a bunch of other streamers on here every day. I was always like pulling other people on to have debates. Is that I've talked about the fact that I part of me would love to do that sort of content, to kind of just ask questions, just to push people in different directions and kind of just like be a shit stirrer. Just kind of take positions just to argue them for a little bit and then get other people to like take over and then allow them to fight it out. But I'm not capable of it. And I've tried this like a number of times and I'm not capable of it. Anytime that I've done that, I have this need to like let people know afterwards that I'm not serious, that I was just fucking around. Like, unless it's clear that I'm joking and that I'm trolling and that like, at least to my audience, as long as it's clear to my audience that I'm fucking around, that yeah, I don't ever feel comfortable just like leaving shit out, up for interpretation or some shit. And so, yeah, I have to go let people know, and I just wouldn't be good at it. Cause yeah, after I told people a bunch of times that, yeah, I didn't really believe that, that was just kind of fucking around. Every time I do it after that, it's, yeah, people are going to be like, bro, I don't even believe you. So just shut the fuck up. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be good at it. I would love to do it. I feel like I would be good at it, but I wouldn't be good at I wouldn't be able to maintain it in any sort of way.
where streams are cut up into clips, letting people know that there will be some good stuff coming later in the video, even if the videos start off with something really boring. Each video begins with a monologue from Piers about the video's first topic. Usually it's not very long, and he throws to some clips before introducing his guests, and it's here where the show really starts to kick into gear. Cable news shows typically have a mix of journalists, politicians, academics, and other high-profile public figures. Piers Morgan's show does that as well, though it also includes on its panel a healthy supply of people with popular online programs, frequently those already appearing on YouTube. It makes sense because the audiences for these people are on this platform, so if you're interested in catching people's attention, it makes sense to highlight popular voices in this space. The quality of these guests is very inconsistent. While there are some genuinely interesting...
I feel like this is a more recent thing that he's doing. I don't think he did this a while ago. Because I remember when he came out with the interview with Kanye West. That was like one of a number of interviews. So there was a couple others that he did with prominent people at a certain time when they were in the middle of a lot of controversy. He did this a couple of times where he was able to get people like right at the fucking peak of their shit stirring. And yeah, he was he was always doing those sorts of things and other stuff like that. And so I don't remember when he started doing panels, but I feel like it was like a year ago, maybe a little bit longer. I actually really like his formula. If he wasn't so biased, it would be great. It's actually still one of the most balanced political shows, not saying much. Yeah. I don't know. I like some of his formula. I hate the fucking interviews that take place in the middle of the panels. I hate those. I've never once thought any of those were good. Those interviews agree with him 100% of the time. 100% of the time, he's getting somebody who agrees with him. At least that I've seen. I could be wrong. There might be some others. But everyone that I've seen, he'll be doing a panel, they'll all be arguing about a topic, and then he's like, okay, we'll be back with you in just a little bit, but first, let's go over here to this guy for a freaking random interview in the middle of the panel. And then we'll come on back to you guys, and now we'll finish up this panel, and now we've added this person in who just got to give all of their arguments uninterrupted with no pushback whatsoever. I sat there and I agreed with them the entire time and just repeated their arguments right back to them. And now I'm going to throw them into a panel after they've like been able to get every freaking argument out possible to where the audience is probably very convinced by this person at this point. And now anybody who disagrees with them is going to look fucking retarded. Like that's just, I hate that. I hate that. And I think that it's such bullshit. Like anytime I do like my panels, or debates, like I always tried to make sure that I made like everything as fair and balanced as I possibly could, to where yeah, I was never like giving anybody or any side a leg up in any way. Let's see, can we... Oh, that's right. Okay, so he got the Tates on a year ago. Okay, so that's one of them. He was doing some panels, it looks like, here and there, but it doesn't look like it was a regular thing at this point. Oh, that's right. He also did the stuff with just Pearly things. That's right. That's right. Around this time, he was doing the stuff where he would have people on like this. That's right. I forgot about this.
Welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. I'm delighted.
Yeah, it is.
So yeah, so he would have people on the show like this, and then they would yeah, they would argue at a desk like this. And so, yeah, he did the stuff with just Pearly Things in that sort of format. Yeah, he had Jordan Peterson and his daughter on. That's right. Yeah, here's the Just Pearly Things one. Yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah. Shit. Dude, Charlemagne the God, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy a year ago. I feel like Charlemagne has moved on that. Am I wrong? Most people don't want fair and balanced. Most people want somewhere between dumpster fire and blood sports. Yeah, well, so again, when I'm talking about the fact that I have trouble with these things, like I have trouble like just fucking around and trolling, and then people not knowing that I'm trolling or that I'm that I don't really believe the things that I'm saying. I also feel that way with other people, where I want to make sure that, like, yes, they're represented in a way to where they're going to feel like it's fair as well. So when I have other content creators on, yeah, I want those content creators to feel like they were represented fairly as well, because I'll think of like what it's like for me going on to other shows and what that feels like, and whether or not I felt like I got enough speaking time, whether or not I felt like I was treated fairly. And so, yeah, I'm always thinking about it from the other like guest's perspective. So I'm not saying you do it wrong in any. Yeah, sure. I'm not. I didn't think that you were. Oh wait, yeah. And I say there is a reason. The only 2 live shows I watch are you and Destiny. I have tried dozens of others. Yeah. I like, this is honestly, truly, I've said this a bunch of times. I personally, I feel like it's like a shortcoming of mine in a way. I think as a human, it's of course it's a better quality to have, where you're like constantly trying to think about things from other people's perspectives. This is why like the Tom is fair meme exists, is because yes, like I'm always trying to like represent the person in a way where they would feel like what I'm saying is accurate to how they would represent it. But I'm not but as a content creator, yeah, it's a shortcoming. It is not beneficial. And yeah, is not helpful. Yeah, he had a whole fucking like massive meltdown over the Meghan Markle stuff. Like, here's a video. Damn, dude, he's got so many of them. What the fuck, bro? He's got so many of them. Oh my goodness, it keeps going. Oh my goodness, it keeps going. What the fuck, dude? Oh my goodness, there's more. No. What the hell, bro? So that shit. Okay. So yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm just looking at the thumbnails too. I'm not even looking at 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I can't believe this. 25. That's wild, bro. That's crazy. He looks fucking unhinged for this, dude. He looks completely unhinged for this. But yeah, anyways, like he got literally fired from the Talk TV show that we were just looking at a little while ago because of how hard he went on fucking Meghan Markle and all of the like unhinged shit he was saying about it. Dude, there's more down here. Oh my goodness. He's actually fucking unhinged. There's so much more, bro. Why, Pierce? Why are you like this, dude? Oh no. Oh, this is so embarrassing, dude. There's so many of them. I mean, we're in like the 50s now, dude. We're like in the like 50s. There's got to be like 50 something at this point. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, here's some panels here. This is from 2 years ago. Here's the interview with Donald Trump 2 years ago. Wait, I heard that he got millions off of this, but these aren't. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, there's the full interview. 1.1 million. Okay. Yeah, Donald Trump got up and walked out during that interview. The third freaking video. Oh no, this is the first video. So the other videos are just like welcome to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Piers, I'm back. One of your 1 year from my GMB walk off. So that was his Talk TV walk off where he left. And then very first video, Prince Harry, the metaverse, and more. Sheesh, dude, this guy's actually obsessed. I didn't realize this. That's gonna be good for the doco. Sheesh.
Voices on there. The show often includes cranks who have little to add to the topics being discussed. One extreme example is poker player Dan Bilzerian, who was brought on to discuss the Israeli attack on Gaza, but this devolved into clear and obvious anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
I believe that Jewish supremacy is the greatest threat to America, and I think it's the greatest threat to the world today. I truly believe that.
Piers Morgan does push back, but it's not very forceful.
It sounds to me, Dan, like you do actually hate Jewish people.
Yeah, I think he does too. Eventually, Piers calls this guy a Nazi, but only after giving Bilzerian room to spew some really hateful stuff. When he was called out on the interview the next day, Piers Morgan responded like this.
At least when
We talked about this a little bit. We didn't go over the actual interview, but we talked about the fact that his response was pure bullshit, where he's like, I should be allowed to talk to whoever I want. I'm in favor of freedom of speech. This show is called Uncensored, meaning that we're not gonna censor you. We're gonna let you say what you want to say. It's like, all right, that's cool and all, dude, but like when it comes to like responsibly giving information to your audience, if you are willing to allow others to convince them of ideas that are bad and that even you think are bad, but you're still willing to let them convince your audience of those ideas and just not really give like effective pushback. You're not willing to cut them off. You're not willing to stop them and say, hey, maybe not like a good argument, maybe a blah, 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 like and kind of dismantle what it is that they're saying. I've said this a bunch of times. So you're pro censorship? That's not censorship. I don't know what the fuck you think censorship is. But anyways, I said responsible platforming, I didn't say anything about censorship. It's called free speech, Tom. No, it is. This has nothing to do with free speech. It's your platform. This is not, people are not allowed to say whatever they want on your platform. Like, this is like saying like, oh, because I have a platform, I have to go and get all of Hitler's most vague and convincing arguments, and I need to play them on my show and just not even say anything. Just no captions, no warnings, no nothing. I'll just get them translated into English, and it's all the ones where he doesn't really like argue like anything really like hateful. He doesn't say anything truly like racist or anti-Semitic. He's being very vague about it, and I just got to put those up there and let it go because free speech, bro. You know, just got to do it. No, that would be, if I did something like that, yeah, people should look at me and be like, wait, so are you a Nazi then? You're a Nazi because you want us to be convinced by that. And I'd be like, what? No, I'm not a Nazi. It's just free speech, bro. Just let him say what he wants to say. They're like, wait, but you're platforming it on your show. So it seems like you're playing this for us to be convinced by it. It's like, no. Just, sunshine's the best disinfectant, Got to put those ideas out there, and the more people that hear them, the better, right? Well, no, the more people that hear them, the more likely they are to be convinced by them. That seems to be the way things work, unless you put the ideas out there and give a counter to it as well, right? So, like, if you're a Christian and you have kids, they grow up in your house, and you kind of shield them from ever even knowing that atheists exist, and you don't want them to hear that, you don't want them to see that, you just kind of shield them from it. They go to homeschool, they go to church, they go to like church affairs, just doing things with church people, and you just kind of keep them shielded from ever knowing that atheists exist. Once these kids get old enough and they get out there in the real world and they find out that, yeah, tons of people are atheists, they're doing a ton of shit that looks like a lot of fun, and I know that we called it a sin, but this isn't really this isn't really like a so bad to where I really care anymore. Also, it looks fun enough to where I'm just not going to give a fuck. And then, even once they do those things, those people are going to be like, oh, you're a Christian? What? Nobody's a Christian today. Bro, that's stupid. Only Christians. Only stupid people are Christians. That's retarded. Hey, your parents lied to you, bro. They're liars. Like, all of a sudden, these people are going to be, they're going to have a ton of ideas coming at them, and they will not have armor built up on how to deal with this, right? They need to get this exposure early on. They need to be given arguments against it. They need to be given reasoning against it. They need to be given, yes, they need armor, okay? Otherwise, yes, they're just immediately going to find the other ideas are just more compelling because, yes, they were never given these arguments with the responses to them. That's the same here, is that, yes, if I'm going to present evidence to you, if I'm going to present information to you, if I'm going to present you with ideas, I should also present you with counter ideas at the same time. Otherwise, I'm just kind of feeding you poison that tastes like fucking candy, and you have no way to know one way or the other. Whereas me, I'm the platform. I'm the platformer. I ought to know better. It is on me to know better if I'm going to do it.
Interview somebody with incendiary views, audiences get to see those views being vigorously challenged.
I'm not trying to suggest Piers Morgan is anti-Semitic. Rather, I think this reflects a problem in how this show is booked.
So now you want to platform now you want to parent other people's children? If that's what you got from that, buddy. If that's if that's what you think I was saying, then sure. Are you kidding me? Really? You are so delusional about being a Christian. You have no idea what you're talking about. As Christians, we do present our young children about worldly affairs. Wait, hold on. First off, I'm not delusional about being a Christian. I just gave a hypothetical and just explained a hypothetical for other people to understand an idea. I grew up as that person, but yes, I was homeschooled. I did only go to church affairs. We weren't allowed to watch television. We weren't allowed to watch movies, but I didn't say that this is all Christians. I gave a hypothetical about how people can shield somebody to where they don't have armor against other ideas. That's what I just explained. I didn't say this is what Christians do. I didn't say that. But also, yes, I was that kid. I was literally that fucking kid. So that I do know about Christians very, very much.
It's bad enough to invite a Nazi onto your show, but to only find out they're a Nazi in the middle of the interview is ridiculous.
Well, I think most of the problems today is caused by Jewish supremacy. I believe that.
I'm honestly gobsmacked that you would say all this publicly.
Piers Morgan Uncensored will invite on pretty much anyone with a following, regardless of any value.
I don't know. Obviously that's not a great response. You should be giving logic back. You should be giving historical facts back. This is why I say pretty often, yeah, not anybody should just go debate a Nazi. Like, that's not a good idea. If you're not, if you don't understand these things very well, if you're not, if you haven't studied them long enough, if you haven't had, private debates about them, then yeah, it's not a good idea. Not for you. But my issue here is Jose's argument is he didn't tell the audience that this guy was a Nazi till way later. Well, if that's your issue, that he has to say the words, this guy is a Nazi, and that's what changes things for you, is that he just literally says this, you're a Nazi, or something like that. You're asking him to stigmatize you're asking him to stigmatize these other ideas. That's why you're saying call him a Nazi. That's all you want him to do. That's all, when you say he should have called him a Nazi, all you're saying is he should have stigmatized this guy and his ideas quicker, sooner, faster. That's it. That's all you're saying. When he's giving that sort of reaction to what the guy's saying, he's still stigmatizing the ideas. If he's treating them as bad ideas, if he's treating them as ridiculous ideas, he's still doing the same thing as calling him a Nazi. My argument before was that, yes, he should be dismantling the ideas. He should be breaking them down. He should be giving them to his audience in a responsible way to where they hear the counter narratives to these ideas so that they can hear both sides of this. But, and they can understand why a lot of this, Jewish conspiracy bullshit is bullshit. But Tom, he has pro-Israel people on this, is not a valid criticism. He present the other caller or the other ideas too. Sure, nobody's gonna say, hey, it's like you had on a black supremacist this month, and then you had on a white supremacist the next month, so all good. That's not really how that works. It has to be in real time. It has to be in the moment, at the time, argument by argument. It can't be on another show. That's not really how that works.
Value their insight might bring to a subject. In the case of Bilzerian, he was initially brought on to discuss the devastation of Gaza, a spot that could have been taken by someone who truly cares about the Palestinian people and their cause, and isn't just a hateful bigot.
Says who? That's what I'm saying, that is the idea of responsible platforming. This is how it works. So as I said earlier, when we're talking about responsible platforming, we're talking about the person who has a platform being responsible with that platform, meaning that they are not willing to present bad information or misinformation as truth to their audience, right? That can be subjective to some extent. That can be interpreted in different ways. But if we know that Piers Morgan believes that this guy's ideas are bad, and he believes that this guy is a Nazi, it would be weird if he presented his ideas in a way that was very neutral, instead of him saying, hey, I think this guy's ideas are evil, they're bad, they're going to cause a lot of harm, so I'm just going to let him say them. We'll be all right. You're telling your audience you don't care if you misinform them. You're telling your audience you can all get totally indoctrinated by this guy. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna share a bunch of fucking bullshit. Who determines what's responsible? That's why I literally just said at the beginning that it can be argued. It can be subjective to a point. I've literally started the sentence off by that, so I don't know. My sentence, my claim already covered all of that.
Exploiting the tragedy to advance an anti-Semitic agenda. But even before a word came out of his mouth, what qualifies a professional poker player to have an opinion worth hearing about on this subject? The only thing Piers Morgan cited was a lot of followers on Instagram. If someone really wanted to learn...
No, he's not, Tom. He's telling his audience he will bring on opinions regardless of whether he agrees with them. Wrestling, that's not relevant whatsoever. The fact that you thought that that was relevant is, I'm beginning to think differently of you. You are talking to somebody who's going to bring people on regardless of whether or not he agrees with them. You're talking to somebody who always brings people on and allows them to say their ideas regardless of whether or not I agree with them. Yet I'm still saying the other things anyways. So the fact that you thought that that was some sort of like changing argument here when you're talking to somebody who brings on all ideas regardless of whether or not I agree with them, it's kind of wild that you didn't just say that while knowing that I exist, but you also said it to me.
About the situation in Gaza, there are much better voices. I should point out that some of those voices have appeared on this program, and that's great. But Bilzerian wasn't some bizarre one-off or fluke.
Well done, big
A less
dog.
extreme example of this
Got him.
is how noted plagiarist Benny Johnson was being offered a spot on the panel to talk about Russia, and specifically its invasion of Ukraine. Not once.
Benny Johnson is a fucking Russian propagandist, like hands down. He just is. I've gone through some of this guy's fucking content. I'm blown away that he's even like allowed on the internet. This is ridiculous. We just don't agree on what responsible platforming is, Tom. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we agree on it or not. You've heard my arguments for it, and your response was no, he just brings people on and lets them say things even if he disagrees with them.
Did they bring up the fact that Johnson had unknowingly taken millions of dollars from the Russian government to produce his program, something that makes him, at best, a useful idiot for Moscow. I'm not saying you can never invite some of these people onto your program, but the idea of bringing on a guest is that they bring some level.
So there is the idea that he could just be really stupid. So like as another American 91 said, to be fair, it is hard to tell between somebody who's just really retarded and somebody who's just really pro-Russia. It's hard to tell. But the thing with Benny Johnson is that recently there was an indictment that came out naming a whole lot of content creators in that indictment. It didn't really name them. It called them like person 1, person 2, person 3, but we figured out who each and every single person was. And there was one that it was hard to figure out at first, and then we figured it out. And the reason that we figured it out was because they said, we told somebody to go and, there was a terrorist attack in Russia. And they were pretty sure that like ISIS was responsible for it. It was at a concert. And even though they were pretty sure ISIS was responsible for it, they decided not to say that. The Russian government decided not to say it and just kind of leave it alone and just not say anything. And then the Russians who were working with, what was her name? Lauren, I almost said Lauren Chank, but that would have been really close to being racist. Shit. What was her name? Lauren something? Lauren Chen. Oh shit, thank God that was close. Fuck. Lauren Chen was there's the platform that Lauren Chen was running with like Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern, and so one of the producers, who was the Russian person, went over and said, "Hey, we need someone to go and pretend that it was Ukraine and the United States who did that terrorist attack on that concert. We need somebody to pretend that it was the US and Ukraine who attacked the Russian concert and killed all those kids and everybody. And they said, okay, we'll get one of our content creators to push it. And I remember looking at that thinking, nobody did that. Like, nobody did that. Because as of right now, we believe all of these people were duped, right? These people were duped into this. If they had been presented with that, like, there's no way they could have. There's no way they could have gone forward with it and not known that this was a Russian propaganda machine that they were part of at Tenet. And then Benny Johnson turned out to be the person who did it. I don't think he actually pushed it the way they told him to. I actually lost the link to it. I had the link, and I don't know where it went. So I am you know, a little bit lost on where that link went, but I do believe that AJW mentioned it in one of his videos. So, yeah, I'll have to take another look at it, but anyways, Benny Johnson. Yeah, I'm fairly positive he knows. He knows what he's doing. I don't think he's too stupid to know. I think he knows.
Level of knowledge or expertise on a subject. And if you wanted to interview Benny Johnson on a subject he knows something about, maybe ask him how he was able to plagiarize over 40 different articles at BuzzFeed before they found out and fired him. Many of these guests, particularly those on the right, aren't really there to argue anything they've seriously considered or studied, but rather they're there to toe a certain line and advance a well-established agenda. In the video titled, "Wicked is the Ninth Circle of Hell, Liberals Triggered," plus bizarre woke Jaguar ad, YouTube creator Nerdrotic is brought into a surprisingly thoughtful conversation about Ed Sheeran, who said he didn't want to be part of the 40th anniversary edition of the Live Aid charity classic, Do They Know It's Christmas? Sheeran felt that the imagery used by the song perpetuates a negative image of African people. Although the subject isn't terribly important, the panel was surprisingly thoughtful when it comes to how an entire continent is understood in popular culture and the importance of not stereotyping it as a place of perpetual poverty.
And then Piers Morgan started talking. Is that what's going to come next? And then Piers Morgan opened his fucking trap.
In the midst of this act of kindness trying to solve a short-term crisis, we've created another crisis, which is the identity crisis, where, for me, growing up in the UK, these kind of images really affected me to the point where I disconnected with being African. I was not proud of being African.
Nerdrotic's contribution is an outlier, though, and it's less than stellar.
I think there's a reasonable conclusion we could come here. We could talk about the region, maybe, and not, you know, because there's shithole countries. Definitely. It's not exclusive to Africa. There's shithole countries around the entire world.
The more obvious compromise would be to listen to the people from Africa on how they would like their respective communities to be portrayed. But as obnoxious as this guy is, I don't really blame him for having such a poor response. Of course he would fumble and bumble about this issue. In that very video, he said he was primarily concerned with Star Wars and Marvel movies being attacked.
Okay, I don't like the fucking like, oh, you should listen to them and let them tell you about their lived experience and they can allow you to understand how they want their respective ethnicities to be presented in a respectful way. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, if we can, I think we can look at different cultures, different ethnicities, the way that they're presented, and we can come to a reasonable understanding about those things and decide whether or not we think that they were represented in a fair way or a harmful way or whatever. I think we're all capable of doing that. I don't think, you know, if black people in Africa are calling white people colonizers, or black people in America are calling white people colonizers, and white people start saying, you know what, I don't feel like I like it when you represent me and my fellow white people as colonizers, when you say those things. And I don't think that I don't really appreciate that. I wish you would stop calling us colonizers. I promise you they are not going to give a fuck that you said you don't want them to call you a colonizer. I promise you they will not give half a fuck. Yeah, stop being white then. Yeah, exactly. Like, they are not going to give a fuck that you said this shit. So they're not like, yeah, I'm sorry. I think that we should be respectful to different ethnicities and different cultures and different races. And I think that we should present them in a fair way. But whether or not it's the way that they want to be represented, that's a whole different conversation. That I don't know about that. That's a little. So, excuse me. I feel as though the Americans are talking about the Germans, like calling us Nazis and saying we killed the Jews. I do not approve. It's like, okay, cool story, bro. Don't really care. Didn't ask. Sorry. Didn't ask. Moving on.
By whatever he thinks wokeness is supposed to mean. I'd be amazed if this was an issue he even thought about before he found out it was a topic that very day. But he does have a channel with over 1 million subscribers, so Piers Morgan has invited him on to opine about Jaguar ads and 40-year-old charity songs. Not every guest is an odious bigot or empty-headed grifter, and I'll highlight a few of the better ones later in the video, but Piers Morgan Uncensored doesn't seem to have any quality control for its guest. It's more concerned with attracting attention regardless of how it gets it, and what people at
Yeah, it's entertainment. It's entertainment. So most of the people who go onto these shows, they have an ideological like direction that they want to go in, and that they want to push their content, and that is a way to garner an audience and appease that audience so that they continue coming back. You want to make sure that you fit within that bubble and stay within that line so that you are able to maintain this group of people. This is something that I've always struggled with because I just don't ever toe a line. And so I'm not able to give people an echo chamber for them to just hear their own ideas repeated back to them. And yeah, that is always a struggle for any content creator who is going to sometimes have ideas that agree with the right, sometimes have ideas that agree with the left, to where, yeah, they're going to, you're never going to have people happy with everything that you're saying. And they're probably all going to be unhappy at least half the time. Like, that's, it's not a great business plan. But outside of that, once you have like the ideals and the idealism like planned, you know who it is you're appealing to, you know what ideology you're pushing. From there, the rest of it's entertainment. You just take that ideology, you take that information, you take that that political bent, and then you make it entertaining, and that's it. And so Piers Morgan, I don't even believe has an ideology. I don't even believe he believes half the shit that comes out of his retarded mouth. I think that he just says whatever it is that's going to get people pissed off, and then he brings on a bunch of other people to argue against each other. And then he does a whole lot of shit stirring.
Platforms, all while using news commentary as a cover. Piers Morgan Uncensored is very much about the theater of debate. And while I'm generally pro-theater, most conversations on this YouTube channel are devoid of substance and depth, and quickly devolve into crosstalk and dunking. The crosstalk in particular is very annoying, replicating the worst of cable news panels where all the guests are doing their best to make sure they get as much voice time as possible.
Not only, not at all, not at all.
Can I just come back on? Do you support then the targeted assassination of 188?
I'll tell you.
How do they afford to?
They don't have one penny of accountability.
I'll come to you.
Not one penny of accountability.
Like FARA violations. You're telling me the FARA violations of him illegally accepting foreign money, of him taking bribes and having money go, that the statute of limitations is what, 2
Don't
years?
talk over each other, please.
In the midst of all
Don't
this
talk over
noise, we
each other,
sometimes get
please.
the main attraction in these debates, the dunks. For those who don't know what a dunk is,
The
it's when
dunks,
someone
let's
uses
fucking go.
rhetoric to make someone else look silly in a conversation.
But I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it
attacks.
wrong.
Say
You were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So
Cenk is he's such a fucking loser. He really is. I can't stand this guy. This is all virtue signal here. This is 100% virtue signal here. That's all this is. Like, I personally, I don't really watch this guy, okay? I don't watch this guy. I feel like looking at polling and kind of getting an assessment of the field is the best way to figure out like what's going on with within an election, okay? But this guy is considered the most highly respected when it comes to predicting elections. He is the number one guy. He's predicted 14 in a row correctly and then got one wrong. How can you trust polling? Because I know how to read it. I don't like go watch entertainment channels to get my polling information. I read polling to do it. So whereas everybody who doesn't trust polling, all of them don't trust polling because of entertainment channels trying to interpret the polling to them. They'll go watch CNN and be like, oh man, they just said Donald Trump was going to lose by 1,000%. I can't believe it. Polling is done now. And then you go look at the polling and it didn't say that at all. It actually said Donald Trump was going to win and that Hillary was down a couple of points and then that's it's a little wild, but yeah, CNN is entertainment again, and so these are different things, and everything that you do in your entire life, it all comes in context. Everything was in context, right? So if I go to watch a Star Wars movie, I don't afterwards say, I think that their political assessments were fucking bullshit. They didn't even mention whether or not Donald Trump was a fascist the entire time, which, makes me think that they're probably fascist as well, and they're probably already brainwashed, and I don't ever want to see that movie ever again. Like, okay, that's a thought, but it's not, nobody would ever say that because in the context of watching Star Wars, this is not a movie that you would ever expect to tell you whether or not Donald Trump's a fascist and has nothing to do with politics, at least not American politics in any sort of way. And so, yes, the fact that you would just kind of like the fact that people would go watch CNN and then just like remove all like context to these things, all of the surrounding information, the surrounding elements of what it is, what they're doing. These are people who need to get ad revenue. They need to get commercials. They need to get viewers. And so they're going to make it entertaining to some extent. They need to be provocative. They need to have things that they say that are going to get people fired up, that are going to make people really happy or really mad one way or the other. It doesn't mean that they're lying, but it does mean that they're going to present things in a way that's going to have a bit of a little bit of a bent to it. And so when you watch it, when people watch CNN, at least my whole life, or if they watch CNN, if they watch Fox News, if they watch MSNBC, my whole life, everybody knew that it was entertainment. And Bill O'Reilly, Tucker Carlson, Rush Limbaugh, they all knew that this was entertainment and that you had to take it within the context that it existed in. Meaning it's not all lies, but it's not all like pure facts either. It's mostly just somebody giving their opinions and trying to give them in an entertaining way to keep you watching or listening. And so the trick is to make it at least entertaining. Exactly. And so that can come with some slight differences to hyperbolize things and that, yes, everybody who who watches these things has always known that, but all of a sudden today, everybody pretends like they're autistic and they can't gauge the context, and now they want to act as though they're supposed to take everything that's said by like Rachel Maddow as fucking the word of God. And yeah, that was not really the case before, but so yeah, it's if that's where you're getting your polling from, then I would understand why you thought it was bullshit. But yeah, if you watched me go over polling, I think 3 weeks before the election, then you would have seen me say that Donald Trump was going to win all 6 swing states, a minimum of 4, but yeah, either 4, somewhere between 4 and 6 swing states, which is all of the swing states, and that yeah, he was almost definitely going to win. I also thought Kamala was going to get the popular vote. She lost the popular vote by 3 million votes, so I will take that. I got that one wrong, but I did think that she was gonna get it. I think anybody who saw my prediction and the way that I assessed it and the way that I went through it, it was a fluke. Yeah, went against what any pundit would have told you, but was what I felt the polling said, and that if you looked at the polling in 2020, you would have gotten the same conclusion about Biden winning. If you looked at the polling in 2016, you would have gotten the same conclusion about Trump winning. And so, yes, these are just like polling is just very accurate and very well done, very scientific. And this guy, he doesn't really do polling, but he has his own system, and his system has seemed to have worked. Yes, he got Al Gore wrong. Technically, Al Gore may have won that election, but also technically didn't win that election. So I think that's a gray area to where I'm willing to give it to him. You may not be, but this is the first election that he ever got wrong. And then Cenk comes on and berates him as though he's a hack, a liar, a grifter, and just goes off. That's because Cenk is a fucking hack and a grifter and a fucking piece of shit. Any serious person would have said, "Oh, you got your first one wrong? Wow, dude, that's a really good run. Rough go of it this year. But apparently you've been the best for the last 14 years. So respect." But instead, Cenk's like, "You got 1 out of 15 wrong? You're an idiot!" Like, so stupid, dude.
To make someone else look silly in a conversation.
But I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it
attacks.
wrong.
Say
You were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just finish a goddamn thought?
That Donald Trump will be able to go in and replace career civil servants with political appointees.
You sound like a sore loser, Brian.
How much you enjoy these moments will depend on how much you like or dislike the commentators involved. And while it is basically all team sports, occasionally you'll get a special moment, such as the rarest of dunks, the self-dunk. For one of those, we have to go to the king, Dave Rubin, who proves that no one is better on dunking on Dave Rubin than Dave Rubin.
If you had a 14-year-old girl and she was a wrestler, would you be okay? Yes or no? No other words. Yes or no? Would you be okay with her wrestling a 14-year-old boy?
Well, it's interesting that you say that because I wrestled for a decade, and men and women wrestle together. That's how it works.
Please stop advocating this.
And while all of this is good fun to watch,
that was so ridiculous, dude. That was so annoying. As Brianna Wu starts yelling, "Please stop advocating that." He didn't advocate anything. He just stated a fact. It's true. In high school and in middle school, boys and girls wrestle together. Like, it's just a fact. Not a prescription, not advocacy, just a fact.
What exactly is the point of it? Sure, it shows Dave Rubin to be an empty vessel of a man, but Rubin has been proving that on his YouTube channel for years. This panel in particular is a collection of clippable moments that punctuate an otherwise pointless conversation, right down to the title of the video. "You're such a smug prick, Dave Rubin versus David Pakman," and more, which references a moment where David Pakman called out Dave Rubin for taking money from Russia.
when Dave Rubin talks about well-funded this or that, his Russian money source just dried up, and he's the last person who should be talking about funding sources.
These moments are why this channel is so popular. The titles, thumbnails, and little sizzle reel that opens up each video highlight them because that's what everyone is here to see. This is ostensibly designed to attract people to more substantive debates, letting them know you're going to see some really funny, messed up stuff happen, but if you stick around, a richer conversation will also be happening. Except that never happens. On the rare case a serious or substantive discussion starts, it often is stopped right in its tracks by one of the panel members interrupting someone, or everything coming to a screeching halt when someone lands a dunk. All any of this noise really does is let people cheer for their respective sides. This has long been a problem of these political debates online, as audiences have been trained to listen for these clippable moments, and participants have followed in suit. Piers Morgan Uncensored isn't unique in that sense, but it is an example of how this internet culture of messy debates has been given this sleek corporate sheen to recreate the noise of that space. In a way, it reflects how the YouTube space changes the creation of some online weirdos and twists it into this corporatized version that's designed to maximize profits by getting high-profile guests to roll in the mud, because there's big money to be made in this kind of spectacle. Something inescapable from these conversations is that they're invariably positioned to favor one side of the political spectrum, and that's very clearly the right. While this often comes from the guests who are included in the panel, much of it also comes from the topics that are chosen and how they're presented. Here's how Piers Morgan introduces a discussion on the recent cabinet picks for the incoming Trump administration.
Trump is doing exactly what he said he'd do if he got elected. And he just won the presidency in an emphatic clean sweep. If that's not a mandate for him to now do what he said he'd do, then what is?
And the first guest Piers Morgan goes to is comedian Vincent O'Shannah, who rattles off some scattered thoughts while building to the whole point of this ramble.
And you know what this is, Piers? This right here, can you guys see that on the camera? That's me playing the world's smallest violin for all these crying Democrats.
It's sad that, even with notes to help him, O'Shannah can't really say anything positive about the Trump cabinet nominations, aside from two of them being veterans. He does spend several minutes listing all the flaws with the previous cabinet, which is fine, but when he can't provide a positive argument for his side, he reveals he's not much more than an attack dog, only really suited to shouting matches, which is why he's there. The merits of the choices matter less than criticizing the previous administration and dunking on the left, and that dunk line O'Shannah had at the end is what makes him a favorite for this program. While the state of conservative commentary is pretty dire, it's not as if it's impossible to find a conservative guest who can at least speak to a topic without sounding ridiculous. In fact, this program managed to find someone on that very same panel with Richard W. Painter, who was a chief White House ethics lawyer under the George W. Bush administration. He is at least capable of talking about an issue while sounding like an adult.
Now, I do hope that instead of talking on and on about Russia and 2016 and so forth, and the 2020 election and all of that, that the president-elect, when he becomes president, can focus on policy. Reason why these corporations have so much influence in Republican and Democratic administrations is people are not taking the ethics laws seriously.
That's all expressed very sensibly, and Piers Morgan builds off that response to ask a general question about corruption. O'Shannah's response reveals his ability to engage with the topic.
No, I agree 100%, Piers. You know what I think it is? I think the left has Stockholm syndrome, Piers. They have fallen in love with their abuser, and now they're defending the abuser.
Unsurprisingly, he changed the subject to dump on the left, because that's the full extent of his ability to do political commentary. Maybe it's too much to expect a comedian to have anything interesting to say about cabinet positions, but once again, the fault of that mostly lies with the show inviting him on as if he has anything worthwhile to contribute to that specific conversation.
That guy is an idiot. Not only is he an idiot, I don't want to sound like the Russia guy, but he's also like, I'm not even like, it's not even a conspiracy here. He's literally, his name is named after a group of people who are Russian imperialists who think that Russia should be more aggressive, going into more countries and taking over. He's literally like named the Angry Patriot. And the Angry Patriots are a group of people who think that Russia should have Russia should be more aggressive going into other countries. Did he say that? Yeah, his name, like that's the name of his thing is the Angry Patriot. What is the Angry Patriot? The Angry Patriots. Angry Patriots, also known as the War Party, Z Patriots, Turbo Patriots, Ultra Patriots, and Megavanatniks, I don't know how to say that, are a loose group of Russian ultra-nationalist political commentators and mill bloggers in support of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but critical of what they see as ineffective or incompetent prosecution of the war by Russian government. Political experts in Russia and the United States have described the far-right ultra-nationalist opposition to Putin as possibly the most serious challenge to the Russian regime. Let's see, notable organization in the movement is the Club of Angry Patriots, founded in April 2023 by former Russian Federal Security Service FSB agent and militant leader Igor Girkin, who is also known as Igor Strelkov. Girkin, didn't we used to say something like that, like Jerkin McGurkin or something like that? Where you been? Been Jerkin McGurkin. Girkin himself has been described as the most prominent voice within the Z Patriot sphere. The club also prominently includes Girkin's fellow Donetsk People's Republic leader Pavel Gubarev and Russian nationalist writer Maxim Kalashnikov. It doesn't have to refer to the Russians. Yeah, sure. I obviously it doesn't have to, but he also pushes fucking tons of Russian propaganda at the same time. So while it's true, you could just be called the Angry Patriot and it could have nothing to do with Russia. It could just be you're an angry guy who loves America. Yeah, the fact that he also pushes an insane amount of Russian propaganda at the same time makes you kind of take away that fucking plausible deniability. So, let's see. Not BPD, PBD. So yeah, here's the Valuetainment store from PBD. Here's the Angry Patriot. He works for PBD, who is also Russian propagandist. I hate being the fucking guy who's like doing the whole fucking Russia thing, but he just is like he's fucking out there when it comes to the stuff that he says about Russia. He is which PVD, a lot of people think he's like retarded across the board. He's actually not. He's actually like when it comes to like his like business acumen, he's actually a fairly smart guy. He's really good when it comes to like talking about entertainment, talking about how to like build a brand, talking about all sorts of like talking about sales, like he's got he's got a great mind for a lot of this stuff. He's just he is he's also I like Vinny though. Is that Vinny? Is that Vinny? This guy. Yeah, that's Vinny. Do you also like Candace Owens by chance? I'll be honest, okay? To be fair, before people get a little defensive or anything, I don't like any content creators. I don't respect any content creators. I can't stand any of them. I think they're all bullshit. I think that they're all fucking annoying and obnoxious and say stupid things. So yeah, it's not something personal like against the very few people. It's something personal against literally all of them. So there's nobody who I respect, only me. I am the brilliant Tomfoolery show. Nobody can live up to my standards, so I feel I must do it myself. You're welcome. Yeah, so you do like Candace Owens, damn. Yeah, I would say Candace Owens also Russian propagandist. I don't think that she's like, I'm not saying any of these people are paid by Russia. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they're paid by Russia, but I am saying that they put out misinformation that is like exactly what Russia wants them to do, to the point that, yeah, I would say that they're just like useful idiots. So like I mentioned earlier that I have a documentary on Candace Owens. I only gather in large groups to combat mainstream. I almost never mentioned that I have this thing, so be very glad that this is one of the few times that I will ever mention this this documentary that I made, full documentary, feature length about Candace Owens on my YouTube channel. An hour and a half long. Written, directed, edited, narrated by Tomfoolery show. But this is a documentary about Candace Owens, like over time becoming anti-Semitic and starting to push more and more like crazy conspiracy theories. And at this point, we're kind of getting into her pushing the Russian propaganda. Russia-Ukraine war. Candace spread tons of pro-Russia propaganda, but continued to claim she wasn't pro-Russia, only anti-sending aid to Ukraine, yet continued calling Zelensky evil and was very soft on Putin.
Well, Zelensky has locked down, they raided churches under the guise of saying that these churches were conspiring with Russia. They didn't prove that they were conspiring with Russia.
They're influenced by Russian disinformation and might actually, well, that's what I said. I said that I'm not saying that they're paid by Russia. I'm saying that they're just useful idiots.
Russia. They just said that they were conspiring with Russia. So they not only locked down and raided and took over, transferred control of churches to the state. Does that sound like democracy to you? Transferred control of Protestant and Russian Orthodox churches to the state after raiding them. But yes, he also suspended elections until further notice.
So she's saying he took over all these churches and gave them to the state, and then also suspended all the elections, saying that yes, this guy Zelensky, he's a fucking authoritarian. He is taking over. He thinks he's the judge, jury, and executioner. All of a sudden, he can decide what religion you're allowed to be and take over your churches. Like, this is the idea that she's pushing here.
He's just running the ball and assuming all power for himself.
She said that Zelensky was assuming all power for himself by calling off elections. But she's wrong. The Ukrainian constitution requires him to postpone elections while maintaining martial law. And she acts like Zelensky banning the church as part of the UOC is an act of war on Christianity, while in reality, only 4% of Ukraine's population is part of the UOC. Meanwhile, the majority of Ukrainian Christians are part of the OCU, and their churches are not shut down. Plus, this was a decision made after Kiev accused the UOC of ties to Moscow and spreading Russian propaganda. And the decision to ban these churches was backed by Ukrainian parliament by passing the bill, not a decision made solely by Zelensky. She said there's no proof of church leaders conspiring with Russia. Ukraine's security service initiated 68 criminal cases, including accusations of treason against representatives in the UOC, with 18 already being convicted by the time Candace recorded that episode. But Candace also said they transferred control of Protestant churches to the state, which I can't find any evidence of anywhere. though Russia has outlawed Christians evangelizing outside of churches. And there's even reports of Russian troops unjustly killing pastors. In some cases, Candace is claiming Ukraine is evil based on incomplete information, while in other cases, she's just outright fabricating information, making Zelensky sound evil, when the reality is that Russia is much worse in each instance. And she repeated these talking points among others numerous times over the next couple months. She used similar tactics during the Israel-Palestine war. So yeah, so the main thing is that, yeah, she says Zelensky's assuming all power for himself because he shut down elections. That their constitution literally says he has to shut down elections during a time of war. They're not allowed to have elections during a time of war. She's acting like he's so authoritarian for this thing. Did you edit this? Yeah, I edited the whole thing. Wrote the whole thing. Did all of it by myself in 2 weeks. And it is the most in-depth piece on Candace Owens becoming anti-Semitic. This is, so the version that's on this channel, Tom Foolery Show, the version that's on this one was a little rushed. After 2 weeks, I was a little bit sick of it, and I put it out, and I rushed it, and I had some mistakes in this one. I have another channel with the... where the documentaries go about online figures called Terminally Online Media. And that one has the official version on that one. And so it's, yeah, this one's called Becoming an Extremist. And it has the
burning books.
The full, the full thing, no problems, no editing issues, no mistakes. This is perfect across the board. But yeah, the other version had a number of issues. So, oh wait, Peter, you saw this documentary. Never mind. I don't know why I'm telling you that. You saw this because you were arguing over whether or not I said the things that Kid Not Kin was saying I said in that documentary.
Expertise and analysis matters far less than his ability to attack. While the majority of videos devolve...
Tom Foolery Show, you used the highlight text effect. Illuminati will come after you. I don't get it. But yeah, anyways, the point is that, yeah, she was acting like he was like, you know, super authoritarian for shutting down elections when the Constitution literally states that he has to shut down elections. It would have been authoritarian of him to not shut down elections. She said that he took over all those states and for no reason. That's what she said. For no reason and with no evidence against them. That's actually untrue. There had tons of evidence against them. They literally had like leading ranking members admit that they were working with the Russians to like push propaganda into their sermons on Sundays. They didn't shut down those churches. All they did was just take that group of churches and just integrate them with another group of churches. That was it. That was all. And then, yeah, and then she said that that Ukraine was anti-Christian and that they were trying to get rid of Christians when they ended up they only took 4% of the churches and just integrated them with the other churches. That's it. They didn't shut down churches. They didn't stop people from going to church. They didn't stop people from being Christians. Whereas Putin was literally ordering the execution of preachers and pastors and priests in his fucking country over and over. Tons of fucking proof coming out about this numerous times. And yes, she just doesn't mention that, doesn't care, and acts like, yeah, like Russia is the that's the pro-Christian country. Zelensky, oh man, so anti-Christian.
Into messy shouting matches, I should mention a handful do settle into more cordial conversations. These are often around topics where the guests either mostly agree or don't have strong differences in their opinions. One example is, Diddy update could be witness tampering.
I like when people do the article editing. Vox does pretty good editing that's similar. Yeah, I really like article editing as well. it takes a really long time though. It takes a really long time. I put all of this on like paper that was like wrinkling in the background. And then when I put all of these like clips on, I initially was just going to put the clips of paper on, and I was like, shit, I need to source this. I need to show them where this is coming from. So then for each thing, I had to go and get the headline as well, and the name of whoever I was taking it from. So like the Hill logo is, the Hill logo is up there. This one has, you know, the Ukrainian World Congress up there. Yeah, this one has Reuters with their headline on there. And then, yeah, putting like all the shadows behind the logos and behind all the clips and the headlines and everything. It took so long just to do like 5 minutes of editing. I think that took me like an entire day. Sounds like you need Tums. Maybe. I think this is calcium carbonate antacid. I just ate a burrito, so. But yeah, this took a really long time. This right here, and then the part where we like start to show all the Christ is King tweets, that took, I think, 2 days just to do this little bit. Implying another trope about Jews and money. But she also capped it off with a reply to her own tweet stating, Christ is King.
Word is getting out that we gotta get rid of Jewish power in America. Christ is King! 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 Christ is King!
They are about to try to make the expression "Christ is King" anti-Semitic. That's coming down the pipe soon. But
let's put that on
we're talking.
Right away. Let's get that on T-shirts.
Yeah.
We're being told that we are being hateful, that we are engaging in hate speech, even that we are using a dog whistle, that we are anti-Semitic. If we say something that Christians have been saying before.
Yeah, this little bit took like 2 whole days, dude.
Is he making moves from jail? Although I'm not terribly familiar with the story or the panelists, they did actually discuss things in a civil manner, and things didn't devolve into annoying.
Do you think as AI editing improves, it will be easier to do that type of editing? Maybe. I haven't really ever tried AI editing. And I don't, yeah, I don't know. Even my editing software has, like AI capabilities to where I can just tell it to make me things and it'll make it for me. And I every time I think about using it, I sit there staring at it for a little bit and I'm like, I don't even know what to type or how to like describe what I want. I just know what it is in my head. So I'm just going to go make it. And I've never even I have like tons of credits that I bought to use this AI editing shit. And I can never bring myself to even use it. It's not that I'm against it. It's not that I feel like it's like putting me out of a job or anything. It's not, I just can't, I don't know. I don't ever think that it's helpful. I just always would rather do it myself. And I kind of enjoyed doing it myself. Waiting. I'm sorry. I already told a couple other people that I wasn't going to pull the one because I was just going to finish up and get off. Sorry. But tomorrow.
Shouting matches. When there were interruptions, they went more like this.
But they would give somebody like Michael Jeffries bail, 10 million or something like that, correct?
I couldn't agree with you more.
An interesting fact about this video, though, was by far it had the lowest number of views for the month of November. I'm not sure if it's because of the subject or the guests didn't have much of an appeal to the regular audience, but I suspect the lack of fireworks in...
Oh, that's right. I need to watch the thing with Stephen A. Smith. Wasn't Stephen A. Smith on Piers Morgan recently? Am I making that up in my head? Oh, that was a year ago. I don't know. I heard that he came out with something like talking, you know, trying to make Trump out to be some sort of victim. And is NBA viewership down because players don't hate each other? Yes. 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 That is one reason. That is one reason. I was watching a documentary a couple months ago, a basketball documentary.
Felix 954 tipped $5.
Freaking Felix, let's go, dude. Thank you for the $5, Felix. Appreciate the dono. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate y'all joining me on this lovely morning. It is 10:11 a.m. I am forced to stream as long as I get a certain amount of donos, and currently those donos have me streaming at 9 hours, so I've got about 22 minutes left before my time is up. Appreciate everybody coming to hang out. We'll probably do it again tomorrow. But yeah, make sure you hit the subscribe button too while you're here so that you can make sure that you're back here to hate everything that I say again tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. But yeah, I was watching a documentary recently about like Michael Jordan. It had Scottie Pippen in it, the way that he would like piss people off. Dominique Wilkins talking about the fact that it's funny. Dominique was saying, yeah, I hang out with Larry Bird sometimes, and we're even able to be friends now because we're not competitors anymore. And I thought, that's fucking wild, dude. I forgot about this shit. Like, I remember when I was younger saying, it's kind of weird that, like, LeBron's friends with Kevin Durant and Carmelo Anthony and Stephen Curry and shit like that. I remember thinking that was so weird. But now that LeBron's almost 40, now it's a norm that they're all friends. Now it's a normal thing that they're all friends, and yeah, it was a lot cooler when you had Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, the Pistons, all these different teams hate each other. Things were just much better back then. Calm down. Chill. Down, boy. Chill. Fucking... Somebody put that guy on a leash. He's attacking other dogs. But yeah, I think Stephen A. Smith came out with something recently about, like, Trump. President-elect Trump has swept swing states. My takeaways. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it is, but I heard that he came out with something fairly controversial recently. So 13 days ago, don't blame Trump. Yeah, I'm trying to find it now so I can just put it in my list of stuff to watch tomorrow. Yeah, I used to really like Stephen A. Smith. I watched him on NBA First Take all the time. Was it NBA First Take? ESPN First Take. I used to always watch him on ESPN First Take. And sitting next to Skip Bayless, Stephen A. Smith could seem like a genius a lot of times. But yeah, now he seems like a fucking idiot.
The opening 30 seconds might have something to do with why audiences were not so keen on this video. And for those who don't know, YouTube only counts views for anyone who watches more than 30 seconds of a video. So if someone clicked onto a video and didn't like what they saw in the first 30 seconds, if they stop playing the video, they won't be counted as a view. The explanation for the theatrics and...
Tom, did you watch Mealy's speech from the World Economic Forum in January 2024? I'm sorry, I have no idea who that is. No, I haven't seen it, Booch.
Right-wing slant of the show go right back to its host, Piers Morgan. When you watch multiple videos from this channel, you start to get a sense of the patterns Morgan has when it comes to engaging in any political discussion. He's more than happy to sit back and watch guests tear into one another, and he obviously sets the stage with how he presents each topic. But even more important is how he's constantly emphasizing certain topics in each episode. For example, and I can't stress this enough, the man is obsessed with trans athletes in sports.
I've constantly said this is something most people really feel fired up about, which is this thing of trans athletes in women's sport and so on, and getting into women's spaces and so on. Transgender athletes in women's sport and the very damaging impact that is having. I really think they underestimated how the majority of Americans feel about that kind of thing. They also were supporting things like transgender athletes being allowed to compete in women's sport.
As a reminder,
it's wild because this is a thing that like Piers and the right will do in general these days, where they'll talk about the fact that, like, yes, people are fired up about trans people in sports. Fair enough. It's probably unfair to some degree. It's probably, especially when they don't have like the regulations of like any sort of testing or making sure that like they've taken HRT for a certain amount of time or something like that, then like it makes it even more unfair. But it's not like a huge problem because there's not a lot of trans people, especially not playing in female sports, and there's even less that are like doing really well in female sports. It's just not happening very often. So like I remember there was a period where I thought like, oh, this could be like a serious issue, like this is possibly gonna cause some problems. And then it turns out they're just not popping off the way that you would think. Even like I would expect, truly, and I'm not even kidding, I would expect the worst fucking team, if they could get like one, just because it's not happening doesn't mean it's not happening. Life of CEO. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but here we go based on evidence of things. We don't just make shit up in our heads and then say it could be happening, therefore it happened. Because based on that logic, you could literally be getting raped by an invisible alien right now. It's possible. Just because it isn't happening doesn't mean it isn't happening. Sorry about your butthole. But anyways, it's just, yeah, I would think, personally, I would think that you put one, like, biological male on a women's team that hasn't had, like, any sort of HRT, no sort of, like, hormone therapy, nothing. They haven't, like, lost bone density. They haven't lost muscle mass or anything like that. And they're just able to play on the team. I feel like that team's winning state. Like, I don't even think it's going to be hard. Like, I've told this story a bunch. When I was in middle school, we would scrimmage against the the varsity girls team, and they never ever beat us, not once. Like, they were never even close. It was rare. It was they would never even score points. It was just a complete blowout across the board every time. It wasn't hard, and we were like 4 or 5 years younger than them, and it was easy shit. So yeah, I would imagine if you have somebody who's actually the same age as everybody else and a biological male, that would seal the deal. But how many transgender athletes are there? Piers makes it sound like half of every team in the world is full of transgender people. The guy is obsessed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that like, not only is it not happening at a high rate, but even on the little rate that it's happening, it doesn't even seem to be doing much, because like, that's my expectation. That's what I would think is happening, and it's not happening. So I don't know. But yeah, people talk about it all the time like it's some big problem. Naomi, welcome back.
Reminder, since we always need one whenever this topic comes up, the issue of trans athletes in sports is a moral panic cooked up by the right. Not only is it not a major issue on the left, it's also the latest in a long line of fear-mongering campaigns against trans people, a campaign the right has been waging for many years. Not only is this a non-issue that affects a tiny percentage of people, it's also not, as Piers Morgan repeatedly stated in these videos, infringing on the rights of cisgendered women. Last I checked, they were still very much allowed to play sports. And they still seem to be doing pretty well, as the supposed dominance of trans athletes has yet to manifest. Not that Piers Morgan would know that, as he repeatedly cites this stat that 900 medals have been awarded to trans athletes. This came from a United Nations report, though not in quite the way he imagines it. Piers Morgan first brought up this stat when speaking to David Pakman in an October video where he called it
You're just saying it's a situation that doesn't change. Thank you. Yeah, my mic messes up every once in a while. You can see all the people spamming mic in chat. It happens a couple times a stream. So anytime it goes out, if you just say mic, I'll see it, and I just have to reset it real quick. But yeah, another American, or sorry, is it another American? Oh yeah, there's another American and American Patriot. I think I've been mixing you guys up because I was very confused to read this comment from American Patriot thinking it was another American. But they said, all societies should change for a few trans men. No men in women's sports. It's a huge issue and a huge reason why you lost. So I didn't lose. Thank you very much. But also, when I just gave like a bunch of reasons for why it's not a big issue and why anybody who pretends it's a big issue is a liar. And then if you just respond by saying it's a big issue, you don't disprove anything I say. You just put yourself in that bucket that I just created for you with logical arguments. I'm telling you it's a big issue. You're ignoring it. Yes, I understand. I just gave you a bunch of arguments for logical thought processes that say that it's not a big issue based on like data, thought, again, logic. It's crazy. And then you just say it's a big issue. You're ignoring it. Yeah, you can't, you just stating that, I get it. It's your vibes. Your whole ideology is based on your vibes and your feelings, and everything that you feel is so important that everybody else around you should adjust for your feels. But it's a free country. The rest of us don't want to adjust for your feels. So go to therapy with your fifis. This is not that place. We're not your fucking therapists. If you're so upset about the fact that a very, very, very small percentage of people, again, we're talking about like 1% of people are playing in the other league. Again, I'll agree it's probably unfair. But while I'm going to agree that it's unfair, and if somebody says, hey, should trans women be able to play in women's sports? I'm going to be like, nope. And they're going to be like, well, let's talk about it for the next 5 hours and rant and rave about how much stronger men are than women and the fact that if we wanted to, we could beat women up anytime. And I'll be like, nope. Because yes, 99% has to change for 1%. Says who? Says who? I've never seen a trans person play in high school sports. Where's this 99%? Where did you get that from? Who said 99%? I've seen 100% of what I've seen didn't have to change at all. So where are you getting these numbers from? Where did those numbers come from? 99%. 99% of the straight majority. Yeah, where are you getting those numbers from? Who 99% they're not engaging with trans women. I don't know why you're lying and making it up as though you're just making this up as though 99% of people are playing against trans women. They're not. The 99% you lied and said kids would commit suicide if they don't get what they want. Why are you just making shit up right now? I'm spitting facts. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I don't know. You just said that I lied, and you're literally lying as you're saying it. You said that I said that. I didn't say that. You're fucking making shit up right now, and you've lied numerous times. Where did you get the 99% number from? I'll look it up. What website, what data did you see that said that 99% of high school kids are playing against trans women? Where did you get this from? And you're trying to convince your viewers that I'm not trying to convince them. You're convincing them by saying that I said things that I never said. And I've asked you numerous times where you got this from, and you keep pivoting. Every single time I've asked you, you've gone to something else instead of answering the question. Where did you get that 99% of players are playing against trans people? Where did you get this from? No, you're stating facts for 1%. You're still not answering, are you? Yeah, it's still not answering. What about this one? Is this one 99% of society? Okay, where did you get that 99% of society is playing against trans people? Where did you get this from? You can't threaten us with high suicide rates anymore. When did I say that? Why do you keep making shit up? You are a liar. I'm going to tell you again. I've already told you 3 times that I have not said that, and you're saying it again. You are a liar. Just so you understand. You're the only one here who doesn't seem to know that you're a fucking liar. I didn't say that. This is you've said it numerous times now. I've already told you I didn't say that. Because you're going to keep repeating it because you know you're a fucking liar. Dude, just because all you do is ingest liberal media, I don't have to prove anything for you. You don't have to prove it for me. I'm just saying that you're a fucking liar. You know you're a liar. Everybody else knows you're a liar, and you're proving me right that you're a liar. You could just show it to me. You could just tell me where to go. You could tell me what to look up, but you won't because you know you're lying. You're aware that you're lying. You just got fucking caught lying right here live in 1080p. It's unfortunate we haven't gotten to 4K yet. I got to get a 4K camera so that I can actually stream in 4K. In the meantime, you got caught in 1080p, bitch. What the fuck? You're so angry? Bro, you've typed more than I've said, and that's actually really hard to do. That's actually like a hard thing to do. And you're telling me that I'm angry when you've actually spammed my chat more than I've been able to talk in that amount of time. There's no shot. I've already read Wrestling's comment. I don't care. I'm asking this guy. No, I find you hilarious, delusional. Is there more coming there, or are you just not used to speaking in full sentences? A trans woman that is undergoing HRT will almost always, honestly always, have less T in their body than a cis woman. Correct. Which is why I said earlier, there are lots of places that don't actually regulate like whether or not you have the 3-year HRT period. And if they don't do that, then there's not, it kind of does create the disadvantage. And I think last I read, it was most places that don't do the 3-year minimum before you can switch to the other side. But no, rub your face. Why you lost? I didn't lose. Can you again try to engage? Why did you lie? Why did you come in here to lie? Can I ask you that? Why did you think you would be able to get away with lying here? Why would you think that you would be able to come in here and just lie like a liar, freaking pants on fire? In my chat. Why did you think? Why did you think that? Did you think? Is that a thing that you do? Why would you do that? Why would you think that you could do that? Huh? Men and women's sports is no different than men and women's bathrooms. Why did they? Literally, you can't stop pivoting, can you? You literally can't stop pivoting. You just keep moving to other shit, dude. You can't stop pivoting. Why can't you answer simple questions? This is so... Do you speak English? I know that you type in English, but do you comprehend English? What the fuck? Oh, why did they not tell the women's Olympic team this was going to be done? Who's they? I don't know what you're talking about. You're moving to totally different topics. You've already said that 99% of society has to change for something that 99% of society doesn't have to engage with, doesn't have anything to do with. You're actually, in reality, if you were being honest, if you were half of an honest person, you would at least, because there's a bunch of other lies that you've told as well, but you could get one thing right if you were being honest. And if you said, like, 2% of society has to change for 1% of society, I would be like, yeah, that was fucked up. And then we would move on. But instead, you're a liar, and you keep lying, and you're still pivoting and moving to other topics because, yeah, you could have just said, yeah, 2% of society has to change for 1% of society. I would have been like, wow, that's so fucked up, and then moved on. As a trans woman, I do agree with restrictions, but definitely not a total ban. 3-year wait period is understandable and verifiable in doctrine levels scrutinized. Yeah, I think I've said before, I think that I'm okay with the 3-year wait period. The major problem with the 3-year wait period is when we're talking about somebody who's gone through puberty up until the age of 15, 16, and then they start this process to where they would have gone through the 3-year period by the time they get to be a senior in high school. And then now they're going to start playing on the varsity. Now they're going to start playing on the women's varsity team. Obviously, depending on how long they've taken puberty blockers for, and whether or not, depending on how long they've taken puberty blockers for, there could still be a muscle mass difference, even if they are going to have obviously lower T than most females. They're going to have, yes, most likely less athletic ability than most females. They may still have, when we're talking about a sport like basketball or volleyball, as long as you at least have like the growth spurt that you got, and the bone density, that you can end up with still like a big advantage there. So that's I'm saying again, this is like the one like major problem with that. Outside of that, there aren't, like, I think, yeah, a 3-year wait period for the most part is almost always going to be fair. No trans surgeries until age 21. Oh, you're a fucking authoritarian. Nice, dude. Why do you have the name Patriot in your name? You're not an American patriot. You're not even American. You're against American values. You're anti-American ideals. You're not an American patriot. See, you're a liar again. Why the fuck do you lie so much? I'll protect you from yourself. You're a fucking schizophrenic in a YouTube chat spamming about trans people right now at fucking 10:35 in the morning when most people are getting ready for work. What the fuck? You think you're protecting other people? You think other people are more unhinged than you? I'll admit, dude, most trans people I know have a lot of mental illnesses and they can be pretty unhinged, but not as unhinged as you, little homie. Nowhere close. I think you need a trans person as your personal guardian. Skeleton advantages are undeniable, but as far as muscle mass, you have incredible trouble maintaining muscle mass while under HRT. Again, as trans, I get it, trans female. I'm saying that these are the possible problems with it, right? You can put on a lot of muscle at the age of from ages 8 to 12. Now, most likely, if you put on enough, you've probably lost a lot of height in that meantime. Not gonna lie, you've probably stunted your growth to some extent. But assuming you did put on a lot of muscle and you did not stunt your growth and you were playing football or something that entire time, then yeah, like it's possible to maintain those things. So that's why as I said, it's not it's not a thing that's going to happen the majority of the time, which is again why I think that the 3-year wait period is fair. I'm just saying that is one downside to it that is unaccounted for, that yeah, leaves the window open in some areas to where there could be some advantages, but I got you. It's weird. I've said this before. I don't think I've ever met a trans person in my real life. In person, I don't think I've ever met one, never really engaged with one. I've probably had 30 to 40 trans people on this show. Honestly, I've probably had 30 to 40 just trans women on this show. Just trans women alone. We could probably add a bunch more with non-bonds and in trans men, but yeah, there's been a lot on this show.
A survey.
An astonishing survey has just come out today by the United Nations that reveals that female athletes have lost 900 medals to transgender rivals competing against them in women's sporting categories. This is a UN report.
The report isn't a survey like Piers Morgan first presented it. The section on medals is a few sentences sourced from an anti-trans advocacy group.
What kind of hormones are you on? I'm also trans, about to start testosterone, kind of nervous. I don't think they can see your chats. Scream, bleed, die, rot. They're in another. You guys are both in separate chats, and so the only way that you guys can see each other's chats are through the screen chats. Because yeah, you guys are in separate streams.
And doesn't represent research from the UN. Specifically, this stat comes from a website called shewon.org. There's a giant table that counts the number of medals that have supposedly been won. Apparently it's gone up since that UN report, but you'll notice there's a big asterisk next.
I didn't know there was one of these. I actually I tried tracking this for a little bit because I was I was interested. And the first time that we did this, we went over specifically just Olympic gold medals, and it turns out that trans women, and I'm gonna admit, I'm actually blown away by this. I'm actually blown. Oh, you thought I was saying that? I'm sorry. Screambleed. I was reading somebody else's chats. I'm sorry. I was reading somebody else's chats, and when I pulled them up, they're at the bottom of the screen. I was reading somebody else's chats who was saying that they were saying as a trans woman, and I was just reading their chats and then responding to them. I'm sorry. I know that can be confusing sometimes. We checked this. It's actually mind-blowing. Trans women actually win medals or medal in the Olympics at is it disproportionate? Is that how you say it? I thought disproportionate meant more, but they do not win medals at a proportionate level to their not even to their population size, to the amount that qualify for the Olympics. They don't even medal proportionally. That's actually, where's this American with free healthcare that you speak of? That's a good one. But yeah, that's like I was surprised, but that's actually true. They don't even medal often. They don't get into the Olympics proportionally to their population size, and then they medal even less than they get into the Olympics as far as proportionality. So like if we go and look, and they're 0.5% of people who compete in Olympic sports, they end up getting like 0.2% of any sort of medal in the Olympics. So yeah, it's not the big advantage that we would imagine. And the main reason is because of some of the things that what was it? Another American was saying earlier, is that you end up losing so much muscle mass transitioning to a woman. Obviously, trans men they're not really going to be able to compete anyways. Like, I think if a trans man was able to qualify for like the NBA, nobody would care, because the NBA is not sex specific. The NBA, the National Basketball League, is not a men's league. I don't know if you guys know this or not. The NBA is not a men's league. Anybody can play in the NBA. Anyone. It's just the National Basketball Association. That's it. Anyone can play in the NBA. Just nobody except for cis men have ever been good enough to be on a team. There might have been some females who were good enough to be on the bench, maybe. Probably not, though. Probably not. It would be if they were good enough to be on the bench, they would vary. Why is there a WNBA then? It's a what do you call it? Equal opportunity thing. It's an equal opportunity thing. So it's just to make it to where women have the ability to even have a professional league. Title IX, sure, like a something like that, yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's a Title IX thing, because technically this is a private business, right? And so they're only going to have a WNBA as long as there is enough like ad revenue and like TV deals and people paying for tickets and crap like that. But the point is that, yes, they have a WNBA that is specific to women, because no women will ever qualify for the NBA. It'll just never happen in a million years. It'll never happen. And so they had to create a whole separate league that was only for women, because if men competed in that league, females would would never be able to compete again. So yeah, they had to create one that was specifically just for them. WNBA exists because women can't compete against men, but still want to play ball. Well, again, it exists because it's able to make enough money to exist. But I can attest to losing the muscle mass. It is crazy how hard it is to stay. Oh, how hard it is to stay in shape. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, going through HRT treatment seems to be a rough process. I would imagine transitioning to a man would be easier, especially like, yeah, if you have gender dysphoria and you're somebody who desires like masculinity, I would assume that transition is going to be a lot smoother, because the main things is like you're going to start growing hair, you're probably going to lose some of the curviness of your hips, your jaw's probably going to widen a bit, your voice is going to get deeper, you might lose some of your hair, but yeah, you're overall just getting hairier and bigger and more muscular and more square. Whereas transitioning through estrogen, that not only like the figure aspects that are needed, where like your like the hip indentions that are, or the waist indentions that are expected, is probably not as common and not likely to happen. But on top of that, yeah, now you probably go through like a fucking menopause in order to get to the point where other women are having periods. And then yeah, the mood swings that come with this, the loss of muscle, the bone density, has this been looked into? I've never thought of this before, so this is a fucking retarded question, maybe. I don't know. Do trans women shrink? Do they shrink at all? I would imagine like their bones are going through like a lot of like structural problems throughout this. And so, yeah, now I'm wondering if they fucking... Tom, your face just now was hilarious. Yeah, I was wondering how fucking retarded this question was before I asked it. But honestly, it's a myth. I've never even heard that before. It just crossed my mind, and I was like, wait a second. Do they shrink? I'm sure they want to shrink. I'm sure they would love to shrink. I'm sure they'd be like, hell yeah, fucking shit, I get to shrink. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, with the bone issues that exist, I would imagine. Oh, that's the only reason that I was wondering. But yeah, I would imagine, yeah, with muscle, the amount of muscle loss would probably be rough, because especially for an athlete, because if there's an athlete who expects to get back to like playing after the 3-year period, after you've lost that much muscle mass, your entire game of like, if you played basketball, you were a good athlete as a man, and then all of a sudden you want to transition, and now as a woman, your whole game's different. Your agility is going to be different. Your ability to move, your speed, your ability to get the ball from the fucking 3-point line to the basket, like, sheesh. I can't imagine like how I remember there were periods where I like got weaker over a period of time from being sick, and then the next couple times I went to play basketball and I couldn't get the ball from the 3-point line to the rim, And that, yeah, that was something that just only existed for like a couple weeks. Whereas, yeah, I would imagine for a trans person, that just never comes back and they have to like relearn their muscle memory. Though I assume to some extent they're probably doing it throughout the process to where as long as they continue shooting and continue practicing, that it may not change too dramatically. I don't know. I think I'd be interested in having like a trans athlete on sometime to talk about some of those things, because that's interesting.
Let's do it. And it reveals that it's not just medals, but rather records, scholarships, and other opportunities. It not only covers sports around the world, but it goes back to 2001. But we can look at this stat and be unreasonably generous and say that there are 1,050.
Before anybody asks, I'm in server 7870 if you guys want to play. I'm in server 7870 on Slither. Also, if you want to play with me, just get pink and blue or purple and blue colors dotted kind of like mine. And then when you get to me, just do a figure 8 and fuck. And then, yeah, if you do a figure 8 next to me, I'll know we're homies.
55 medals that trans athletes have won that would otherwise have gone to cisgendered people. But out of how many medals is that in total? I couldn't possibly tell you how many medals are awarded in just 1 year around the world for all sports. For example, at the recent Paris Olympics, there were 329 events, each awarding 3 medals. That's 987 medals. And that's not counting all the additional medals that go to team sports. The total is actually over 2,000 athletes being awarded medals, and that's only looking at the highest levels of competition for these particular sports. Many of these sports have competitions throughout the year in a number of different countries. The total number of medals that are handed out every year in sporting events is probably at least in the hundreds of thousands. That's why this stat is nonsense. Without a total to weigh it against, you actually can't use it to support the idea that trans athletes are performing better than cisgender athletes. Also, looking at this list more closely, you start to notice some weird patterns, like so many of these incidents are for disc golf. Over 200, in fact. With all this talk about how trans athletes are dominating sports and endangering cisgendered women, I didn't think 1/5 of that danger was coming from the disc golf scene. Many of these supposed medals are also being counted more than once. If a trans athlete finishes first in a minor golf tournament, the second, third, and fourth place athletes will all be counted. This is an example of how one trans athlete winning anything is counted 3 times in this list.
Wait. Shouldn't that be the case, though? Wait, that should be the case. I don't know why he's saying that. Like, that's... I don't know why he's saying that. Like, that's odd. If they're... Yeah, if they're placing numerous times and you're trying to, like... You're trying to track the proportionality, then yeah, you would have to count each time that they place, not just to say, oh, it's capable here, but no, to say, like, compared to their population, this is how often they win. So, like, so this is the main problem with, like, the conversation about trans people, is that lots of people, when they win, very rarely, right? They win and do well and dominate. Especially dominate. Very rarely. That's all that matters then. All that matters is that it's very rare, and so it doesn't seem as though there is a big disadvantage there. The reason that most people won't accept that is because they'll look at it and they'll say, no, this is unfair. They're a man. Now they're doing better. This makes it unfair. The thing is that if it was fair, right? If we found out for some reason that it was fair, you would expect there to sometimes be trans people who did really well, who won, who dominated, who medaled, who were able to, to be a champion of something. You would expect that to happen at least sometimes. If it never happened, that means it wouldn't be fair. that means it wasn't actually fair. It means that actually they're just at like a massive disadvantage. Whereas if it turns out they do medal sometimes, they do win sometimes, but it's not proportional to their to like the amount that they're engaging in the sport, that means that they're still at a disadvantage, just not so much of a disadvantage that they're that you should just never expect them to ever win anything at all. And so currently, from my understanding and from what it sounds like Jose saying, is that that is the case currently, is that trans women are at a disadvantage with the regulations, as I talked about, followed. Then yes, there is a disadvantage for them, but it's not so big that it's impossible for them to ever win. One of the complications here, though, and I don't want to get into this fully, okay? But one of the complications for something like this, which is something that Piers Morgan made a huge deal about, is the trans person who was boxing. That they said a trans person was boxing in the Olympics, right? It turns out not a trans person, most likely a trans, what was it called again? Intersex. I think it seems as though it's most likely an intersex person. If they are intersex, they still would have some sort of advantage. Now, it's true, they got to kind of pick one or the other, and just kind of go with that, and that's just the way it is. But it's also true that, that an intersex person, it can totally have a disadvantage when it comes to the likely biological hormone levels that will... Fuck, I don't know why I did that. Like I wasn't just going to crash right into that person. Yes, Republicans are for small government. Democrats are for the government holding your hand. American Patriot, when you say Republicans, you should say conservatives, okay? I've always said conservatives. I've always said, yes, conservatives are in favor of fiscal conservatism, right? I had to stop saying Republicans like a long time ago. Like by the time George Bush was president, Republicans had been the highest spenders and the people making the government bigger more than anybody else. By far, there was a massive advantage. Now, after Donald Trump, where we're looking at the guy who set the record in spending before COVID even happened. And that when everybody complains about how much Biden spent and that they think that it's his fault and he spent all this money and he printed all this money and he spent, he was so big. Yet, even with that included, and you include his COVID spending, Donald Trump still doubled how much Biden spent if you don't include the COVID spending. So, don't include Trump's COVID spending. Do include Biden's COVID spending. And Donald Trump still more than doubled his spending. So while I would agree with you that conservatives are fiscally conservative, I am normally fiscally conservative, I would not say Republicans are, because Republicans have turned out to be the ones who spend way more than Democrats. And have been fucking spending machines. They have not been good at representing their constituents, which are conservatives. So, I would say Republicans, when we're talking about the party, when we're talking about politicians, when we're talking about representation, they are not fiscally conservative. Those motherfuckers spend like no other. Like there's no tomorrow. But they they have faith that people like you will keep saying that Republicans don't spend, Democrats are the ones who spend everything. And then as long as you keep running around saying shit like that, then they still have cover to get away with with doing whatever they want. But we've won everything. You realize that you guys were literally in the same position just a couple of years ago, where Democrats had all like every sector of government. You understand that, right? This isn't like a never before seen thing. You guys didn't do something that has like shifted the fucking political landscape. And honestly, based on like what happened before Republicans won, the fact that they didn't win by more is honestly worrying for Republicans. This should be worrying for you, because yeah, they should have won by a lot more. Yeah, you guys, it might be your first year paying attention to politics, but this is yeah, based on what was happening, Republicans should have won by a lot more, and the fact that they didn't says that it does not look good for them going forward. But anyways, yeah, intersex people are just a very different scenario, where these are people who are born with both I think it's both chromosomes, or it's like a mixed chromosome. I don't remember exactly how it works, but anyways, it's yeah, they're called intersex, and those people, if they're competing in female sports, often are going to have higher testosterone rates than your average biological female, and can have some sort of advantage. It's just that, yeah, now they're in like this now they're stuck in this pickle where like there's honestly not a whole lot of options for them there. And when we look at the boxing scenario that happened in the Olympics with the intersex person, they all called her trans, including Piers Morgan. He kept saying that that was a trans woman, that it was a biological male. He kept saying that. There's no evidence of that, no reason for him to say that, but kept saying it anyways. And so, but yeah, those are trickier situations. I mean, they always just blame Dems. I know what they are going to do. I heard it for 30 years. Well, I've said this before as well, is that like, yeah, before I grew up and got older, I heard, because I like today, there's always Republicans playing the victim, right? They all play the victim. They all act like everybody's out to get them, like everybody's so mean to them. Everybody's so mean to Trump. Everybody's just a bunch of big meanies, and they just want to be left alone, and nobody will leave them alone. It's not fair. But yeah, when I grew up like in a Republican household, listening to people like Rush Limbaugh, and am I lagging for everybody else? Am I? Yeah, on my side, I am lagging hard. You did minutes ago, bad. I saw some people putting F question mark, but I saw my stuff was fine. So you admit you attack us again? I'm fucking. I don't know if you know what a groiper is, but that's what I am. Do you know what that is? Should I explain that to you? No, you're good, homie. Okay. So yeah, you keep making a lot of assumptions here. You have to admit there's dangerous talk online from the left just as the right. Right. Well, that's what I was about to say, is that like it is. So yeah, when I was growing up, I felt like it was a narrative that like the Democrats always complain about being attacked all the time. The Democrats always act like everybody's mean to them, like everybody's a bunch of big jerks, that it's all about like the oppression Olympics and shit like that. And that we were like proud of the fact that we weren't like that. It does seem like it's changed a lot today to where Democrats still do this to some extent as well. But it does seem like, Republicans are doing it at a much higher rate than they were doing when I was younger. And that it was, yes, it is all just like a very much victim narratives and talking about how unfair everything is for them. Yeah, I am lagging. I'm like skipping all over the place, and it's like going from fast to slow, fast to slow, fast to slow. I'm trying to look. I have a thing for my fan. I have like a whole app or like a whole program to speed my fan up, and I'm wondering if that's streaming too long. Maybe. We're only at 9.5 hours. It shouldn't be that bad. So yeah, I've got this. So we're going to turn this up to max. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Let's freaking go. Let's see, what's the temperature at? It was just at like 163, 170. What did this say? How hot was it? I need to see the hottest that it was when I first pulled it up. What was the temperature so I can make sure that it's actually dropping off. Yeah, 165. Okay. 165 and 131. Okay. So yeah, we'll see if that helps.
Which is another way in which this total is deeply suspect. But none of these details, of course, matter to Piers Morgan. After Pacman confronted him on this stat, we got a rare fact check on the show where Morgan's team pulls up the UN report.
The replacement of the female sports category with a mixed sex category has resulted in an increasing number of female athletes losing opportunities, including medals, when competing against males, the report said. So, David, again, would you like to now apologise for being not only wrong about...
I remember us going over this report and him being wrong, but I don't remember exactly how it was wrong. And David Pacman calls him out here for saying that he didn't read the footnotes. But I don't remember us finding the footnotes. I remember us looking for this, and I don't think we found the footnotes, but that Piers was wrong anyways.
This being an election issue, but being wrong about your correction when I asked you if you were sorry for being wrong.
Look at the underlying source, Piers. I have it printed out in the other room.
It wasn't a footnote.
Look at the underlying source.
This is the heart of pedantry. Piers Morgan is arguing that the stat is in the body of the report and not a footnote, whereas Pacman is arguing that the stat is sourced through a footnote and not evidenced by the report itself, and therefore shouldn't be credited to the UN. This isn't a fact check. This is a waste of time. Also, this report wasn't conducted by the United Nations, but rather a special rapporteur for the UN.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I was like, wait, I don't even think this was actually a UN report. This was something that was just done by somebody who I think was paid by the UN to do it, just to give them some information. But the UN did not come to a conclusion that this was bad, from what I remember. But I don't like it. Doesn't matter like what the UN thinks about this one way or the other, or what they think about like what they think about sports. Like the UN isn't anybody special when it comes to sports. It's just that this isn't, I don't even think that this is being represented correctly.
Is an independent expert who is providing advice to the United Nations. This individual is Reem Al-Salem, a well-known anti-trans activist. And how she became a special reporter for the UN is outside.
You're telling me somebody named Reem Al-Salem is anti-trans? That's crazy.
The scope of this humble little video. Another talking point that Piers Morgan loves to bring up is that he thinks trans rights were one of the issues that cost the Democrats the 2024 election in the US.
A lot of it was down to the economy, a lot of it was down to the immigration crisis, but a lot of it was also down to what is perceived to be just woke insanity, including this whole trans debate.
Of course, Piers Morgan considers himself a liberal on this issue, as he said in another video.
This is also, if I'm going to talk about, when I was growing up, I remember Piers being a fucking raging SJW. I remember him being like an anti-gun, I thought pro-trans, like just annoying fucking American liberal, which, just this pompous fucking, West Coast sort of elitist liberal that ends up not only being a fucking West Coast elitist pompous liberal, but on top of that has a British accent that just makes this like a total sin at that point when it comes to pomposity. Like, that is just too many levels. He's still anti-gun, but so is Trump. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's like I feel like he's changed on a lot of his positions, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But yeah, I will let you guys know when I come out with my special report that I've been directed to conduct by the UN on Piers Morgan. I'm gonna narrate the entire video essay in a British accent. What do you guys say? You guys love my British accent, right? Mantis always tells me that it sucks, but I think that she's just embarrassed, especially when I do a New Zealand accent. I think she's embarrassed to find out what she sounds like. Everybody else says that that all of my accents are perfect. Like Freddie says that my my Aussie accent is spot on. That was British, by the way, just so you know, for those of you who don't study accents. Fuck.
Stuff that, as a liberal guy, which I am, I'm completely in favor of. So if I am, so I can tell you, are the majority of Americans.
Anyone familiar with Piers Morgan's output in Britain is probably having a good laugh over this because he has a long history of working with conservative outlets. But I want to put that to the side for a moment so we can instead focus on this for just a little bit, because I think Piers Morgan's attitudes towards trans issues.
He not only has a long, this is one of the reasons that I really want to do this thing. So initially, Mantis was the one who over and over in chat kept saying, you need to do a video essay on Piers Morgan. Got to do a video essay on Piers Morgan. I can't stand him. I can't stand that guy. I hate him so much. I need somebody to just talk about what a piece of shit he is. And I was like, all right, I'll look into it. Like, maybe I'll do it. I'm not sure. Like, then I watched some panel by him that just had me infuriated. And I was like, all right, yeah, somebody needs to do something on this guy. And so then I went and looked, and yeah, there's no other video essays on him except for 2 other ones. This is the 3rd one now. That's it. And it took me a long time to find those. Like a long time. I'm telling you, like I had to scroll on my phone for about 30 to 45 minutes. After searching the words like Piers Morgan documentary and Piers Morgan video essay and crap like that, to finally find something that was like a YouTube video about him. And so almost all of it is by him. He has no ethics. This guy, when I finally looked into him, I realized this guy has long lines of controversies. And I don't just mean like controversies as in like, you know, he said, I'll grab him by the pussy, they let me do it, or something like that. I mean like real controversies, dude. Like, I mean like crimes over and over and over. I mean like getting in trouble for journalistic ethics over and over and over. I mean like doing some of the grossest stuff to people you could imagine as a tabloid, and getting in trouble with the tabloids. Like, do you know how low you have to be to get in trouble with tabloids? Do you know how low you have to be to get in trouble with tabloids, guys? Just stop. I know you said sexual jokes. Just stop. Bro, I literally just said, I don't mean like grab them by the pussy jokes. I mean real controversies. I literally just said that wasn't a real controversy. You realize you're getting too defensive. Like half the time that I've agreed with you, I've seen you still molding afterwards as though I was wrong. And you have to like actually listen to what I'm saying. You keep getting mad even when I'm agreeing. And I just don't address it because I don't even understand what's going on with you. But like, what real controversy? I just explained. I just said. So yeah, so like there's a whole list there, and that's what got me saying, hey, I'm going to do this video. I'm going to do this video because it's not just, which most British people, they all know about it. Most British people, like, they all know who Piers Morgan is. They've known him long before any Americans knew who he was. But, yeah, once I saw the controversies that he's been involved in, all of the, like, illegal things that he was doing, all of the, like, just really gross stuff that he was engaged in, and that there's no videos on these things, there's nobody really talking about it, there's nobody talking about him, yeah, that's when I was like, okay, I'm definitely doing this video as a, not just to talk about his uncensored show, but to talk about who he was before this and how he got to this point. And that, like, there is a clear, very clear line of behavior from this guy that just makes him so obnoxious. Like, do you guys remember he had this debate with Ben Shapiro a while ago? And this is something I've cited a number of times and that I will definitely cite in the video essay. But do you guys remember he did a debate with Ben Shapiro a long time ago, where I think it was about it was about some school shooting. I don't remember which one it was. But he was debating him on a school shooting and saying that this is why we need to get rid of guns, and saying that it's conservatives' faults for allowing people to have guns, and that they're like responsible for the deaths of kids at school shootings, which is already fucking gross, but like, you know, whatever. Okay. This is shit that they do. But then Ben Shapiro kept saying, you are disgusting, Piers. You stand on the graves of children to push your political agendas. And it's disgusting. You are politicizing children's deaths. Stop standing on the graves of children to push your agenda. And then they went to break. After Ben said this like 3 or 4 times, they went to break. And Piers turned to the producer and went, "Don't do it. Don't do it." And Ben said somebody walked out with like a kid in a wheelchair and stopped. And they were like, "Don't do it." And they turned that kid back around and took him backstage again. So while half screen being snaked, there's another stream where you can see the snaked a bit more, but yeah, that is freaking insane, dude. That is insane, bro. They like after he said over and over that he's after he said over and over that he's standing on the graves of children, he was getting ready to wheel out a kid, I believe, from the school that was shot up, that was like in a wheelchair now. And they were going to wheelchair this kid out and tell Ben, like say it to his face, tell him that you want guns. Tell him that it's okay that kids are getting shot because it's your freedom. Tell him that. Tell him that your freedom to the Second Amendment, your right to the Second Amendment takes away his right to have legs. Tell him. You say it to him. Don't tell me. Like this is what I would have told him. Yeah, I'm sure Ben would have too, dude. I'm sure Ben would have told him as well. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I think I like the idea of gun rights. It literally is like, so with freedom of speech, we would say that like, do we want somebody going to a black person and yelling the N-word at them? No, we don't want that. Do we want Nazis to exist? No, we don't want that. Do we want people to advocate for authoritarianism within our country? No, we don't want that. We don't want them advocating against people's rights. We don't want people trying to advocate for things that we would consider to be harmful. Are they allowed to, though? Yes. Yes, they are. They are 100% allowed to. And they ought to have a right to do that. Why? If we don't want them to do it, why would we say that they ought to have the right to do it? Well, because we think that there's worse things than that. There's worse things than that. And that's our government having the ability to tell us what we can or can't say. And that's something that we cannot have. So we would rather make it to where, yes, you can go call black people the N-word. You can advocate for authoritarianism. You can try to convince people to be Nazis. Have at it. Because that's a better outcome than having a tyrannical government telling us what we can or can't say. We take our First Amendment and we say, even though there are consequences to these rights, we will gladly take those consequences in order to keep these rights. That is the American way. That is what this is about. It's what it's about. And then the same thing, unfortunately, is for the Second Amendment. And so, yes, as much as it might hurt to look at a kid who is in a wheelchair and say, our right to guns is more important than your right to walk, that is the idea. the idea is there are massive downsides to allowing people to own guns, and there are massive outcomes that are going to cost us greatly, but we pay those costs to keep those rights. That is the idea of pretty much every right that we have, that we are afforded, that we are given. There is a cost to those rights. That is, I don't know why you keep calling me woke for this, but yes, there is a cost to these rights, and that is the American way, is that we say, yes, we will accept these costs, solemnly, you know, with a I don't know, what do you say, like a swollen heart, or like a, you know, really feeling for those who have to feel the negative end of this. With that, yes, we like, the idea is that yes, our constitutional rights come at a cost, and that these are the costs, and that is why we accept them. So
issues in general is a great example of how this concept of being a liberal can exist in someone's mind, when rather it should manifest in someone's actions. Going back to the video where Morgan and Peckman squared off, there was a trans person who was invited to join this panel, Brianna Wu. While it's nice to see an actual trans person on to talk about issues that affect them and their community, Wu's role here is to advocate for Piers Morgan and feed the narrative of trans activists run amok.
10 years ago, Janet Mock on...
Why can't we put guards in our schools with guns? I don't know. Where do you live? We have guards with guns in our schools. We even have teachers with guns in our schools. So I don't know where the fuck you live, but... Not all school security staff carry guns, but some do. School security staff usually don't carry guns, but instead have managerial duties like overseeing safety operations and supervising security training. Armed guards or school resource officers have specialized in training and have experience in handling gun violence, threat assessments, and other gun-related offenses. SROs are sworn police officers who are stationed on campus and usually carry their firearms. Let me change this to in Georgia. Yes, school security personnel in Georgia can carry guns if they are certified by Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council and authorized by a local board of education. They can carry standard issue firearms or weapons used for law enforcement purposes. Georgia law does not allow guns in K-12 schools by staff or other permit holders. However, some states, including Georgia, allow school authorities to grant individualized permission to permit holders to carry. Georgia, let's see. Yeah, do Georgia teachers carry guns? Only 3 Georgia schools approve teachers to carry guns. What year was this written in? I think it's more than that now. Oh, this is in 2023. Okay, maybe not. I thought it was more than that now, but anyways, yeah. So we have, I don't know where you live, where you guys don't have guards carrying guns in schools, but we do, and we have some teachers that carry them as well.
CNN, you held an interview with her. We were not talking about trans stuff back then. Everyone in the community was thrilled about it. What did she do? She went on your program. She lectured you. She was beyond rude. She told you she was not interested in your opinion on anything. She just shut you down.
I said that she was born a boy and then transitioned to be a trans woman. She said that was transphobic and tried to basically destroy me. And right there was the start of this nonsense.
For those too young to remember this moment, Wu is completely mischaracterizing this moment in history. First of all, there were 2 interviews. The first of which was incredibly cordial, and both Piers Morgan and Janet Mock were very kind to one another in it.
So I'm seeing a bit of Janet and a bit of Beyonce, especially with the hair.
Oh, I live for Beyonce. No,
and the dress, because this is very like the dress Beyonce wore when I interviewed her. Not that I can remember every second of that day.
Who's she?
This interview was held back in 2014. 10 years later, we would all be a little bit more savvy on trans issues and not use terms such as born a boy, and instead use assigned male at birth. There was also one point in the interview when Morgan asked, how would you feel if you found out the woman you were dating was formerly a man when Mock had never identified as a man?
You meet a man and you fall in love with this man, but there's something you have to tell him. Something pretty big you have to tell him that he doesn't know, which is that you used to be yourself a man.
Oh, no.
After the break.
Wait, was she intersex? Oh, no. What is this? Oh, no. What is this? Is she intersex?
We'll find out how you told him that news and how he took it.
A few days later, there was a bit of rudeness from Mock when she expressed her frustration on Twitter, writing, "Was a boy until 18. Get it the f*** together. Piers Morgan, I was not formerly a man. Please stop sensationalizing my life and misgendering trans women." Morgan responded in frustration and then had Mock on for a second time for a more contentious interview. One where Mock was pretty darn polite while Morgan...
Wait, oh, that's a trans woman? Sheesh. Okay.
And was far more confrontational.
So I ask you again, why have I been vilified for being transparently supportive of you? I don't get it.
Transparent. Get it?
Maybe you don't get it because you're not a trans woman. Trans women
explain to me. Explain to me what I did wrong. What did I do wrong?
You called, so before commercial break, we had a lovely conversation, and then all of a sudden you said, who was formerly a man. I was a baby. I was assigned male gender because of the appearance of my genitals.
I think it's a fair criticism to say that Mock could have been more vocal during the first interview, but her explanation as to why she was silent makes sense. And being from a marginalized community, she didn't get many opportunities to share her story.
Okay, I'm sorry. This comes off very, it's ma'am-ish to me. Is anybody else getting that? Am I being like overly critical now? Is anybody else getting that right here? I feel like unless she's intersex, which if she's intersex, then this would totally make sense. But she said she's trans. She's a trans woman. I don't believe she's trans. I could have sworn she just said, like, you don't understand what it's like to be a trans woman. That's why. So to me, that meant that she is a trans woman. But I don't know. That's what I took from it. I'll rewind it if I can get a half a second to stop being a fucking gangster on this game. Okay, I've gotten one.
Male gender because of the appearance.
Did wrong. What did I do wrong?
You called, so before commercial break, we had a lovely conversation, and then all of a sudden you said, who was formerly a man. I was a baby. I was assigned male gender because of the appearance of my genitals.
I think it's a fair criticism to say that Mock could have been more vocal during the first interview, but her explanation as to why she was silent makes sense. And being from a marginalized community, she didn't get many opportunities to share her story.
Why didn't you correct me at the time? Why didn't you correct me?
I did not because I was
scared.
If you
felt that strongly.
I did not because I was scared.
What?
And I wanted to be a cordial guest. And I think that was
probably
incorrect of me. I wanted to be kind, I wanted to be generous because I was appreciative of having 2 segments on a mainstream show.
Expressing displeasure on Twitter isn't great, though the backlash Piers Morgan got clearly upset him. I'm not sure how powerful that backlash could have been on a tweet with less than 1,000 likes, but it was 2014, and when you think you're doing something good, it can feel jarring to find out you've made some kind of mistake and people on social media have noticed. Throughout the second interview, Morgan constantly identifies himself as an ally, and I suspect, in a way, he does believe that. But allyship isn't...
Okay, yeah, this is yeah, this is coming off very, like, maybe I'm missing the like, people saying, one's in chat if this comes off very much like it's ma'am to you, and twos if it doesn't. If you're not sure or you don't know what I'm talking about or whatever, you can put a 3. But yeah, I'm like, I might be like overly critical here, which is why I'm asking, because yeah, this does just, yeah, very much come off as it's ma'am to me. Okay. So yeah, so everybody seems to agree. Okay. Yeah, so if you don't know, there was a like a meme a while ago where a trans woman, very much not passing, very masculine looking, but just long hair and makeup on, went into a GameStop, and the guy at the counter seemed to actually be tripping up. It's possible he wasn't, but he seemed to keep getting tripped up, where he kept saying "sir" on accident, which they were Hello? What happened? What did you guys do? Did I just go out in the middle of talking? When did it cut out? Did it just cut out in the middle of me talking or what? Yeah? Weird. Okay. So yeah, so anyways, if you don't know what the "it's ma'am" thing is, a trans woman went into a GameStop and kept yelling at the guy for misgendering her. It's like it is both an understandable thing and like a very non-understandable thing, where like a trans woman could get trolled a lot by other people who just want to fuck with her, and they want to like make fun of her and piss her off on purpose, and so they'll just keep saying like "yes sir" over and over just to get a rise out of her. And then when this guy seemed like he was making an honest mistake, and it was hard for him, especially, and I'm going to say something that's, you know, controversial here and probably shouldn't say, but especially when they are acting as big and bolsterous and masculine as they were in that moment, it made it like probably harder for the guy to say "yes ma'am" or like "I'm sorry ma'am," and kept saying "I'm sorry sir," and then each time be like "ah fuck," and she'd start screaming and yelling again and kicking stuff over and punching shit and like getting in his face and like bucking up and "look at me, I'm obviously a woman, don't fuck, look at me, you know I'm a woman." And it wasn't like a very passing woman. It was it looked like just a man in like women's clothes and makeup and a wig. So the mistake can be understandable to some extent. As I said, the fact that this person may, even if that it is an honest mistake, it can make sense that this person's just maybe fed up with getting fucked with and has just had enough, and now they're going off about it. But this got recorded and posted all over the place as this is what trans people do. And now, all the time, whenever I have conversations with people about trans people, this has been like the emblematic thing for trans people, to where, yes, anytime I talk to people about trans folks, one of the first things that they do is say, oh, I don't mind if people want to transition. I don't care. I feel really bad for those people, but I don't feel like I should be forced to use like their pronouns and stuff like that. I'm like, what do you mean forced? And they're like, I don't want to get screamed and yelled at if I make a mistake, or like normally, like I want to be civil. I want to be nice about this stuff. Like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but like sometimes people can make mistakes, and I don't think it's fair that like someone will get completely canceled and someone will throw a hissy fit at them just because they messed up. It's like, all right, like you just saw the fucking clip and you think this is all trans people now. And that is what happens. It's like, yeah, they just see like one thing. This becomes representative of trans people. All right, let me see if I can maneuver this as the fucking slither god that I am.
Doing credit. You're gonna give me my fucking money back.
Excuse me, sir. There's a young man in here.
Excuse me, sir.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am.
I can call the police if you'd like me to. You need to settle down.
You need to settle down and mind your business, okay? Ma'am, once again, ma'am.
I said both of you.
No, you said sir. Once again, it's ma'am.
I actually said both of you guys. It was general.
Right beforehand, you fucking said sir.
Sir? Okay.
Motherfucker, take it outside. If you want to call me sir again, I will show you a fucking sir.
I apologize.
Motherfucker.
I apologize now.
I need your corporate number, because I'm going to call them and talk about how it's misgendered several times in this store.
I apologize for that.
I need your corporate number now.
I can get that for you. That's not a problem.
Get it for me now.
I'm going to ask you to calm down and stop cussing.
Give me your corporate number. Well, I'm going to ask you for the 5th time to stop calling me a man, because quite clearly I am not.
And I apologize. I'm sorry for that, ma'am. I will get you that number. Is that okay?
Yes, get it for me now.
I'm asking you to stop
Get it
cussing.
for me now. I'm not cussing. I'm not cussing.
Okay.
Get me the damn number now, please.
Okay.
Ooh!
Ma'am, I apologize.
Ooh!
I apologize, ma'am.
He just said sir again.
No, you're just going to keep bumping your gums. You're just going to keep bumping your gums and disrespecting trans people in this store, which I plan on telling the entire LGBTQ community. You're going to lose money over this.
So yeah, this is, trans people were not happy with this. Like there might have been like a small minority
The
out
events
there
of April 3rd kicked off with this frantic
who were like, damn right. But yeah, most trans people were like, oh shit, another one? Fuck, can y'all stop doing this to us, please? Like, please stop acting this way. Like, the rest of us don't do this. Like, just chill. But yeah, like it's a thing that happens, and they overreacted. And so yeah, while Jose is using this moment as like a time when, can you believe Piers Morgan called himself an ally after doing this? Especially like, yeah, back then in that time, I think that it was a little bit harder to know, but then also it probably isn't like crazy to say that a trans person, I know, okay, this is a thing, all right? And I will say I don't agree with it. People will say that if somebody has gender dysphoria and they transitioned to a woman, that they were always a woman and that they just didn't know it. Or they just hadn't transitioned yet, or it just like, you know, all of those things. Whereas I do not abide by this thought process. I think that it makes sense to say that they transitioned and that is what makes sense. That, yes, if we're saying that there was a transition, it means it was from one thing to another. They would say that just means socially transitioned. Not that they actually transitioned from man to woman, but that they were always just a woman. Like, okay, I don't even know what that means, honestly. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean at this point. I think we're missing each other by a couple miles, but because some QQER in the short bus was raging over trans people playing sports and Naomi got wet. Oh, brother. And so, yeah, I think that it seems like this lady is like, yeah, making a bit of a bigger deal about this. It makes sense that he would ask that question. And if you don't like it, I think it's perfectly fine for you to wait until a commercial break and then just let him know and just say, hey, you're probably unaware of this, but I don't like when people say that I was a boy. I would rather you say that I was like, assigned male at birth or something like that. Like, yeah, that's one of those things that where you just kind of explain it to him and just let him know and let that be that. But yeah, she apparently like raged at him on Twitter, called him out publicly, and then yeah, for some reason Jose is treating this like this was some massive misstep by Piers, and currently there might be more context to this that I don't see, but currently I don't see it.
911.
An identity you can claim, it's the actions you take. And when someone with 1,000 likes, but it was 2014, and when you think you're doing something good, it can feel jarring to find out you've made some kind of mistake and people on social media have noticed. Throughout the second interview, Morgan constantly identifies...
Yeah, and this was 2014. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brother. But this is not the W you were hoping it was. This is not the point you were hoping it was. This is 2014. Sheesh, bro. Like, 2017, I would probably be a little bit more understanding. But it's still at that point, even if it happened today, I would still say that's how you would deal with it. But yeah, I would say that somebody in Pierce's position would know better in 2017. 2014,
himself as an ally. And I suspect, in a way, he does believe that.
I think way less people don't mind people being trans. People mind folks being trans? But it becomes an issue if you get it wrong or don't understand and now have to learn what to say and all this new language not offend people. Yeah, I think that, as I said, I think that most people don't mind. And they said, like, yeah, I will use preferred pronouns. Even when I was a Christian, one of my first episodes on my podcast was me saying, like, I feel like I don't think that the language of pronouns is as like staunch as other Christians are trying to act as though it is, as though there's like this objective like morality behind the words he, she, and that like we're engaging in some sort of immorality if we refer to people as their preferred pronouns. I think that this is insane. This is me as, yes, still like fairly far right, staunch Christian, like, first starting my podcast. And yeah, I was just like, yeah, I think that people who are Christians currently, I don't think they actually give a fuck about the pronouns. I think they're purposefully being trolls. And I was like, I think I think they are just trying to provoke these people as a protest. And I think that when it comes to people who are obviously suffering with some sort of like mental illness, I think that this is gone too far, and I do not agree with the way that Christians have decided as a community to handle this stuff. It's kind of ridiculous. So yeah, even back then, I thought that, like, the way that a lot of Christians interacted with this stuff was weird. And today, most Christians that I know will say, yeah, I'll use people's preferred pronouns. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to misgender them. I'm not trying to do those things. I just don't like feeling like I'm forced to use some sort of language. And I'll say, yeah, I understand. Even though technically, yeah, I think that they've just kind of been propagandized, and that they're like, that generally that just doesn't really happen, that there aren't trans people running around like screaming and yelling at you, it's ma'am. But whatever. It's I don't think most people care. Christians are going to do some of the only ones, Christians are going to be some of the only ones left if everyone keeps getting abortions and changing their testicles. Huh. Well, good luck with that. Currently, it is true that Christians are the only ones having babies, but it's also true that people leave Christianity when they get older at such a high rate that Christianity is not growing very quickly. So, while you are correct that they are going to continue to be the ones having babies at the highest rates, it's also just not much of a factor to everybody else.
But allyship isn't an identity you can claim, it's the actions you take. And when someone within the community you think you're speaking for tells you you're doing it wrong, the onus is on you to listen. I imagine it would have been nicer to get an email rather than being put on blast in a tweet, but Piers Morgan has been working in the media for decades at this point, and he should have thicker skin than this. What we can learn from this episode is how anti-trans mindsets are created in people who identify as allies. Rather than take a moment of self-reflection to consider what they may have said was not helpful towards a marginalized group, it's far easier for someone to center themselves in the conversation and focus on the angriest voices calling them out for that misstep. And
just to be clear, he says anti-trans voices. Obviously, the way that he has used trans people in sports as an issue, to pretend that it's like this big problem, calling intersex people trans people and saying that it's proven that they're a man, shit like that. Oh no, am I fucked? How fucked am I? Oh shit, I just went down Rape Alley. Oh, let's fucking go. He is still somebody who is like in favor of like transitioning, although I do think he does, if I remember correctly, he may be one of those people who makes like a big deal about like underage transitions and shit like that as well, so I'm not sure.
Once you center yourself as the object of scorn and people within that community as the abusive ones, it's a very easy jump to see any minor issue as some kind of grand overreach by rabid activists. The same ones who, at least according to the persecuted person, tried to cancel them for comments that they think were perfectly fine. And that's how someone who considers themselves an ally can find themselves on the side of anti-trans bigots, using wedge issues like sports to diminish support for the trans community. You might have noticed I went from talking about Piers Morgan to using the broader term them or they. It's not because people on the left love pronouns. I personally love all units of language. Because one very concerning thing about this change in mindset is how by modeling it, Piers Morgan creates the impression that this could happen to anyone. That one misstep could lead to cancellation and the end of your life. But I have some great news for anyone who genuinely worries about this. And I cannot stress enough how happy you should be about this. You are not Piers Morgan. You won't be held to that same standard, and the odds of someone writing a mean tweet about you after you accidentally use the wrong term in a conversation is incredibly small. Most trans people don't have the time or interest to put someone on blast for minor slip-ups like that. Even if someone did put you on blast, it's likely they don't have enough of a platform to destroy your life. And let's be real, Piers Morgan's life was not destroyed or damaged in any considerable way. Yes, his CNN show was eventually canceled, but it's not because he was rude to a trans guest. It was because he had bad ratings. And now he's got a popular YouTube channel. Instead of being a professional in the media space and accepting the criticism, even if it's not ideally presented, and simply moving on, Piers Morgan has decided to accept it as some kind of origin story of activists going too far. It's easier and more profitable to do something like that instead of taking a moment of self-reflection and consider maybe you got something wrong. And Piers Morgan is hardly the first person to play this game. Of course, trans issues aren't the only thing Piers talks about on his show that betrays.
I don't like this entire narrative. Like, he's using this whole thing to say that this is how Piers Morgan became anti-trans, even though he considered himself an ally first. The difference is, though, is that currently, he's still somebody who says that he considers himself an ally. He's still somebody who says that he'll use preferred pronouns, that he's in favor of like adults transitioning. You would have to show me that there was some sort of position that changed. So while you're correct that he is overtly using trans people in sports as a topic, you're like Jose's thesis here is that he's purposefully using it as a like a cudgel to demonize them on purpose, that this is like a malicious aim that he has. This is a goal in mind, is I want to make trans people look horrible. And yeah, there's just no way that I feel like this has been proven or argued for in any way. This is kind of like, yeah, show me that at some point he was in favor of kids transitioning and then changed his position on that. Show me that at some point he was in favor of trans people in sports and then changed his position on that. You have to show me that something changed in order for me to believe that something changed. But they're using this like one little moment in Piers Morgan's history to then argue that this was the turning point for Piers and trans people. Everything changed. This is the origin story for when Piers Morgan became trans evil. It's he transitioned to a bad guy. This is when Piers Morgan identified as a evil villain, anti-trans non-ally. I don't see that. I don't see any difference here to where this is the case. I would have, yes, I need some sort of argumentation to show that this is a point that things changed, not just, look, here, a trans person got mad at him, and then later, he was against trans people being in sports. That's not good enough.
Sympathy for the right. One talking point he loved trotting out following the election was that Democrats were just too extreme in their rhetoric towards Donald Trump, particularly using the words fascist and Nazi.
So when the left try and take the high moral ground about lying, I say, what about you lot, who called Trump
I'm not
Hitler
doing call-ins
for 8
right
years?
now. If somebody
The comparison
was looking
here
to call
on
in.
its face is ridiculous. When talking about how Donald Trump lies as an individual, Piers Morgan pivots to position the entire left in opposition. Why does an entire side of the political spectrum have to be weighed against one man? When it comes to calling someone Hitler, it's trivial to find examples of people on the right doing the exact same thing to...
This is the thing, is that the left hasn't really called Trump Hitler. Like, at least not Democrats. Let's say Democrats have not called Trump Hitler. This is the argument all the time, is that Democrats called him Hitler. It's like, which ones? All of them. Can you name a time? Every time. I don't know of anybody who called him Hitler. I don't know when this happened. I don't know where the fuck this happened. But I've still yet to be given any evidence of anybody calling him Hitler. Now, there is evidence of them making comparisons to Hitler. Now, you might say, Tom, you're being a bit pedantic at this point if you're saying, oh, they can compare him to Hitler and keep saying he looks like Hitler, he acts like Hitler, and that, you know, that we're not going to act like if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, then it probably is going to be a duck. It's like, while I get that, the problem with this argument is that every time they make the comparison to Hitler, the comparison is apt. It is an apt comparison every single time. Oh, fuck. Where he's like literally repeating things that Hitler said, or he posted a video where his community or his following was called the New Reich, or like when he said that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, or like when he said he needs generals like the ones that Hitler had. Like, this is not on the journalists or on the fucking like politicians or anybody else. This is not on them for making the comparison to Hitler, okay? I'm sorry, but that's not their fault that he said things that makes him sound like Hitler. Like, I'm sorry, it's not their fault that he's just repeating shit that fucking Hitler said. But outside of that, nobody's calling him Hitler. But they did at the end of the campaign. Who's they? Who's the they that did this at the end of a campaign? Journalists only debating journalists is a psyop, obviously. Activists belong in those seats, not journalists. A journalist's job in a progressive movement is to interview activists, not each other. It depends. What do you mean? You're saying that as though like it's only about activists. It's not. It's about journalism as well. Most of those people aren't even journalists. Most of them are what do you call it? Shit. What are they called? Where the people they just give no, I said it's both. Oh. I mean, I think that they do interview activists, like activists, politicians I would put into that category. Google progressivism. Why? The whole message Hitler comparison, MSG Hitler comparison from campaign and the MSNBC, CNN media was just insane. It was clearly bogus to try and gain last-second ground in the election. I don't know what you're talking about. Again, I don't think this happened. First, for you to add MSNBC and the campaign in when MSNBC and CNN became hypercritical of Kamala Harris towards the end of her campaign and were like kind of dogging on her the whole time, at the end, that like this is odd that you would bring them up as though they're like people that were working in tandem with the campaign or something like that. But anyways, my point is that yes, I don't think this happened. I don't think the campaign called him Hitler. I think that Donald Trump's last you're just talking about the fact that Donald Trump's own chief of staff said that he said he wanted generals like Hitler. That has nothing to do with the campaign. That's just, you understand that like tons and tons and tons of people that have worked with Trump have said these sort of things. You understand that like there were like 13 other people who worked with Trump who signed documents. I think it was even affidavits saying that Donald Trump did say that he wanted generals like Hitler. Like these aren't They compared MSG rally to the one Hitler had. Okay, so you realize what you're doing. This is how you guys get propagandized. They use the right-wing pundits will use very general language to make it sound like there's a coordinated effort happening. They did not say it. One person said it, and that one person is not associated with the DNC, and that's Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton said that. Nobody else. And Hillary Clinton got dogged on for it. Hillary Clinton got called out by the right wing, just like when she said that Donald Trump's followers were like a basket of deplorables. She got in trouble for that and had to apologize for that crap. Like, when you guys do this they thing, it almost always turns out that it's like one person and they got in trouble for it from everybody else, but you characterize it as they, as though it was everybody else on board with it, and it turns out it almost never is. It was a coordinated effort. Kamala said it. Walz said it. Did Kamala Harris say Madison Square Garden Hitler? Trump calls Harris a fascist and says he's the opposite of a Nazi. DNC projects message tying Trump to Hitler on Madison Square Garden during rally. So this says the DNC did this. Okay, so what is this? Democratic National Committee is projecting digital messages on Madison Square Garden's exterior during former President Donald Trump's campaign rally on Sunday about recent reports that he once praised Adolf Hitler and his generals and that cast him as unhinged. Trump praised Hitler, one of the planned projections from the DNC says, referring to Trump's longest-serving chief of staff, four-star Corps General John Kelly. Yeah, like again, this isn't the DNC who did this. This is use the AI Google. No, this is Donald Trump's chief of staff who said that he said these things. This was 13 people within Donald Trump's cabinet, within his administration, who said that he said these things. This is not like there's not evidence of a coordinated 100% true and factual. You aren't attempting to find it because you are wrong. Hold on. You realize that the article that I just clicked on is the only thing that says anything like close to what you're saying. And like Trump's Madison Square Garden event features crude. Donald Trump hosted a rally featuring crude and racist insults from New York. Racist remarks and insults mark Trump's Madison Square Garden. So these are again Trump's MSG event draws comparisons to 1939 Nazi rally. This is from Axios. And this is Hillary Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz are among those comparing Sunday's rally for Donald Trump at Madison Square Garden to an infamous 1939 pro-Nazi gathering in the same venue, drawing outrage from Trump supporters. I never heard this from Tim Walz. I could have sworn he said something totally different. The big picture, Trump critics were quick to note that some of the rhetoric at Trump's event chimed with speakers at the 1939 rally. For example, Trump aide Stephen Miller remarked, America is for Americans and Americans only. Other speakers made crude remarks and jokes about Latinos, Black Americans and immigrants. Trump himself used Nazi-inspired language like occupied country and enemy from within. Yes, but there was a clear difference between the purposes and the content of the two rallies, and Trump allies have accused Walz, Clinton, and the media of tarring all Trump supporters as Nazis. Miller accused one commentator of spitting on the graves of my Jewish ancestors. Blah, blah, blah. Kamala Harris' campaign is copying Hillary Clinton's strategy of attacking half the country. Trump campaign spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said. So you're just saying that this is stuff that Trump said that they were doing. But there's no... Where did they say what Walz said? Because I could have sworn Walz said something very different than this. Walz compared Trump's Madison Square Garden rally to 1939 pro-Nazi event.
A college degree is more than a diploma. It's taking control of your future and finding that next step. At Liberty, you'll find more ways than one to get there. Over 600 online programs, one you, infinite possibilities.
Vice presidential candidate on the Democratic.
Oh, okay. It says here, Donald Trump got his big rally going at Madison Square Garden, Walz said at an event in Henderson. There's a direct parallel to a big rally that happened in the mid-1930s at Madison Square Garden. An American Nazi party held a rally at Madison Square Garden in February 1939 that lured 20,000 supporters to the iconic New York City landmark. And I don't think that he doesn't know for 1 second exactly what they are doing there, Walz said. Trump, alongside his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, is holding an event at Madison Square Garden on Sunday. While Trump has his origins in the Empire State, Vice President Harris is leading him in New York by 17.8 percentage points, according to an average of polls. So look, we said we're all running like everything's on the line because it is, Walz said at the event in Nevada, and I've been saying for the last 3 months or so that there will be plenty of time for all of us to sleep when we're dead. Now is not the time. Now is not the time. Retired General John Kelly, a former White House chief of staff. See, like, this is the part that, like, hurts the entire narrative, is when, yes, somebody who has literally nothing to do with the DNC, somebody who literally has been a lifelong Republican, somebody who has served with many other Republicans and literally, like, fucked his whole career up by coming out to blow the whistle on Trump, and then tons of other Republicans did the same just to make sure that the American people knew what it was that they were voting for and how Trump acts when there's not a camera recording him. That's who started this narrative. That's who started this line of logic. That's who got everybody talking this way. And now the idea that you're pushing is that the DNC pushed this whole narrative when this isn't the DNC. This is John Kelly and 13 other Donald Trump White House staffers who said this. Republicans who said this. That's who. I don't know where you got, yes, that the DNC was the ones that were pushing this. But yeah, this is a war hawk. Yeah, you guys are bringing up irrelevant information. Yapaholic. I'm so sorry that I'm bothering you, Leandor. I think YouTube might be glitching to make it to where you're not able to move to the next stream. I think maybe if I ban you, it just might make it easier for you. I don't know why you got stuck here to where you would just keep staying and watching something that's so boring and so horrible for you that you're obviously really, really tortured by. So I'm going to help you as much as I can, buddy. I'm not sure. The DNC was the ones who pushed the message, the MSG rally comparison to Hitler's rally. Said that from the beginning. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Walz and Hillary did, apparently. So there's two people who did that. I don't understand that, though. Does anybody else? Like, Donald Trump just does a rally at MSG, and so did the Nazis. Like, I know that the Nazis did that in the 30s, but that's it. Like, all he has to do is just do a rally at Madison Square Garden, and now it's like the Nazis. That is a really dumb comparison. Thanks for staying and watching, because it definitely helps Tom Foolery's show continue to grow and get paid. Yeah, it's always nice when retards can't figure out how to scroll to the next stream. Oh yeah, so Trump is a Nazi now. What? No, Trump is not a Nazi. Trump has said it himself. He is he has been the number one president for Jewish people. Obviously, that's not a good not a good person to call a Nazi. Yeah, that's a dumb comparison, just to say that, oh, he did a rally at Madison Square Garden, and so did the Nazis. So this is a Nazi rally. Like, does that mean anybody who does a rally at Madison Square Garden is like the Nazis now? Like, this is literally the Hitler had a dog argument, where you're just saying Hitler had a dog and that guy has a dog. Obviously, obviously, you guys can see. We can all see what's happening here. Like, does Trump think Nazis are bad? I don't think Trump believes in Nazis. If you go back to the point where everybody got upset that he said very fine people on both sides, the statement that he made literally right before that, when the sentence before that, is he said, they said the Nazis showed up in Charlottesville and started the fight, and Trump interrupts him and says, whoa, 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 whoa. They didn't put themselves down as Nazis. As though he thinks somebody has to identify as a Nazi in order to be called a Nazi, which literally nobody today identifies as Nazis. So according to him, yeah, if you don't identify as a Nazi, then you're not a Nazi, and nobody identifies as a Nazi. So yeah, it sounds like he doesn't think anybody's a Nazi. Which for me, yeah, I'm not about that self-ID shit, okay? Trump is way too progressive for me. He is too woke with that fucking shit. He's all about the self-ID, and not me. Like, yeah, if you look like the thing, I'm gonna call you the thing, right? If it sounds like a Nazi, I'm going to call him a fucking Nazi. Yeah, when people are marching with tiki torches saying, Jews will not replace us, and doing the whole blood and soil thing, yeah, I'm going to call that person a fucking Nazi. Trump is a fascist. He's not a Nazi. We should all be very clear. Nazis are going to be like fascists who have like, yeah, very anti-Semitic bent to them, and the way that they engage. And yeah, Trump is not anti-Semitic. Trump has disallowed white supremacy. Trump has disallowed white supremacy, and Nazis. What does that mean, disallowed? You mean like when he had dinner with Nick Fuentes and Kanye West? As they were on their Hitler's Not a Bad Guy tour? You talking about that one? Was that him? Disallowing white supremacists and white supremacists? Oh, disavowed. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he said I disavow that. You know who also said that? Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer have both said. Both of them have said that they disavow Nazis. So that fixes that. Now that they said it, that's that. Don't have any more questions. That's all I needed to hear. Also, Kamala Harris said that she disavows communists. So, not a communist, right, guys? I wanna double check here, right? You guys agree that Kamala Harris is not a communist because she disavowed it, right? I've talked to Richard Spencer a couple of times. So she disavowed her own father. Her own father wasn't a communist. He did teach Marxism in his school, and if you look at any of the things that talk about it, he did write about Marxism. But most of the things that are more specific say he was a critic of Marxism, and that he was a, oh fuck, I'm blanking on it. There's a who's the guy who came up with the theory that on like how to save money to where you don't have downturns as a government? Fuck. I always forget this guy's name because it's spelt so weird compared to how it's pronounced, and I can never remember. Kamala is just a really bad liar. Keynesian, yes. He was a Keynesian economist. Post-Keynesian economist. Yeah, so even the way that you guys are spelling it, it's spelt like K-E-Y. I forget, yeah, I think it's Keynsian, Keynesian. Keynesian. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, he's a Keynesian. People say he was a Marxist, but even if her dad was like, I disavow like voting for Trump, but yeah, my own family members have voted for Trump. Doesn't change anything. They would disavow voting for Kamala.
To Joe Biden and Barack Obama. And yes, people on the left certainly said the same about George W. Bush. But Piers Morgan apparently believes this is a new thing, and one the entire left now has to answer for. It's especially silly when he gets upset over the use of the term fascist, which Donald Trump has used to describe the left in his speeches.
And she's calling them all fascists and Nazis, okay? But she's a fascist, okay? She's a fascist.
Morgan would argue.
Yeah, so this is the funny thing, is that Donald Trump's called Kamala Harris a communist, a socialist, a Marxist, an authoritarian, a fascist, a danger to democracy. He's he called her Comrade Kamala all the time. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, but like the reason that I initially brought up the fact that these people aren't all actually calling him Hitler, so there's only one person that's called him Hitler as far as I can remember, and that's J.D. Vance. I can't seem to find any other politicians that called him Hitler except for his current vice president. But the reason that I brought this up initially is to say that, yeah, like everybody wants to play the victim and act like it's so bad that everybody called Trump Hitler when, yeah, it didn't really happen. They did make the comparisons. Again, that was those weren't really, like, that's not on them that he's doing shit that Hitler said and did, but, or that, you know, his own staffers are coming out and saying that he idolized Hitler and said that he wanted generals like Hitler and that he was always praising Hitler and shit like that. Like, that's not their fault that his own workers say this sort of shit about him. And while everybody will make some excuse for why that happens, it just doesn't happen to anybody else. Nobody else has people, so many lies. Yeah, so American Patriot says so many lies. The problem is this doesn't happen to anybody else. Nobody else has tons of people coming out about them that worked with them, that have been close to them for a long periods of time, that were like their biggest supporters, their biggest allies, the people who were out there for them the most and helping them the most. And then those people turn around and then say that they were supporting Hitler. This doesn't happen to anybody else. Yet with Trump, it has now happened probably hundreds of times. And if you're still denying it, especially after like his attempted coup on the government in the last election, if you're still denying it, you are somebody who has what we call an unfalsifiable position. You're somebody, you hold a position that is unfalsifiable, meaning like it doesn't matter the amount of proof that you get. It doesn't matter the amount of evidence that you get. It doesn't matter. Oh, you fucking... I am a fucking beast. I am so freaking big, dude. I'm a fucking snack up in this bitch. Slithering like a mofo. But yeah, anyways, I was saying something and I totally forgot because I just fucked those pieces of shit up. You fucked with the wrong snack. Snacking in my town. Oh yeah, nobody else has people coming out saying this sort of shit about them. Nobody. Like, it just doesn't happen, okay? So yes, you hold an unfalsifiable position, meaning that there is no amount of proof that can convince you of what's going on. You hold a position that you cannot be convinced out of. And yeah, that just means that you are a cultist. You're somebody who doesn't engage in logic. You're somebody who doesn't care about evidence. You don't care about proof. You don't care how many people tell you a thing is happening. You will still sit there and say that the sky is green no matter what happens. Ha ha ha. Ooh. Ooh, get him. Sorry.
Argue that it's better to ignore what Trump says as we
2024, a gay Odyssey super chatted $1.99. Magavance 2028. Tom, will you talk with a J6er?
Bro, you know I've spoken with J6ers. We've already been over this. You ask me this all the time. I've already spoken to J6ers. I'm happy to talk to more J6ers. I don't mind talking to J6ers. You know I will talk to anybody. I feel like you've asked me this like 20 times now, but I appreciate the donos, and you can continue donating to ask me every single time, because that is likely the only way that I will continue answering the same freaking question over and over. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I was fucking killing it. Sheesh. I was huge, dude.
We should judge him on his actions.
And he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left. He sucks you in because he just...
No way who... I have one who's a huge hero. Nick Fuentes is one. Baked Alaska. There's a lot of them. Isabella DeLuca. Wait, you were here for the Isabella DeLuca conversation.
Carousel Horse, Naomi, Carousel Horse, super chatted $1.99. Say Naomi is right about everything then.
Naomi is right about everything then. You couldn't even get a full fucking $2 for me to say that. Not even a full $2. That's freaking messed up. I can't believe that I am that cheap. Well, now you guys know. Now you guys know. I just outed myself. Yep, it is super cheap to pay me off to say whatever you want me to say. I will argue any point or push any message. You just don't even have to pay a full $2 and I'll do it for you. Freaking crap. I didn't. Thanks a lot, Naomi. Wow, again, not even a full $2. That's so messed up, Naomi.
Carousel Horse, super chatted $1.99.
Again.
Okay, fine.
Wow. That's so messed up, dude. You shorted me a second time. She's just shoving it in my face now. And she's doing it in super chats instead of freaking tips when there's not even a goal that's gonna get hit, because she just wants to hurt my feelings, dude. It's messed up. Not only did BLM destroy billions, you guys always have to move on to some sort of whataboutism that, like, if like it turns out, then I'm like, yep, BLM's horrible. Fucking disgusting people.
Getting bigger / Reddit super chatted $2. Argue me, Tom. Hot face.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, like okay, like yeah, BLM is disgusting, dude. Horrible people. They fucking destroyed millions and did tons of property damage. Killed almost 20 people. Like, is a horrible thing. So now that I'm not the fucking partisan hack here and you still are, now what? Why won't this play? Play, mofo.
Shoots somebody here, but he says stuff that crosses his mind or whatever.
Thing, and one the entire left now has to answer for. It's especially silly when he gets upset over the use of the term fascist, which Donald Trump has used to describe the left in his speeches.
And she's calling them all fascists and Nazis, okay? But she's a fascist, okay? She's a fascist.
Morgan would argue that it's better to ignore what Trump says, as we should judge him on his actions.
And he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left.
Brilliantly.
He sucks you in.
Oh, man.
Because he just shoots somebody here, but he says stuff that crosses his...
See, this is what they all do. This is what they all do. They get so offensive. They play the victim. It's so mean. It's so horrible. How could you say such horrible things about us? This is disgusting. I can't believe you would do this. How could you possibly? They called us bags of deplorables. Oh my goodness. Deplorable? Oh man. It's so bad. And then Donald Trump can say whatever. And it's like, dude, it's brilliant when he does this. He's so good at trolling them, dude. He's so good at making them mad. Like, he says stuff like that and then nobody cares. He says stuff and nobody cares. And nobody's like, they're always like, yeah, it's freaking Trump. Like, the guy's a fucking fascist. Like, what? You can't really surprise us anymore. He says insane shit all the time. And then, yeah, nobody cares. And then, and it was like, oh man, he trolled you guys so good. Damn, you're so mad. Look how mad you are, dude. You're so freaking mad. Oh man, look how mad.
His mind or whatever. And rather than pick him off on stuff he actually does, you all go completely nuts every time he opens his mouth and says something a bit crazy.
I hope the double standard here is clear. Democrats are judged on the rhetoric of anyone on the left, but Donald Trump is never held accountable for any of his rhetoric.
Yep.
As for the generous use of the term...
Yep, and if you bring up anything that Donald Trump has said or done, it's always the whataboutism, right? You bring up the 80-something felony charges that he has right now and 30 convicted already. And they say, oh, yeah? Well, what about Hillary's emails? What about that? So, well, he's not being charged for the freaking for having classified documents. So what about it? And then, oh yeah, well, what about Hunter Biden? It's like, well, okay, you guys can't both complain about lawfare and pretend that Donald Trump being charged for the crimes that he's already been proven to have committed. You can't call that lawfare. And then when there's obvious actual lawfare happening with Hunter Biden, where they do 4 investigations, each time the first one closes, they open up another one. Second one closes, they open up another one. Each time they're like, oh, sorry, we don't have enough evidence. It doesn't seem like he actually did any of the stuff that we're trying to find him on. Him and Joe Biden just didn't collude with any of these countries, and they didn't do any shady dealings, and we just don't have any evidence of this stuff. So we're closing the case, and they're like, okay, cool. Let's open another one and try again. And then they fail too. They're like, yeah, we don't have any evidence. We can't make the case. Sorry. There's nothing we can do about it. We got some other small potato things like a gun thing and IRS, paying taxes late, but that's it. They're like, yeah, okay, not good enough. You close your case. Open another one. And then the last one, they had literally 2 investigations going at the same time. Both of those still open today. I guess they have to close them now that he got immunity for them. But yes, they kept opening more and more cases trying to find something, and even after they convicted him of the gun charges and the IRS charges, both of those investigations were still open. Both of them. 4 freaking investigations. The best they could come up with is he lied on a gun form and didn't pay his taxes on time. I say on time because he did pay them before the point that he was charged for them, but whatever. And yeah, they that is lawfare. That's lawfare. That's what that is. When you just keep opening cases over and over and over on people, and you keep finding out that there's no evidence, and instead of being like, oh, well, all right, I guess we were wrong, you just go open another one. If you say hey, should Hunter Biden have been investigated? I'd say fuck yes. Fuck yes. Based on the shit that was in that laptop, I went through all those emails. Hell to the yes, he should have been investigated. That was some odd looking stuff there that had some potential. Okay, but then yes, once they investigated it and they didn't have anything and they came up short and they just weren't there was no crimes committed. Yeah, then opening up a second one. Okay, to some extent, I can understand. It's the president's son we're talking about. It's the president that we're talking about. You're investigating the current president and his son. Maybe these guys are compromised. Open up a second one. All right, fine. That's a bad look to do it, but fine. Open up the second one. But then the third and the fourth? Nah, bro. You are way too far at that point. The second one is already very questionable. But the third and the fourth? No shot, dude. No shot, dude. Yes, I am actively ignoring you guys.
From fascist, it's something Morgan has no problem when he does it himself.
The left would constantly say Trump's a fascist, whilst themselves behaving very like fascists. The purest personification of fascism is where a group of people tell another group of people, if you don't dress how we tell you to.
I was about to say, it's going to be authoritarianism. I bet you anything it's going to be authoritarianism, and he's just going to call it fascism. I knew it. I knew it. Every time right-wingers say something is fascism, it's always just authoritarianism. That's it. A fascism is like a bunch of other aspects. Authoritarianism is just one aspect of it. Most authoritarians in history were not fascists. By far the majority of them, not fascists. But yes, these people, like when you're a propagandist like this, you just have to find authoritarianism.
Speak how we tell you to, laugh at things that we think are acceptable, have heroes that we have approved, read books that we have approved, etc., etc.
Read Ali's super chat. Wait, did it not go through? I haven't seen it super chat. Hold on. Yeah, I don't see a super chat. I just scrolled through everything. What do you mean read the super chat? We saw it in chat. Not sure if it gave an alert. Okay, hold on. Let me... Oh, it wasn't a super chat. It was a member. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a thing. Yeah, it doesn't. Those don't do TTS. Did Brandon Straka snitch? I don't know. I don't know who Brandon Straka is. Is there a video of Isabella storming the Capitol? Yes. Naomi is the best. Go Broncos. Happy holiday, Grinch. Nice. Thank you. Allie, for the 11-month membership, dude. Getting up to a year. Let's freaking go, dude. Let's freaking go, bro. Almost at a year. Tom, how much copium do you inhale daily and how many gallons? So this right here is half copium, half mRNA vaccine. It doesn't do anything medically, but I just like to always inhale as much mRNA as possible. And then, yeah, I have another vape that is soy flavored, and that one is currently not approved by the FDA, but we do it anyways because we're leftists, so we're allowed to do that.
That is actually what fascism is. It's where you try through your own narrow prism of your worldview, try and dictate that to everybody else.
Yeah, that's fascism.
Utter cancellation.
So true, dude.
There are a lot of bad definitions for fascism out there, but publicly shaming a person is maybe the softest version I've ever heard.
Yeah. So, hey, you said that this person was bad because they did something. That's fascism. Okay, so you're a fascist then? That's, does that make you a fascist? When you say it's wrong for trans women to compete in female sports, does that make you a fascist? How about that?
Finding contradictions to the various signifiers that Piers Morgan say are a part of fascism are pretty easy to do on the right as well. Whether it's people getting upset over clothing when it's someone in drag, or people getting upset over someone sharing their pronouns, or entitled comedians insisting people should be laughing at their stale material. It's also completely laughable to complain about trying to control what people can read when states like Republican-led Tennessee are banning literature such as The Time Machine, The Tempest, and the 34th volume of Bleach. Of all these random examples, the only one that has the echo of fascism is the book banning, as historically that is something fascist governments have done. People telling someone their joke sucks or getting upset over offensive language is worlds away from a government enforcing humor or speech standards. People across the political spectrum get worked up over cultural issues, and some are very loud about how upset they are. The only way that can be equated to fascism is if Piers Morgan reduces the term to meaning something so broad and vague, he can apply it to people that he finds politically repulsive. And funnily enough, he only does that to people on the left. These are just a few examples of how Piers Morgan will uncritically repeat anti-left talking points while emphasizing stories that are publicized and popularized on the right. And yet Morgan has insisted many times on his show that he is not on the right.
I'm not even vaguely right, and I think it's wrong that biological men who've become trans women should be in women's spaces.
You're not vaguely.
Yeah, so the thing is, okay, it is possible to be on the left and only ever talk about topics that you agree with the right on. That is totally possible and totally... fuck. I don't know. I keep losing where my mouse is. And yes, just only talk about topics that you agree with the right on. That's totally possible. You can, like, people on the left, unless you're a partisan hack, like, yes, you're obviously going to have some narratives, some, some policies, some prescriptions, some things that will be considered right-wing narratives or right-wing talking points or right-wing policies that you agree with them on and you say those things. And it could be that he just only ever talks about the topics that he agrees with the right on. He doesn't talk about anything else. But I would say at this point, they've probably talked about way too many topics for that to be the case. And I don't think that I've heard him agree with the right or with the left on anything in a very long time. A very, very, very long time. I cannot think of a single thing. Can anybody tell me? I would love to know, because as like truly, I'm not. This isn't even like a dunk. Again, I'm trying to do a video essay on this. I would love to find something. I only heard him say that once, I think. Say what? Oh, the Porter-in-Chief thing? Yeah, Ali thinks that that's like a Piers Morgan talking point for some reason. I've heard Destiny say it 1,000 times. I've said it 1,000 times. I've heard Vosh say it 1,000 times. I've heard, like, I feel like most everybody has said that like 1,000 times, but I may have heard Piers say it. It's just that literally everybody calls Obama the Deporter-in-Chief, so it's not. I probably wouldn't even notice it if he did say it, honestly. But yeah, has anybody heard him say anything that he would agree with the left on? There's a whole thread on it in Destiny's subreddit. Huh. Weird. Gun control? No, I mean on his show. Like within the last like year. And I mean as a topic, like something that he argues for, not just something that he states. Because I get that he'll state things as a virtue signal. I'm pro-trans. I'm an ally. I think that we should respect their pronouns. I think that what they're going through is horrible. And yeah, if they want to transition, I say go for it. I don't have a problem with any of that. I just think that they shouldn't be in women's sports. Like that's the... That's not like, and then the whole topic is about trans women and women's sports. Like, yeah, that's not really like him really doing it. Since Ben Shapiro debated. Yeah, I brought that up earlier. Yeah, I was just talking about that earlier, the shit that he did there.
Right, Piers?
When Piers Morgan describes himself as a centrist, I can almost think he believes it. Not because...
So you think anorexic people should be able to starve to death because it's their truth? No. I didn't say trans people should be doing anything because it's their truth either. But you're incapable of telling the truth, so it doesn't really matter what I've said. You're going to make up some shit and pretend I said that thing instead and argue against that. So you are one of those insane propagandized right-wingers that says, I used to be a Democrat, but then I became retarded. But in reality, nobody says trans people should transition because it's their truth. That's not a thing that people actually say, except in like, you know, a libs of TikTok psyop that they created themselves. Like maybe in those.
Because he's carefully weighed the issues and simply happens to find himself caught between the left and the right, but rather because he doesn't really have any firm politics. He is simply saying and doing whatever he needs to get attention on the internet. And when it comes to YouTube, there's no easier ploy than appealing to a right-wing audience with the video equivalent of junk food. One genuinely good thing I did see Piers Morgan include on his show was the open discussions about the situation in Gaza, bringing on guests who would actively advocate for the Palestinian people. These guests were often countered by pro-Israel voices, but instead of seeing Piers Morgan frequently take the side of the right, he was a bit more even-handed, offering challenges to both.
Again, we come back to the media being banned from going in there. If you don't let the media in, then I'm afraid as a journalist, I'm like, what are they hiding?
Yeah.
My question was, where should the Gazan civilians go to be safe?
The Gazan civilians today have an opportunity after Hamas
No, that's not my
that has
question.
subjugated them
No, you can't.
to rebuild their
Fine,
society.
that wasn't my question. My question is, where can they currently go to be safe?
To the safe spaces that Israel has assigned,
Where-
where
where-
Israel is
safe
not
spaces,
attacking.
yeah. Where?
Well, it depends where.
That being said, his record on the conflict is a lot less flattering, and when he brings on someone like Mehdi Hassan...
That's actually a good challenge. I'm actually a little proud of him there. That's actually a good challenge. That is a point that I would expect him to bring up, honestly. Like no shit. I would 100% expect him to say, there's places, they call them safe spaces, so therefore it's safe. Just go there. Like, that's exactly what I would expect him to say in these arguments. So I'm actually impressed that he actually challenged that.
On, it becomes very apparent how squeamish Morgan is when it comes to harsher criticisms of Israel.
It's complicated. No, it's not complicated, actually. Israel is the occupier under international law. Israel is the one killing the vast majority of civilians. Right now, it's not a liberal democracy. It's run by neo-fascists.
He is the king of fucking pivots, dude. This is a thing within debate where, like, it is a good tactic when you are in the middle of a conversation while the person's saying something, interrupt them with an irrelevant point that you know they're going to attach to. Regardless of whether or not you believe it, you will be able to get off of the topic that you're on if you're losing on it. So, like, especially, yes, if they are arguing something vigorously, especially... What do you mean they didn't have any weapons at January 6th? Have you not looked at all of the fucking data on this that shows that there were 25% of the people who got arrested on that day had weapons on them? They opened the doors and let them in. But no, they did not. What are you talking about? Why? They did not open the doors and let... And then, yes, that's like, you can just throw something in there that, you know, they're already mad. They're already triggered. Say something that's going to trigger them more. And now that you sound dumb for acting like they were, now that you're realizing, oh shit, I did say that they went in there unarmed. Apparently there's data that shows that 25% of them were armed. Fuck. He's got me here. I didn't know that. They opened the doors and let them in. Throw it out there. You will never have to answer for being wrong on them being armed, and that's that. Moving on. Piers is very good at it. So is Rob Noor. Rob Noor is one of the best at it. I think he got me once in the last conversation. I've talked about the fact that Rob Noor does this all the time, and so I've like specifically keep an eye out for it. But he did get me on it once in the last conversation, and it was a critical time when he did it. The other ones I totally ignored, but he got me on it once, and it was one point that I was pissed at myself for afterwards.
If Russia, well, I don't disagree with you.
Based on his comments, it seems like Morgan simply hasn't thought about or read enough on the issue to offer anything of substance. There was a great example from another conversation he had with Mehdi Hassan on Zateo.
So Russia's not doing a genocide.
No.
That I hate that from these fucking lefties. I'm not gonna lie, okay? For those of you who are lefties who are watching, who are like progressive, I'm annoyed with you guys a lot of times, so just bear with me. But the oh fuck. Well done. That was actually a really good move. I totally forgot. I did piss myself.
Great example from another conversation he had with Mehdi Hassan on Zateo.
So Russia's not doing
Oh, that's right. Where they don't actually tell you what you're wrong on. They don't actually say what you got wrong. They say something like, you just haven't read enough on this topic. And that's what they do with Israel, Gaza, more than anything else. Is they just say, maybe stop playing Slither. Maybe go kill yourself, Abaddon. How about that? I did not get to being a fucking professional Slither player by just giving up. That is not how I got here. I didn't get to be this massive and this huge as a streamer by just giving up like you would. Hey everybody, take a second and hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining me today. We only got a little bit left in the stream, so make sure you hit that thumbs up while you're still here so that you don't miss the next stream. But yeah, I hate it when lefties do that where they say like, oh, I'm sorry, you haven't read enough on this topic. You need to maybe do some research on this. Or the worst one is maybe you should introspect on this. Maybe just introspect on that a little bit. You ain't read enough. You ain't been read enough on this one, little buddy. Let's freaking go. Oh shit. So yeah, it's like normally if you're actually wrong about something, if you're actually incorrect and they think that you're incorrect, if they actually knew what you were wrong on, they would just tell you what you're wrong on. They would just say, this is what you're wrong on. This is how you're wrong. That's what you would do. If you actually think that somebody's wrong on something and you know why they're wrong, you would just say why they're wrong. What people who have no idea what they're talking about do is they say, you're just lying, or you have no idea what you're talking about, or this is just propaganda, or like something like that, right? They give a characterization of what you said instead of refuting what you said. They're full of shit, Tom. It's why they lost the election. Why did Trump lose the last election then? I bet you he's gonna say something that's full of shit. Watch, he's gonna say something that's totally full of shit. Don't you say that a lot though? I say that after I've refuted their point. I said that they would say this instead of refuting their point, but I'm saying that they say this instead of refuting the point. So, yeah, exactly, Dami. So yeah, I would I would expect you to actually give the refutation instead of just telling somebody that they're wrong. And if instead they just say, oh, it looks like you haven't read enough on this topic, what that means is there's some partisan hacks that I read, and if you don't agree with them, then you haven't read enough on it, and you should read the partisan hacks that I read. So yeah, that's pretty much what he just did right here.
Simply hasn't thought about or read enough on the issue to...
He simply hasn't thought enough or read enough on the issue. Yeah.
offer anything of substance. There was a great example from another conversation he had with Mehdi Hassan on Zateo.
The Russians are doing a genocide?
No, I don't think they are, and I shouldn't have said that.
Wow.
Yeah.
So in order to defend Israel, you're withdrawing your allegation against Russia?
Yeah, because you made me think about it.
Well, it's great that Piers Morgan is willing to present people like Mehdi Hassan and other voices who will advocate for the lives of Palestinian people. This seems like a topic he should do a bit more research on before voicing his own opinion, although that's kind of par for the course with a lot of what he seems to talk about. I've been pretty harsh on Piers Morgan Uncensored as a program, but one section that wasn't completely useless were the one-on-one interviews. I've already highlighted a few examples of it at its worst.
I'm sorry, saying that somebody like admits that they're wrong on something and then is willing to change their mind on it, and you use that as an example for how bad they are because they didn't do enough research and then admitted that they were wrong, is not a good clip for your fucking video essay. I'm not gonna lie. That's one I probably would have left out. That's not probably the one where he's like, oh, you know what? The guy on the left has totally convinced me, and I was totally wrong there. Yeah, I have changed my mind on this. Well done. I don't think that's the one that I would use to paint this guy as like a super biased partisan hack who just refuses to engage, and that's yeah, I don't think that one would make the list.
Such as platforming a Nazi, and I've shown some positive examples, such as speaking with Mehdi Hassan. But unlike the panel discussions, the longer interviews are far more likely to result in something interesting being said. For example, a former advisor to Kamala Harris, Mike Nellis, was brought on to address the idea that men are being alienated by Hollywood and that one Gillette ad from 5 years ago that talked about toxic masculinity.
Oh my goodness.
Nellis decided to sidestep the issue and talk about something real instead.
They want to tell everybody that if they're not the type of manliness that they like, type of manliness that you see on the right, that you're not a real man. And I'm sick of that crap. Here's the truth. White men in America are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than any other group of people in the United States. I didn't hear either party talk about that.
Things fall apart when Nellis is brought onto the panel and the conversation decays rapidly. But for a few minutes, there was an interview where something interesting was being said, and the absurd narrative of men being let down by advertisements got some real pushback. The interview was contentious, but that's completely fine. Going on a show like this, you should expect to have your positions challenged. However, interviews with right-wing guests seem to include fewer of those challenges, even when someone says something completely ridiculous. For example, Glenn Beck said this about Donald Trump in an interview.
He could be a Lincoln, a transformational president as much as a Lincoln.
Right.
Restoring the republic.
Piers Morgan just nods along to the idea that Donald Trump will do something on
Right.
par with ending slavery. I suppose deporting 20 million people would have a large-scale impact, but destroying lives and families like...
He's saving us from those fucking criminal immigrants who are gonna rape all of our women and kill all of our sons. Thank God. Thank God we have a beautiful hero like Donald Trump. People think he's orange, but he's not. He's just literally glowing all the time from how glorious he is. I was afraid that I was going to have to spend another couple years around brown people. Thank God Donald Trump's going to put a stop to that shit.
That seems more like the opposite of ending a monstrous institution like slavery. Even though the actual ideas expressed here are ridiculous, and Piers Morgan doesn't offer any meaningful pushback to right-wing claptrap, I do appreciate this interview because it provides a clear example of what someone like Glenn Beck thinks. A clip like that speaks for itself. So there is a kind of value to these interviews as well. These interviews also sometimes lead to us understanding Piers Morgan a little bit more when we get moments like this one.
Why didn't he behave like a fascist for 4 years when he had the chance? And the truth is he didn't. You know, January 6th was awful, and I wrote that at the time and said it at the time. But other than that, where you could construct an argument for this was the kind of thing you would see in a sort of a banana republic, there's nothing about Trump's first term which screamed fascism to me.
Who amongst us hasn't tried to overthrow a democratic election in the past? But moments like this, I hope, make it crystal.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, never mind then. Attempting coups and, you know, everybody who worked for you saying that you praise Hitler, saying that you want to be like him, you know, having the feds randomly run into crowds of BLM protesters to pick them up in unmarked vans as unmarked officers, kidnap them, drive around for a little bit, and then say, oops, wrong person, and then just drop you off somewhere else. The sending in the feds to supposedly protect buildings, but then just randomly firing off rubber bullets and what were they called? Pepper bullets at protesters who are literally doing nothing violent or provoking you at all. You're just firing off at them all over the place that just so happened to clear them out, but it's not what we wanted to do. It was just an accident. We didn't mean to do that. Yeah, just like a bunch of stuff like that over and over and over and over and over. So none of that matters anymore because Piers Morgan didn't feel like his rally sounded fascist. So, because to him, fascism is saying that somebody did something wrong. And he probably didn't do that at the rally. Trump probably didn't say that anybody did something wrong.
So clear what side of the aisle Piers Morgan is currently servicing, and how standards aren't really upheld for one side while being overly enforced on the other. There's something interesting that happens with the occasional guest on these videos. At the tail end of one video, the streamer Destiny was brought on for a few minutes following the November election. What was ostensibly about his reaction to the Trump victory was almost certainly just an excuse to ask this question.
Complete clean sweep. He won the popular vote as well as the electoral college. Did you cry?
The left beat people with cable. Wait, with what? With cable locks for going to Trump rallies? Why do you say the left did that? I don't feel like people talk like this. I feel like this is literally like this is just like partisan hackery, dude. I don't feel like am I unmuted? Am I unmuted?
This isn't the only time Piers Morgan has done something like this.
I don't know what's going on. It's gone out like 3 times now. And I'm playing Slither, so I can't see it. And it's just going out. I'm not being muted. I'm not my stuff's not getting turned off. It's just going out. This has never happened before.
For example, he brought on Roger Stone for this moment.
I just wanted to end on a bit of personal business, Roger, because when I tweeted that Kamala Harris wasn't up to winning the presidency, you responded to me on X and you said, Piers now trying to suck Trump's dick after betraying him previously, a truly talentless dirtbag.
Yo, that's beautiful. I need to get this clip. Can somebody, seriously, can somebody DM that to me real quick? I can't take the note right now, but I need the... Piers Morgan says to Roger Stone, or sorry, Roger Stone says to Piers Morgan that he was sucking Trump's dick. Because the name of my video essay, I believe, is going to be Piers Morgan guzzling buckets of Trump's cum. I think that's going to be the title. Or at least the thumbnail, or you know, something of that nature. And so yeah, this would be a great clip for that.
I just wondered whether, now the dust has settled, you wanted to maybe rethink your view there, Roger.
There's this element of humiliation in Piers Morgan's interviews that seeps to the surface that's very petty. While it's all good to hold people to account and ask challenging questions, I don't see the value in bringing someone on to a political commentary show and asking if they cried, or throwing an old tweet in their face to settle a personal grudge. In a better world, any self-respecting guest wouldn't tolerate this. But one of the reasons people do, and one of the reasons anyone goes on Piers Morgan's channel, is not because they thirst for good-spirited debate, but because he has a big audience and it's a great marketing opportunity. Piers Morgan Uncensored has become an arena for spectacle, and everyone is getting in on making the most of that attention, reveling in it in an effort to get people's attention and hopefully retain as much of that audience as possible. Even this video is part of that same problem. There's no real way to spotlight what a whole this channel is without participating in the publicity it gets. Obviously, not engaging at all isn't what I'm suggesting, otherwise this video wouldn't exist. And more power to anyone who goes to these panels and can make the most of those opportunities. But what I hope people take away from all of this is a greater awareness of what is happening on Piers Morgan Uncensored and what sort of guy is hosting it. It's a modern fusion of some old techniques, assembling loud, eye-catching figures to yell at each other and centering the conversation around a self-professed centrist who more often sides with the right.
Should have said white people. White cis men yelling at each other. Freaking white cis men.
Of the dominance the right has on YouTube, and a depressing reminder that a lot of work needs to be done to push back and undermine some of these voices. There's one last moment I want to highlight that I think reveals the depths of what this channel is. As some added context, Emma Vigeland of the Majority Report is addressing Piers Morgan's fixation on the imagined threat of trans athletes, and she suggests that he tackle
Let's freaking go!
Formerly Rudy Super Chatted $5. Tom, tell me you have not been streaming through the night?
No. I didn't even start my stream until 1 a.m. So technically I've just been streaming through the morning. We're getting to 12 hours in about 22 minutes, but I'll be gone by then. Don't worry.
More important issues, like victims of sexual assault. Piers Morgan's response really sums up this entire cynical enterprise.
I'll take your advice on what segments we should be doing. We are the fastest growing.
But before I get off, you know, I'm waiting for this video to end so I can finish. And I've got to, you know, I got to slither it up. I got to slither all over town, and so I got to die in this game that we call life, or slither. And so I'll probably be on until whichever one of those ends last. But yes, in the meantime, you guys can send me all your money. 12 hours of streaming. I do it for you because I love you and because you love me. And I want you to show me that you love me with a lot of money. So let's do that now. Go ahead. It's time.
YouTube channel in the world, so we're probably getting it about right.
So long as he can keep growing his channel, demonizing trans people or pushing some other bogus right-wing narrative, he's going to keep doing just that. And I think it's very helpful when his guests call him out to his face. One thing you'll notice in this video is I didn't spend too much time talking about the various guests that Piers Morgan had on, and a big part of that is because I really wanted to talk about the show itself and Piers Morgan as a host. And while I was tempted to go on a few sidebars, I had to restrain myself. I made an exception, of course, for Dave Rubin because it was just too fun an opportunity to pass up. Speaking of fun opportunities,
I always go on the sidebars. Always. I'm literally doing it now. It's the best.
Wouldn't want to pass up on, do consider becoming a patron for this channel or a member. and you will get early access to videos, your name in the credits, like the fine folks you see here.
Allie especially. Allie's always like, Tom, more sidebars. More stuff where you just go off on totally irrelevant facts because some random chatter said something that resembled that word. They didn't even say anything about it, but they said something that kind of looked maybe a little bit like it if you squint hard enough, and so you should do more of that.
Here, and maybe a few extras every now and again. If you'd like to support this channel in a non-monetary fashion, you can like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, or share this video on social media. Thank you all so much for watching.
Like the repeat facts to trolls, yeah. Yerp.
This news is funded by viewers.
Nobody cares. We're slithering over here. We're doing nothing else but slithering. Slithering up a storm. We ain't got time for that bullshit. Ain't nobody got time for that. It is time for just regular old sleep-deprived rambling. Fuck. Okay. Well, that's that. All right. Appreciate y'all coming to hang out. I'll be back on tomorrow, most likely. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Twisted says. Whoop. Twisted Soul says. Tom, don't forget wipe your chin. Naomi says. Tom eats Benny's ass. KRAR, Bobby Fearsome, says. I doubt he could even get it up. He's an opiate and amphetamine addict that is incontinent. Pierce would still try though. Sure he has. Spartacus says. L8ER. Formerly Rudy says. Where's my fucking name, Tom? Iraistlin says. Never called me Benny again. Ned Flanders, Flandy, says. Scoop Tomer Bobberit. Alika Tales says. Off to work meowie Cadmus. Naomi says. Tom eats his own ass. Twisted Soul says. Tom hates Lady Carr. Sarah says. In 2011, Don Jr. was hired as spokesman for MacroSolve, which held patent for remote computing device that sends out a questionnaire to a user, gets answers to make those answers available on web. Ned Flanders, Flandy, says. Big boobies. Jared B.